Professor Geoffrey Richards delves into the case of another radio detective.
We present The Big Sleep by Raymond Chandler. Dramatized for radio by Bill Morrison. With Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe and Robert Beatty as General Sternwood. The Big Sleep.
The term private eye summons immediately to mind two iconic American figures, Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade and Raymond Chandler's Philip Marlowe. Two characters similar enough to have been played by a single legendary actor, Humphrey Bogart. Their creators had certain similarities too. Both had served in the army in World War I. Both were alcoholics, and both learned their craft writing hard-boiled detective fiction for Black Mask magazine. But there were significant differences. Hammett was a poor-born, self-educated Southerner who'd worked as a Pinkerton detective. Chandler, although born in Chicago, was raised in England and educated at Dulwich College before returning to the United States and embarking on a career as an oil company executive, a job he came to hate and from which he was sacked in 1932, taking up writing as a means of earning a living. The critic Philip French considers the English public school background a formative factor in Chandler's creative life.
I think the English background of Chandler was important. Although he was born in Chicago, he came at an early age when his parents' marriage broke up. He was brought by his mother to London. He went to Dulwich College. This was the same school as P.G. Wodehouse and C.S. Forrester. And it's always struck me as really significant that all three writers finished up in American exile, that all of them created different versions of the English gentleman. Bertie Wooster in the case of Wodehouse, Horatio Hornblower for Forrester, and Marlowe, of course, for Chandler. And that all three of these characters sort of took on a life of their own, independent of their creators.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Marlowe. I suppose I have the right to ask.
Sure. Well, there's not much to tell. I'm 33 years old, went to college once, and can still speak English if there's any demand for it. I worked for the district attorney as an investigator once, which is how you reached me. I'm unmarried because I don't like policemen's wives.
You didn't like working for the district attorney?
I was fired. I test very high on insubordination, General.
It is perhaps no coincidence that Chandler's great hero, Philip Marlowe, Marlowe with an E, shares the surname of Christopher Marlowe, one of the great Elizabethan contemporaries of Edward Alleyn, the founder of Dulwich College. Some of Chandler's earliest admirers were British. W.H. Auden called his novels works of art, and Evelyn Waugh said Chandler was the best writer in America. What were Chandler's qualities as a writer? Philip French.
He had a tremendous wit. He had a vivid ability to make sort of buildings come alive, a sense of the architecture of Los Angeles and of the weather.
There was a rough desert wind blowing into Los Angeles that evening. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair, make your nerves jump and your skin itch. On nights like that, every booze party ends up in a fight, and meek little housewives feel the edge of a carving knife and study their husbands' necks. Anything can happen when the Santa Ana blows in from the desert.
Van Heflin as Marlowe in a 1947 dramatization of Chandler's story, Red Wind.
He has a great sense of character, a great sense of simile. He was a man who was trained in an English literary school, but also in the literary world, and he began his life in the literary world of Edwardian England as a writer for literary magazines. So he had a sense of style, but he put that away to create a new style in America, from the demotic. But he was an outsider, a literary outsider looking at the language, creating a new language of sort of some kind of rhetoric. He was able to make the wisecrack work dramatically. But he had also this great sense of character, of observation, of creating people through the language they spoke, and everything, because you have at the centre of it one of the great literary creations, I think, sort of a legendary person in the figure of Philip Marlowe.
What kind of character was Marlowe?
Marlowe was a sort of a modern knight errant, but he was able to mock this, as Marlowe always mocked himself. But there's a marvellous phrase used by one of the sort of villains in the novels, in the High Window, who mocks Marlowe by calling him a shop-soiled Galahad. And yet that is a title that Marlowe would have accepted honourably. I mean, there were several places where he is defined and self-defined. I mean, at the beginning of his first novel, The Big Sleep, in 1939, Chandler has Marlowe actually describe his own appearance.
It was 11 o'clock in the morning in mid-October, with the sun not shining and a look of rain. I was standing in the hallway of the Sternwood place. Over the entrance doors, which would have let in a troop of elephants, there was a stained glass panel showing a knight in dark armor rescuing a lady who was tied to a tree. She had no clothes on, but she had some very long and convenient hair. He was fiddling with her knots and not getting anywhere. If I lived in this house, I would sooner or later have to climb up there and help him. He didn't seem to be really trying. I waited for the butler to come back. I was wearing my powder blue suit with dark blue shirt, tie and display handkerchief, black brogues, and black wool socks with dark blue clocks on them. I was neat, clean, shaved, and sober. I was everything a well-dressed private detective ought to be. I was calling on $4 million.
Ed Bishop as Marlowe in the 1977 BBC production of The Big Sleep.
He is also characterised philosophically in the essay The Simple Art of Murder by Chandler himself, which introduced into the language the phrase, down these mean streets a man must go, a man of honour. It's a wonderful piece of writing.
In everything that can be called art, there is a quality of redemption. It may be pure tragedy, if it is high tragedy, and it may be pity and irony, and it may be the raucous laughter of the strong man. But down these mean streets a man must go who is not himself mean, who is neither tarnished nor afraid. The detective in this kind of story must be such a man. He is the hero. He is everything. He must be a complete man and a common man, and yet an unusual man. He must be, to use a rather weathered phrase, a man of honor. By instinct, by inevitability, without thought of it, and certainly without saying it. He must be the best man in his world and a good enough man for any world. I do not care much about his private life. He is neither a eunuch nor a satyr. I think he might seduce a duchess, and I am quite sure he would not spoil a virgin. If he is a man of honor in one thing, he is that in all things. He is a relatively poor man, or he would not be a detective at all. He is a common man, or he could not go among common people. He has a sense of character, or he would not know his job. He will take no man's money dishonestly, and no man's insolence without a due and dispassionate revenge. He is a lonely man, and his pride is that you will treat him as a proud man, or be very sorry that you ever saw him. He talks as the man of his age talks, that is, with rude wit, a lively sense of the grotesque, a disgust for sham, and a contempt for pettiness.
Over the years, there have been many Philip Marlowes in the cinema. For Chandler fans, the greatest of them have been Dick Powell and Humphrey Bogart in the 1940s, and Robert Mitchum in the 1970s. The success of the 1940s film versions inspired a popular radio series. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe made its debut on American radio in 1947, with Oscar-winning actor Van Heflin as Marlowe. But between 1948 and 1951, the role was played by B-picture star Gerald Moore.
Van Heflin had to stop appearing on radio because he was under contract to MGM. Nobody could be physically less like Marlowe, and he also had a voice that was probably a little too distinctive for people to put the character Van Heflin out of their minds. Gerald Moore was the actor that was most liked among the broadcasters by Chandler. He wrote in a letter to a friend in 1950, he said, a voice like Gerald Moore's gave you a personality which you could fill out according to your fancy, but television shoves the whole thing right down your throat, and if the actor says one flat, stupid, trashy line, it stands out like a lighthouse in a storm.
Hello, Marlowe. I've been waiting for you too long, kid.
Well, I would have baked a little cake if I knew I was going to have this much time.
Where's Ernie Parch, Thurman?
He's under arrest, kid. We found his wife's body. He's under arrest for murder. You know what else, kid?
No, what else, kid?
So are you.
As Lieutenant Thurman moved toward me, he curled the thick fingers of his left hand into a fist. I braced myself, but the blow never came. Instead, he shoved his face up close to mine, and his mouth twisted into a one-sided grin that was as full of fun as a set of thumb screws.
Well, you finally came through for me, didn't you, kid?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been waiting a long, long time for you to pull something in my town, Marlowe, where you can't run back across the line and hide behind the skirts of your cop friends over in L.A.
You're having yourself a pipe dream, Sturman.
Lieutenant Sturman! And don't forget it.
Real sorry, officer. Now, do you mind explaining what this is all about? That's one of my rights as a citizen, you know, even in Bay City.
As far as I'm concerned, killers ain't got any rights. Now tell me you had nothing to do with Grace Parch's murders, so I can tell you why you're a stinking liar, private detective.
I suppose private detectives have no rights either, huh?
None. We found the girl's body in a car parked at a... Somebody overlooked a couple of fingerprints, which I'm going to match up with yours, Marlowe.
How come you're so sure?
Because we pulled Ernie Parch out of the movies 5 minutes after we found his wife. And jailbirds sing in Bay City, Marlowe. We don't horse around with them. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. Boy, you pushed too far on the wrong track. There's an angle here you ought to know about.
There's always an angle with you, ain't there, bright boy?
Yeah, but you're going to like this one. First, in that car you're so proud of, you're going to find prints from one Art Manelli.
The gambler?
That's right. One who stays in operation when everybody else in Bay City is closed up. You better find out whose toes you're stepping on down at City Hall before you...
We got problems in our town, Peeper, but that's not one of them. Now, if you got something intelligent to offer, spill it. Without wisecracks.
Although Chandler did not write any of the radio plays, his contract gave him a script veto, and he was regularly consulted by the writers to ensure Chandlerian authenticity. The result was a series that at its peak drew 10 million listeners a week. But it was the BBC in London who were to produce the definitive radio versions of Chandler's 6 canonical novels. 5 of them were broadcast in 1977-78, followed 10 years later by Farewell My Lovely, the rights to which had previously been unavailable due to the 1975 film version. The producer of all 6 was John Tiedemann. The books were dramatised by Bill Morrison, and Philip Marlowe was played by Ed Bishop. Why did John Tiedemann decide to undertake the project?
No, I've always been a great Chandler fan, and the suggestion came from Bill Morrison to do them. I thought, well, I didn't think we'd be able to get the rights because a lot of the rights were tied up, film companies and so on, but the rights were available. And then Bill found the right way of doing them, which of course was through the first-person narrator. Thank heaven, you know, you can keep the narrator there because they're told in the first person. So you could retain the Chandler style, just as if you're doing Jane Austen on radio. It's very nice to keep Jane Austen as the narrator, so that you retain that element. And we were very lucky that we were able to do them all as 90-minute plays, and they were widely broadcast in America. 750 stations took them across America, and I was absolutely horrified when I went to Los Angeles and met up with the head of a station there and said, "Oh, you're John Tiedemann from the BBC. Oh, we love your Chandlers. Oh my goodness, here they are being heard in America," because there were quite a lot of English actors in them, and I was a bit worried about the accent. I was a bit worried about the Anglo approach. And she said, no, they're just right, because you see, and I'd not thought this, Chandler really sits in the middle of the Atlantic, so they're not really American.
Chandler's novels were famously complex. The stories told that when Howard Hawks was filming The Big Sleep, neither he nor any of the crew could figure out who killed the chauffeur. They cabled Chandler, and he couldn't remember either. For the record, the chauffeur committed suicide. But given the complexity, how difficult did Bill Morrison find the novels to adapt?
Well, look at the positive things first. The first absolute positive thing is that it's told in the first person, which lends itself to radio immediately. And if you have a first-person narrative, it allows you, given that you have such splendid language anyway, but it does allow you to bridge through things, because Marlowe can tell you the story. He can tell you what is happening as it is happening. This is a real bonus, and also makes it very good radio. It gives it immediacy, it gives it a coherence, which otherwise, with that many characters, you should say, it could be very conflicting for the audience, but they always have a centre that you relate to. That's the very positive thing about it. The downside, the real difficulty in it is the plots have got holes all over them, and the complexity of them. Something like The Little Sister, which is the most extraordinarily complicated. You can unravel it, but dear me, it is difficult.
How did Ed Bishop feel about taking on a role associated in the public mind with Humphrey Bogart and Dick Powell?
No hesitation whatsoever. I think you've got to be a little arrogant to be an actor. I think you can't worry about things like that. And I must say, where was it in the Listener? Some prestigious publication said that the Marlowe that the BBC did, me, was better than Bogart in the kind of, or just the sound thing, conveyed more of that character. The isolation of the man. I think you can do that with the silences in radio a lot better than something visual, which must always be on the move. I'm now at a 40-year career, and I can count on my fingers, certainly. Maybe I wouldn't even use them all up, I don't know. The jobs that were rewarding and challenging and stimulating, interesting, and you felt you made a contribution. You had a good product to start with, and you made a contribution. And certainly Marlowe, and those 6 90-minute episodes would be certainly in a place of honor there, because I was very proud of the work I did there and my contribution to that work.
The room was full of smoke. It hung in thin lines straight up and down like a curtain of beads. I reached up to feel my throat. My throat was sore, but the fingers feeling it didn't feel a thing. They might as well have been a bunch of bananas. Mail order fingers. I took hold of the sheet and wiped the sweat off my face with the fingers the correspondence school had sent me. Box 2,468,924, Cedar City, Iowa. Nuts. Completely nuts. In a hospital. The world outside the open windows was a black world. Why did the smoke hang motionless if the window was open behind the bars, huh? I got up and started to walk, wobbling like a drunk.
Given that the plays were being done in Britain, how did they succeed in achieving an authentic American atmosphere? Bill Morrison.
Well, you have a brilliant director. Then you get some very good actors, of which, fortunately, there are some very good. I mean, Ed Bishop turned out to be an inspired Marlowe, and that was just tremendous. Couldn't credit him enough as far as that goes. Part of the inspiration of that, I mean, this is John Tiedemann we're talking about, who was the director, and John and I had always had a very good relationship anyway, which is really based upon the fact that if I sort of skate over something in a piece of work, and you kind of know yourself that it's a little flaky, and you haven't quite cracked it or whatever, John will say, and you're found out. He doesn't have to say anything else. This is a relationship, this works extremely well. But I think the inspired idea was to do them all together. We didn't do all 6 because of problems over the rights of Farewell My Lovely, but we had our Marlowe. We booked a studio, I think, for a fortnight, and assembled a kind of company of actors who played different roles in different books and so on, and sometimes other actors came in just for one small cameo or whatever. But we basically worked as a group.
The cops would be playing cops one week, and then they'd be Weepy Moyer or Chicago Red Hot the next, you see. So there was this mixing it up. And we had Don Fellows, wonderful American actor. He did all the announcing. Los Angeles, 1947, whatever. So your sound from that point of view was authentic. And it was great fun because you could then develop a rapport with these people because you knew their timing, and we had quite a lot of that going for us in the Marlows. Bill sat down and he adapted the things, and he wrote a lot of dialogue himself. And he was there at every episode. So if we had to have a rewrite, Bill was there, and he would come up with nuggets. There was one, I was calling on this woman, and this guy was a sort of gigolo. And he had to go for, he was going to go for his Roscoe, you see. And Marlowe said, "Don't do it, pal," or something like that. And I said, "Well, how are we going to convey that he's going to draw a gun?" And Bill kicked that around for a minute. He says, "Okay, this is what you say." And I'm paraphrasing now, but it was so pithy. He says, "Don't do it, pal." He says, "Before you have that rod out of your Cesar Romero shirt, I'll drill you." Or something. So that Cesar Romero shirt was a beautiful image for the viewer. And they could just see that, the fluffy shirt, the guy going in for it. Don't do it. Wonderful stuff. But he was there for every episode. It was wonderful.
Vanier was the Latin lover type. He and Lois Magic lay out by the pool with the scotch bottle and the ice bucket handy. From 30 feet away, she looked like a lot of class. From 10 feet away, she looked like something made up to be seen from 30 feet away. Relax, Heathcliff. Hey, go find Kathy.
Heathcliff, come here at once.
He likes the man. I like what I see, too.
Who the hell are you? What do you mean busting in here? Weren't you told there was no one in?
Yeah, but I didn't believe it. Are you, Mr. Morney?
No, I'm just a friend.
Sit down and rest your sex appeal, Lou. Who are you, handsome?
Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective.
Big, aren't you? Too much for you to handle, I guess, Lou.
All right, Marlowe. Get it over with, whatever it is.
Do I talk to her, or do I talk to you and have you put it in English, huh?
What do you want?
You shared an apartment once with a girl called Linda Conquest. I'm looking for her.
I don't think I've seen her in 6 months. She got married. What do you want to know for, big boy?
Just a private inquiry.
About what?
A confidential matter.
And that gives you the right to bust in here?
So, you don't know where she is, Mrs. Morning?
She just said so.
She said she didn't think she'd seen her.
Who's looking for her?
Her folks.
Guess again. She doesn't have any folks.
Well, you must know her pretty well if you know that.
You got your answer. You're not wanted here.
I think you can tell me where she is, Mrs. Morney, if you want to.
How are you going to make me want to?
With all these people around, how can I?
Well, that's a thought.
Get out, mug, while you can still walk.
Where's your refinement? And don't tell me you wear a gun under your Cesar Romero outfit. Or have you got an itch?
Don't write me off too quick. I'd plug you as soon as I'd strike a match. And I'd fix it afterwards.
Don't get so hostile, darling.
Tell him to go.
It would take you a week to get a gat out from under that shirt if you have one. I'll come back when you're ready. So long, Heathcliff.
For Philip French, the radio adaptations worked well.
I think that Bill Morrison made a very good job of the adaptations. He uses a lot of the dialogue, often quite carefully rearranged. I think that being an Irishman, in fact, not being English, he doesn't have to strain to get that effect. He has also, it brings out, I think, the production, just how well suited Marlowe is to radio, because they're much shorter. The American versions, radio versions of the 1940s were all sort of apocryphal, canonical Marlowe stories. These are all the best novels, treated with a great deal of reverence at an hour and a half each. And they show you just why Chandler preferred radio to television. He thought that television was a medium for B movies, sort of run by people with no taste at all. And although he didn't much care for the people running radio in America, he thought it a marvelous medium, one that left the imagination free.
Raymond Chandler died in 1959, but Philip Marlowe lives on in the film performances of Bogart, Powell and Mitchum, and in the radio versions with Van Heflin, Gerald Moore and Ed Bishop. What explains his enduring appeal? Bill Morrison, Ed Bishop and Philip French.
Marlowe is the knight in rather dim armour, in a way. There is a very battered sense of chivalry there. And Chandler went to Dulwich College. The headmaster there had a very, very visionary idea of what made a gentleman, a moral sense. And that's the distinctive thing, I think, about Philip Marlowe, that there is a very strong moral centre to him.
I think, personally, that it is his solitude. He's a man who works outside the normal constraints. He's a free agent. He has his own philosophy. He goes his own way. You know, I mean, that cliche, the man must walk down these mean streets who is not himself mean. And I think we all kind of envy that. I think we identify with it. I mean, from Clint Eastwood to Rambo, I mean, there are guys who go their own way. Most of us are locked into a furrow, you know, and I think that's the initial appeal, is here's a guy who makes his own rules. You trust the man.
There was something, nostalgic about our attitude, which is why I think Marlowe works best in period, because he represents certain values that people feel today have been lost, and they may not be easily recovered. We can sort of find them and respect them and hope that someday they might return. But we would now feel that perhaps life is too complicated now, that the corruption with which Chandler was obsessed, that this has finally sort of taken over the world.
What did it matter where you lay once you were dead? In a dirty sump or in a marble tower on top of a high hill? You were sleeping the big sleep. You were not bothered by things like that. Oil and water were the same as wind and air to you. You just slept the big sleep, not caring about the nastiness of how you died or where you fell. Me? I was part of the nastiness now, but the old man didn't have to be. He could lie quiet in his canopy bed with his bloodless hands folded on the sheet, waiting. His heart was a brief, uncertain murmur. His thoughts were as gray as ashes. And in a little while, he too, like Rusty Regan, would be sleeping the big sleep. The double scotches weren't doing me any good. The headlines said a war was coming. Civilization was being threatened once again. I had more scotch. All it did was make me think of Silverwig, and I never saw her again.
In Bill Morrison's radio adaptation of Raymond Chandler's novel, The Big Sleep, Ed Bishop played the part of Philip Marlowe, and Robert Beatty that of General Sternwood. Vivian was played by Diana Olson. Carmen, Liza Ross. Music consultant, Adrian Edwards. The play was directed by John Tiedemann.
The Radio Detectives was written and presented by Professor Jeffrey Richards. The reading was by Toby Longworth and the producer.
A corpse that wouldn't stay dead. A pistol with a silencer on it and a fortune in a black satchel. Spelled death for the big city boys when they finally got together in Lonesome, Arizona. Population, 802.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Lonesome Reunion.
At 8,000 feet on a clear afternoon, you can see enough Arizona real estate to become an authority on the subject. And as I huddled around a circle of window aboard an American Airlines flagship and gaped like a 2 weeks with pay vacationer at the carpet of sand, stone, and cactus unrolling a slow inch at a time below, I was impressed. Also, I was thinking about a job which was providing both the switch and scenery and 2 crisp $100 bills, less the cost of a round-trip ticket from L.A. to the capital city of Phoenix. But then, at the thought of money, I stopped sightseeing and started to think about the work ahead and how easy it had sounded that morning in my office when Kay Gordon, who was something pretty and blonde but slightly tarnished for 28, had hired me, all in one breath.
Marlowe, my brother Joe Gordon is in a room at the Granada Court Hotel in Phoenix, Arizona. In one hand, he no doubt has his usual smelly cigar. In the other, a small suitcase filled with a mess of papers, all legal, all proper. You fly there, pick up the suitcase, fly back. For that, $200 cash. Yes or no?
Yes, on one condition. The papers, do I get to see them? If I look, I go.
All right, you look.
Good, I go. Goodbye. That was the way it had started an hour after breakfast. Lunch was alone, and at the airport, dinner would wait until I'd seen Mr. Joe Gordon, a man who was willing to pay a lot for a little. My plane dropped out of the sky over Phoenix gently at 3. At 3:15, I was in room 111 of the Granada Hotel and only 36 smelly inches away from the usual cigar. The man behind it was heavy, pale, and maybe 40. And like his sister, Joe Gordon was overbearing in a hurry.
This, Marlowe, is the bag. These, the papers. Stocks, bonds, and mortgages. In themselves, worthless to anyone else, they're non-negotiable. But as information to my competitors, they're priceless. Satisfied?
More or less.
Meaning what?
Exactly what is your line, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, I'm a broker. One who bets on long shots. When they come in, I don't like to split with the boys who sit on their hands. Anything else?
Yeah. I've got some time to kill before I fly back. Do I take the bag now or later?
You take the bag now, Martha.
Okay.
And, don't let go of it until you're with my sister in L.A. I'm paying you money to stay away from my enemies, not to shop for trinkets. Oh, and, incidentally, my enemies also play rough. So watch your step and act smart. Real smart.
I still had 2 hours to kill when Gordon locked the bag and handed it to me after dropping the key in his pocket. So I decided to take a room there at the Granada Hotel, shave, shower, and stretch. The sleepy clerk in the lobby was not in a hurry, nor did he hear anything I said the first time. So when I finally got to my suite on the second floor, which had as much elbow room as the inside of a lifesaver, 30 of the idle minutes were already gone. I locked and bolted the door, checked all the windows carefully, and then peeled off my shirt, broke out my shave master, and reached for the knob on the bathroom door. But I never made it. Because as the door swung open, I caught a glimpse of a fist the size of a cantaloupe starting from my jaw.
Oh! Now stay right there, Buster. The first time I swing, the second time I shoot, and I do both good.
Equal nice, huh? Everything all figured out ahead of time.
Yeah, but it ain't very hard, Marlowe. Especially when the guy you're after shouts it all to a desk clerk.
My era.
Yeah, which leaves just the three of us. Real cozy like.
3?
You, me, and 120 grand here in this bag.
You're way off pace, brother. This bag's got papers in it, nothing more. They belong to a businessman. I said something?
Yeah, sure. Very funny. Look, Buster, Joe Gordon's no more a businessman, and his real name is Joe Gordon. So after I leave, you go back to Sam Dietrich in room 111 and tell him that Marty Stopka says thanks.
For what?
For the $120,000 I've been waiting 2 long years for. And also tell him and Gigi Ganther, who might still be around, that Stopka had it all figured. Like you say, Marlowe, ahead of time.
I don't follow you, bud.
You're not supposed to. Just turn around, face the wall, and listen carefully. You tell Sam Dietrich that I knew he'd pull something like this just as soon as he got back into circulation. You got that?
Yeah. Word for word, Stopka.
Good. Now all you have to do is remember.
When Marty Stopka said remembered, he put that cantaloupe with fingers in the small of my back and shoved hard. By the time I got to my feet again, both he and the black bag were gone. That made Joe Gordon or Sam Dietrich my best bet. So I took the stairs to the ground floor fast and raced for the end of the corridor in room 111. But when I threw the unlocked door open, I found something I hadn't counted on. A curtain flapping in the breeze of an open window and nothing more. The desk drawers, the closet, the bureau empty. And on an end table next to the telephone, a bus schedule unmarked. At that, I was beginning to get very mad at a private detective but public patsy named Philip Marlowe. Then the telephone rang, and when I answered it, the operator said that she had a long-distance call for Joe Gordon. I said thanks, I'd take it. Hello?
Sam, this is Kay. Marlowe?
Yeah, honey, Joe Marlowe is in Brother Gordon, remember?
Oh, I can explain all that, Marlowe.
Oh, sure, baby, but not now, later. Later, after you've had a chance to think up a few more lies.
All right. So I didn't tell you the whole story. What's the difference? Did you get the bag?
I did, but I didn't get to keep it very long. Something ugly named Stopka wanted either it or my life, so I made a quick decision.
Stopka has the bag. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, isn't it, though?
What?
One thing, baby. I'm the decoy with suitcase for some kind of shenanigan that's wrapped around 120 grand, which you and Sam Dietrich have. And there's a trio in the act. Namely, Sam Dietrich, Marty Stopka, and one Gigi Ganther.
Gigi? Marlowe, have you seen Gigi? Have you, Marlowe?
Maybe yes, maybe no. Now, why don't you come clean? Admit you're happy that Stopka got the suitcase from me while Sam beat it out of an open window. That my part of the job is over with. Come on, baby, talk.
All right. I'll make it short and to the point. You got $200 for doing nothing. Out of that, 60 odd went for an airplane ticket. The rest is yours, right?
Go on.
There's no need to, Marlowe. I'm finished, and so are you. So why don't you just be a good fella and keep the change? So long, sucker.
When Kay Gordon hung up, I slammed the phone down, counted 10 twice, and went back to the unhappy business of getting mad at Marlowe. But again, I was interrupted. This time, it was a newspaper, the Phoenix Herald, sticking far enough out of the wastebasket under the telephone to expose the dateline, which made it exactly a week old. I picked it up and saw the 2 inches of story circled in pencil and slugged. 5 released from state penitentiary. Sam Dietrich, 41 of Los Angeles, who was arrested in Lonesome, Arizona for the armed robbery of a general store in February 1947, also was released today. Now everything was beginning to add, with one high-priced exception. Very few general stores in towns called Lonesome keep $120,000 in the till, even on a busy day. So I headed for the office of the Phoenix Herald and the chance that I could learn something about the cash involved from newspapers that were 2 years better than 1 week old. 30 minutes later, I was in the back shop of the Herald receiving facts willingly supplied by a sandy-haired linotype operator with a sad face who had never heard the word forget.
That's right, mister. It was the Second National Bank and Land Company here in town. Held up at 1:10 p.m., February 7, 1947, by 3 men who took $120,000 in unmarked 10s, 20s, and 50s. One was badly wounded in a running gunfight, but they all got away clean.
No arrests, no suspects?
Other than the usual rigmarole of trying to pin the job on every 2-bit stick-up man hauled in the next 6 months, no. Anything else?
No, thanks. I don't think... Say, wait a minute. Lonesome, Arizona, that unmarked bus schedule. Tell me, do you happen to know where something called Lonesome is, and if so, how a guy could get there if he doesn't have a car?
Sure. It's 87 miles west of here, and the bus will do the trick. But not anymore today.
Oh.
The only bus left an hour ago. Now, young fella, you tell me something. What in Sam Hill is Lonesome and a bus departure got to do with a bank robbery was pulled 2 years ago?
Where I stand right now, Dad, I can't say. But when I get to Lonesome, ask me again. I may have the answer for you. I was 30 minutes renting a car and an hour and 30 minutes getting to Lonesome. Population 802. I drove without seeing anything that could possibly be mistaken for Sam Dietrich. And I was about to turn back when I saw something that brought my right foot down hard on the brake. It was a brand new green Nash standing outside a motel. California license plate. I got out of my car and got a look at the registration card wrapped around the steering wheel. It said Catherine E. Gordon. The motel only had 3 cabins that showed any light. The first belonged to the manager and the second to Kay. Close to an open window, I saw the man Kay was talking to. He was an ex-convict and part-time broker named Sam Dietrich.
All right. So Marlowe knows he was set up for Marty Stavka. Who cares? We're here, and so far Stavka isn't. And if and when he does show, we'll be gone, with the real black bag safe in our hands.
Yes, but what about Gigi, Sam? I told you Marlowe mentioned his name.
And I told you to forget it. Marlowe must have been swinging in the dark. Gigi can't be alive, Kay. He was badly hurt when Stavka and I got clear of the bank.
But why wasn't his body found?
I don't know, Kay. I've told you that 1,000 times. Now, look, honey, why don't you just relax and think of us a little, huh? Gigi's dead, baby. There's only you and me.
Sam, you know how I feel about that. I love Gigi. It's the only reason I'm helping you. I don't want anything to do with this money. I only want to know for sure about Gigi.
Okay. Hey, did you get a line on Leland Mills, the name that was on that mailbox 2 years ago?
Yes. He owns the place and lives there alone. A once upon a time small ranch on the last block in town, coming apart at the seams.
What about Mills himself?
He's an old duffer, maybe 50. Lives close to the fireside, day in and day out.
Good. That means I can handle him without any trouble. And now, look, baby, it's 7 now. At 9, this town will be fast asleep, and at 10, I'll take care of everything. So, why don't you just curl up there on the couch and think about nice things? Huh?
Oh, nice things like what?
Well, like the money I hid at Leland Mills' place 5 hours after the boys and I took that bank. The $120,000 that's soon going to be back here with me where it belongs. I took my cue and left because one Leland Mills was a man to be forewarned while 10 o'clock was still 3 hours away. I was 10 minutes finding his place, which was on the edge of town,
and another 2 locating the doorbell, which was the kind you pull to start a bunch of jingling inside. It was 3 pulls later before the door creaked slowly open, and what had to be Leland Mills stood in front of me. He was shaggy, gray hair curling on the sides of his neck, a face with 1,000 crisscrossed wrinkles and dirty old clothes. Everything I'd expected with one exception. Gripped firmly in both hands and pointed directly at my head was a long, long rifle.
Who are you?
Mr. Mills?
Maybe.
Well, I'm a private detective named Philip Marlowe, also someone who knows that there's $120,000 in cash hidden here on your grounds.
$120,000?
To the penny, yes. 2 years ago, Mr. Mills, a Phoenix bank was robbed by 3 toughs named Dietrich, Stopka, and Gigi Ganther.
Gigi? That's a queer name.
It's not important, old man, but this is. Now, somehow or other, that stolen money was hidden here, in or around your place. And tonight, one of those men is due back to collect. That, of course, means trouble for you.
You think we should call the law?
No, not yet. If we play it smart, we can get the dough spotted first in at least one of the 3.
All right, Mr. Marlowe. If you're sure of what you're saying, I only hope you are. Oh, I'm sorry about this gun here. I don't like poachers on my land.
Yeah, we all have our pet peeves. Now, Mr. Mills, I want you to sit tight till I get back, and no matter what happens, don't open that door for anyone. Have you got that?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Where are you going?
To town. To check on the only 2 things that can possibly give us any unexpected trouble. One, a nasty man named Marty Stopka, and the other, a guy I've never even seen. The elusive Mr. Gigi Ganther.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, that elusive phantom voice will be back on CBS's great show, Sing It Again, tonight. And the prize for identifying him has now climbed to a value of $24,500. Yes, for music, suspense, and sensational prizes. Don't miss the Sing It Again show tonight over most of these same CBS stations. And now, with Gerald Moore starred, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Lonesome Reunion.
I left Leland Mills standing in the doorway and worried my way back to town. If Stopka and Gigi Ganther had no more trouble getting to Lonesome than I did, a reunion about as quiet as a truckload of hot dynamite was due to take place any minute. I passed the motel where Kay and Dietrich had holed up and saw that her car had been moved into the stall between cabins and draped with a blanket to hide its California plates. So they were thinking along the same line that I was. At the hub of town, I parked and started to case the lively spots on Main Street, which took me all of 10 minutes at a slow walk. But a short side-of-the-mouth conversation with a couple of resident sports revealed that the local underground stemmed from the Red Dog Cafe, a warped wood 2-story wiki-up on the one side street in town. It was operated by a hard-bitten blonde, 160 pounds of Western motif, complete with Stetson, red flannel shirt, Hickok belt, blue jeans, and the name, Flora. She sat at a table at the back of the barroom, lending a cynical ear to nobody else but my old pal, Stopka. I walked up behind him, and when he turned around, I hung one on him. A good one!
Hey! Sloppy jackass! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry, Flora, nothing personal.
Now that's enough! Now stop it, you hear me? No rough hustling in my joint. Come on, handsome, I mean you.
Me? Why, Flora, how can you say that? I just came in to ask my old pal here some questions, that's all. Here we go, pal. Come on, sit up in that chair.
Okay, let me alone.
See, Flora? It's the only way Stopka here knows how to start a conversation. Bring him another beer, will you? His old one got spilled.
Sure, bright boy. When you see the you dude tourists, leave your beefs outside next time.
Now, look, Stopka, I want to know what happened 2 years ago on that highway out here. You guys split up, didn't you? You better talk, Stopka.
All right, we split up. The heat was on bad, and Gigi was half dead already from a cop slug in his back.
Dietrich had all the dough, right?
What do you think? I left him and Gigi off outside of town. I took the car to try to suck the cops away from him. We were supposed to meet later.
But you kept going to save your own hide, didn't you?
Certainly. It's going to pay off, sucker. You'll see.
Uh-huh. Since the money was never found, you figured Dietrich hid it around here, and he's coming back to dig it up. Is that it?
Keep guessing, Shamus.
Maybe we ought to loosen your jaw again, Stopka.
That's all, you two. Now turn loose of him, handsome, and by Sadie, I'll plug you.
Well, a real genuine 44. What museum just swiped that from, Flora?
Never mind. Got a legal right to defend the peace and quiet of my joint, and after 22 years in this dodge, I know how to do it. Now, I asked you nice once, now I'm telling you. You, get out. That back door there.
Yeah, sure, I'll go, sister. And thanks for nothing.
Hey, wait a minute, Flora. Don't let that lug get away.
Shut up! Now you sit down right there and count up to 50. Then you leave by the front. Quietly.
Okay, you win. 1, 2, 3. Flora, look out. He's back.
What?
Sorry, Eddie.
You buzzard mate!
I'll leave this cannon on the back steps. So long, Flora. I beat it out the back door and into an alleyway between the shacks. Stopka was still in sight but walking fast, and when I took after him, he saw me and started to run. There was a hard, flat sound like someone striking wet sand with a hammer. Stopka faltered and lurched up on his toes as if he'd suddenly changed his mind about running. At the same instant, on a wall, even with him, I saw the shadow of a man, holding a pistol with a long, awkward barrel. The hard, flat sound came again. Stopka curled up on himself and fell. And the shadow slid off the wall, disappeared. I ran for the wounded man, but by the time I got to him, there was no trace of the gunman. I rolled Stopka over. He was hit hard, slipping away fast.
Silencer. Gigi always used a silencer. That punk Gigi.
He's dead, huh? You wise guys never know when to quit, do you? You're in real trouble now, handsome.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't do this.
How come I couldn't hear the shots, a silencer?
Yeah, that's right. Trademark of a guy named Gigi Ganther. All I saw of him was his shadow on that wall there. Say, what kind of law have you got in this town, Flora?
None. Except the highway patrol, they stop in every night.
Okay, call him. Get him over here. This guy's Marty Stopka, wanted for a bank job, nearly 2 years old.
No kidding. Who are you, his trainer?
I'm a private detective who's got no business here, except I don't like to be pushed around. Now listen, do you know Leland Mill's place at the edge of town?
Sure.
Well, you get the cops out to Mill's place by 10:30, do you understand? That's where the big attraction's going to be, if I can keep Gigi and his silencer from interfering again. Now let me down, beautiful.
I won't let you down, handsome. For a city boy, you're all right.
I stuck to a back road and drove with my lights out until I was a good, safe distance beyond Leland Mill's ranch. Then I hid the car in a dry gully and walked back. The house was dark and still. I thought once of what might have happened to Mills if Gigi had gotten there ahead of me. I kept in the shadows and worked my way across the yard to the back door.
Who's there?
Marlowe, open up.
I was beginning to worry. It's pretty near 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Seen anybody so far?
No. Nope, not a soul. Been watching close, too. Did you find them men, that GG, that Stopka?
Yeah. Stopka's dead and his killer's due to show up here any time now.
Oh.
We're going to have our hands full. Wait a minute, is that a car?
Sure sounds like one. Yep. There, you can just make it out. Turned in down by the culvert and stopped.
Yeah. I think a man got out. Yeah, there he goes, across the field there behind your shed. It's Dietrich. I'm going out now, Mills. You stay here.
No, I'm going too. That fellow's heading right for my water tank.
All right, he's heading for your water tank. Don't get excited. You'll tip our mitt. I get this, Mills. You've got to stay here and watch for Gigi. He's bound to show up, and when he does, you better have that rifle of yours handy, because he's a killer. Do you understand?
Yep. Sure, I understand. Don't worry, Marlowe. I'll keep my eyes open. Don't you worry about a thing.
I eased out of the door and started across the yard. I knew I was getting myself out on a nice, long limb. Leland Mills was about as reliable as William Tell with their hiccups, and the apple was on my head. It was too late to back up, so I skirted the barn, stayed below the crest of a low rise, and moved toward the elevated water tank until I heard a shovel biting dirt. I got a comfortable grip on my gun and headed up over the rise to where I could see. Yeah, it was Dietrich, all right. He was bent over under the tank and working on a hole as if his life depended on it. He didn't even look up until I was almost on top of him.
Who is it? Who's there? Who is it?
It's me, Mr. Gordon. Marlowe.
Marlowe? How did you get here?
Wasn't easy, Sammy boy. But I had to come and apologize for losing your precious bag full of waste paper.
You sure picked a dangerous time to show, sucker. You were fired once. Too bad you can't take a hint.
Uh-huh. And being tagged as a patsy is lousy for my business, Dietrich. You should have thought of that. So just leave your hands on that shovel handle, Sam, and keep on digging. Maybe I'll let you take a peek at that 120 grand before I turn you both over to the police. Go on, dig!
No! Not so fast, Marlowe.
Mills, I told you to stay in the... Hey, Hey, that's quite a pistol.
Don't move. Neither one of you. I'll kill you if you move. You, Marlowe, drop your gun. Drop it. So this is where it's been all the time. $120,000. I've looked everywhere, every day, for 2 whole years, but I never thought of looking here under the water tank.
You mean you knew where the money was all the time? You lie, you lie. I'm the only one that knew that.
Oh, no. One night 2 years ago, I heard a noise in my barn. It was a man groaning. I looked in and I saw him. He was wounded. And I saw you when you come back from burying the money. I overheard the whole thing. You wouldn't tell them where you'd hidden it. You said you'd never tell anybody. But I was sure I could find it, and I looked everywhere except...
Yeah, Mills, everywhere except here, under the water tank, where you buried Gigi's body after you killed him. And with his own gun at that.
Oh, no, I didn't kill him. Dietrich here did. I only buried him so nobody would find out that him and Dietrich had stopped at my place. I almost went crazy looking for that money, but now I know where it is, and I'm going to have it.
Oh, you fool. You don't think I'd come out here with nothing but a shovel, do you? A friend of mine is right behind you with a gun in her hand. So come on, drop yours, Rube. Come on, drop it. All right. Kay.
That's an old trick, Dietrich.
Let him have it. Shoot, Kay, shoot!
Didn't work, did it? I knew I'd have to kill you sometime anyway if you ever came back, so...
You fool, Mills. I suppose that makes me next.
Yep, Mr. Marlowe. I think it does.
Think again, Mr. Mills.
Who's that?
Kay!
You were there all the time, and Dietrich wasn't bluffing.
Oh, I love you, Kay, baby, and I'll take the gun now, Mills. Turn it loose. Come on, I'll break your arm. There. That's better. I'll look after this gun until the police get here.
And look after this one, too, Marlowe. I haven't got the courage to use it anyway. I couldn't even shoot Sam Dietrich with it. He's the one I wanted to use it on.
Why? Because of Gigi?
Yeah, because he killed Gigi and lied to me. I promised to help Dietrich only because I figured all 3 of them would show up here, Sam, Stopka, and Gigi. That way I hoped to find him again.
You were right, baby. All 3 of them did show up. Only this time they finished their job. For good. It was 10:30 on the nose when we got back to the house. And the highway patrol had just pulled up. So the question and answer period started, and by the time it was over, all the field work finished up. 4 hours plus had gone by. It took some fast conversation and a lot of promises to stay handy, but finally, Kay was left with me. After all, her only real mistake had been falling in love with the wrong kind of a guy. When the last patrol car drove away, the desert was suddenly very still. The stars were small and sharp in the clear sky. The air was cold. Maybe that was why Kay Gordon trembled.
Marlowe, I'm sorry about all this. I got you into it, remember?
Mm-hmm. You also got me out of it, Kay.
Well, I can forget about Gigi, now that I know for sure what happened. And all because of a jerk named Leland Mills.
No, Mills was a desperate guy, Kay. After he buried Gigi, he just about went nuts trying to find the money. When he finally realized Dietrich was the only one who could lead him to it, he shot Stopka and would have killed anybody else, keep him from interfering with Dietrich until he uncovered the hiding place.
You know, in a way, Marlowe, it was a horrible trick of fate. They both picked the same place to bury things.
Not really. Mills and Dietrich had the same jobs to do, under the same conditions. They each had to bury something in a hurry and in the dark. So both of them picked a spot where the ground was soft and one that was clearly marked at the same time, under the water tank.
Yeah. And Marlowe, I'm kind of scared. I don't like this place. This spooky little town. It's the end of nowhere.
Yeah. I wouldn't be caught dead here myself. Let's go, baby. I walked Kay to her car, started her safely on her way.
So long, sucker.
She waved once, then drove down the road and out of sight without looking back. Soon even the sound of the motor was gone. A long night and a strange reunion. And now 2 lonely lights were the only sign of life in lonesome Arizona. I stood on the empty highway for a few minutes and listened to the immense quiet of the desert. Then I went back to my rented car and headed for Phoenix and a plane for home.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Joan Banks, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, Jeff Chandler, Bill Boucher, and Jack Crucian. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It was a weird racket that mushroomed in a world of gaudy canvas, and the man with purple hair, the inquisitive midget, and the lady with strong hands each played a part. But all that was only a sideshow when death got into the act.
Across the nation, communities and the parents of Boy Scouts are observing Boy Scout Week, agreeing with the boys themselves that adventure, that's scouting. Now stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present The Little Sister by Raymond Chandler, dramatized in 3 parts by Bill Morrison, starring Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. The Little Sister, Part 3. California, 1947.
I was far outside the law. I had a photograph that was evidence in a gangland killing. It showed my client, movie star Mavis Weld. I had found 3 dead bodies that I couldn't explain, and the cops were very unhappy. I had to find the killers before they did, so that I could try to tell the story in a way that would protect her. Then I got a call from her actress friend, Dolores Gonzalez. Yeah.
Amigo, there is trouble. Bad trouble. She wants to see you.
Where?
I will come for you. It is not easy to get to where we go.
How is it coming back? Or don't we care?
We go west, through Beverly Hills.
Why didn't Mavis call me?
She couldn't. She was not alone. I am very scared. Did you bring a gun?
Oh, but I need a gun for.
It is better not, perhaps. Will you make love to me tonight?
Just for a while. Let's leave sex to one side, huh? Your side of the car? I can't drive like this.
I'm so tired. I haven't slept. I don't expect you to believe me, but I wouldn't hurt Mavis Weld.
What about me?
I would love you.
I used to like this town. A long time ago. There were trees along Wilshire Boulevard. Beverly Hills was a country town. Los Angeles was just a big, dry, sunny place. No style, but good-hearted. People used to sleep out on their porches. It was peaceful. Now we've got the big money, the sharpshooters, the percentage workers, the fast dollar boys, hoodlums out of New York and Cleveland. We've got the flash restaurants and nightclubs they run, and the hotels and apartment houses they own, and the grifters and female bandits that live in them. The riffraff of a big, hard-boiled city with no more personality than a paper cup.
It is the same in all big cities, amigo. It was the same in Cleveland. Turn right at Lost Canyon Road. Here.
Something stinks here, Dolores, and it isn't wild lilac. Is this road the only way out of here?
There is another, but it is a private road through an estate. And that is the house ahead.
No lights. Why are there no lights in a gambling house?
Pull in here.
What's the matter?
Kiss me. I am being very foolish.
Is Steelgrave in there?
Yes,
Who else?
just Mavis. Oh, he will kill her too. With Stein, it did not matter. I would have killed that filth myself gladly. To die is not much. To kill is not much. But to entice people to their death. Mavis took him away from me, but I do not want him to kill. You think you are tough, amigo? You are a very soft peach compared to him. I have known him a long time. I knew him in Cleveland. Here, if I give you this gun, will you kill him for me?
Would you believe me if I promised?
Yes.
I'd kill him if I had to.
Here it is. Good night, amigo. I wear black because I am lost.
She drove away. The gun was a .32 caliber automatic with a white bone handle. It had been fired since it was cleaned. Fired twice. Orrin Quest had been shot twice, and I had 32 shells from his room in my pocket. I went inside the house. It was very large and empty. It was dark. I was a fellow who wanted company in a dark place and was willing to pay a high price for it. All I had was a Luger under my arm and a .32 in my hand. Then I found the main room and found the light. It was amber, and the furnishings were apricot. The baize table stood shrouded in the middle of the floor. A blonde in a pale fur coat stood leaning by the side of a high-backed chair.
Hello, Marlowe. I think you came too late.
Too late for what?
I didn't think you'd find me.
Miss Gonzalez brought me.
Oh, she'll be disappointed as all hell.
Why?
She put you on the spot, just as she did Stein.
Why am I too late?
I need a drink. Or maybe I'll fall down.
The bar's over there.
I don't think I can walk.
Then let me. Can you hold a glass?
Where's yours?
I don't need any more excitement. Here.
Thanks. Are you excited?
Yeah. It's been a lot of bodies and a lot of beautiful women in a couple of days for a beat-up gumshoe. Where's Steelgrave?
He thought he had to kill you.
And you sent for me? Were you that fond of him?
I met a nice, quiet little man who knew how to behave in public and who didn't shoot his charm around. Yes, I liked him. I thought he just owned a restaurant. I should be beyond such nonsense. In the end, I liked him with this.
Give it to me.
Don't you have enough guns?
Give it to me,
He
Lila.
killed my brother.
Orrin was no angel.
But he didn't have to kill him. Why don't you call the police and get it over with? Take the gun.
They make a pair. .32 caliber automatics with white bone handles. Both fired. Dolores gave me the other one. Is he in the chair?
Yes. I can move now.
He was small.
I was very close. I couldn't miss. Can I have another drink?
We'll both have one. Tell me about the photograph.
I got a copy in the mail a couple of days after that lunch.
After Stein was killed?
Yes.
Did you think Steelgrave killed Stein?
Not until tonight. Orrin never mentioned the photograph to me. He didn't have to. I knew only he could have taken it. But he did ask for money.
Did you tell Steelgrave?
I showed him the photograph. I didn't tell him about Orrin.
Then how did he find him? It's gonna cost a lot to fix this.
Protect my precious career? It's too late. And I don't have a lot of money.
It's why I'm here. I work for you, Duchess.
The studio won't help me now. Baloo won't. They'll take their loss and forget about me in 6 months. I'm through in Hollywood.
Where did you get this gun?
Steelgrave gave it to me as a present some time ago.
Did you intend to kill him?
Why not, darling?
Let me make one phone call. Did he give Dolores the other one? Pour us another drink, darling.
Hello?
Did you really mean to put me on the spot?
Miko, I'm glad to hear your voice.
Did you?
I don't know. Is he there?
He is and he isn't.
Who else is there?
There's just me and my homework. Now, Dolores, this is deadly important. Did Steelgrave give you the bone-handled .32?
Yes.
When?
Early this evening.
Why?
He just asked me to keep it. You haven't told me what happened.
I haven't even telephoned you. Nothing is the way it seems. Mavis, get in your car and go home.
You can't fix this.
You're my client.
I can't let you. I killed him. Why should you be dragged into it?
When you leave, go by the private road. Do you know the way?
Yes. But don't you believe me? I killed him.
I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for Lieutenant French. I'm giving him his chance to clear it all up.
Why did I always know I would end up trusting you?
Because to me, you are Leela Quest, who ran away from Manhattan, Kansas, in a rotten family, not Mavis Weld, movie queen. Now go, quickly. Move. Move. I rinsed the glasses and put away the bottle. From the pair of bone-handled guns, I took the one Dolores had given me, the one that killed Orrin, and pressed it into Steelgrave's small, limp hand. Then I took the gun that killed Steelgrave and fired it into the wall behind him until the two guns were identical in every way. Then I laid it on the table, and I called Lieutenant Christy French.
So, yeah. Waited this time, Marlowe. Didn't touch nothing? He looks dead. Both guns been fired, Bafus?
Yeah. The one the corpse had was fired hours ago.
Yeah, down at Bay City, into Orrin Quest.
Yeah? These guns are twins. We better tag them right away, Bafus. Let's not get confused.
Okay.
Tell us what you know, Marlowe.
A girl I know, Dolores Gonzalez, called me this evening and said a client of mine was in danger. From him. She drove me up here.
Uh-huh. Who's the client?
I can't tell you yet.
Who is she?
I want a guarantee of no publicity unless charges are actually filed.
Come on, you're just making it tough for all of us.
I won't give you any guarantee whatsoever.
God damn it, this man killed Orrin Quest. Take that gun and check it against the bullets in Quest. I'm helping you.
How did this one die? Were you here?
No.
Well, who was? Who was?
I won't tell you anything I don't want to tell, except on the terms I stated. But I won't lie to you. I don't know who was here.
Who was here when you got here?
I can't answer that.
Oh, Marlowe, as if I didn't have enough trouble, I have to have you. As if we didn't get pushed around by the City Hall gang, the day chief, the night chief, the Chamber of Commerce, His Honor the Mayor, and his paneled office 4 times as big as the 3 lousy rooms the whole homicide staff has to work from, without even enough chairs for us all to sit down at once. 114 homicides last year. We spend our lives turning over dirty underwear and sniffing rotten teeth. We go up dark stairways to get a gun punk with a skin full of hop, and sometimes we don't get all the way up. And our wives wait supper that night and all the other nights. Nothing that we do is right, not ever, not once. If we get a confession, we beat it out of the guy. And his shyster lawyer calls us Gestapo in court and sneers when we muddle our grammar. But all that ain't enough to make us entirely happy. We got to have you. Hiding information, dodging around corners, suppressing evidence, framing setups. Oh, you wouldn't mind me calling you a goddamn cheap keyhole paper, would you, baby?
You want me to mind?
Oh, I'd love it. In spades redoubled.
What would you have done in my place?
I can't imagine myself getting that low.
Come on, take it easy, Christy.
Your license is dead, Marlowe, as of now.
Only when the commission that gave it to me says so.
Just crack wise, Marlowe.
Lay off, Christy.
What do you want me to say?
Guess.
Now, come on, let's get on with it, Christy. Come on, for Christ's sake.
Get out of here for a while, Fred.
Come on, let it go.
No, get out of here.
Christy, for God's sake. No, I won't get out.
Oh.
What'd you do that for? Huh? What is this, some new kind of third degree? The cops beat the hell out of each other? The suspect cracks up from the agony of watching?
Oh, now you all right, Beavis?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
17 years. Even my wife hates me.
Forget it, Christy. I don't even remember anybody hitting me.
Will you get this peeper out of my sight? He's under arrest. Let him sit all night in a straight, hard chair, which is all the chairs we have, Marlowe. Let him sit while we go out and root around and find out how to put him out of our sight forever.
Coffee coming up. You tired, Marlowe?
That's all right. I needed the exercise.
Here. It's good, huh?
It's hot.
Yeah, well, this ain't a hotel.
Okay, Marlowe, on your feet. The district attorney wants to see you in his office at 9 o'clock.
Coffee, Christy?
Well, sure, Fred. How's the jaw?
What, does it show?
Yeah.
I'll tell the wife I suppressed a riot single-handed. I'm a hero. She won't believe me anyway.
After you see the DA, Marlowe, you can go. It's out of our hands.
Did you get Lagarde?
No, he ran. But he was a doctor in Cleveland, all right.
And Steelgrave was Weepy Moyer?
Between ourselves, we knew it all the time. We just couldn't prove it. Now we can wrap it up.
You know, it's too neat.
What?
One man in Bay City could prove who Steelgrave was. Quest wanted to blackmail Steelgrave. And by accident, he ran into that one man who gave him the means?
Maybe it was a fluke. He liked to take candid shots. Maybe he was after his sister. The kid killed Clausen and Mileway Marston. They both had records. Now, look, there's no need to smear the kid's family just to prove the police can solve a case.
That's white of you. How about the guns?
Both of them were registered to Steelgrave. One of them killed Quest and Stein.
Which gun?
They're identical. It'd be hell if the ballistics man got them mixed up. Pour me another coffee, will you, friend?
Sure.
I hope the DA takes your hide off, Marlowe, in long, thin strips. Now, on your way, it's 9 o'clock.
It wasn't over. It looked as if it was, but it wasn't. The DA did tear strips off me for suppressing evidence, but he couldn't prove a thing. Mavis Wells was there, sitting cool behind dark glasses. Smart young lawyer hired by the studios. He proved in 2 seconds flat that the photograph was inadmissible as evidence without independent witnesses. So whatever I suppressed, it wasn't evidence. As to who killed Steelgrave, she smiled in a frail kind of way and said she didn't know and didn't remember and was every inch a lady and a star, untouchable. She had just, quite innocently, got into bad company. Nobody cared much. A red-hot out of Cleveland called Weepy, who had tried to be respectable, and a few cheapies were dead. But it wasn't over. I sat in my office and waited till she came.
I came to say I'm going home.
Back to Kansas. Got your fare? I can't remember now whether I gave you back your $20. We passed it around so much.
Oh, you did. I never make mistakes about money.
You are cute, Orphan. You can tell me the truth now. After all the work I did for you, I did for a very low fee of no dollars net.
She'll pay you. You'll get paid by Leela.
Why wouldn't you tell me who she was?
I was ashamed. Mother and I are both ashamed of her.
Orrin wasn't.
Well, he'd been here a while.
How did Orrin find out about who Steelgrave was? How did he know to take that picture on that day?
The doctor told him.
Sure.
They bumped into each other and found out they had a common interest in sharp tools. Let me see your bag.
Stop. Don't. It's private. It's mine.
I just want to see how much dough you squeezed out of the deal. 10 $100 bills.
Leela gave the money to me.
Yeah. What size chisel did you use?
Do you have to be so nasty?
I wish I could have seen Oren's letters home. I guess you and he belong to that class of people who convince themselves that everything they do is right. He can blackmail his sister, and if a couple of small-time crooks want to share, he can knock them off. You hired me because he wasn't cutting you in on the deal.
I came out here to make sure Oren treated me right. That's all.
Why did he contact you last night?
He'd lost the pictures. He was scared of Dr. Lagarde.
This'll make you laugh. I have the pictures. I had them all the time.
I don't believe you.
There they are. Hey, you want to split the 1,000 with me? Mavis didn't give it to you. Steelgrave did. Just what was it you sold Steelgrave for this $1,000, Orphan, eh?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
You only had one thing to sell. You sold him your brother. How else did Steelgrave know where Oren was to kill him? You told him for $1,000 in blood money.
Who's alive to prove it? Nobody. And who would listen to you? $20 buys you.
I don't have any brothers or sisters to sell.
I could tell the police a lot more about you. You can't blackmail me.
Go back to Kansas. Do you know all I'll regret? Not being able to see you and your dear old church-going mother fighting over how to split the dough. I could tell the police who shot Steelgrave because I know now who didn't. But don't worry. I won't. I still have a client to protect. Goodbye, little sister. Hollywood. Yeah?
Are you all right, amigo?
I've been up all night.
Has the little one called with you?
She's just left. I think I know it all now, Dolores. Are you at home?
Si.
Stay there. I'll be over. The Chateau Bercy on Franklin Avenue was old, but made over with glass brick, cornice lighting, three-cornered glass tables, and a color scheme of bile green, linseed poultice brown, sidewalk gray, and monkey bottom blue. It was as restful as a split lip. Dolores Gonzalez, as she was called in pictures, still wore black, with a flame-colored shirt and a red, red mouth.
Amigo.
She stood close enough to touch me with the hard tips of her breasts. I went on in. I didn't want to look at her. I asked her where she had lived in Cleveland.
Cleveland. Did I say Cleveland?
Last night. How did you get to know Steelgrave?
I was married then. It was just that in those days it was fun to know a gangster. One went to the places where they were said to go and...
You let him pick you up?
No. I picked him up. He was a very sweet little man.
What about your husband?
Amigo, the streets are paved with discarded husbands.
How's this for poetry? He was a doctor, a graduate of the Sorbonne. Amigo. The only thing Mexican about you is that word and a few more and the accent. Everybody has been acting.
All poetry is fiction, amigo.
I'm too tired to play. I am in bad trouble. The DA may not know whether or not Mavis Well shot Steelgrave, but he is very sure that I know.
And do you?
Yeah. There's a question I've been asking from the beginning. Where are you staying, Orphamay?
She stayed here.
And that gave her all the right connections. It fits now.
The little sister, she...
Stop acting.
I'll try, amigo. Steelgrave was pleased with Orphamay because of the information she gave him. I took her out to the gambling house. He was drunk. I'd never seen him drunk before. He said he had a present for her. It was wrapped in a handkerchief. When she unwrapped it, it was a wallet with a bullet hole in it stained with blood. She took it, she thanked him, and then she opened her bag to put it away, but instead she took a gun out of her bag and shot him.
Did you then make her tell Mavis what she had done?
Yes.
So Mavis lied to protect her family. What was the little sister's fee for this performance?
I do not care to answer that question.
You paid Orphamay the $1,000 to tell it that way. You gave quite a performance yourself last night. When you rushed me out there, you already knew he was dead. I've heard nothing but stories. The big story is that Steelgrave is Weepy Moyer, a red hot. Stein is in his way, so he gets himself in jail, then out by bribing your friend the doctor. Kills Stein, goes back in, nothing proved. They let him go. Ole. But the very day he plans to bump off Sonny Moe, he has lunch in a public place with a movie star just to make it more obvious. And Orrin is around to take the picture. If I was Steelgrave after all that, even if I planned to dust Stein, that night would be the one night I would not do it.
Then who did?
You did. You gave me a gun last night. That gun killed Orrin and Stein. You could get close enough to him. Those 32 automatics were twin presents to Mavis and you. You set Steelgrave and her up together and got Orrin to take the pictures. You mixed sex and business. Orrin would be easy. But why?
I killed for love. For love of a man I once knew in Cleveland and lost here. No matter how many lovers a woman may have, there's always one she cannot bear to lose to another woman. He was the one. That man I would not share.
So, you killed Steelgrave and got me to do the fixing so that Mavis would get to make the big money to keep paying you for the rest of her life. For taking your man away.
You can't do one damn thing about it without destroying Mavis Weld. And you, I think, are in love with her.
I could sit in the dark with her and hold hands. But how long would it last? She won't be a real person anymore. She'll be a face on a big screen. I'd want more than that.
Do you want me?
I'd want more than that.
That's too bad, amigo. What are you going to do?
What about your husband, Dr. Vince?
Let him run. He always ran. Excuse me. Help yourself to a drink. You look as if you need it.
Baby, I'm sunk.
I won't be a moment.
Lagarde! Lagarde! What the hell have you done? For Christ's sake, Doctor, hear me! Lagarde! You killed her! You stabbed her! Lagarde! Lagarde!
I called the cops. He never spoke, saw nothing, heard nothing. He must have loved her. In Cleveland. This was Hollywood. Acting isn't lying. It doesn't even have that dignity. It's just a high-class forgery. Dolores was too good an actress to be in pictures. She was the real thing. Once Orrin had had his fling, she killed the rest. For love. She saw a way to blackmail Mavis for taking her man away and make it stick by killing Stein. She had the motive. She had the means. Kid brother Orrin and his Leica. But Orrin lost the pictures and then himself, so Orphamay had to hire me to find him. And if Steelgrave hadn't killed Stein, then Dolores was the only one with the opportunity to slide across a car seat and put 2 slugs from a bone-handled .32 into Sonny Moe's unlamented head. That was her mistake, using the same gun again on Orrin. Steelgrave did nothing. Mavis lied to protect her family. Her family tried to cut her up for the collection plate. Me? I fell for it. I even believed some of the stories. I had been walking down 2 streets. Maybe I had loved Mavis, but I hadn't what she needed, and I didn't know what I needed. I was just Marlowe, who started out cheap and ended cheaper still. I went home with a bottle of Old Forester, and sometime into the endless night I fell asleep. And I dreamed I was looking for something very important that was lost. All I kept finding was bodies.
In Bill Morrison's radio adaptation of Raymond Chandler's novel, The Little Sister, Ed Bishop played the part of Philip Marlowe, Toby Robbins that of Dolores Gonzalez, Margaret Robertson, Mavis Weld, and Liza Ross, Orphamay Quest. Lieutenant French was played by Don Fellows, Dr. Lagarde, Paul Maxwell, Sergeant Bafus, Rod Beecham, Steelgrave, Michael Goldie, Clausen, Peter Marinker, Hicks, Bill Morrison, Sheridan Ballou, Neville Jason, Joseph Toad, William Roberts, Lieutenant McGlashan, Ramsay Williams, and the clerk and Orrin Quest,
Malcolm Gerard. The music consultant was Adrian Edwards. The play was directed by John Tiedemann.
When it started, the tide was high on the San Pedro waterfront, and a hot-tempered kid had murder on his mind. But there was a knife at my throat, a beating under the piers, and a corpse on the beach before the tide went out again, and the kid was finally stopped.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, Night Tide.
It all happened in San Pedro, the harbor of Los Angeles. The lights on the ships were fuzzy through the wet mist that creeps up out of the ocean every night. And I drove slowly looking for the establishment of Mike Basso, my new client. One side of the crooked street was nothing but the smell and the sound of oily salt water sloshing through the pilings beneath the piers. On the other side was a tangle of warped, dingy buildings, equipped to satisfy the thirsts of reckless men who never get beyond the waterfront of any port. The foghorn out on the breakwater began to bellow as I parked near a U-shaped pier, labeled Basso Docks Private, and walked past a line of moored fishing boats to a squat two-story office. The bottom floor was dark, but the second floor had lights on. So I started up the steep wooden stairs and was halfway to the top when I caught the voices.
I don't want dumb excuses, Sharp.
One I'd already heard over the phone when I was hired. It was my client, Mike Basso.
But you'll make them jump or I'll get somebody who can. These boats got to be handled faster. Why, even the crook Johnny Dyke was better on this job than you are.
Johnny Dyke? Why, I oughta... nuts. Get out of my way.
The big guy with the Latin jaw shoved past me and stomped down the stairs. So I went on up into the office. Mike Basso looked like a block of concrete, his 220 thick pounds hunched over a scarred, roll-top desk. As I walked in, he swung a heavy bulldog head around and glared at me.
You never heard of knocking first, I guess. You Marlowe?
That's right. The moose that just left here got me all out of the mood for courtesy.
That's Sharky, my crew pusher.
Yeah.
Good man, but slow. Come here. Sit down. We got other business. Have a drink cognac.
Thanks.
Okay? Now, there's a hothead punk by the name of Johnny Dyke. I sent him to prison 3 years ago for stealing money from me. I made it as tough as I could for him.
Any special reason why?
Sure. Because I trust a fellow who works for me.
Uh-huh.
Johnny Dyke used to have Sharky's job, but he took advantage. When the police grabbed him and found my money in his own house, he squealed like a pig and said he was framed. Like all cheap punks do.
How does this get around to you wanting a private investigator?
Because Johnny Dyke is out of prison. Got out yesterday on parole. And he's back in town now. Hey, you. What you looking at?
Your clock. How come it says 11:30 at 20 to 8?
It's electric. It was turned off last night, and I didn't start it yet. Now, look. I was here with Ed Giles when he heard some noise on my private launch out there. He went down to see about it, and...
Who's Ed Giles?
My general manager. While he was gone, the lights went out in here. That's when I got clubbed on the head. And when I went down, I got kicked around. Plenty. I'd be killed right now, but Sharky happened to come along and the guy was scared off of me.
Well, did you happen to see who it was?
No, Ed Giles did. He got a good look. He admitted it. Only he claims he don't know who it was. He lies. On account of he's an old friend of Johnny Dyke's.
Well, maybe Giles isn't lying. What makes you so certain it was Johnny who slugged you?
They found this. Just a book of matches, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But see how the edges are crimped. Johnny Dyke always did that. He's nervous, all the time fidgeting. Sure. He might as well have left his calling card for me. It was Johnny all right.
Okay, Basso, but before you get too far in, I'll tell you something. I don't go in for bodyguarding.
Who wants a bodyguard? Here's what you do, Marlowe. Find that punk, see what he's got in mind. He beat me up once. Maybe that's all he wants. Or maybe he's coming back to put a knife in me. Just find out and let me know. That's all.
I looked out at the fishing boats along the pier, gently nudging each other, while Mike Basso told me that Johnny had a blonde wife named Christine, who ran the Albatross Cafe, and that Ed Giles lived alone in a house at 43 Terminal Road. That was enough for a starter. So I said I'd keep in touch and left. As I walked off the pier, the blinking neon light from a sign across the street made a swirling green veil out of the mist between me and my car. So I almost got up to it before I saw her, leaning lazily against the door on the driver's side. A girl in a tight black silk dress, cheap fur jacket, and double ankle-strap spikes. She smiled with one corner of her red mouth as I walked up to her and stopped.
Hello, sugar.
Hiya, sweetheart.
The name's Ginger.
Oh, that's too bad. Ginger always gives me hives.
Don't be like that. What did Mike Basso have to say?
Yeah, we were talking business, baby, that's all. Say, tell me, which way to Terminal Road?
It intersects about 10 blocks down.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number?
43.
Oh, you want to turn right then. Ed's place is a cozy, secluded one by the water.
Oh, thanks. You know Mr. Giles, huh?
Yeah, he's around Mike all the time. He's nothing.
Well, I'll see you around.
So long, handsome.
Yeah? Want something?
You Giles, Mike Basso's man?
Yeah. So what?
I'm Marlowe, private detective. I'm looking for Johnny Dyke.
Why'd you come here?
Because you're a friend of his, the only one?
I haven't seen or heard from him, so I'm afraid I can't help you.
Now, wait a minute. Let's go inside. I'd like to talk about the kid.
Now, look.
He's put himself in a pretty hopeless situation coming back here to Pedro. What do you think?
Because he's got enemies like Mike Basso and Sharkey?
Yeah. What's he going to do? Fight it out or be smart and leave town?
Listen, private investigator, I told you once. I don't know because I haven't seen him.
You're a liar. You saw him last night.
You're working for Mike, aren't you? Get up, beat it.
Don't shove.
I'll shove harder than that, brother.
Okay, Giles. We'll try it the hard way. Now, where's Johnny?
I don't know.
Come on, get up. Get up. Let's play again. You saw him last night, didn't you? Didn't you?
Oh, all right. I saw him about 11:30. I was standing on the deck of Mike's launch when I heard a commotion and looked up. I saw Johnny jump down the stairs from Mike's office and run off the pier. I haven't seen him since, and that's the truth.
Okay. Sorry I had to make a squeal on a friend. Now, where's the Albatross Cafe?
The Albatross?
Yeah.
On the corner of Front and Castle Avenue. But look, can't you leave Chris out of this? She's a good kid. She's been through a lot already.
Think Johnny's going to leave her out of it? Besides, it's for her own good that I want to see her.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. But I'll tell you something for your own good, too, Marlowe. If you find Johnny Dyke, don't push him too hard. He was tough before he left. Now he'll have rawhide for brains. Depend on it.
At the corner of Front and Castle, I spotted the Albatross Cafe. Half on land, half teetering on a set of spindly stilts, ringing the high water mark with jagged lumps of barnacles. I parked down the street and started back when the door swung open and the lantern-jawed moose Sharkey lumbered out. I watched him cross the street without seeing me and disappear between two buildings. I waited a couple of minutes and then I went in. Took a booth near the front. The place was neat and clean, even to tablecloths. A soft, brown-eyed blonde in a crisp peasant dress picked up a menu and came over.
Good evening, sir.
Chris?
Yeah?
Oh. Well, Chris, it's probably not on the menu around here, but how about a double order of plain facts, straight?
What are you talking about?
Johnny. You remember Johnny Dyke, your husband?
Who are you, mister?
Private detective named Marlowe. All I want to do is talk to him, Chris. Just talk. Is he here?
No, I haven't seen him. He hasn't even called me.
How do you feel about this bird known as Sharky?
He's a lout.
Oh?
He always crowded Johnny, and now he's got his job.
I hear he knows something. Have you seen him lately?
No, I haven't.
That's funny. He just left here.
Okay, so I'm a liar.
Maybe you're just blind. I've heard that love does that, baby.
Maybe. Is there any skin off your nose?
No. Cigarette? Then how about a match for me, huh?
I suppose so. Let's see. Yeah. Here.
Thanks. Hey, these are cute. That crimp border around the edge, especially. The one put there by somebody's jittery thumbnail, huh?
Listen,
Maybe your eyes are bad. Maybe not, Chris. But you better do something about your nerves. They're shot. Good night, baby. I didn't look back, but I knew she was watching me all the way out the door and down the street, so I made it real good, as far as the next block and around the corner. Then I doubled back fast and stayed in the shadows until I got within sight of the Albatross Cafe again. And in time to see a man ease out a side door and slip out of sight among the pilings under the building. I moved in closer and found a rickety trail of greasy planks that led out through the forest of slimy pilings under the piers. I felt better on a tight rope, but it was home ground to Johnny Dyke. I felt my way slowly along their slippery planks. And from behind a piling, an arm like steel springs snapped under my chin while a hand pressed the point of a long, thin knife with a curved white handle up against my throat.
You said you wanted to talk to me, Marlowe, so talk. But fast, because I don't have much time. Ease up on my throat, will you? Okay.
There. You're a sucker. Why don't you try to give up? Trying to even the score. Get out of town and forget it.
Yeah, sure. Sure, to you, that's easy. You didn't spend 3 long years in the cooler for something you didn't do. I'm going to get even, all right. I don't know how for sure yet, but I will.
Wind up right back in the coop, sucker. If it keeps this time, is it going to be worth it?
Could be. I was a good boy up there. Every time I wanted to slug a guard, I said, Mike Vasso to myself instead. Now I got it all bottled up inside me. I'm not going to carry all that hate around forever. I'm going to get rid of it, and there's only one way to do it.
Ed Giles was right. You've got rawhide for brains. You better put the knife away, Johnny. I think we got visitors.
Sure we have, Marlowe. Rats. Big ones. The piers are full of them.
You should feel right at home,
Just
punk.
don't sleep too long, pal. Oh!
Between the throbbing in my head and the numbness across my shoulders where my back had struck the planks, it took me 5 minutes to get to my feet. And another 5 to climb up to street level. By then, the pier was deserted. So I headed for the Basso docks on the double with the unpleasant answer to my client's question, plus the added attraction that I'd even seen the knife Dyke intended to use. I still had a block to go when I saw a hulk that had to be Sharkey stride off the pier and turn in my direction. When he got close enough, I hailed him.
Yeah, I'm Sharkey. What do you want, bud?
Is Mike still in the office?
Who wants to know?
Come on, this is no time to stall. Heavy on Marlowe. I'm working for him. I got a message you won't keep. Is he there or no?
No. The office is locked up. He's gone. I'm looking for him myself.
Why? What do you want him for?
Because I'm pretty sure that Johnny Dyke is holed up in the back room of the Albatross Cafe.
Yeah, I only wish you were right, Sharkey, but you're about a half hour too late.
Hey, what was that? Came from up the street there.
Yeah, let's go, Sharkey. Maybe we're both too late. Let's find out.
Yeah. Hey, what? The dame by the guardrail. That's Ginger, a pal of Mike Vasso's.
Yeah, you're right. Ginger! Ginger, what's the matter? What happened?
Go down there. Take a look, will you? I'm scared.
Down where, Ginger?
In the water. I think maybe I'm going to be sick.
Marlowe. Hey, Marlowe, come here. Look.
Holy smoke.
That's Mike down there with a knife in his back.
Yeah. A long, thin knife with a curved white handle. Belongs to a guy named Johnny Dyke.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, he may be a close neighbor of yours. At least he lives quite near you. You go to the polls, you elect him, you bid him farewell, trusting him to represent you in Washington. From then on, what happens to your congressman in the nation's capital? What pressures are brought to bear on him? In how many hundreds of fields must he rapidly become a good expert? Why does he vote as he does? Tomorrow night on CBS, you'll hear Ralph Bellamy, star of radio, stage, and screen, playing a typical freshman congressman in the 81st Congress. His story will be a drama taken from interviews and talks with many regular congressmen, with Washington experts, with politicians, with voters like yourselves. This CBS documentary unit drama, The People's Choice, starring Ralph Bellamy, will come to you over most of these same CBS stations. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, Night Tide.
Lying with his face muzzled into the sand and the rest of him half submerged in the shallow lapping water, Mike Basso was violent death at its ugliest. Ginger turned and walked slowly away from us, trembling like a wino caught in the morning sun. But I told Sharky to go get the police. And I headed for the Albatross, where I figured I might get a lead on Mike Basso's murderer. When I got there, I skipped the formality of the front door and quietly moved around to the back, where I entered without knocking and made my way along a narrow, dusky corridor as far as a half-open door labeled Private, where I met Christine Dyke talking on the telephone. She looked up and gasped at the sight of me and then slammed the phone down abruptly. I was willing to bet that the party on the other end had been husband Johnny. Nobody else.
What do you want, Marlowe?
Most of all, one Johnny Dyke in handcuffs. Don't bother with the my man pitch, honey, because at the moment the lyrics will make me sick. I just left a corpse that used to be Mike Basso.
Basso? Dead, Marlowe?
Yeah. All because of Johnny's knife that's sticking in his back, Chris.
No, Marlowe. Johnny wouldn't do a thing like that. He couldn't.
You're wrong, Chris. He did. Now, where is he?
I don't know.
You're lying, baby. You were just talking to him on the phone. You gotta know.
No, I don't. He didn't say where he was
Oh, what?
or anything about Basso being dead, so... Don't move, Marlowe.
Well, husband with knife, wife with gun. Charming couple.
Never mind that. I'm not going to see Johnny in trouble again for something he didn't do. So get in that closet, Marlowe, where you'll be out of the way. Now.
All right. In it is. But first, baby, a word of advice. He isn't worth it, believe me.
I don't. So get in and keep your mouth shut.
The closet in Chris's office, which doubled as a storeroom for the restaurant, had no window and a 3-inch thick oak for a door. So I was 20 minutes as a one-man mob scene bouncing the inventory around before I was heard. And a little man with a big meat cleaver who belonged in the kitchen opened up and demanded to know what I was doing in there. I heaved the number 10 tomato juice can at him for an answer, started running, and didn't stop until I was outside, in my car, and pointed for Ed Giles' cottage. The only other place I knew where Johnny Dyke might go for help. When I came to a stop at the house and found Giles himself standing on the outside steps looking puzzled at a pair of taillights that were blinking out of sight, I knew I was too late.
Yeah, Marlowe, it was Christine. And all upset about getting her hands on $500. Said I had to lend it to her for Johnny's sake.
She say why?
No, only that he needed help.
Murderers usually do. Your boy Dyke just killed Basso Giles. A knife in his back.
Johnny? Johnny killed Mike?
About an hour ago over on the beach. Tell me, did you give her the money?
Ah. She ran out of the house before I even got to my safe.
Without saying anything?
Without saying a word, Marlowe. I wouldn't even know she was gone yet if I hadn't heard...
Heard what, Giles?
The desk drawer in the living room. Come on, Marlowe, quickly. I heard the drawer open when I was inside near my safe. I wondered what she was looking for when I called for it.
You got no answer. You ran outside after her, is that it?
Yeah, and I... Hey, Marlowe, they're gone. The boat keys. She must have taken them for Johnny. Asking for the money was only a trick to get me out of the room.
Wait a minute. What boat keys are you talking about, Giles?
The master said, Marlowe. 2 keys on a large brass ring. They fit the ignition lock on any boat at the Basso docks. She knew I had them.
Yeah, but she also knew that even as a friend of Johnny's, you'd balk at handing him over if you knew he'd killed Basso, right? Or are you still shielding old friends, Giles? Which is it?
Don't be stupid, Marlowe. I'd draw the line someplace.
All right. Now, one more question. Do you have a gun?
A gun? Oh, yeah, I do.
Good. Then get it, because we're going to the Basso docks, Giles. Come on! Both piled into my car, and in something less than 10 minutes, ripped through the wide, empty streets to the Basso docks, which were 2 parallel piers set about 100 feet apart and jutting out deep into the bay with more than a score of boats moored to the inboard side of each. But when we were out of the car and saw nothing of Johnny Dyke or the girl, and heard no sound other than the dull thump of wood on wood and the rhythmic slap of water against the hulls, I decided that we should split. And I told Giles to search one pier carefully while I took off for the other. But a minute later, just as I started out alone over the oil-soaked planking, I remembered the panoramic view of the docks I'd gotten earlier that evening from Basso's office. So I stopped, then turned and ran for the flight of wooden steps that led to it. I was halfway up them when I stopped again. There was somebody ahead of me and with a key opening the office door. I crouched low, then moved closer one slow step at a time, toward what I knew might be Johnny Dyke. But in the next second, a light clicked on in the office, and I forgot all about being subtle and leveled the .38 in my hand at the belt buckle of the sharply silhouetted figure. It was Sharky. I wouldn't move if I were you, Buster.
Who is it?
Marlowe, Sharky. Who are you expecting?
Nobody, funny man. But I wouldn't want it to be Johnny Dyke at the moment. He might want to settle old scores. You know, Marlowe, the price for 2 murders is the same as the price for 1.
So I've heard. But now, lest we stray from the subject, Sharky, do you mind telling me what you're doing here? And don't say I'm getting personal or I will. Come on, talk up like a big boy.
All right. I'm here because I don't like cops. Right now they're down on the beach swimming around Basso's body like kids around a maypole. Also, I figured that before he blew, Dyke might come up here after the money he knew Basso always kept on hand. Satisfied?
In a word, no.
Why not?
Because I buy the switch first. You're here, Sharky, to steal that dough and let people think that Dyke took it on his way out.
You can't prove that, Marlowe.
Only because I haven't got time. You see, Sharky, it's an odds-on bet that Dyke's out on one of those boats right now. Just waiting for the...
What is it, Marlowe?
Sharky, what time is it?
Huh?
The time! Quick, what is it?
It's 11:35. Why? What's that got to do with Dyke shoving off?
From where I stand, everything. Now, look, Sharky, get back down to those cops. Get them up here. And...
Marlowe, look. Over there at the end of the starboard pier. It's Dyke.
Yeah, and trying to get away. Go on, Sharky. Get to the cops fast. I took the wooden steps back down to the docks 3 at a time and then raced across the starboard pier and out on the length of it until I was close enough to the end, where I could see Johnny Dyke climbing over one of the boats. I was about to call to him to stop when I saw something else. Standing almost opposite me in the shadow of some nearby rigging, gun in hand and taking careful aim at Dyke, was Ed Giles, his finger slowly closing on the trigger. It was too late for words, so I followed suit and fired before he did. Got him high in the shoulder.
You fool, Marlowe. It's me, Giles. Dyke is out there.
I know. The man who murdered Basso isn't. He's right here, Giles.
Huh? What do you mean, Marlowe?
But I just found out you're a liar about seeing Dyke last night from the deck of Basso's launch. You couldn't have.
So what?
So you weren't shielding him, Giles. You were framing him. Framing him so that you could get rid of Basso and pin his murder on Dyke, who you'd also get rid of while playing public citizen who's helping the private detective apprehend a killer. Well, what do you say, Giles? Is that it?
You're a smart guy. Figure it out for yourself.
Come clean, Giles, or I'll blow your head off.
All right, Chris and I framed Dyke.
Chris?
Yeah.
What are you giving me?
Honest, Marlowe. We figured that we'd be in the clear with the money we took from Basso. And with Johnny well tucked away in a big, strong prison.
You dirty louse. Keep talking.
So we took advantage of Johnny's loud mouth and incidentally you as well. With Basso gone, I was going to step into his spot.
You're the one with the loud mouth, Giles.
Well, Little Red Riding Hood. And I went for your line.
Funny what a sucker a smart guy can be.
He wasn't the only sucker, baby.
Johnny!
Stay back, Johnny. Shoot if they move an inch. She's got a gun.
Shoot him, Chris. Shoot. Come on.
Get away, Johnny. Get away from me.
You wouldn't shoot me, Chris.
Please get
You
away
wouldn't
from
shoot
me.
your own
Shoot
husband.
him. Shoot
The
him.
man you talked into running away until things quieted down.
Shoot!
The man you'd move heaven and earth to help so he could be shot in the back. But you can't shoot me while I'm facing you, can you? You cheap, filthy, double-trusted little scout.
That's enough, Johnny. Cut it out.
Okay, Marlowe. Okay.
It was a long hour of questions and answers before the police were finished. And they'd left with Chris and Giles in tow. Johnny and I were standing alone out on the end of the pier, where I was looking down into the shallow black water below and listening to him try to convince himself that the whole night had been something more than a bad dream.
Chris against me. Giles against me from the very beginning, Marlowe.
That's right.
Giles because he wanted to be in Basso's place. My wife, Chris, because she wanted him.
That's right. When Basso hired me to see what you had in mind after that beating he'd taken from what he thought was you, but was really Giles laying the groundwork, I fell into the role of star witness. Somebody reliable enough for them both to play against.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah, so you could testify that it
At first, Giles had tried to shield me like a good friend.
Yeah.
And in the end, had to kill me when I tried to escape.
Sure. And just to make sure there were no slips, Cress kept feeding you instructions under the heading of wifely advice. Yeah, it practically ran on a timetable, Johnny.
Yeah.
But there was one slip. I found out Giles was a liar and trying to frame, not shield you.
Huh? How was that, Marlowe?
Well, look, he said he saw you beat up Basso in his office at 11:30 last night when he was down on the deck of Basso's private launch, investigating a strange noise.
Yeah?
Well, Johnny, he couldn't have. Because at 11:30 last night, as well as 11:30 tonight, the tide was low. And, of course, the launch with it. And from Basso's office, you couldn't even see the launch.
Yeah. Or the other way around. From the launch, you couldn't see the office, right?
That's it. So in the end, Johnny, you did have a friend who stuck by you. The sea.
Yeah. I guess that's as good a place as any for me. Maybe the sooner the better.
Any place in particular?
No, just the sea. I'll drop you a card whenever I make port, Marlowe. After all, I really had two friends. I won't forget that. So long, fellow.
I watched him walk away until he'd gone the length of the empty pier and was swallowed up in the emptier night. Then I turned back to the shallow black water beneath me, which, where the sea and the land were close to meeting, was coated thick with oil and dirty and almost stagnant. And I thought a lot about Johnny, people like Chris and Giles he'd mixed with and trusted. I felt sorry for him. But then I looked up a little, away from the water at the pier and out toward the open sea where it was deeper, cleaner. The further I looked, the cleaner it seemed to be. Then I remembered that was where Johnny Dyke was heading. And I felt better.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Lou Krugman, Howard Culver, Frank Gerstle, Georgia Ellis, and Frank Richards. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure to be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
I was hired to find a thief, and I did. 8,000 miles away from home. But first, I found a hammy Othello, a lush with a Luger, and a fresh corpse in the closet. All because the only woman in sight wouldn't play fair.
A tortoise told a household pest, goodbye, goodbye. An MD said, you'll pass the test, up in the sky. This is the newest Phantom lyric on CBS's Saturday Night Sing It Again program. And later tonight, over most of these same CBS network stations, you'll hear the Phantom himself singing them. $51,000 ride on solving the Phantom's identity and answering one more question about him. $26,000 in wonderful prizes for telling who he is. $25,000 in cash for answering the extra question. How's for listening in tonight? Phone calls go out to CBS listeners throughout the nation. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Hiding Place.
Mrs. Brown's gift shop. Oh, yes, Mr. Waltman. The bookends? Well, let me see now. That was the little Dutch figurines, wasn't it? The boy and the girl? All right, fine. Well, I'll have to... Oh, hold the line a minute, Mr. Waltman. Mr. Marlowe, you're back.
Yes, Mrs. Bryant.
Did you find him, Mr. Marlowe? Did you find Chipper?
Chipper is dead, Mrs. Bryant.
Oh,
Take it easy, Mrs. Bryant. Maybe you better sit down here.
No, I'm all right. There's a customer waiting on the phone. I'll finish that. Then I want you to tell me everything you found out about my son.
Sure.
I'll only be a moment.
As Martha Bryant went to the telephone, I braced myself for the story I had to tell her. I tried to figure some last-minute way of making hard facts a little softer for a sweet, brave, gray-haired lady who deserved a better break. The first thought about what had happened brought the whole ugly business rushing back at me again. Turned my mind back like a clock to where it had all begun yesterday morning in my office. And that same Martha Bryant, full of hope and quiet courage, had walked up to my desk, handed me a letter, and asked me to find her son.
His name is Chipper, Mr. Marlowe. Or rather, Chip, now that he's a grown man. He's 22. He left suddenly without a word 6 months ago.
Oh?
I've heard nothing until this morning when that letter there addressed to Chip came in the mail.
Postmark St. Louis Obispo. Oh, sit down, won't you, Mrs. Bryant?
Thank you. Maybe I shouldn't have opened it, but... Well, you see, it's the first indication I've had in all that time that he's even alive. Read it.
Dear Chip, it's been a long drag, but the waiting is finally over, darling. The time is now. Meet me at 11:30 Monday night at the House with the Big Wheel, signed Toby. House with the Big Wheel, what does that mean, Mrs. Bryant?
I have no idea. But for some reason it frightens me.
Oh, 11:30 Monday night. Monday night, that must be tonight. Who is this Toby?
Toby Packler. She's a very, very beautiful young woman, platinum blonde.
Oh.
Chipper believed he was in love with her, I'm afraid. Oh, please don't misunderstand me, Mr. Marlowe. I'm not a possessive mother. I knew I'd give Chipper up someday, only I hoped it would be to a nice, sincere girl.
Toby Packler isn't?
Well, she's much too fast. The kind who uses too much mascara and wears things like those little anklet chains they call slave bracelets. I tried to find her after Chip left, but she was gone, too.
Oh. Tell me, did you and your son argue about Toby, Mrs. Bryant?
No. I only saw her once. He knew I didn't think much of her, but that didn't drive him away, Mr. Marlowe.
What did?
Well, I've never been able to understand. After his father died, Chip became irresponsible and a little wild, perhaps, especially since I had to spend all my time running our gift shop on Ivar, but he was a good boy, really. I've tried to convince myself that he left just to prove his independence, to test his wings, you know. But now...
Now what, Mrs. Bryant?
Now I'm worried. That letter, it puzzles me. I don't like it.
Well, it may mean nothing more than you're getting a daughter-in-law who uses too much mascara.
I hope you're right. I want Chip to be happy, to settle down. I want to turn my business over to him. And Will you try to locate him for me? Here, I have his picture here in my wallet. See?
Say, Chip looks a lot like his mother, doesn't he?
Yes. Please find out if my son is all right.
Sure. I'll do my best. From my office window, I watched her leave the building. Saw her stop politely and answer a question for an oily sidewalk passerby in a black pinstripe suit. Then move quietly on down the street toward her shop on Ivar. A neat, gentle, very lonely woman. I hoped I'd find a happy story for her in San Luis Obispo. She had one coming. I was still hoping 5 hours later when I pulled into a mobile gas station in the little town at the foot of the Santa Lucia Mountains, 200 miles up the coast. I filled up, asked a few questions, and found out there were only 4 good hotels, 5 not so good, and 2 or 3 dozen motor courts, and that ran the gamut. So even with nothing but the name Toby to go on, the job wasn't completely impossible. By the time I'd worked my way down into the motor courts, the sun was sneaking off between the rocky hills toward the ocean, and I was still collecting negative answers. Until I tried a mirrored neon combination bar, restaurant, and motel called Pinky's on the north edge of town.
Sorry, mister. No Toby Packler registered here.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure? She's a lovely platinum blonde about...
About what?
Huh? Oh, never mind. Skip it, Pinky. Maybe this is better. When I glanced across the lobby at the bar, I'd caught a man watching me. He was the same oily character in a black pinstripe suit that I'd seen stop Mrs. Bryant on the street outside my office back in L.A. He ducked away, and I beat it into a bar. Just in time to see him slip out a side door, so I followed him. Outside, a gravel path wormed through a grove of dejected pepper trees, wound up in a lonely walled patio, and when I got there, Oily was out of sight. The reason was simple. The nose of his gun in my back said he was behind me.
Don't move, Marlowe.
Well, name and all.
Yeah, sure. I've been tailing you every inch of the way since old lady Bryant went to see you this morning.
What's the connection, Oily?
Exactly 6 long months of watching and waiting.
For what?
For a move you 2 skunks would have to make some time. And from the way you've been working, you don't know enough to do yourself any good or me any harm. So take some advice. Go back to L.A. Leave it alone.
Leave what alone?
That's none of your business, people. I'll take over from here. But just in case you run into Chip Bryant or Toby on your way out of town, tell them from me they're not cutting Lou Race out of his share of $110,000. I'm going to get it, one way or another. And so you won't forget, use this for a reminder.
When the brick floor of the patio finally stopped pushing, I was alone. Except for my ugly thoughts. I knew I was on the right track, but from the sound of things, Chipper Bryant was much less a mama's boy than his mama believed. I made sure Lou Race was nowhere around the motel. Then I went into the bar again to see what a double scotch would do for my headache. The bartender obviously was the type who got around, so I took a chance and asked him about Toby Packler. It was no good. But when I described Toby as a beautiful platinum blonde, a girl sitting alone, 2 stools down, a girl with a short, ragged, mouse-brown hair and extremely flat, misformed face, dropped her eyes and looked away. I suddenly felt very cheap. I flipped a silver buck on the bar and got up. You know, it was the kind of dumb stunt you can't apologize for. You just leave. I was halfway to my car before I realized that the girl had followed me out.
Hey, mister. Yeah, you. Just a minute.
I turned and watched her come toward me. In the garish neon light, her face was jarringly unreal, the color and texture of hard putty.
I heard you inside when you asked about Toby.
Yeah, I thought you had. Do you know her, Miss...
Palmer.
Oh.
Yeah, I know her. She's one of my few friends. What do you want with Toby?
Well, my name is Marlowe. I'm from L.A. I want to talk to her about a fellow named Chip Bryant. She's my only lead.
Chip Bryant.
Yeah.
She never mentioned that name to me. Anyway, you're too late, Mr. Marlowe.
What do you mean?
Toby left town this morning.
Left town? Oh, no.
She was going up north to Seattle, I think, on some kind of
Personal business.
Now listen, did she ever say anything to you about a house with a big wheel, where it was, what it means?
House with a big wheel?
Yeah.
No, I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I guess I'm not much help. Well, good night.
Thanks anyway. Now, good night, Miss...
Palmer.
Yeah, Palmer. Good night. As the girl walked back to the bar, the little gold chain I'd spotted around her ankle glinted in the brittle light, and it was like an echo of a memory. A slave bracelet on her was as out of place as a morning glory in a bed of toadstools. But that gave me a crazy hunch, a hunch that somehow in the last 6 months, a gorgeous blonde named Toby Packler had become a drab brown head with a flat, stiff face. So I didn't chase wild geese to Seattle. Instead, I got in my car and I waited. An hour went by and it was almost dark before she finally came out again, stepped down into a sleek new convertible and drove north out of town. I followed as she turned off a neglected side road, and for 8 miles twisted through jagged rocky hills toward the mountains. Then suddenly, from the crest of a small rise, I saw what she'd been heading for. An old stone house squatting in a grove of eucalyptus trees. The girl I figured to be Toby Packler had slowed almost to a stop. I watched her creep along until she was out of sight. Then I got out of my car and I went down for a closer look. Round, brown shingled cupolas reared proudly out of choking overgrowth, and on a huge rusty iron gate in front was the name Escobar. But in the trees behind the house I saw more. Turning slowly in the stream, there was a giant water wheel. A big wheel. I drove fast back to town and stopped at the only place I could figure for a quick answer. The office of the San Luis Obispo Daily Eagle. The night editor was strictly old school, from green eye shade to sleeve garters, but still very much on the ball.
So, you want to see the issues of exactly 6 months ago, you say?
Yeah.
That'd be November. About the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Here you are, son. Help yourself.
Thanks a lot. I'm right, this ought to cinch it.
Careful there. Don't rip those copies. Say, by the way, what story are you looking for?
Oh, small something on a party named Toby Packler. It's not here. Wait a minute, maybe it'll be in... Yeah, sure, this is it on page 3. A woman identified as Toby Packler of Los Angeles suffered severe injuries to head and face today when the car she was driving skidded into a bridge abutment 2 miles north of here. So that's how come the face. Miss Packler's condition was announced as critical by Clark Emergency Hospital attendants.
Huh? Is that all you wanted?
That's enough.
If that answers your question, young man, I'll put these copies away. Better be careful with
Wait a minute, that headline.
Huh?
What was that? Let's see that. Santa Barbara jewelry store robbed. Daring thieves escaped with gems valued at $110,000. $110,000.
Yeah, I remember that. 2 men and a woman. Got away clean, too. Never caught a one of them. Hey, you don't mean there's a connection between these stories, do you?
I don't know. Ask me again after I've checked in at the old Escobar place.
Adam Escobar's place? Out in the hills? Oh, you're joking, son. What in the world could that crackpot possibly have to do with a jewel robbery and a car wreck 6 months ago?
It beats me, but there's some tie, and you can count on it.
I think you're crazy. But if you're going out there, maybe you should be.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
You'll have something in common with Adam. He's lived in his own private dream world for so long, he's forgotten what the real world's all about. Goodbye, son. I'll see you later. I hope.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the fun is always fresh and furious when Groucho Marx takes over on CBS Wednesday nights with his wonderful quiz, You Bet Your Life. Groucho, the master of ad-lib, teams up pairs of opposites and then goes to work with his quips and questions. Very, very solid with laughter, this Groucho Marx show. Hear it this Wednesday and every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Hiding Place.
From the road, I had thought of Adam Escobar's place as just another 100-year-old country home. You know, the kind, big, aloof, wrinkled, like an aging nobleman who had retired long ago with his memories. Now that I was there and at the rusted iron gate that resented my intrusion out loud, I changed my mind. I saw now it had to be a degenerate nobleman. Also, the nobleman had to be flat broke. I saw it everywhere. The name Escobar on the gate in copper lettering had turned a sickly spotted green. The scuffed, faded family crest inlaid in tile in the cement walk was cracked and crumpled. The exquisite stained glass door was cracked all the way down the middle. Only the engraved card in the slot under the knocker that said Adam Escobar, Esquire, was neat and new. The landed gentry's last-ditch stand. I was about to knock when...
You need not bother knocking, sir. I saw you coming up the walk. I am Adam Escobar.
He was a small, slight man of maybe 60 plus with a large head held high in spite of the frayed cuffs, patent leather slippers that were cracked and peeling. I introduced myself, then followed him into a musty living room. There, Wiley apologized for no longer having any servants and poured us each some brandy from a cut-glass decanter. I told him all about my search for Chip Bryant, complete with Toby and Lou Race.
Frankly, Mr. Marlowe, I am puzzled. Your drink, sir.
Oh.
Confused. What does all this have to do with me?
Well, maybe nothing, Mr. Escobar, but the only guess around is that the jewels were hidden here on your property. The house with the big water wheel the night of the robbery 6 months ago.
But why? For what reason, sir? The police?
Oh, probably. Trio wouldn't want to be picked up with the stuff on him. Salud.
Under yours, sir.
Thank you.
Then, Mr. Marlowe, soon after they did that, hid the jewels, I mean, the girl, the one with the injured face, had that accident. Those are the circumstances.
Oh, more or less. And if I've added right, company's coming by 11:30. It's 10:30 now. It might be a good idea if you left the home grounds for a while.
Me? Leave my own home because of some thieves, because of 3 common degenerates?
Mr. Escobar, it's that or the police, and I'd rather not have them in it for a while. I still owe my client the slight benefit of the doubt that's left.
You think I am afraid? Is that what you are trying to say?
No, of course not. But I don't see why you should stick your neck out. These people have nothing to do with you.
You are wrong, sir. Every honest man has something to do with every criminal. His duty. I know that now, Mr. Marlowe. If I had known it many years ago, I might still have both my wealth and my property intact.
Well, okay. Who knows? When I come back, it may be...
Come back? But where are you going, sir?
Into town. I'd still like to catch up to Chip Bryant before the reunion. I don't think there's going to be the time or place for conversation.
Conversation? With that Bryant hoodlum? About what sort?
About a mother, Mr. Escobar. A nice old lady who doesn't deserve a kick in the teeth. Back in San Luis Obispo, I returned to the missing person door-to-door canvass for the 3rd time that night. Only now I confined myself to the wrong side of the tracks exclusively, and the deeper the dive, the better. I didn't figure that Chip Bryant would show anywhere else. And after a half a dozen quick stops, number 7 proved lucky. It was a cramped, greasy bar with a sawdust and cigarette butt floor and a single customer. I hadn't found Chip, but I was close to the dapper Mr. Lou Race. The barkeep, a ball of fat, wearing a sweatshirt the size of a tent, had his back to me when I entered. So did Race. So when I tapped the tricky man on his padded shoulder and he turned, he was surprised to see me swing. That slicker was an old debt. This, just in case the cat got your tongue. Now get up. Get ready to answer a few simple questions.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? You're busting my table.
I'll pay you for it, and unless you want to be up to your rolling chins in trouble with the law, Junior, don't try to help the clientele.
The cops? Oh, okay. Why didn't you say so? I don't know nothing about this guy.
And I don't know enough. Now, come on, Race, you talk or eat sawdust. Which?
No. I'll tell you. What do you want?
One, you, Chip Bryant, and Toby Packler stuck up that Santa Barbara jewelry store 6 months ago, right?
Yeah, we did it. But they crossed me up. It was when the cops were coming and we split.
Split or you played hooray for Lou Race and ran without worrying about the others?
What's the difference?
The reason Toby and Chip Bryant won't tell you where they hid the jewels, that's a difference?
Nuts. You're standing on one ear, peeper. Toby had a different reason for crossing me.
Like what?
Like her falling in love with that louse Bryant. The kid she baited into coming along with us. By flapping her baby blues, the kid who was supposed to drive the car, period. That's how she crossed me. Anything else?
Yeah, the topper. Where's Brian now?
One of 2 places. Either with Toby Packler or without. Oh! Packler. Good night, sweetheart.
By the time I made it to the door, the second company, Sam Spade, was across the street behind a parked car and streaking for an alley in the middle of the block. And just as I thought I was going to lose him, he came abreast of a dark doorway, and I saw it. An arm raised quickly, the glint of a knife blade. The arm dropped sharply. Whoever had done it slid away in the dark as suddenly as he appeared. When I was next to Race, there was only the caller's card, a black ivory-handled knife, driven to the hilt in between the dapper man's shoulders. He was going out fast.
Hey, holy cow, how did it happen, Mr.
Shut up, Race. Race, do you know who got you?
The knife.
Yeah?
Has it got a dark black eye?
Black ivory handle, yeah. Why? What does it mean? Who's it belong to, Race?
It's the kid.
What kid?
That little lousy Chip Bryant.
He's dead, huh?
Yeah. And so are all the prayers of one Mrs. Martha Bryant.
Huh? Who's she?
Never mind. Listen, call the cops. Tell them my name's Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective, and I may be able to explain all this later. Right now, I'm due at a house with a water wheel, and I'll explain that later, too. If I'm lucky.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, I'm glad you're here, sir. It is almost 11:30.
I know. Have you seen anyone, Mr. Escobar?
No, sir, and I have been watching very closely. And in readiness, my father owned this pistol.
Oh, well, I hope it's been oiled since. Now, look, I didn't locate Chip Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that a car there turning off the road without any lights on?
Yes, and going along the side of my property line, back to the water wheel. It is a woman, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, no doubt, named Tony Packler. Now, look, you stay here, Mr. Escobar, and keep that blunderbuss ready. Don't forget Chip Bryant's due out here, too, and he's a killer. Keep your eyes open. We'll stand a better chance meeting him one at a time. I went around to the side of the house quickly, then kept close into a long line of eucalyptus trees that ended at a crumbling building that had once been servants' quarters. After that, it was only 20 yards to the water wheel. 20 open yards to the huge, ancient circle of hand-hewn wood that complained against the side of a dreary, squat stone mill that had long ago died of old age. There in the faint half-light of a hazy moon, I saw Toby Packler, kneeling at the corner of the building and with both hands working furiously to loosen a stone the size and shape of a football. There was a gun on the ground next to her. I moved closer, my hand tight on the .38 in my pocket. Then I waited till she had the stone out. And that baby Ann's a 6-month-old secret.
Were you...
That wasn't bad aim, just a warning, Toby.
How do you know my name?
I read your mail. Now get back over to your homespun safety deposit box there and take the jewels out. Go on.
All right. Why shouldn't I, soldier? You won't go anyplace with them. Chip will see to that. They're gone.
Get back.
They're not here, I tell you. Do you understand? They're gone. Gone. All the hopes I
Hold
had.
Now tell me, is this where you hit him?
Of course.
Nobody else knew? Race or Chip Bryant?
Grace didn't even know about this place.
But Chip...
What?
And don't dare move, Mr. Marlowe. Now, drop your gun. Do it!
Miss Packler. Mr. Adam Escobar, Esquire.
Keep quiet. So Chip Bryant had the jewels all the time, did he? I never thought of that.
What do you know about jewels?
Oh, quite a bit. You see, Miss Packler, that night 6 months ago when you stood over there on the other side of the water wheel and told Bryant that you had hidden the jewels and would tell him where later on, I was listening.
You knew they were here?
I'll tell anything to anybody.
It was, of course, quite by chance that I overheard you. But after you had that accident with your car, I searched as diligently as though I were a partner. Searched Miss Packler for money that could mean so much to me. But I found nothing.
Then where are they? You idiot, tell me! Where are they, do you know?
Now that I see this hiding place, yes. It was where Chip Bryant stood. Therefore the jewels are no doubt buried.
What do you mean?
I think, Toby, that he killed Chip Bryant almost 6 months ago and that he buried him here on these grounds without knowing that Chip had already found the jewels.
What? Chip? Dead?
Quite dead. I killed him 2 days after your accident. I found him searching for the jewels.
No. No, you're lying. Chip was supposed to go back to Los Angeles and wait until I was well. Wait for my letter.
He didn't, Toby. He came out here, found the jewels, and was killed by our host.
No wonder I couldn't find them these months that I've searched day in and day out. Scratched and dug and cold and rain by sun and by dark. No wonder I buried them with him.
Yeah, but you didn't bury his knife, did you? That you kept and used on Lou Race tonight.
Exactly.
Why, you...
Back, Miss Packler.
Why? So you can shoot me, then him? Or so that if I'm very lucky, I can run away to live some more?
Toby, don't.
Live with a smashed, ugly face?
Jacqueline,
What have I got to lose?
You've been warned.
My pretty face is
Don't
gone.
take another step.
The man I love is
Don't.
gone.
I
And soon
said
the jewels too. Ah!
Escobar. Turn around. Point that gun at me.
Leccia, Mr. Marlowe.
Now it's self-defense. Toby. Toby's bad.
Yeah. Real bad, soldier. I had so much once. Pretty face. A guy named Chip. Jewels. I had everything. I was a big wheel. Wasn't I? Soldier.
Yes, Mr. Altman, the bookends will be sent out to you this afternoon at the latest. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. I'm sorry to have kept you, Mr. Marlowe. Well, it may be hard for you to believe. But in the minute I was on the phone, and even while I talked, I think I saw Chipper's whole life before me.
I know what you mean. Well, Mrs. Bryant, I found out that your son, Chip...
Yes. You found out what? Mr. Marlowe, what are you staring at?
Oh, that showcase there.
Oh. Our Mother's Day display. It's attractive, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, very. Mrs. Bryant, Chip was killed in a storm at sea a week after you saw him. It was off San Francisco. His body was never recovered. I was told that he was on his way to a new job in Canada at the time. And incidentally, that letter from San Luis Obispo, that was all a mistake. That girl never saw Chip again. Outside, I left my car where I'd parked it and walked through the busy city street. You know, it's a funny thing. Lies can cause more trouble in this world than almost anything else, they say. And at the same time, can sometimes bring the most happiness.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and written by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Joan Banks, Herb Butterfield, Louis Jean Height, Bob Griffin, Howard McNear, and Lee Millar. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started at dawn in a Los Angeles taxi and wound up that night on a cliff in the middle of the Pacific. All because of a Dutchman with $50,000, a corpse in a lily pond, and an Oriental with a chauffeur who wanted a cloak made of nothing but feathers.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or the grave. This time I tangled with a mad Scotchman, a phony English lord, and a beautiful blonde corpse in a freight house.
All because of a butler who walked on his knuckles. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Monkey's Uncle.
Hello.
Mr. Philip Marlowe, please. It's very important.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, thank heavens you're still in your office at this late hour, Mr. Marlowe. I must have your help at once.
What?
Cornelius' life is in danger, man, and time means everything. Now, sir,
Wait a
if
minute,
you'll come
wait a minute.
direct,
Who
please.
are you? Who's Cornelius? Where you calling from and about what? Let's have it a slow step at a time, huh?
Aye. My name's Wesley Macduff, Mr. Marlowe.
All right, lead on, McDuff.
I'm calling from a telephone booth opposite the Beekman Plaza Hotel on Hollywood Boulevard where... Ashley Duke.
Ashley who?
Going for the Beekman Plaza. Lord Ashley Duke himself across the street.
Now, wait a
I've
minute,
got to get to him. Mr. Marlowe, hurry. Meet me in the hotel lobby.
Yes,
Quick, man. We've got to stop them. They're going to kill Cornelius.
My first reaction was to forget the whole thing. But curiosity is strong stuff with me. Any triumvirate labeled Wesley McDuff, Lord Ashley Duke, and Cornelius had to add up to screwball no matter where you started. But the word kill was still big in my vocabulary, so I buttoned the office up quickly, got down in my car, and drove over to the Beekman Plaza Hotel, where a 10-minute stand in the lobby produced nothing closer to worried Scotchman than the plaid covering and a sagging Morris chair. And at the reception desk, there was no Wesley McDuff registered or ever heard of.
I'm sorry, sir.
So at that, I was ready to call it quits. I turned for the door, but before I got there, I was stopped. The uniform said bellhop, and the sprinkle of freckles plus Bon Cowlick said all-American boy. But the shifty eyes and the narrow mouth that slid over to the side of his face when he talked said something else, like racetrack tout.
Say, pardon me, sir, but I happened to overhear you ask after a Scotchman. Wesley McDuff, was it?
Yeah, you know where he is?
Well, yes, and,
Yes, and how much?
10?
5.
Okay, sport, 5.
Hmm.
But let's get out of the traffic, huh? Over here into this map, like I was pointing out something to you.
That's a fresh idea, yeah.
Thanks. The 5er?
Oh, here. Now, where's McDuff?
On his way to Burbank, dead drunk.
You're crazy. I talked to him less than half an hour ago. He was stone sober and a long way from the party mood.
Could be. But 15 minutes ago, I helped Lord Ashley Duke pile him into a cab.
Wait a minute. Ashley Duke, how does he fit?
He found this McDuff in the alley outside.
Oh.
I was just coming back from dinner when I saw him pick the guy up. He couldn't say a word.
Huh?
But a Blue Shield medical card we found in his wallet read Wesley McDuff, 13 Vineland Avenue, Burbank. Boy, he was out colder than my old man.
Yeah. Now listen, Junior, here's another 5. Fill me in fast. Who's Lord Ashley Duke?
A nightclub character. Entertainer. Lives here with his wife, Lady Ashley Duke, when they're in L.A.
Well, is he legitimate, this Lord business?
Nah, but he plays it to the hilt. Why, after we piled that McDuff into the cab, he dusted his white gloves off genteel-like, slipped the monocle he wears into his eye, and grabbed another cab and shoved. He's a phony. His real name is Bert Dukes, and Milady is Gert. And on her, it shows.
What do you mean, shows?
That the second she gets behind her door, they got suite 312, she climbs out of her accent like it was a tight girdle.
Oh.
Especially when she and that niece of hers go at it. Yes, sir, the famous Merrimack Caverns are on Route 66 near St. Louis. Oh, good evening, Mr. Fisher.
Good evening, Tompkins.
Okay, where were we?
The niece.
Oh, yeah. Quite a doll. Her name's Merle Brimmer. Acts as a business manager, so she must also have brains.
Now tell me, who's Cornelius?
Cornelius?
Yeah. What's breaking you up? Who is he?
Nobody but the star of the act. The Lord and Lady do a farce thing, a takeoff on English drawing room stuff, and Cornelius plays the butler. Plays it in a derby and a boiled shirt, no less.
Why the giggles? You've seen a derby and boil shirt before?
Yeah, sure I have. But on Cornelius, it looks different. You see, mister, he's a chimpanzee.
The affair Cornelius definitely added screwball. But I also knew that prospective client McDuff had been sapped and piled into a cab for good riddance, which could add to less than funny. So I decided I'd look around a little longer, especially in the vicinity of Milady's chamber, number 312. When I stepped out of the elevator on the 3rd floor,
An owl-faced waiter was just piloting a dinner cart loaded down with dirty dishes out of the room. And when the cart joggled onto the corridor rug, it nearly upset a coffee pot, which left the waiter's mind on the juxtaposition of cart and pot and not the door, if he'd left open inches. I waited till he passed me. Then I moved up to where I could both see and hear Lady Ashley Duke and her niece Merle exploding at each other through an after-dinner conversation. The former was built like an upended blimp with as much charm as a mooring mast. The latter was blonde and female, spy beautiful. And also she was nonchalantly slipping a shiny .32 automatic from desk drawer to purse.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Gert. Before you snap a stay, you listen to me.
Why? So you can explain once more how poor Uncle Bert's idiotic mistakes are just bad luck. $10,000 worth of bad luck. Nuts. Bert don't know anything about investments. He shouldn't be allowed to touch a red cent. And, my pretty, from here on out, that's exactly the way it's gonna be, believe me.
Oh, cut it, Gert, and quit blaming Uncle Bert and me.
Are you kidding? Why shouldn't I blame the two of you? He's a jerk, and you... I never wanted you with us in the first place. My niece. Ha!
Oh, shut up. And remember, dear Aunt, your husband likes me around. I'm good for his morale, he says. He'll never let you fire me. So don't waste your breath. Auntie?
Get out of here. Go on, get down to the freight house and keep your eyes open. We don't want to lose Cornelius.
Don't worry, darling. Guard duty's an old specialty of mine. Yes, who is it?
Name's Marlowe. I'd like to see Lord Ashley Duke.
Oh, well, Oh, well.
Yes.
He's not in, but what did you want to see him about?
Business. Can you help me?
Perhaps. You see, I'm his business...
She used to be his business manager. She was just leaving, weren't you, Merle, darling?
Yes, Merle, darling, was. Mr. Marlowe, Lady Ashley Duke. Goodbye, Auntie.
Unhappy, huh?
Oh, rather. Now, sir, to save each of us time, let me be blunt. Lord Ashley Duke is no longer interested in making any investments whatsoever, nor will he be interested at a future date. Is that clear, sir?
Yes, like well water, Lady Ashley Duke, and if I were looking for an investor, I'd keep it in mind. But you see, I'm a private detective working for Wesley McDuff.
A paper? A lousy paper pushing his way in here. Why
take
are
it
you...
easy, Gertie.
Let go. Get your filthy hands off me.
Sure. Just as soon as you get back into neutral. I also want to save us time, and I want to save Cornelius, too. Now, do we talk or wrestle? Which?
Oh, all right. 7 weeks ago, Lord Ashley Duke and I bought Cornelius from that crazy monkey raiser out in Burbank. We paid McDuff $30,000 for a run-down 17-year-old chimpanzee.
Well, then why do you want to kill him? McDuff thinks you're going to.
Yeah, McDuff's crazy. Just because we change our minds and instead of staying here in L.A., decide to go on the road. McDuff thinks Cornelius will catch cold and die. So he wants him back.
Yeah, but you'll get your money back.
Yeah, but what about the 7 weeks of work just to teach him to drop a glass? Not only that, he's a wonderful imitator.
I can see your point.
Besides, a deal's a deal. And we're taking the risk of Cornelius's death, not the loon who runs that Burbank animal farm. Why, that Scotchman thinks every animal in the joint's related to him.
It's an old idea, honey. But look, Lady Ash...
What? We've had our talk, people. Now get out. Go on. Go on, get out before I forget I'm, a lady.
Over here, Tompkins. What is it?
A telephone call, sir. Booth 4, this way, please. Make out all right up there?
Jim Dandy.
Good. Now, if you feel I was underpaid,
I feel we came out even, Buster. Besides, I'm running low on farthings. Unless,
Yes?
You know where the freight house Cornelius calls home is located.
Blank.
Okay. So long, Tompkins. Hello?
Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah. You all right, McDuff?
Hey, it takes more than a foul blow in the dark to stop me, man. And it's just what Lord Ashley Duke is going to discover in many minutes.
What do you mean?
That I've run out of patience. I ain't going to act, not talk. I'm about to take Cornelius back with my own hands, and I want you to help me.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Look, man, I'm in a drugstore at Pershing Square, close by the freight house where Cornelius is caged for shipment. I want you to
But
meet
you
me.
can't steal him, McDuff.
I can. Steal him and disguise the animal so they'll ne'er be able to claim him again. So they won't be able to kill him.
McDuff, I can't go along with that.
Then I chose the wrong man.
Oh.
There's precious little time left, Mr. Marlowe. Tomorrow they leave Los Angeles. Now, will you help me?
No. Beside McDuff, you'll never get away with it. There's a girl, Ashley Duke's niece, who's got a gun, and I... McDuff! way from the phone booth, through the lobby, into my car outside, I kept telling myself three things. One, I wasn't working for McDuff. Two, McDuff was about to commit a crime. And three, I couldn't worry about the gun in Merle Brimmer's purse. It was all none of my business. So when I was in behind the wheel of my car, I pointed it toward my apartment on Franklin, lit a cigarette, and forgot about the whole thing. But a block later, I threw the cigarette out, turned, and headed for Pershing Square. Scots with animal farms in Burbank obviously weren't the only crazy people in Los Angeles. After arriving at Pershing Square, I was 30 minutes piling up wisecracks, frozen stares, and assorted giggles before I hit pay dirt. A bottle boy with a great memory.
Yeah, sure, I know the place. Only spot around that'll ship live animals along with the rest of the stuff that they handle. Anything from an eel to an elephant.
How about pink ones?
They got those, too.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I worked there once during the Christmas rush. Made the price of a fifth in one day.
Now, look, you'll do it again right now if you can tell me one thing. The address, what is it?
It's,
Yeah?
44...
Come on.
42...
Stick with it. Yeah?
4th Street.
Attaboy. Here's 5. Crawl back in the bottle. I'll see you. The neighborhood was half residential, half industrial, and all run down, including the freight house, which was 2 windowless stories of dirty red brick hovering over a loading ramp on a deserted, shadowy street. I started slowly toward it when suddenly a side door flew open and an excited old man with flashlight and giant key ring that spelled night watchman leaped out of the building, arms and legs going like twin beaters on a mixmaster.
Help me, I can't catch him myself.
Hey, Pop! Hold it, is it the chimp?
Yes, and he's raising the roof in there.
Yeah?
If I shoot him, I'll be fired. He's worth a fortune.
Yeah, I know all about it. Come on, I'll give you a hand.
Oh, okay, good.
Now, let's go. Where is he?
Upstairs, hanging in one window at the back. I just turned the lights on and there he was.
Oh.
When he seen me, grabbed a stick from the floor and started beating things with it.
Oh, fine.
And then he broke the window and began to swing on the block and tackle that runs outside from the roof to the ground. Look, there he is.
Yeah, still beating. Hey, Pop, he's gonna fling it.
There he goes, down the rope.
And away. Well, all right, Pop, we better call the cops.
Over there, near his empty cage. It's a girl. Blood all over her head.
Holy smoke. Merle Brimmer.
She dead?
Yeah. Beat to death with a stick the chimp just threw at us.
Then you think the monkey did it?
I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. He's a great imitator, Pop. It could have been somebody else.
Not the monkey? Then who? Who else?
A monkey's uncle. A Scotchman named Macduff.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Groucho Marx will make another of his famed personal appearances on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. Groucho Marx, whose many activities include emceeing You Bet Your Life, one of the craziest quiz shows on the air. You're cordially invited to hear Groucho Marx every Wednesday on CBS. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Monkey's Uncle.
I walked around the body of the girl on the freight house floor. I took a close look at the cage lock. There was no doubt that it had been forced from the outside. The watchman staring down at the body was shaking like a motorcycle with square wheels. So I took him by the arm and walked him down the stairs and outside for some air.
It's terrible. I don't know what to do. Nothing like this ever happened here before, and the boss never told me what I'm supposed to do in a case like this.
Well, it's easy. Just call the police.
The police?
Yeah. Also the SPCA and Frank Buck. Chances are we'll need them all before the night's over.
Okay, mister. Thanks. Hey, who's that getting out of that cab?
From the top hat, cape, and spats, I'd say it was one Lord Ashley Duke, the legal owner of the chimp.
Oh, what are you two blighters staring at? Out of my way.
Just a moment before you go inside. I want to talk to you, Lord Ashley Duke.
You know my name, do you? Well, now, my Joe, that's interesting. I don't know you, sir.
I'll survive. Why'd you come down here tonight?
Because I heard that my niece was here, protecting my property. And that's no suitable task for a girl. Not capable to do that sort of thing, you know. It's a man's job, you know. I had a beastly time finding the place, too.
You haven't been here before, huh?
Oh, yes, a couple of days ago. But that was in broad daylight. Now, stand aside,
One
sir.
thing more. Why did you slug Wesley McDuff tonight and dump him in a cab?
Just who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Philip Marlowe's the name.
Sounds British enough.
About as British as you are.
Oh, yeah. And you, I presume, are the watchman.
Yes, sir. That's me, Your Highness.
What about McDuff, Your Highness?
There's no choice. The blighter wanted to welch on the transaction we've made. I refused, and he threatened me. So I bopped him. And then made out he was intoxicated, you know. Packed him off in a cab, you know. Nevertheless, when a man sells me a monkey, by George, that monkey is mine. And thought that treatment might bring Macduff to his bloody senses.
Well, it didn't. It made him tougher. And what's more, the chimpanzee is gone and...
Cornelius is gone.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Come on, Pop.
Okay.
Well, dear, where are you? Merle? What? Merle? Merle, what's happened to you? Oh, no. Merle, baby.
That's the way she was when we found her. And that crazy monkey was in here just jumping up and down like he was throwing a fit.
It was Macduff. Macduff, that's who it was. That madman.
Holy mackerel, what was that?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out. You stay here. The scream had come from the architectural blunder next door. It was one of those big gingerbread houses left over from the 1800s, and I got there just in time to meet the witch. The scaly front portal was jerked open in front of me, and there she stood. Like a pool cue in high panic, topped by a head of brittle orange hair, half done up tight in curlers, the other half streaming over her face. She clutched frantically at the stained kimono with one hand and me with the other one. Take it easy. Hold it, will you? What's going on?
Oh, that face, that awful face.
What face?
The ugliest thing I ever seen. Oh, protect me. It's upstairs
All right, take it easy. Will you calm down and tell me what happened?
I was upstairs in my room taking my
Yeah.
hair down, see, when I happened to look over at the window, and there was that face, shoved right up against the glass. Oh, I swear I never seen nothing like that since before I took the cure, mister.
All right, now listen,
It had hair all over it, and red eyes, and a big grinning mouth. What was like one of them giant gorillas they got in the movie.
That's Cornelius, all right. Where's the room?
Oh, up there at the head of them stairs. Hey, you ain't going up there and leave me all alone, are you?
Well, then come along. Corny's a trained chimp. He won't hurt you.
Oh, no, not me, brother. I'm getting...
Where?
Right there, he stuck out his tongue and made a face at me.
Tell me, is that a passage out there between the houses?
Oh, no, it's a kind of an air shaft, only it's closed up at the back.
Oh, you mean he can't get through to the alley?
Yeah, that's right. There's no way out of there except the street.
All right, come on, let's get outside. We got him cornered.
Oh, you got him cornered, baby, mister, not me. I don't want nothing more to do with that ugly puss.
The air shaft was a scant 18 inches wide, and as dark and cluttered as the inside of a goat pen with odors to match. I worked my way back as far as the bashful light from the street reached.
Oh, be careful in there, mister.
Then I stopped and listened. But Cornelius was a genius. There wasn't a sound. And I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, to say nothing of a black-haired chimpanzee who was no doubt getting a big kick out of the entire procedure. I decided to try psychology on him. So I called in what I hoped was a firm but friendly voice, and it got me no place. I groped my way along the wall of the drain pipe and called again. This time shorter on the friendly and longer on the firm, which was a mistake. The drain pipe should have given me a hint, but it didn't. Oh! What?
Come on, snap out of it,
What's
mister.
the matter?
He's gone.
Hold on, who's gone?
That gorilla. It was up on the drain pipe. It hit you on the head with something, then ran right past me and got away in a taxi. Oh, come on, let's get out.
Oh, wait a minute, baby. I could have sworn you said the monkey took a taxi.
Yeah, you did. I watched the whole thing.
Oh, my.
As soon as it got out in the street, a man in a checkered tan with a crooked stick in his hand came out from between them buildings over there and called it. They ran up to a taxi. The driver jumped out and they drove away. I seen him.
The driver jumped out and they drove away.
Yeah.
I don't think you took the cure soon enough.
Well, I seen something else, too.
Huh?
A fat bird in a high hat and spats came charging out of the freight house there. Saw the cab leaving, got in a green coupe that was
Green
parked
coupe?
in front and took off
Holy
after.
smoke, that's my car. Oh, it's gone. How do you like that?
Yeah. Now maybe you'll believe me, huh?
Every screwy word, sweetheart. Now, look, you didn't happen to see...
Well, look, that's the cab driver there.
Did anybody see what happened? I gotta have a witness. My taxi was hijacked off of me by two crazy guys. One of them looked like an ape, exactly like an ape.
Move over, bud. We're on the same raft. My car's gone, too. Tell me what happened, will you? Start at the top.
Okay. Tonight I bring this big shot in a high hat down here to the freight house. He hops out, tells me to wait, see?
Yeah?
So I drive down the block and turn around. I'm parked right over there, trying to grab a quick 40 winks, when up comes this loon.
A Scotchman?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
He throws me a fast address and starts getting in, see? I politely tell him the flag is down, but he keeps coming.
You see, it's just
Yeah,
like
I know. It's just like it. Now, look, did you ever see this Scotchman before?
No, never. I figure maybe he's got a snoot full of happy days, nothing more.
Uh-huh.
So I'm reaching over to block him when a pair of hands that feels like a doormat with muscles grabs me around the neck. I twist around and look, and what do I see?
Cornelius.
Him I don't know, but an ape man is crawling in my window. So help me, I'm rubbing noses with a missing link.
Yeah, I know. Then what happened?
Mac, I jump out of the taxi, and before I know it, the old geezer gives me a clout with his stick, piles in. The next thing, my taxi's gone just like that. You gotta believe me, somebody's gotta back me up. If I try this on the cops, they'll have me in a padded cell in no time.
Well, don't worry about it, fella. Just reach hard for that address the Scotchman gave you. Can you remember it?
Oh, sure. Let me see. It was the Rushmore.
Rushmore?
Yeah, that's a down at the Hills motel out on Vernon.
Yeah.
Somewhere around Beverly Boulevard. Ed Nathan's... Whoa, stepped on something here on the sidewalk.
Oh, you sure did, cutie. Smashed it, too.
It looks like somebody's watch crystal.
Sure, ladies' watch crystal. Oh, a nice one. See, it had this hunk of black ribbon with it.
Ladies' watch. Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that.
Sure, here. It's velvet, see?
Yeah, it sure is. It doesn't fit. Not here. No one's been here but the three of us and the chimp. So long, kids.
Hey, wait. Where are you
I'm going to talk to a liar about a murder. I'll see you later at headquarters, I hope.
But what about my taxi?
Talk to the night watchman in the freight house. You'll be good for each other. I was 2 blocks on foot, finding another taxi in 15 minutes, getting from there out to the motel, worrying all the way, because I'd left my gun under the front seat of my car. Business was slow at the Rushmore. The only cabin that showed a light was the last in the rear, next to the alley. I was sure of what I'd find inside, in spite of the fact that neither the stolen cab nor my coupe was anyplace in sight. When I heard the voices, I decided to bluff it. I went up to the front door and pressed my ear against the flimsy panel.
Anyway, a bargain's a bargain, McDuff. You'd have done better to stick by it.
I'd have stuck by it if ye had your scurvy crook.
Don't reach for your chain. It's a little late for that. You're in a real jam now. I'm going to see you blamed for my niece's murder.
But I didn't kill her. I pushed her down,
Yeah.
She caught me unlocking Cornelius' cage and tried to stop me. But I didn't kill her. You did that.
Yes, but who knows that? Except you and the monk there. And he can't talk, and you won't believe me.
You're daft, man. Why did you do it?
Because I had to. Because Merle was bleeding me to death. Every cent I could lay my hands on. I had to buy her silence. I had to pretend to lose thousands in poor investments. Well, Merle got what was coming to her, and you gave me that chance. I found her on the floor where you left her and simply finished the job.
Then you ran off and came back in that taxi 15 minutes later, the very spirit of innocence. I saw you. Very well, Lord Ashley Duke. You've got me as a thief, too, so get on with it. Get on with your filthy, evil plan. I'm ready.
Don't be in a hurry, McDuff. Stay where you are, Ashley. Don't bother turning around. Just drop the gun.
Oh, I knew you'd no let me down, laddie. I knew it.
What's this, old boy? It's rather an untimely entrance.
Skip the accent, Bert. You won't need it where you're going. Drop that gun, I said.
Or you'll move. Shoot me with that pipe in your pocket. Marlowe, I've got your gun. Here in my hand, and you know it.
Want to bet?
Well, with the light out... Yes, Ashley! Oh!
It's a very strange thing, lad. He hit you but once,
Huh?
but there are 2 lumps on your skull. Do you ken this condition?
Never mind. Skip it. I don't want to talk about it. Oh. Where's Ashley?
Trussed up there in the corner. He should be coming around soon. You see, Cornelius, as you've no doubt learned, is a great imitator. When he saw Ashley bat you on the head with a gun,
Yeah.
he grabbed McCain, leaped up on the dresser there, and batted Ashley on the head.
Oh, no. Not with this headache.
Hey.
Don't tell me I'm indebted to that. Just when I was learning to hate him.
Aye, we both are. for our lives. But tell me, what does a black velvet ribbon and a watch crystal mean? He mumbled that over and over while you were out.
Oh. Well, that's how I knew Ashley was a liar and a killer. See, the cab driver stepped on a round piece of glass that looked like a watch crystal with a ribbon attached. Happened on the sidewalk in front of an air shaft. Actually, the glass was a monocle.
Oh, dropped by Lord Ashley Duke, eh?
No. Ashley'd never been at that spot.
No?
But if Cornelius had, and if Cornelius dropped the monocle, it indicated that Lord Ashley Duke had been someplace with Cornelius early at night, you see? That could only be the freight house. Yet Ashley claimed he hadn't been there for 2 days.
Oh, I see.
Oh, you do, huh? Oh, my head. How about you, Cornelius? Yeah, well, that's one of the best answers I've had tonight. It didn't take long at police headquarters. Maybe an hour altogether. A killer was locked up for trial, and the key witness ate 3 erasers, spilled a quart of ink, and broke a window before the homicide boys finally gave up. I watched the phony Lord Ashley Duke walk down the corridor to his cell. Any connection he had with man was just the category. Then I watched Macduff and company leave, too. A couple of regular guys. The monkey, and the monkey's uncle. A genuine old Scot who loved life, and his shuffling friend whose only limitation was his inability to speak. But he communicated all right, in the only language that means anything. Love of one creature for another.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. As a special note of interest, Philip Marlowe fans, you'll be glad to know that Radio and Television Life magazine has this week named Gerald Moore as the best male actor in radio. Featured in our cast were Mary Lansing, John Daner, Tudor Owen, Sam Edwards, Michael Ann Barrett, Harry Bartell, and Junius Matthews. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time a case-hardened car hop knocked me down a flight of stairs. An honest woman was strangled by a green silk sash, and a simpering dandy was shot to death. All because of a run-of-the-mill traffic accident 500 miles away.
You hear them all on CBS, and one of the funniest parts of that all comes from the bird brain of a woman, Miss Gracie Allen of Burns and Allen. Top troopers on the American stage for years, top radio stars after that, George and Gracie are now playing a big part in CBS's great Wednesday night lineup. Bing Crosby, Groucho Marx, George and Gracie, Dr. Christian. Join George Burns and Gracie Allen this Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately over most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I was hired to find a blackmailer, and I did. But first I found a badly beaten Adonis, a Jezebel with an accent, and a man who had been an easy mark for murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Easy Mark.
I'd spent a dull day on a duller subject, which was don't get caught with your income tax return down at midnight, March 15th. And after calling time for a thick steak designated to bolster the stamina of a private detective, but nevertheless non-deductible, I reluctantly headed back to my office where I found both my conscience and the long Form 1040 still waiting, which meant there was no way out. The dull day was going to stretch on into the night, but then I got a break, because my telephone rang and the call was from one Mrs. Corey Gilbert, a prospective client who wanted action in a hurry.
Marlowe, you've got to move fast. I just found out that my husband Ross will be at 3806 Melrose Avenue in 20 minutes, and I know that means trouble.
Well, just for size, Mrs. Gilbert, how do you spell trouble?
With a capital B as in blackmail. There's no time for details now. Just get to that address and find out who Ross is meeting with. Only hurry, Marlowe, please.
Well, hurry after what, Mrs. Gilbert? I've never met your husband, remember?
Oh, yes. Well, he's tall, dark eyes, dark hair, very handsome.
And the blackmailer, short, stocky, and repulsive, I suppose.
I've never seen the blackmailer.
All right, Mrs. Gilbert, where can I reach you?
Well, I live at 439.5 Ogden Drive. The phone number is Gladstone 8195.
8195. All right, Mrs. Gilbert, I'll call you.
Thanks. Oh, and Marlowe.
Yeah?
Hurry, will you? You see, I love my husband.
I was a little more than 20 minutes finding the address on Melrose. But when I finally pulled up and parked away from the place, I figured being late didn't matter because number 3806 turned out to be an unfinished house set deep in an acre of building materials. I was about to head for a telephone and get an explanation from a confused lady named Corey Gilbert when a lot of noise from what would someday be a living room changed my mind. Then I knew that my client had the right address after all, because there in the pale light of a slice of moon, taking the last of an awful beating from a thin man with a thick beard and a lot of muscle, was Ross Gilbert. Dark eyes and dark hair, like she said, but no longer very handsome.
Don't hit me again. Stop worrying, Gilbert. I'm almost through with you except for this. A present from Nanette. And just one more from Nanette.
That last punch stacked Ross Gilbert onto a pile of rough lumber like he was another 1x12. And as he slowly scraped to the floor unconscious, thick beard dusted himself off lightly, jerked at his tie, and stepped out of the opening reserved for a future front door. I started over to help Ross Gilbert, but then I remembered that my client wanted to know who her husband was meeting and why, not how hard or fast he could swing. So I decided for the time being to play it quiet. When Thickbeard got into his car, I got into mine. I followed him all the way to Beverly Hills, where he pulled to a stop in front of the Camden Arms Court. I parked, lights out, and watched him strut up a flagstone walk and knock on the door of a bungalow number 4, which was dark. When he knocked again and it stayed dark, he took an envelope out of his pocket, wrote something on it, and jammed it into the mailbox. Then he got back into his car and started away fast. I walked up to the bungalow and helped myself to Thickbeard's empty envelope. On one side, scrawled in pencil and smudged, was the telephone number Sunset 31676. On the other, payment delivered okay, Plummer. Plummer, huh? I shoved the message into my pocket, struck a match, and started looking for a name on the front door. But then a cab pulled up, and a moment later I had help.
I can be of some assistance, perhaps?
Yes, I was just... Oh. Nanette?
Oui. Nanette Lamarck. But I do not know you, monsieur.
No, you don't.
I think if you will stop staring and begin talking, we will do much better. Who are you?
Philip Marlowe. A friend of Plummer's. He asked me to deliver a message for him. Do I go on?
Of course, Mr. Marlowe. But please come inside. It is so much nicer there.
Nanette was so right about it being nicer inside. There were lights. And that made it easier to see that the lady with the thick French accent and the gorgeous waistline was something that could have mustered her own foreign legion. She was narrow green eyes and open red lips, topped by a lot of close-cropped, soft brown curls that kept running into each other. And for a dress, she was wearing about 1/4 mile of draped chiffon that, in the right places, fitted a little closer than her own skin. When I told her what I claimed had been a message from Plummer himself, she purred her thanks and started to mix me a drink. When I brought up the subject of blackmail, she stopped abruptly, spilling a bottle of perfectly good Kentucky Tavern all over the table.
Blackmail? What do you mean, Marlowe?
Extortion, honey. The malpractice of getting a lot for knowing a little that's not nice.
You're swinging wild now, mon cher.
Maybe. But if it doesn't bother you, I'll stay right with it. Because I'd like to know why you and Plummer, who have such an easy mark, insist on throwing rocks.
What easy mark are you talking about?
A tall, dark, and used to be handsome guy named Ross Gilbert.
Ross? Soda, Marlowe?
Yeah. But don't make it too sweet, honey. I can't take it that way.
Nanette will be very careful not to make it too sweet. There. Tell me, mon cher, when did you last see Plummer? Before tonight, I mean.
I'm not sure. I think it was at the fights over at the Legion Stadium last week. How do I get my drink?
Oui, mon cher. You will get your drink in your face, liar.
Tell me, Frenchie. Is that pearl handle 32 considered the very latest along the Champs-Élysées?
You have lied to me, mon ami. You see, Plummer only arrived in Los Angeles the day before yesterday, for the first time in his life.
All right, I made a mistake about seeing Plummer at the fights last week. Now, why don't you put away the gun and we'll talk about Ross Gilbert?
Ross Gilbert is a man I hate with all my heart. A man I could kill right this minute. And that, Marlowe, goes for anyone connected with him. So now get out.
Oh, without even so much as an au revoir?
I reserve au revoir for my friends, Marlowe. Good night.
Hello?
Marlowe, Mrs. Gilbert, is Ross all right?
Ross isn't here, Marlowe. What happened to him?
He ran into an ugly beating at that address on Melrose. And something nasty from out of town named Plummer is responsible. Ever hear of him and/or an imported Jezebel called Nanette Lamarck?
No, I haven't. But what about Ross? What's wrong with him?
Nothing that a pound of beefsteak and enough liniment can't cure. But before we worry about Ross, Mrs. Gilbert, one more thing. It's a phone number I found on the back of an envelope that belonged to Plummer. Number is Sunset 31676.
What?
Somebody you know?
Yes, someone I know very well. It's the telephone number of my ex-husband, Emery Marsh.
Emery Marsh, huh? Fancy dress designer on Wilshire?
That's right. But what's he got to do with all this? Emery only met Ross once in Mexico, a party at Ensenada.
Yeah, well, look, Mrs. Gilbert, why don't we postpone collecting Ross until I find out a little more? Where does your ex-husband Marsh live?
In Santa Monica. But there's a good chance that he's still at his place on Wilshire. He does most of his work at night.
Well, then Wilshire Boulevard's my next stop. I'll try to make it a quick one. Goodbye. Emery Marsh's place on Wilshire was an expensive shop with a single velvet-lined show window that was home for a beautiful mannequin wearing an evening gown that would drop at the first sneeze. And after I spent 5 minutes thumping on a plush, leather-upholstered portal, a light finally clicked on someplace inside. And a moment later, Emery Marsh opened the door. He was tall, 45, sandy-haired, and looked less like a dress designer than I did. So after following his tweet back into an inner sanctum that was combed plywood behind Chinese modern furniture, I decided to play it almost straight.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, what can I do for you?
Well, it's a little too early to tell. I'm a private detective, Mr. Marsh, and I'm working for your ex-wife, Corey Gilbert.
Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Is she in trouble, Mr. Marlowe?
No, we're close to it. Tell me, Mr. Marsh, when you were last over to Nanette Lamarck's place at Camden Arms, when was that?
Nanette Lamarck?
Yeah.
I've never heard of her.
Nor a man named Plummer?
Nor a man named Plummer. Who are they?
Well, in the order I tossed them out, a mademoiselle with a touchy temper and a thug who needs a shave.
I don't understand. How do they concern me?
Well, maybe they don't. But your telephone number turned up on Plummer. Both Plummer and Nanette are tied on to a man who at this moment is probably picking himself up off the floor of an unfinished house at 3806 Melrose Avenue. His name, Mr. Marsh, is Ross Gilbert.
Gilbert?
Yes, that's right. What do you know about him?
Well, very little. I only met him once at the Riviera Pacifico.
Riviera Pacifico?
The hotel at Ensenada in Mexico. Matter of fact, it was the same night that he met Corey.
Which didn't make you very happy, huh?
No, you've got it wrong. Corey and I were already divorced. The three of us meeting was nothing more than an accident.
Oh. And when Ross and Corey parlayed that accident into marriage, were you still smiling?
Better than that, Mr. Marlowe. When that happened a month ago, I was grinning. You see, until then, I had been paying Corey $1,200 a month alimony for 2.5 years.
And Corey gave all that up for love and Ross Gilbert, huh?
Ross Gilbert isn't exactly a pauper, Mr. Marlowe.
No, I guess not. Blackmailing a pauper doesn't add up.
What did you say, Mr. Marlowe?
I said putting the bite on somebody who has nothing is like sucking a lollipop with a cellophane on it. You get action but no results, you see?
Oh.
Now tell me, why does the word blackmail come home to roost, Mr. Marsh? You wouldn't happen to know who the guilty party is, would you?
No, Mr. Marlowe. And what's more, if I did, I certainly wouldn't keep that sort of thing to myself.
Oh, no, I don't think you would. Well, thanks anyway, Mr. Marsh. You've been a big help.
I'm glad. And if I can be of any further help, don't hesitate to call on me, Mr. Marlowe. Please.
Oh, I won't, Mr. Marsh. You can depend on it. All the way from Wilshire Boulevard to Mrs. Gilbert's place on Ogden Drive, I kept wondering who wanted how much out of Ross Gilbert and why. About 20 minutes later, when I pulled up in front of the house, I started concentrating on my client, who had to be the woman standing next to a green coupe in the driveway and waiting in double time. Corey Gilbert was long, flowing blonde hair draped over shoulders that at the moment looked like they were carrying the weight of the world. But she was prettier worried than most women who always keep it gay.
Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, Mrs. Gilbert?
Yes.
Your husband shown up yet?
No. Marlowe, what do you suppose has
Take it
happened?
easy. Maybe we better have another look at 3806 Melrose Avenue, huh?
Whatever you say. Shall I drive?
If you've got a license.
Yes, Mr. Marlowe. I've got a license.
Well, okay, let's go. The way we took off in Corey's Nash, I wasn't sure whether her license was for driving a car or an airplane. And while she kept its 83.5 AAA on the accelerator, she talked about her husband and why she was worried. By the time we were near the place, I knew all about the party in Ensenada, their whirlwind courtship, and what a fine guy Ross Gilbert was. When we got out of the car and started over the last 100 yards toward the unfinished house, I'd learned everything Corey knew about the blackmail angle, which wasn't very much.
It started last week, Marlowe, when we got back from our honeymoon. Ross wasn't himself at all. He was worried. He forgot how to laugh. He argued with me over any and everything.
Where does the blackmail come in?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me what was wrong. Then this evening, just before I called you, I overheard him talking on the telephone. That's when I caught the word blackmail and this address.
Now, maybe Ross will be able to fill in a few of the blanks for us. Oh, he was over here in this room on a pile of lumber when I...
Ross!
Plumber must have done a lot more damage than I figured.
Ross! Ross!
Take it easy, baby.
Marlowe, what is it? Is he...
I'm afraid he is, Corey.
That man! He beat him to death!
No, Corey, that round hole in Gilbert's chest wasn't made by a fist. From where I stand, it looks like a .32 caliber bullet.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, for some new wrinkles in the mystery field, look on the face of Mr. Jack Benny, eminent producer of the mystery comedy The Lucky Stiff, which opened in New York today. Although Mr. Benny's stars are Dorothy Lamour, Claire Trevor, and Brian Donlevy, Jack's face is covered with new wrinkles because he couldn't be in New York to sell the tickets himself. He's remaining in Hollywood to appear tomorrow night on CBS on The Jack Benny Show with Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Dennis Day, Phil Harris, and Rochester. So be sure to listen. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Easy Mark.
Corey Gilbert's face went sickly white, and her mouth twisted on the brink of hysteria as she stared at the dead man. I turned her away from it and led her to a window. She did the fastest job of pulling herself together I'd ever seen. And I went back to the body. On the way, I noticed a folded scrap of paper on the floor. It was a page torn out of a desk diary, but all that was written on it was the address of the unfinished house we were in. I looked down at what had once been Ross Gilbert. Setup didn't make any sense. A victim of blackmail had been beaten up by a total stranger and then, a little while later, murdered. Somebody had killed the goose that was laying the golden eggs, and it didn't figure in any direction. Well, I just about decided to go through his pockets when a sound from Corey changed my mind.
Marlowe, come here, quick.
What is it, Corey?
There's someone out there. I saw a shadow move.
Get away from the window.
Marlowe, there, running. Why, it's a woman.
Yeah. And quite a woman. What do you know?
She's crossing the street now. Who is it, Marlowe? Who is she?
Character as French as Milani's 1890. Only she's more like nitric acid than salad dressing, Corey. Her name is Nanette Lamarck.
She's getting in that car. Aren't you going to stop her?
No. I've got a line on Miss Lamarck. I can find her.
But she was hiding here. She could be the one who shot Ross, couldn't she?
Easily. In fact, right now, she's the odds-on favorite. But she's also cagey, and we'll have better luck if we get her on home ground where she'll talk. Besides, there's a big chunk of this business that doesn't follow.
What do you mean?
Well, look, the murder came out in reverse. Ross was paying off. So he should have been the killer instead of the corpse. Which means there's more than blackmail involved.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is he's dead, and that woman killed him.
Maybe. Come on, Corey, let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
Well, first you take me back to my car, and then I got a job for you to do.
What kind of a job?
Well, I found this page ripped out of a desk diary, probably Ross's. I want you to go through all his things and find that diary for me. There might be something else in it that'll give us a connection.
All right. Where are you going?
I'm going to pay a call on Nanette. Only this time I'm bringing my own welcome mat. I think I'll need it. After Corey dropped me off, I called Lieutenant Ibarra at Homicide, reported the body, and then I got into my own car and drove out to Beverly Hills again, to the Camden Arms court. Annette's bungalow had lights on. I parked down the street and made tracks back through the landscaping to a side window. Annette was playing pin-up girl on the arm of a divan. She watched someone pace back and forth across the room. When I got close enough to hear what was being said, that someone turned out to be Corey Gilbert's first husband, Emery Marsh.
Like chickens with their heads off. So Ross Gilbert was shot to death. But I've got to know the truth about one thing, Miss Lamarck. My entire life's work is at stake. Can't you understand?
All right, Monsieur Marsh. Do not break out into tears, I will tell you. Plummer is merely a private investigator I hired to locate Ross Gilbert for me. Now, are you happy?
No. Why did such a person have my telephone number? That's what I want to know. I'll be ruined if I'm involved in this mess. My reputation means everything to my business, and, well, things aren't going too well just now. If I'm connected with a scandal, I'll be wiped out.
Well, stop worrying. I saw you with Ross Gilbert 3 or 4 times before he disappeared. So I gave your name to Plummer as a possible lead to Ross. That is all.
Why did you want to find Ross Gilbert?
That, mon ami, is none of your business. You found out what you wanted, so good night.
All right. I'll go. But can I count on you to keep my name out of this?
Listen, I am counting on me to keep my own name out of it. And I will be very busy doing that. Good night.
I plastered myself up against the side of the house and watched Emery Marsh leave. He looked anything but happy over the result of his interview with Nanette, but I figured I had the benefit of experience to work with and less to lose than he had. So I waited until he was out of sight, and then I stepped up to the door, braced myself, and tried my luck.
You again.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you.
Get your foot out of my door. Oh, get out of here. Get out.
Not until we've had a nice, quiet chat, Nanette, and I think we'll take up where Emery Marsh left off.
What? Look, just who exactly are you, Marlowe?
Your boy Plummer and I are distant fraternity brothers, but there the similarity ends.
Just another chief private detective.
Ooh! Okay, baby, if that tough stuff's the only language you understand, we'll talk that.
Oh, stop it. Leave me alone.
Now get over there. Sit down.
Oh, you ape.
I'd be nice to me if I were you, Nanette. Because I just love to see a rope around that lovely neck of yours. And what's more, I can almost put one there. You're in a mess right up to your accent. So start making answers beautiful and keep them straight. First, why did you put Plummer on Ross Gilbert's trail?
Because he double-crossed me, that is why.
Double-crossed you? How?
He ran away from me. He was mine, all bought and paid for, you understand?
Not exactly.
When I met him, he was flat broke. I bought him every decent stitch of clothes that he had. Gave him everything he needed to be a gentleman because we were going to be married. And then he ran out on me and took everything with him that he could lay his hands on.
Go on.
Nobody does that to Nanette Lamarck. Nobody.
So you hired that licensed thug Plummer to find him and beat him half to death, right?
Exactly.
Well, go ahead, baby. The story doesn't end there. Tell me the rest, the good part. About how you waited until Plummer got through with him, and then you went down to that unfinished blueprint out of House and Gardens and killed him.
No. No, that is not true. I did not do that. Why, I could not.
It's no bigger lie than the rest of it. Where's that pearl handle 32 of yours, Nanette? And don't reach for it. Just tell me.
What do you want with
I want to see if it's been fired. Now, where is it?
Call it, Jack.
Oh, fine.
Plummer.
Miss Lamarck might not like for you to see her gun.
Oh, I thought you would never get here.
Who's this character, Miss Lamarck?
Another private detective, Marlowe by name.
No kidding. Well, we got a lot in common, haven't we, Jack?
Yes, we've each got 2 arms and 2 legs. And the name is Phil.
Oh, that's the way it is, huh? Well, listen, Jack. You got no business here in the first place. For 2 cents, I'll chop you down.
You're even cheaper than I figured.
Why,
and you
you
can put
big-
away that big, nasty gun, too, because I got you cold. That envelope you stuck in Nanette's mailbox tonight had a slip of paper inside from one of your old clients.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Can't you guess? Hey, you want to see it?
Well, yeah, let's have a look at that.
Okay. Take a good look. Come on, drop the gun, Plummer. Come on, drop it. My arm! All right, now, fold up. There's your bargain basement detective, Nanette. You didn't get your money's worth, did you? Now, shall we take a look at that pearl-handled gun of yours?
It is over there in my bag.
Thanks. Clip's full, and that smell sure isn't gunpowder.
Of course not. I did not kill Ross. Why, I was not even inside of that building where he was.
Yeah, I know, but you... Wait a minute, say that again.
I said I was never inside that unfinished house where he was found. When I drove up, you were already there, so I left.
Yeah, I know. And Plummer's gun is... fully loaded. Hasn't been fired either. Baby, you've just given me a great idea.
An idea? But I do not understand.
Never mind, I'll explain it to you later. And incidentally, you better be around. Right now, I've got to find out one more thing, and then maybe I'll pop this whole shebang wide open.
Mr. Marlowe.
Good evening, Mr. Marsh. Lucky to find you still working, huh?
Late hours are a habit with me these days. Come in.
Thanks. Mr. Marsh, I've come back for that help you offered me earlier this evening.
I see. Well, the offer's still good.
Fine. I think your ex-wife, Corey, is lying to me. She claims you didn't know Ross Gilbert, that you only met him once at that party in Ensenada, but you did know him, didn't you?
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, I did get acquainted with Ross slightly. We had dinner together a few times.
Uh-huh. And you really did favor his marriage to Corey because it freed you automatically from that alimony load you were carrying.
That's correct, Marlowe, but I don't
And
see...
it's also correct, isn't it, that you couldn't afford to go to court to have your alimony reduced because that would let your snobbish clientele know you were going on the rocks.
Yes, that's also true.
And maybe it's true that you actually engineered the marriage and it backfired on you.
Very smart, Mr. Marlowe. Just keep your hands at your side. This might go off.
Yes. Well, I expected a reaction, but not quite so soon.
Too bad. I'll trouble you for your gun, now that you've got it all figured out. Yes, Marlowe, I engineered that marriage. Corey was attracted to Gilbert, but he was broke. I knew that would scare Corey off if she found out.
So you and Corey made a deal, particularly with Ross. He wanted to marry Corey, you supplied the cash for his courtship, right?
Yes, only he wouldn't stop there. He kept demanding more.
Sure, that figured from the start. Ross wasn't being blackmailed, he was the blackmailer himself, and that made you worse off than before, so you killed him.
You're so right, Mr. Marlowe. And remember, the price for 2 murders is the same as for 1. So you've really left me no alternative.
I'll give you an alternative, Emery.
Corey!
One thing you didn't count on. I really loved Ross Gilbert.
Well, I guess that winds it up, Corey. Emery's in the hospital, and Nanette and Plummer are both in the clink.
Too bad I only hit Emery in the hand. I never could trust my aim. It's always been bad, in a lot of ways.
It was good enough tonight, baby. Lucky for me you showed up when you did. Say, what made you come to Marsh's place, anyway?
Well, that page from the desk diary paid off, Marlowe. Only we made a mistake.
No?
It didn't come from Ross's diary. It came from Emery's. I finally remembered his handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you tell me something, Marlowe.
Yeah?
How did you know Emery was guilty?
Oh. Well, he made the oldest slip in the book. When he was talking to Nanette, I overheard him say that Ross had been shot. Emery had no way of knowing that Gilbert was dead or how he'd been killed unless Nanette told him. And for a while I thought she had, but then I found out that she couldn't have because she'd never been inside the house where we found Ross.
So it had to be Emery.
Sure.
I see. Well, Marlowe, what does a gal say at the end of a night like this? Thanks or something?
Just thanks will be enough. I gotta do my income tax. Can I give you a lift?
No, I'll walk a while. I've got some thinking to do about marksmanship. But call me sometime later on, will you? Just to see if I'm shooting in the right direction.
You can count on it, Corey.
Thanks. Good night, Phil.
I watched her for a moment as she walked down the street all by herself, deep in her own thoughts, and it looked to me like she was playing it strictly square. I almost wanted to follow her. The first time in a long time, I felt like I wanted to get to know a client better. But March 15th can slip up awfully fast, and that long-form 1040 was still unfinished and waiting for me in my office. So I decided to go back and work on my income tax and play it strictly square, too. After all, that's really the easiest way in the long run. Yeah, I keep telling myself.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore and is produced by Norman MacDonald. The script by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt was directed by Ralph Rose. Featured in the cast were Sylvia Sims, Laurette Philbrandt, Ken Harvey, and Paul Duboff. The special music was by Richard O'Run. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
There was a man with a bad heart, a telephone number scribbled on a cash register receipt, and a corpse on the other side of town. But I couldn't see the connection between them until I realized they were all tied together by the same long rope, worth $30,000.
Next Wednesday evening, February 2nd, CBS will bring you a moving, powerful drama of a reporter who took an assignment he eagerly sought, only to find it came too close to home. Its title is Mind in the Shadow. Its star is Eddie Albert, and its story tells how the reporter set out to reveal the shocking facts about our mental hospitals, and then learned that his lovely young wife might have to enter one. Based on actual documentary evidence of conditions existing today, you'll find Mind in the Shadow, a revealing story of something which could happen to you. Hear Mind in the Shadow, starring Eddie Albert, next Wednesday evening, over most of these same CBS network stations. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, Jack Benny's new address, Sunday night on CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
An iron skull was their trademark. Their business was climbing walls, and it was all done on wheels at 70 miles an hour. But that was a cinch for the death cheaters until they felt murder and a feminine touch.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Feminine Touch.
It was 5 minutes to 5 when I turned off Sunset Boulevard and drove between the two wrought iron gates set in a stone wall that hinted none too subtly at the exclusiveness of the Bel Air estates. I followed a gently curving street bordered by dignified rows of meticulously manicured palm trees as far as number 4412. There I turned onto a white driveway, motored over an acre of rigidly disciplined landscape to a house that could have doubled for Buckingham Palace, where I ground to a soft stop and got out. Bel Air was the soul of peace and serenity until I started across the drive to the front door. A motorcycle, jet-propelled by a black-haired lunatic in a leather jacket with a blonde beauty riding behind him. The handlebar missed goring me by inches. I picked myself up, mumbled a few choice words, and went onto the door. I followed a butler through the house to an aviary in the rear, where my client, Mr. Baldwin Granville, putted with a flock of exotic birds in a big wire cage. He looked right at home, a penguin in sport clothes, with the yellow, staring eyes of an owl.
Come in, Marlowe, but watch the gate. The birds are all upset. Did you hear that mechanical outburst a moment ago?
Hear it? I was almost run over by it. A jerk and a batty blonde dame on a motorcycle. Who were they?
The driver was no doubt one Pepper Riggs, which is all I know about him. However, the batty blonde, as you put it, is my daughter, Adrian.
Oh, your daughter, huh?
Yes, 23 and already out of school 2 years. The best schools, of course. And still, it's been one crazy scrape after another. Now it's motorcycles and something even worse, I'm afraid. That's why I called you.
Now, look, Mr. Granville, I'm no truant officer. Have you or her mother tried simply talking it over with her?
We lost her mother in 33. And Adrian refuses flatly to discuss things with me. I've tried everything from bribery to threats.
How about trying to be a father?
I'm 20 years late for that. Always been too busy making money. Now I'm worried. I think she's infatuated with this Pepper Riggs.
Well, there isn't much I can do about that. If she wants to break her neck on a motorcycle, I can't do much about that either.
You can do something about this. It came to me in this morning's mail. Adrian hasn't seen it yet.
Oh? Keep your daughter out of our hair. Make her lay off Pepper Riggs, if you know what's good for her. I mean it, Lou Bryan. Who's Lou Bryan?
I have no idea. But Adrian's in danger, Marlowe.
Well, I'll do what I can. Got anything else to go on beside two names in the motorcycle crowd?
No, that's all. But Marlowe, listen. It may sound strange to you, but everything I've worked for all my life means nothing to me now. I have finally realized that Adrian is all that really matters. Don't let me down.
Something close to grief glistened in the old man's yellow eyes. But he hardened up again while we settled the matter of my fee, $100. Then he hurried me on my way. I figured Pepper Riggs was a wild man, so my first step was a check-off of the L.A. dirt track circuit, a wild man's game, if ever there was one. The fourth stop I made paid off. A track manager told me that Pepper was a used-to-be bike racer, all right, but that he'd quit and was while working at the Redondo amusement pier as a wall climber. When I found out what that was, it made the dirt track routine sound about as dangerous as an old lady's quilting bee. It was 9:30 when I got out to the Redondo pier, wandered through the concessions until I found one with a corny label, The Wall of Death. It looked like a barrel, 30 feet in diameter and 20 feet high, with a grandstand over it and a picture poster in front listing hair-raising shows, 8, 10, and 12 p.m., featuring Pepper Riggs, the Death Cheater, with lovely Mickey North and smiling Lou Bryan, the one who had written the letter to my client. Whatever Adrian Granville was mixed up in, the answer was here. I walked around the big barrel to a shed in the rear. A light was on, so I went to work.
Hiya. Looking for somebody?
Yeah, you're Pepper Riggs, aren't you? My name's Marlowe of High Spot Magazine. I've got a feature lined up on your act. Spare a minute?
Sure. We can talk while I finish shaving. Shoot.
How fast do you travel around that wall?
Slip under 60 and you drop. It's no life for sissies, buddy. Any little thing goes wrong up there on the wall and it's curtains.
Figures. Is this your bike here?
Yeah, the one with my nameplate on it there.
Uh-huh. I see you carry a little iron skull tied to the handlebars. Kind of grim, isn't it?
It's my trademark, buddy. I've been knocked off the wall 7 times in the last 3 years and beat old Skullface every time.
No kidding. That makes for a nice, quiet future for your fiancée.
Fiancée?
Yeah, Miss Granville. Going to take her into the act with you?
Could be, buddy. Could be.
What do your partners think of that? The girl, Mickey North, and Lou Bryan, I mean. Is there going to be room for everybody?
You know something, pal? I don't think there is a magazine called High Spot.
Really? I better make a note of that.
Yeah. Adrian warned me your old man be sending a private eye around. So now that I've caught your act and it's corny, I've got a message for you.
Lay off, because Adrian's old enough to know what she wants.
Okay. And I've got one for you, Screwball. See that she lives long enough to enjoy it.
Get out, you...
When he shoved me out the door, my first impulse was to shove back in again. But then I heard the spiel for the 10 o'clock show starting out in front, so I decided Pepper Riggs would keep. I walked around the drome to where a red-faced barker lashed the crowd with every known simile for danger as he whipped up excitement for the act. I stepped up close to listen.
5 miles per hour on an absolutely vertical wall. Just Hadley's wall of death. Don't miss it, folks. Show starts in 15 minutes. Come in and watch them cheat. Hey, Sam, take over for me, quick. Robert. You want thrills.
When the red-faced barker stopped, his eyes had been fixed on a little man in grimy overalls hurrying across the midway. He jumped down from the platform and ran after the little guy, so I pushed back through the crowd and followed him. The red-face caught up with the grimy overalls at a hot dog stand, grabbed him by one shoulder and spun him around.
Hey, what are you doing? Moon, I want to talk to you.
Oh.
Are you a motorcycle mechanic or a prima donna? Where you been?
I slept in, I guess, Mr. Hadley.
Yeah. You must have been real tired after last night.
Last night? Why, what do you mean?
Don't stall with me, Moon. I saw you coming out of the bike shed at 2:30 in the morning. What were you doing in there at that hour?
Going over the bikes. I'm sick and tired of taking the blame for Lou Bryan. He's holding back. He says it's because his bike ain't right, but that's not true. He's turned yellow, that's what, and I'll prove it, too.
Shut up. Keep that kind of talk to yourself.
Oh, but it's true. Pepper told him the same thing. Lou Bryan's lost his nerve, and he's holding back. Those bikes are identical. Same make and same model. They're both in tip-top shape. And I'm through taking the blame for a guy that's turned yellow, that's
What do you
all.
have, man? Want something, Jess? Yeah, a couple of coffees, Bud. You, mister?
Yeah, a hot dog. Nothing on it.
Yes, sir. Right up. Now, listen, Moon. You're a good mechanic. I don't want to fire you, but there's trouble cooking around my show, and I don't like it. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, sure there's gonna be trouble. You're blaming me, but you ought to blame that Desi blonde that Pepper's mixed up with. That Adrian Granville. She's the Hey, you, Big Ears.
Huh?
This is private conversation. What are you tuning in for?
Pass the mustard, little man, and keep your greasy thumb out of it. You got secrets, you ought to know better than to broadcast them.
Yeah. Thanks for the advice.
Yeah, go soak your head in it. Skip the coffee, Bert. Your place is crawling. So long, Big Ears.
I watched Jess Hadley and Moon walk away, and then I went back to the wall of death, bought a ticket, and climbed the stairs of the gallery at the top of the 30-foot motordrome. The house lights were on, but in the half-darkness at the bottom of the big bowl, I saw 3 motorcycles in the open trap door. The gallery was nearly full. It only took one glance around the ring of faces at the lip of the bowl to spot her. She had insolent eyes and wide, soft, red mouth, and her hair tumbled in loose blonde waves over the shoulders of a shimmering white silk shirt, very wide open at her throat. I moved up beside her and leaned on the rail.
Why don't you go home, Sherlock? I can't use a watchdog.
You flatter yourself, Adrian. I'm here only to case a setup. If it includes your broken neck, that's just another item in my report.
Is that right? Well, you're pretty, so I'll make it real easy for you. The setup's simply this. I like to go fast. Motorcycles do that for me. So does Pepper Riggs. That satisfy you?
Not quite. You got the curves, baby, but somebody else has the angles.
Meaning what?
Well, these professionals might resent an amateur moving in.
What makes you think I'm an amateur, Mr. Marlowe? I'll compete with dear little Mickey North on any basis, curves or angles. I got Pepper, didn't I? Now I'll have her spot in the show, if I want it.
How does all this set with Lou Bryan?
Lou's excess baggage, but strictly. Pepper's been carrying the whole show for weeks. Oh, there go the house lights. So it's been nice, Sherlock, but that makes it time to run along, doesn't it?
No, I think I'll stick around, honey, whether you like it or not.
Suit yourself. But don't stick too close. You might get run over.
When a floodlight over the center of the drome flashed on and filled the deep bowl with a dead white glare, the performers climbed through the trapdoor in the bottom, closed it behind them, and mounted their bikes. With the first roar of the motors, Adrian gripped the railing and stared down, her eyes glistening with fascination.
And now, Jess Hadley presents the Just Cheaters in a hair-raising exhibition of riding skills, performed at 70 miles an hour on a vertical wall, starring Pepper Riggs with lovely Mickey North and smiling Lou Bryan.
It was Lou Bryan who led off, starting slowly at first, around and around the sloping base of the bowl. Pepper Riggs watched him for a moment, then looked up, waved at Adrian, and grinned, while Mickey North glared straight ahead. There was no smile on smiling Lou Bryan's face either as he whirled faster and faster around the drome. The bowl began to tremble with every revolution as the speeding motorcycles raced over the boards and rose higher and higher on the vertical wall until finally it was only 5 feet from the rim. Then suddenly from somewhere a black smear trailed out on the white under the tires. A smear that grew with every turn. It was oil. A second later it happened. The back wheel skidded. The bike squirmed out of Lou Bryan's control like it was something alive, and then it fell.
Move along, folks. Come on, break it up.
Lou Bryan was
Move
dead
along.
long before they got him
Come
through
on,
the trap door and into the ambulance, and watching him fall had put a freeze on my mind that took 20 minutes thawing out. But when the fundamentals of addition went to work again, I started looking around, and just in time to see Moon, the mechanic, barreling a 1930 flivver for all it was worth, out of the parking lot and heading for the highway, lights out. I ran to my car, piled in to take after him, when something long and yellow smashed into my bumper.
Can't you see where you're going?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Adrian. You timed it perfectly, didn't you?
Timed what perfectly?
That block. So Moon, your grease monkey assistant, could put a few miles behind him.
Adrian, what happened? Marlowe.
Yeah. Don't worry, Riggs. Adrian here did a lovely job. Our bumpers are braided.
What? You know, I'm getting a little sick of you, Marlowe.
You're liable to get sick of Speedy. Because I'm going to find out exactly why Lou Bryan died tonight, and you're going to answer some questions.
He died because the oil line broke.
Yeah, it happens all the time to wall climbers. It was a tough break, that's all.
Oh, sure. Now, look. Just in case you two didn't know, Lou Bryan objected to you, Adrian. So much so, in fact, that he wrote a letter to your father threatening to rough you up if you didn't lay off. And from where I sit, somebody beat him to the punch. Guess who?
Listen, Marlowe, you're running off at the mouth. If you got something to say it. Right out, like a big boy.
Okay. Riggs, Lou Bryan's death was no accident. It was cold, premeditated murder. Tie that on your handlebars, death cheater.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the greatest jackpot in the history of radio, $54,000 in prizes and cash, awaits the CBS listener who can solve the mystery of the phantom voice on our Saturday night Sing It Again show. $25,000 may be yours in solid cash, plus $29,000 in marvelous prizes. There's also a host of splendid smaller prizes waiting for you listeners who can crack the riddle songs. So be around for Sing It Again tonight when it comes to you for a full hour on most of these same CBS network stations. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Feminine Touch.
I turned without another word and walked away slowly until I was out of sight. Then I ran for the drome on the off chance that I could find Mickey North and a lead on Moon. I found her alone and on a bench in an almost dark, out-of-the-way corner of an amusement pier, half watching a couple of hungry seagulls who didn't know when it was time to go to bed circle overhead. I introduced myself and got around to what was fast becoming my only point, the hunch that Lou Bryan's crack-up was no accident.
I can't believe that, Marlowe.
Why not, Mickey? It adds. Lou Bryan figured Adrian was breaking up a great act. Figured she'd driven a wedge between him and Pepper. And, Pepper and you.
Oh, yeah, but that's not reason enough for Adrian or Pepper to kill Lou, Marlowe.
Oh, by its lonesome, no. But there was more, Mickey. Lou Bryan didn't intend to take all this lying down. For one thing, he sent a threatening letter to Adrian's father to keep her away.
Then, Marlowe, you're saying that Adrian...
And Pepper Riggs scheduled an accident for Lou Bryan. And then, Mickey, there's Moon. You know, he shoved off without so much as now be back in a minute right after Lou cracked up. Tell me, Mickey, do you have any idea where Moon could have been heading? He was pointing away from L.A.
No, I don't. Except, of course, his own place. He has a little shack on Ocean Avenue, number 41, over in the oil fields. But look, Marlowe, maybe Moon's responsible for everything. He and Lou didn't get along, you know.
Yes, I've heard. Also, Mickey, I've heard that Moon was around the bikes unusually late last night.
What? Moon around... Marlowe, it must have been Moon then, alone. Sure, what's the matter with me? Pepper wouldn't do a thing like that. He's too good, too decent and nice.
Still love him, don't you, Mickey?
No.
I don't. He means nothing, Marlowe.
All right, honey. Let's call it a tie for the moment. It's Moon alone or the triumvirate Moon, Riggs, and Adrian Granville, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else had any reason to kill Lou. If you're sure that's what happened. Are you, Marlowe? Dead sure?
Just about. Ask me again, honey, after I've checked the fireside at number 41 Ocean Avenue. By then, I may know more. When I got back to my car, Adrian's convertible was gone. And the pleating that had been my right fender, which said that she'd left in a hurry, cost me 10 minutes of stress and strain before my front wheels would turn in either direction without chewing rubber. Then I was another 10 getting to the intersection of US 101 and Ocean Avenue, which turned out to be a paved semicircle of grime, twisting in between a dozen nodding oil well pumps that had never heard of the 8-hour day. I got out of my car and started to move quietly toward the sagging collection of scrap lumber, unpainted and unpleasant. That was number 41. When the sudden splash of a pair of headlights sweeping my way fast sent me sprawling for cover without so much as a reason why. I was glad that I had, because it was yellow, long, and convertible, and behind the wheel and alone, Miss Adrian Granville. I took that as my cue to stop sleuthing and start worrying about a guy named Moon. I moved up to his shack in a hurry. When it showed no light and no answer to my loud knock, I closed one hand tight around the .38 in my pocket and the other over the knob on the door, which wasn't locked. Inside, there was only shabby furniture of viscose linoleum, and in the middle of the wall opposite me, another door half open. I started for it, and what I could almost feel was going to be the too quiet form of the elusive mechanic. And the sound behind me that was not the work of the wind brought me to a dead stop.
Move 1 inch, mister, and I'll kill you.
And to think I was worrying about your health.
You shouldn't have bothered. I feel fine. But you won't if there's any monkey business. I'll drop your gun. Come on, fast! That's better. Now, what are you doing here?
Wondering why you were dumb enough to let that Granville brat talk you into murdering Lou Bryan for a price?
You're off your rocker, Phil. I didn't drop Bryan. I got no money from the baby either, only Gab. Gab that kept me from packing and getting out of here.
That's a lie. I've got a photostat of a check for $10,000 that's made out to you and signed by Adrian Granville. Turn on a light, Buster. Look for yourself.
Check for 10 grand?
Yeah.
I don't figure how my name could get out. Hey, this ain't no check.
Oh, my mistake. Here! It is! And more!
Okay.
Come on, get up.
Again. I'll tell you the truth, honest.
We'll see. First verse. You didn't kill Bryan. Why are you running?
Because Lou and I didn't get along, and Jess Hadley knows that I was around the bikes last night.
So what?
Well, so sometimes people start putting things together too fast. It gets other people in trouble. I know it's happened to me before. 5 years once on a lousy frame.
How unfortunate.
Yeah, but...
What about Adrian Granville? What's she want with you, Moon?
I don't know, unless she belongs to the lady's handkerchief I found near the bikes last night.
Did you say it was hers?
We didn't get that far. She ran off when we heard your car turn off from the highway. That's how come I got the drop on you.
That figures. But what doesn't figure, Moon, is why you're still holding back. Well, so maybe we ought to bounce the mechanic around some more, huh? What do you say?
No,
Moon, come on, do we keep this up? You're gonna talk? Talk!
No, please.
All right.
Quit, will you let me alone? I'll tell you everything. Lou was always beefing at me. Whenever Pep to call him yellow for not riding right, he took it out on me. Said I didn't keep his bike in shape. So I decided to do...
So what? What's the matter?
Outside. There, Marlowe. A gun. No!
When Moon grabbed at his chest with both hands, swung in a half arc, and pitched forward on his face, I yanked at the light cord in the middle of the room and then threw the door open. The only noise I heard was the starting roar of a motorcycle about 50 feet away. I forgot about being careful and ran out into the street and toward what was fast becoming an increasingly smaller silhouette of I couldn't say who. When I returned to the shack and found Moon dead, I ran for my car, piled in, and kept a heavy foot on the gas until I was back at the amusement pier, where I figured I might find the team of Granville and Riggs standing around like nothing had happened. When I got there, I found just that. Out on the pier was Miss Moneybags herself, walking slowly away from Pepper and Mickey and toward the hot dog stand. When I was next to her and about ready to grab on and start yelling cop, I saw something else. Something that didn't sink in right away. It was a tiny iron skull on an iron chain, swinging from the gold charm bracelet she wore on her right wrist.
If you're taking inventory, Marlowe, make it fast, will you? The next show starts in a couple of minutes, and I'm going on in Lou's place, and I don't have...
That trinket there on your wrist, Adrian, it's a miniature of the one Pepper has on the handlebars of his bike, right?
Right. It's his trademark. But what about it? Does that hang all of it?
No, it just hangs one of us, if I'm right. Goodbye. It was only a hunch, and a screwy one at that, but as I ran past Mickey and Pepper, who stared at me like my nose was on fire, and headed for the shop out in the back where I knew I could find the bike that Lou had been killed on, I gave myself a 50-50 chance of being right. But when I was inside the place and next to the twisted jumble of steel that had once been a motorcycle, the odds jumped from there to sure thing. Because when I passed my fingers over the chrome handlebars, I found that they were not smooth all the way. In the next second, I knew more. I was not alone. I jumped from the bike, reached for my gun, and wheeled around the wrong way. Oh! Oh. When I started back for this world, there were only two things in it. One, a sharp, searing pain the length of the right side of my face, and the other, the crazy thought that since I was still alive, I had to get to the drome and stop Adrian Granville before murder happened again. I ran outside and around to the front, where I saw that the rider's trapdoor entrance was already closed and that the act was about to begin. And as I heard the motors roar and a voice announced that Adrian and Mickey were going to ride together, I spotted Jess Hadley at the top of the stairs that led onto the spectators' balcony. I took the dozen steps up to him, two at a time, and as the house lights faded and the floods over the riders came up, I grabbed him and shouted that we had to stop the act while the bikes were still only getting underway, or death would get star billing again.
What are you talking about, Marlowe?
Murder, Hadley! How can we stop those bikes?
I don't know, Marlowe. They can't hear a thing down there.
Well, it'll have to be something they can see. Get to the house lights, Hadley, and turn them up. I'm going to shoot out the overhead floods.
No, Marlowe. You'll pile the girls up.
Get going, Hadley. I'm going to shoot.
No, Marlowe. No!
Report to surgery, please. Dr. Richard Reese, report to surgery.
Well, Marlowe, before she blacked out, the police say Mickey admitted wanting to get Pepper because she was crazy jealous of Adrian. But they haven't got it straight yet about Moon's death and exactly why Lou was killed by mistake. How'd that go?
Well, it went two ways, Hadley. One, Mickey fixed Pepper's bike so that the oil line would give. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
Then Moon, convinced that Lou had gone yellow, switched the bikes to prove that Lou's constant complaint about the bikes was simply an alibi.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the joker. He switched right into a double play. Lou Bryan got killed instead of Pepper.
But then, after the crack-up, Moon knew that it should have happened to Pepper. Huh?
Oh, yeah, sure. But for a lot of reasons, he didn't want to stick around and talk it over. When he was about to tell me the truth, Mickey shot him.
Because if you knew the bikes were switched, you'd look for someone with reason to kill Pepper, not Lou.
Correct. And once I did know that, there was only Lou and Mickey. See, I picked Mickey because, for one thing, her motive was stronger. And for another, Moon found a lady's handkerchief near the bikes. So...
Marlowe, you come out here, please.
All right, Mr. Granville. See you, Hadley.
Yeah, Marlowe. Catch the act some night when we play it straight. Still a good show.
Well, I'm a lucky man, Marlowe. The doctor says Adrian's going to be fine in a few days. She wants to see you now, but it can only be for a moment, you know.
Frankly, Mr. Granville, a moment's about all I can take. I don't exactly like your daughter.
Now, Marlowe, none of that, please. The poor child's not well. Besides, she wants to apologize to you and give you my check for $100. Now, go on, boy. Go on. She's calling for you.
Okay. Hello.
Marlowe, I want to ask you a question. And, of course, apologize. I'm sorry.
What's the question?
The iron skull on my bracelet. What did it mean to you?
Oh. Well, it was a reminder that Pepper had one dangling from the handlebars of his bike. And that if Moon had switched bikes, which was a wild thought at the time, that which was called Lou's bike would have a worn spot on the chrome handlebars where the iron chain had rubbed. And it did. Now my turn. You told Pepper, and in particular Mickey, that I was all excited about something, didn't you?
Yes. Why do you ask, Phil?
Because I was wondering how Mickey knew where I was so that she could come down and play Crown the private detective.
Oh, Phil, she could have killed you.
Yes. Yeah, but then when she didn't, I could figure that she'd given up and only wanted time.
To crash her motorcycle into mine when we were high on the wall. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it, all the way around. Now, if you please, my check and goodbye.
Check?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Here it is, and for all that you've done for me.
Hey, cut it out. You're supposed to be sick, Adrian. Get back in bed.
Oh, Marlowe, I'm not any sicker than you are. That's just to keep Daddy from blowing his top. Now, come here, silly. I'm all right.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Good.
Phil.
That's all I wanted to know. Now, across my knee. Your daddy should have gotten around to this a long, long time ago. I kept swatting her where I figured it would do the most good. Until Daddy, 2 doctors, and a nurse came in, and then I recommended that my client consult a child psychologist for his daughter and a full-grown one for himself, and I left. But by the time I was outside, I'd cooled off some. And it was then that I remembered I had carelessly shoved a $100 check, which belonged in my wallet, into a side pocket. When I took it out and unfolded it, I saw that it was all in order. Names and numbers correct. But then, as I started to put it away, I saw something else. On the back and scribbled in pencil, P.S.
Working with a private detective sounds like much more fun than motorcycles. I'll be at your office first thing Monday morning.
Signed, Adrian. I turned around and started back for the hospital. This was not going to be.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman McDonnell. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Barbara Eiler, Ted Von Eltz, David Ellis, Virginia Gregg, Wilms Herbert, Paul Dubov, and Peter Prouse. The special music is by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It was only a gambler's marker. A promise to pay worth $1,000. And I was hired to find it. Yeah, that sounded easy. Until I realized that it meant the whole future to 2 men. Freedom to a 3rd, and death to the girl in the cottage.
Sunday will be Mother's Day, and the boy with the neighbor's prize rose in his lapel and a box of cigars under his arm will be Mrs. Benny's little boy, Jack, ready for his idea of a proper Mother's Day celebration. For an unusually hilarious Mother's Day session with America's only 39-year-old child prodigy, hear The Jack Benny Show, Sunday on all of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time a nervous breakdown in a driving rain. A cape with a high collar and a tiny sliver of glass led me from the ballet and a beautiful dancer to the edge of a cliff and death. It happened like this.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The High-Collared Cape.
Nothing like a drink and a good book on a rainy night. And what a night. Oh, no. All right. All right, don't sprain your finger.
I'm most sorry to intrude on you this time at night, but I may have waited too long already.
Yeah, well, look, miss, my office hours are 9 to...
poor Andre, I felt something dreadful was going to happen to him, and now I'm sure of it. You must find him for me. The poor man
Lady,
is...
wait a minute. Hold it, will you? Who is Andre? And for that matter, who are you?
I am Vivian Ordway, prima ballerina ballet du monde.
Prima ballerina?
The impresario of the company, my dear, dear old friend, my teacher, the man who's been like a father to me. That is Andre Ledoux. We must help him at once.
Well, listen, Miss Ordway, why don't you...
Mr. Marlowe, I feared for some time that Andre was on the brink of losing his mind.
Yeah, I can understand
you
it.
see, he's a genius, tormented by 1,000 frustrations. He will never dance. He's been crippled, but he is consumed with a passion for dancing and drives himself to express his genius through the clumsy feet of others.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting. You've no idea, but I don't see why you came to me tonight, Miss Ordway. What can I do?
Help me to find him. Yesterday, so something else happened to Andre. I don't know what, but it upset him. Then today at noon, when this awful rain started, he disappeared and... Oh, good heavens.
Huh?
8:05.
Yeah, what about it?
I'll be late for the performance. Here, take this ticket and please come to the theater, Mr. Marlowe. I beg you. I'll pay you anything you ask. Only promise me you'll come.
Well,
Please.
Okay, Miss Ordway. I'll be there as soon as I can. The ballerina swept out of my apartment like a frightened whirlwind. As I got dressed all over again for an evening of ballet, which I needed like acute appendicitis, I saw that the ticket she'd left was number 27J at the Great Arts Theater, showing Ballet of the World, sponsored by one Mrs. Imogene Wyatt. Well, I got to the lobby, half soaked near the end of the second act, when an icy usherette shoved the program at me and hush-hushed me inside. The audience was a small cluster of Audi diehards down front, which left me in 27J feeling like Midway Island. My client, Vivian Ordway, was the whole show. When I saw the finale coming, I slipped down a side aisle and into the wings, just in time to catch a beef at the stage door between a long, wolf-faced intruder and a pudgy
I
doorman.
ain't here, Scully Haskell. But even if she was, you wouldn't get in. She left strict orders. You're finished. Now get out and stay out.
Okay, but let me tell you something. I broke my back getting publicity for that diamond-studded widow in this outfit. Imogene Wire's going to be sorry she fired me. I'm going to see to it personally.
Get out of the theater, Scully.
Nuts. To you and his whole troop of stuck-up grasshoppers.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe,
Yeah.
here. Come this way to my dressing room.
Tell me, have you heard from Andre Ledoux, Vivian?
No, nothing. But I did remember something that may help.
Oh?
Andre once mentioned that he had a friend here in Los Angeles, a Mr. Baker, who lived at the Winthrop Arms, the Winthrop Hotel, the Winthrop something.
Uh-huh.
Come in, Mr. Marlowe.
Thank you.
Andre may be there. I'm grasping at straws, I know, but if his mind is gone and he is lost, I'm so afraid for him.
Oh, now take it easy, honey. Take it easy.
Vivian, is there news of Andre?
Oh, no, George, nothing. Mr. Marlowe here is going to find him for us. He's a private detective.
Oh, I see. Wonderful. I am George Melikov.
Glad to know you.
Vivian, I'll be at the hotel. If I can help, please do call on me. And, oh, my dear, you shone as beautifully tonight as the full moon. Как красивая луна. We mere stars were hardly visible beside you. До свидания, душа.
Fast man with a compliment, huh?
He's very sweet.
Yeah, what hotel did he mean?
The Wilshire Gardens. Most of the ballet stay there.
Oh. How about you, Miss Ordway?
I have a house, a studio on Lookout Mountain, 857.
857. Can I reach you there?
No, I'm going to wait here in the theater. If Andre should remember and come back, I'd want to be here. He's a very sick man.
After I left the theater, a quick check in a phone book showed a Winthrop Arms apartment hotel on Havenhurst Drive. It's just below Fountain Avenue. And when I got there, I found the name Baker stuck over the mailbox to apartment 1A. I went inside and up to the door.
Yes?
Andre Ledoux?
What do you want?
Well, your friends at the theater are worried about you.
My friends? I have no friends.
George Melikov's worried about you.
George Melikov, my friend, is worried about me.
So is Vivian Ordway.
Oh, Vivian.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that dear child. What will become of her now?
What do you mean? What's happened?
Who are you?
Miss Ordway sent me to find you. She's waiting for you at the theater.
Waiting at the theater? Why? Why? The ballet is finished.
What's that?
Mrs. Imogen Wyatt withdraws her support completely. There is no more Ballet du Monde. I'm penniless. And all our work has been for nothing. I tried to reason with her, but it was hateful. Afterward, I drove here on the dark street, the rain slashing, clawing at me. Rain.
Andre, where's your friend, Mr. Baker? This place is packed in mothballs.
He is in Europe. It is all right that I am here. He sent me the keys long ago, said I could use his apartment and his car. I came here to be alone, to think. My head aches.
Andre, what time was it when you left Mrs. Wyatt's yesterday? Do you remember?
I can't remember. Only that it was dark. Very dark. And it was such a difficult drive. Tomorrow she will notify her lawyer to alter the papers and order that imbecile. I wish she were dead. You hear me? I wish that Imogen Wyatt were dead. What was that?
Stay where you are.
What is it? Do you see anything?
No. Now look, Andre, about your headache. Wouldn't you like to see a doctor?
Doctor? No, I'll be all right. I am all right. Understand?
Yeah, sure. Well, do me a favor, for your own sake. Stay here tonight, inside. I want to check a couple of things, and then I'll be back.
Yes, I'll stay. Where else would I go now?
When I left, I was convinced that if the ballet impresario hadn't already slipped his trolley, another slight bump would do it. But two things bothered me. So first I walked around to the window again, but any trace of an eavesdropper had been washed away by the rain. Item number two was the strong imprint the drive home in the rain had made on Andre's troubled mind. I wanted to know why. The garage was under the building on the far side. The door was unlocked and a small light burned in the back. I finally found the car, a sleek, close-to-the-ground Hudson registered to Olin Baker, and found it with the first grim discrepancy. The left headlight and fender were still streaked with rain marks, but the right had been wiped clean. And when I reached in and switched on the lights, that cinched it. The glass in the right headlight had been replaced. It was brand new.
Hey there. What are you up to?
Just testing my friend's car. I may borrow it. You the attendant?
That's right. Was you in here last night tinkering around with this here car?
No. Maybe it was Mr. Ledoux. He had it out last night.
Oh, no, it wasn't him. That was somebody else. I heard a noise. See him when I come out of my back room there. This guy beat it. He took off like a scared turkey. He had a big black cape on with a high collar, flapping in the wind.
You better watch it, old-timer. That stuff's getting your eyesight.
Looked like a cape to me. Well, I looked around, but I didn't see no harm done, so I went back to my room.
What time was all this?
Oh, way past midnight. Maybe 1, 2 o'clock. I didn't pay much attention. By the way, Mr. Careful of the nip.
No, thanks. I'd like to use a phone. You got one?
Oh, sure. Back in the corner. I'll show you.
I'll find it. The call is personal. Do you mind?
Me? She'll say not. Help herself, Sonny. I'm too old to even be curious.
My first call was to a desk sergeant in the police traffic bureau. And when I identified myself and asked about a hit-and-run accident possibly on Fountain sometime before midnight yesterday, there was a pause while he checked the record. And then...
On the button, Mr. Marlowe. We identified him by his Blue Shield medical card.
Oh?
One Lyle Kretschauer. Apparently stepped out from between parked cars on Fountain Avenue between Orange Drive and Roxbury. Was struck by an unidentified vehicle at about 11:10 last night. Condition serious. Now, what do you know about this, Mr. Marlowe?
I'll get in touch with you later, Sergeant. Thanks. Stepped out from between parked cars.
Great Arts Theater.
It's Philip Marlowe. I want to talk to Vivian Ordway.
Oh, hang on a second, Mr. Marlowe. She's right here.
Okay.
Have you found him? Is Andre all right?
Yeah, for the present. But listen, Vivian, I gotta talk to Imogene Wyatt. Where does she live?
Mrs. Wyatt.
Yeah.
Beverly Hills. Let me think. It's 21 Cameo Terrace.
21 Cammy. Meet me there right away, will you? I may have a couple of rough answers for you, baby.
But, I'm still in costume.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, all right, I put something on over it. I'll be there just as soon as I can.
Between slick streets and visibility zero, it was a solid half-hour drive from the Winthrop Arms out to the swank Cameo Terrace. But when I pulled up at number 21, I wondered what the wealthy widow had spent her money on. The house was so small, it must have been shingled with $20 bills to meet the zoning restrictions. I just started up the soggy gravel path toward the door when it came. As I started to run for the house, a green convertible I hadn't noticed before roared to life suddenly and disappeared down a side street. But I didn't have time to worry about it. Inside, I found Mrs. Wyatt on her dining room floor, fighting a losing battle with the distance to the telephone.
Accident last night. I was going to ruin it all. Now, Andre let it me.
She was dead. I looked through the rest of the small and now silent house in a hurry, but found nothing more constructive than the rear door wide open. I got back to the living room just in time to see my client, Vivian Ordway, bizarre in a short, frothy ballet skirt and long white hose, standing in the front door.
Something's wrong, isn't it?
That's one way to put it. How'd you get here, Vivian?
In the cab.
What do you know that drives a green convertible?
Green. Wait, Scully Haskell, a publicity man, but why?
The guy I saw in a beef at the theater tonight.
What's happened?
Imogene Wyatt was just shot to death. That puts two items of business up on deck. First, the check call to Andre Ledoux.
Andre? Why Andre?
On the off chance that he can drive faster than I can. After that, a personal call on Mr. Haskell. You can fill that one in yourself.
Marlowe, Andre couldn't have. He couldn't have
We'll
done...
see. Now, hang on tight, baby. Let's get it over with.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, the great international comedian Beatrice Lillie will be Bing Crosby's guest on CBS this Wednesday night. The CBS Bing Crosby Show always guarantees enjoyment. So be listening when B. Lillie joins Bing on most of these same CBS stations this Wednesday night. And now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The High-Collared Cape.
Made a cockeyed picture. A beautiful ballerina miles away from the stage, yet in full color-drenched costume and gaping through tear-streaked grease paint. It's sudden death. It was a good time for me to start checking up. Andre Ledoux, the high-strung impresario, was first. If he was still at the apartment, I could cross him off as having done it personally.
Hello? Hello, who is it you want?
Sorry, wrong number.
Marlowe, he was home, wasn't he, Andre? I mean, you couldn't suspect him, Marlowe. Why, Andre's the sweetest man in the world.
Take it easy, honey. I didn't say Ledoux did it. And his being home doesn't say he didn't. People sometimes pay other people to do their dirty work for them, you know.
Just what are you trying to say?
You hired me to find Ledoux, and I did. But also I found he was suffering from shock, and has been since last night when Mrs. Wyatt told him she was going to fold the show.
For the show.
Yeah. And that Vivian would ruin him.
And half a dozen more I could name.
You're so right, so you've all got plenty of motive.
But what about Haskell? We know he hated Mrs. Wyatt. Isn't revenge motive? Revenge and the fact that you saw his car. Why do you insist on defending him?
I don't. Only there's another angle. It's called hit and run. And I know that it ties in tight with Ledoux, Mrs. Wyatt, and the actual killer.
Hit and run? I don't understand.
Well, neither do I yet. Now, look, do you know where Scully Haskell lives?
No.
Where does he hang out?
Sometimes at the bar at Wilshire Gardens Hotel.
Okay, I'll try it. Now, you go back to your place up in the hills. I'll find it when I got some answers. Now, hurry up and get out of here, will you? Somebody might have heard the shot and called it... Somebody did hear the shot. Go on, get out.
Yes, but Marlowe...
No buts. Go on, Vivian. Get in the cab and go straight home. Do your crying there.
All right.
Good. I'm trying to... Hey, Vivian, you forgot your coat. Vivian, you... Oh, no, baby. You forgot your cape. For a long second, I just held it tight and stared. High Elizabethan collar, enough gathered cloth to rig old Ironsides. It could have been what the garage attendant thought he had seen running away from the car Ledoux had used. But the garage attendant could have been mistaken, too. I told myself that leaping high to conclusions was strictly for ballet dancers. I jammed the cape into a small bundle and left via the service entrance just as the police sirened up. I took the Great Circle route back to my car, tossed the cape on the seat next to me, and drove fast to the bar at the Wilshire Gardens Hotel. It was a kind of flattering pink mirrored place where the hors d'oeuvre had long ago replaced the pretzel. But Haskell wasn't in sight. And the only person around who could possibly be of any help to me was the delicate George Milikoff.
Mr. Marlowe, have you seen Vivian? I am beside myself with worry.
She's all right, Milikoff.
She's not. I know. It is Monsieur Ledoux that she still worries about him.
Yeah, him and a little bit more, George. Now tell me, you know where I can find Scully Haskell?
Why, yes, I do. He was just here for a drink.
Where'd he go?
You're being very brusque, Mr. Marlowe.
Being very what?
You're brusque.
Yeah, well, now look, George. Without grand jetting out of your satin loafers, get this. There's been a murder, and Vivian's in it up to her pretty fluff skirt.
A murder? How is Vivian concerned?
Come on, Butch, let's get out of here.
Where are we going, Mr. Marlowe?
Out to my car where we can talk. The rain stopped, come on. Over here.
You said somebody was murdered. Who was that?
Mrs. Wyatt, she was shot, and it might have been Haskell.
Because she discharged him?
Maybe. Or maybe something more complicated, like a hit-and-run accident that belongs to Ledoux, but somebody wants to cover. Does that make any sense to you? Here's a card.
No. Should it?
No. What's more, it shouldn't to Vivian either.
What are you getting at?
There isn't time to explain. Call it thinking out loud. Thinking about this cape, for example, that belongs to Vivian. And about the testimony of a whiskeyed garage attendant. All of which makes me hope real hard that Haskell's the boy.
More thinking out loud?
Yeah, maybe. Now look, where can I find Haskell?
The Paradise Court Motel on Vine. He has a bungalow there, number 3.
Oh, thanks. Well, if you're really worried about Vivian, George, go on up to a place on Lookout Mountain Road. She's not in good shape. And here, take this cape with you. Ooh.
What? Why, you cut yourself. Your finger's bleeding.
Yeah. On a sliver of glass, George. Glass that could have come from a broken headlight, huh?
From a broken what? What are you talking about, Mr. Marlowe?
The benefit of the doubt, George. Keeps getting harder to give it away. Bring this back to Vivian, will you? Tell her she left it at Mrs. Wyatt's, and that I'm positive Haskell's our man. So long, George.
You, Nancy?
Not quite. The name's Marlowe. I want to talk to you, Haskell.
Don't waste your breath, Skip Chaser. I'm broke, and I'm going to stay broke until the 1st of next month. After that, you can get in line. Who are you fronting for, the finance company?
Imogene Wyatt's dead, Haskell.
What did you say it? What's a gun for?
You lousy temper. Get back.
Hey, wait a minute. I saw you at the theater tonight.
Yeah, and I heard you, which puts me out in front. Now do we talk, Haskell?
About what?
Mrs. Wyatt's murder. You were sloppy.
And you're off your nut. I didn't shoot her. I didn't even...
Slips, huh, kid?
So I know she was shot. Doesn't prove I did it.
Come on, why'd you kill Mrs. Wyatt?
I didn't.
How'd you know she was shot?
Because it happened just like I got out of my car and started toward her place. I was going up there to read her off. The shot scared me away. Use your head, Marlowe. I was sore, but I didn't kill her.
No, but interference on that hit and run you were covering was plenty of reason.
What are you talking about, hit and run?
Hit and run! Don't move, Haskell.
Nuts.
I said don't move!
Congratulations, handsome. That's just what I had in mind.
Close the door and stand still.
Sure. Now what? The name's Nancy Connick.
Occupation?
Ex-friend of the unconscious. Don't look so worried, handsome. I'm on your side. I had something in mind exactly like that left cross you just threw. Is that cold,
Yeah. What's your beef?
I took this louse to a party with me last night, and he got so stinking drunk that I'm still apologizing to people.
He was with you last night?
Me and a couple of fifths of bourbon. from 8:30 till 5 a.m. And on Malibu.
He never left?
Not for a second. The loudmouth was positive. Nobody could get along without him. What's that got to do with you?
Too much. Tell Haskell I'll be in touch, will you? I gotta run now. Oh.
What are you looking at? It's just a program from the ballet, isn't it?
Hmm? Yeah.
Well, Haskell has them all over the place, after all.
Yeah, sure.
So?
Hmm? Oh, so like I said, Nancy, I gotta run. It was 15 stop-and-go minutes from Haskell's place to the Hollywood Hills, and another 5 screeching up the paved snake that was Lookout Mountain Road. But finally I was there out of my car and running toward number 857, which was a collection of windows and a rustic log frame half jutting out into space. And around in the back there was a wooden sun deck. Below it, on either side, huge rocks that lined the edge of the cliff. Directly below, only the dark, bottomless canyon. On the end of the porch near me, there was a long flight of stairs. I started up, one careful, noiseless step at a time, my hand tight around the 38. Suddenly, in the weak light of the thin slice of moon, I saw Vivian Ordway, her back to the flimsy porch rail, her face an ugly knot of terror.
No, George.
And only inches away from her, and brandishing the gun he'd used to kill Mrs. Wyatt, was the half-crazed answer to everything.
Listen.
The delicate George
Please,
Melikoff.
It's too late, Vivian. Marlowe knows this cape was what the garage attendant saw. And do you know how? Because of a stupid little thing. A sliver of glass that was caught in it, which came from the broken headlight that the wearer of the cape replaced. The wearer who was covering up Andre Ledoux's hit-and-run accident so that he could have the pig where he wanted him.
You're wrong, George. Marlowe was after Haskell. He thinks Haskell killed Mrs. Wyatt.
He only hopes that. And he'll find out one way or another that the beautiful ballerina is guilty. Then he'll be forced to come back here after you.
But George, I'm not guilty.
Of course you're not, Vivian. I am. The cape is mine, not yours. You only used it tonight. That's the only thing he doesn't know, and never will. Because you will have killed yourself after confessing to me.
No.
It's the only way, Vivian. You or me. But it's always been that way, hasn't it? Even in the ballet, where one or the other of us had to be starred. Too bad it wasn't I.
Yeah, crying shame, Melikoff. Get away from that rail, Vivian.
He's going to the other end of the porch, Marlowe. He's going to jump with the ground there.
Melikoff, no!
Oh, no.
Too great a leap, even for a ballet dancer. Let's get out of here. A long time at police headquarters, but finally all concerned had made their statement. The law was more or less satisfied, and Andre Ledoux never knew he'd hit anyone, was cleared of hit and run. That left me and the ballerina driving to a friend's house, where she was going to spend the night.
Phil, I know you must have had enough of questions and answers, but...
But?
Yes. The reason George killed Mrs. Wyatt,
Well, you see, Vivian, it started last night when George went to see Andre Ledoux because he was so bitter about his part in the show being cut down. And that was when he saw Andre returning from Mrs. Wyatt, shaken up and half-dazed.
And with a broken headlight and other signs of having hit someone, huh?
Yeah. And from there, George thought fast, covered it all up, found out exactly what had happened from this morning's paper, probably, and waited. When you hired me tonight, he must have followed me to Ledoux's and overheard Andre tell me that Mrs. Wyatt was going to pull out.
Oh, so he went to her, tried to stop her, and couldn't.
Yeah. Anything else?
Oh, yes. Oh, one thing. Oh, that's the house there, Phil, the white one.
Oh, okay.
What made you hurry back to my place from Haskell's motel when time meant so much?
A hunch, honey. As I was leaving Scully Haskell's, I saw a stack of ballet programs on a table in his living room. The cover on it was very interesting. It features you and a picture of George, majestic in his high-collared cape.
So that was it.
Yeah, that was it.
Good night, Phil. Oh, will you call me tomorrow sometime, please?
I'll call you. Tomorrow, Vivian.
Good. It's a nice night, Phil. And so
good to be alive. Well, good night.
And I drove straight home in the quiet, empty hour through the quiet, empty streets, thinking all the way about ballet, which to me had always been something very delicate. You know, for the long hairs, strictly the arty side. And I thought about the people I'd met who were connected with it. A ballerina with a lot of courage when courage counted. The high-strung Andre Ledoux, Haskell the muscle man, and George. As vicious as anything I'd ever met on Skid Row. And I was still thinking about them when I got out of my car. But then for the first time, I noticed a little white envelope on the seat next to me. It had my name on it. And inside was a ticket for tomorrow's matinee. Same seat I had before. Yeah, well, I figured I'd go. You know, those leaps they do, they're pretty good. What do you call them? Yeah, they're pretty good.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in our cast were Georgia Ellis, Edgar Barrier, Elliot Reed, Lou Krugman, Wilms Herbert, and Michael Ann Barrett. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it was a fishy horseplay from a red-headed beauty wild about ponies past a black-bearded sailor who bled to death on a racing form, to a neck-and-neck finish over a wandering seahorse worth $50,000. And you know what? I was the jockey.
Remember, every Wednesday night, CBS brings you Groucho Marx with his wonderful quiz, You Bet Your Life. It's one of the brightest, most spontaneous, most genuinely funny shows on the air, so be listening this Wednesday night on CBS. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Pursuit, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
So, Mrs. Florian didn't get her letter today.
Right. And there was people there last night in a car. I didn't see the number.
Mrs. Morrison, how many mail deliveries a morning are there?
Just the one.
Maybe you shouldn't claim to know everything, Mrs. Morrison.
We didn't need to go there to know what we would find. It was done with just a pair of hands. But what a pair of hands. The moose had taken hold of Jessie Florian's neck just once. Then he shook her. She couldn't tell him who got the reward for turning him in. Randall started checking. Amthor and the Indian had left town. The house in Bay City was cleaned out and empty. Randall told me to let it lay. So I got the car out and drove down to Bay City. City Hall was a cheap-looking building for so prosperous a town. John Wax, chief of police, was far from cheap. Counting what I could see of what he wore, and not counting his wallet, he had $500,000 on him. I figured his wife had money.
Trouble, Mr. Marlowe. Trouble is something our little city don't know much about. I look out of my western windows and I see the Pacific Ocean. Nothing cleaner than that is there. I look out of my northern windows and I see the busy bustle of the boulevards and the lovely Californian foothills. I look out of my southern windows and see the finest yacht harbor in the world. I don't have no eastern windows, but if I did, I would see a residential section that would make your mouth water. No, sir. Trouble is a thing we don't have a lot of in our hands in Bay City.
I guess I brought mine with me, Chief. I'm not here without backing. I have important people behind me.
How far behind?
How far is Astor Drive, where Mrs. Lewin Lockridge Grail lives? Mrs. Grail happens to be my client.
Lock the door. You're a younger man than I am. You'd better be on the level, Marlowe. Hello. Can I speak to Mrs. Grail, please? This is the Chief of Police. We'll make a friendly start on this thing, Marlowe. Good afternoon, Mrs. Grail. I have a gentleman with me, a Mr. Marlowe. Do you know him? Yes. She wants to talk to you.
Thanks. This is Phil.
What are you doing with that fat slob?
Is there anything new? I guess you know what I mean.
Are you aware, my good fellow, that you stood me up the other night?
I ran into trouble. How about tonight?
Tonight is... What day of the week is it, for heaven's sake?
Friday.
Liar. It's Monday. Same time, same place. No fooling this time.
I'd better call you.
Hard to get. Perhaps I'm a fool to bother.
As a matter of fact, you are.
Why?
I'm a poor man, but I pay my own way.
All men are the same. Be there, Phil.
So, it's like that. Sam Galbraith in here. Unlock the door.
Yes, sir.
Galbraith will take good care of you.
You wanted me, Chief.
Meet Mr. Marlowe.
Why, Hemingway.
Look after him, Galbraith. A personal favor for a friend.
You've certainly been very obliging, Chief. I certainly don't know how to thank you.
Welcome to Bay City, Mr. Marlowe.
You played that one smart, Pally. You must have got something we wasn't told about. What do you want?
What I want is why you put me in the funny house and why I was kept there.
Oh, all cops get sap-hungry once in a while. They just gotta crack ahead. We was just to dump you. But when Blaine swung at you, you dropped like a sack of cement. Jesus, was I scared. I told Blaine plenty. We'll run you over to Sonderborg's on account of it was close and he would take care of you.
What's Sonderborg's racket?
I don't know. If we did, we would never have dumped you there. You wouldn't have ever come out, not walking. But maybe Blaine knew. You ever think of that?
There's a drug called scopolamine, truth serum. I think I was being milked to find out what I knew. But I don't think Moose Malloy knew I was there.
I can't even see your dust. Who the hell is Moose Malloy?
He's on your teletype for a killing. Sonderborg was hiding him.
Oh, crook hideout for hot boys. It figures. I thought he was peddling reefers, just a peanut grift.
Who runs this town?
Why do you want to know?
I heard a gambler named Laird Brunette put up 30 grand to elect the mayor so he could float 2 gambling ships.
Look out to sea. I never seen those 2 ships move.
Where would you make for if you lost your hideout in this town?
Them ships are Panama registry. They're supposed to be outside city and state jurisdiction. You gonna get tough in our town?
Not me, Hemingway. Not me. The reflection of a red neon light glared on the ceiling. When it made the whole room red, it would be dark enough to go out. Outside the hotel, cars honked along the alley they called the Speedway. It got darker. The glare of the red neon sign spread further across the ceiling. I needed a drink. I needed a lot of life insurance. I needed a vacation. I needed a home in the country. What I had was a coat, a hat, and a gun. I put them on and went out of the room. Anne?
Marlowe.
I just wanted to hear your voice.
Well, what do you want me to say?
Be seeing you.
Be seeing you. Where are you?
I rode the little sidewalk car out to the ocean. Out to sea, they turned on the lights in the gambling boats. The black piers glittered their length and then disappeared into the dark background of night and water. I walked around and tried to see if anybody walked behind me in a particular way. Then I took the water taxi. There was plenty of room on the launch that early in the evening. All the company I had was 3 couples and the man who drove the boat, a tough-looking citizen who sat a little on his left hip on account of having a hip holster inside his pocket. The 3 couples began to chew each other's faces as soon as we left the shore. It was a long, smooth, even swell with just the right amount of heave to make me glad I hadn't pickled my dinner in bar whiskey. The Montecito began to sneak out of the night towards us. It was a converted seagoing freighter. Its landing stage lit up like a theater marquee. A lazy searchlight beam swept a circle about 50 yards from the ship.
Welcome to the Montecito. Just up the steps, ladies and gentlemen, you find all your favorite casino games. Roulette, blackjack, chemin de fer. Excuse me, sir. Could you wait a moment, please, sir? What's under the arm? No gas on the boat, laddie. Sorry and all that rot.
It's just part of my clothes. I could check it. I'm a fellow wants to see Brunette on business.
Never heard of him. We're not in Bay City now, not even in California. And by some good opinions, not even in the USA. Beat it.
I was back on dry land. They even gave me back my fare.
What's the matter, partner? No soap on the hell ship?
Go darn your shirt.
The gad is kind of bulgy.
Now, what pulls your nose into it?
You got the wrong approach. Just call me Red.
Step aside, Red. The best people make mistakes. I feel one crawling up my back.
If you want to get on board the Monty, it can be done. If you got a reason.
How much?
$50. 10 more if you bleed in my boat.
Forget it.
25. If you come back with friends.
I don't have any friends.
What's your racket? Private eye?
Yeah.
No expense account?
What's your racket?
I was on the cops here once. They broke me, so I just hang around here now. But I'm still a cop. You know what I mean?
You know a man named Brunette?
You want to fix him? I'm your man. Okay, here's how it works. There's a pier down the line without lights. I got a boat there. I know a landing port on the Monty I can open up. I take a load out there once in a while.
They have a searchlight. And look out.
Well, we can make it. One way.
Now, let's get going. I don't want this fog to blow away.
Look up ahead. You can see the searchlight now.
I'm scared. I'm scared stiff.
Yeah?
I'm afraid of death and despair. Of dark water and drowned men's faces and skulls with empty eye sockets. I'm afraid of dying, of being nothing, of not finding a man called Brunette.
You had me going for a minute. You sure give yourself a pep talk. Brunette might be any place. Is that all you want?
I want a man named Malloy.
We're in range. We'll make our move when the searchlight sweeps past again. Or do you want to go back?
No.
Okay. So far, so good. Can you see the loading doors?
I see them.
Okay. See if you can catch this rope.
I got it.
Right. There, that should hold us. And we gotta climb these plates.
I can hardly wait.
I'll go first and get the door open. There are rungs bolted to the hull just here. Boost me up.
Okay.
Okay, I'm there. Jesus, that's a noise. Nobody heard us. Come on up. Okay, here. I got your arm. Okay. 2 more rungs. Up. In we go. Now it's a straight walk to the boiler room catwalk. There'll probably be only one guy there. The crew doubles in brass up on the play decks. From the boiler room, I'll show you a ventilator with no grating. A ladder in it goes up to the boat deck. Now, the boat deck is out of bounds. Will you come back fast?
I ought to make a good splash from the boat deck. I think this weight's more money.
You don't owe me nothing more, partner.
I'm buying the trip back. Handle the body as if it was your own.
I think you're scared.
I'll get over it, one way or another.
Now, I'll handle the guy below. That'll clear the way for you. Now, before we go, this open loading port here, it might buy you a break if you need to tell about it later. I don't mind if you use it. Okay, let's go.
The wet air was as cold as the ashes of love. It seemed a long way to the top of the ventilator. Then, through the higher layers of fog, I saw a few bitter stars. There were 2 men behind a machine gun mounted to the boat rail. They didn't see me get out. They didn't have to. All the time, he was standing right behind me.
Sorry, guests are not allowed on the boat deck.
Oh, I guess I'm lost.
I guess you are. You come with a party?
A very nice party.
You ought to stayed with them.
Well, you know how it is. You turn your head and some other guy is buying her a drink.
That gun won't buy you anything. You'll never get off the boat.
You're a brunette.
Of course. Let's go below to the play deck. Now, who are you?
That's my card.
What do you want, Marlowe?
To talk to Moose Malloy. I'm investigating a murder. 2 murders.
Suppose you tell me how you got on my boat.
Malloy was hiding out in Bay City with a Dr. Sonderborg. Malloy is hard to hide.
I'm in another business. How did you get on my boat? You don't leave if you don't tell me.
If I tell you, will you get word to Malloy?
What word?
I'll write a message for him on the card.
I don't make you out. You risk your hide to come out here to hand me a message to pass on to a thug I don't even know. There's no sense in it.
I met a guy. He brought me out and showed me a loading port that's left open from the inside. You ought to check on your crew. Somebody's cheating you.
Too bad nobody named Malloy is on this boat when you just played your ace, Marlowe.
Can you still get him the message?
The things I do, and the things they say I do. I run towns, I elect mayors, I corrupt police, I peddle dope, I hire out crooks, I heist Jews. What a lot of time I must have. But, Marlowe, I do have a few contacts. Thanks for telling me about the loading port. It'll buy you a launch back to the shore, and whatever else I can do.
I went back and paid Red off. He was another big man I had strangely liked. Then I drove home and called Mrs. Grail.
Is this another stand-up, Marlowe?
How about dropping by to pick me up?
Should I really bother?
I'll show you my etching.
Just one etching?
It's a single apartment.
Don't act so hard to get. But wait for me.
There was nothing left but prayer. I slipped the catch and left the doors unlocked. I laid out glasses and a bottle of liqueur scotch I had been saving for a really high-class seduction. I lay down on the bed. I fell asleep.
Marlowe. Marlowe.
Malloy.
I got your note. I make this joint clean. I don't make no cops outside. But if this is a plant, 2 guys goes out in baskets.
No copper knows anything about this. I just wanted to see you.
I'll put the gun down. Hey, you ain't sick or anything.
No,
I had a hard day.
Door was open. Hey, you expecting someone?
A dame.
What dame?
Just a dame. If she comes, I can get rid of her.
Well, what made you think I was on the ship?
A Bay City cop.
Bay City cops after me?
Would that bother you?
A lot.
You killed Jesse Florian. That was a mistake.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd drop that one if I could. You take some awful chances, brother.
The way I've handled it, I don't know the difference anymore. You wanted her to tell you something.
Well, it's too late. Well, ain't it too late?
I know what you wanted her to tell you.
Yeah? But when do we do what you said on the card? I had a hunch you were leveling. Well, I wouldn't take the chance to come here otherwise. Where do we go? Hey, you get it. Be smart.
Who is it?
It's the Duchess of Windsor. Open up.
Go in the next room. Wait, I'm coming.
Okay.
Come in, Mrs. Grail.
You take your time. You're not dressed to go. I get the picture. Let's understand each other. I'm not this much of a pushover. There was a time in my life when I had too much of it. I like things done with an air.
Will you have a drink before you go?
Am I leaving?
You gave me the impression you didn't like it here.
I wanted to make a point, honey. Do I have to be a little vulgar to make it? I am not one of these promiscuous bitches. I can be had, but not just by reaching.
Okay.
I'll take a drink. I liked you a lot, but I could get over it. Most men are just lousy animals. In fact, it's a pretty lousy world.
Money must help.
You think it's going to when you haven't always had it. As a matter of fact, it just makes new problems.
I wouldn't know.
No, not the way you live, honey. Let's get comfortable.
Well, let's talk a little first.
About what?
About murder.
Len Marriott was no saint, but I still don't want to talk about it. Not now.
I don't think he was working for a jewel mob at the time, either. I don't think he was going to that canyon to buy a jade necklace. I don't think the necklace was ever stolen. I think he went to that canyon so he could be murdered. He thought he went there to help commit a murder.
I don't understand you. Do we have to talk about it?
The trouble was, he was a very bad murderer. It's like that scene in Richard III, where the second murderer had certain dregs of conscience, but still wanted the money. And in the end didn't do the job at all because he couldn't make up his mind.
And who was he supposed to murder?
Me.
Why?
I was trying to trace a singer named Velma. That was the reason Marriott was given. But there was a stronger motive for murdering Marriott.
Have you any proof of all this?
I didn't say I had. I said I thought these things. Now let's quit kidding. We're all alone here. Just my word against yours. A girl who started in the gutter. She gets lucky and makes a little sudden money. It buys her enough class to catch a millionaire. She gets a whole new life. But to keep it safe, an old woman has to be kept quiet. That wasn't so hard. She was cheap. But the man who helped to keep her paid off, the man who held the deed on her house, he was expensive. That didn't have to matter so long as nobody else knew. But one day, Moose Malloy was going to get out of jail.
How did you meet him?
It was none of my business. You know what makes it funny? The big sap loved his little Velma, and he still does. So then I started nosing around. Marriott was the weak link. He would have melted under heat. So he was murdered. By you. Velma. All she did was take her hand out of her bag with a gun in it. All she did was point it at me and smile. All I did was nothing. But that wasn't all that was done.
listened to that voice for 8 years. All I could remember of it. You can't change the sound, babe. I kind of liked your hair red, though. Hiya, Velma. Long time no see.
Stay away, Moose.
I never thought. It just came to me. It was you. You turned me into the cops. You. The little Velma.
The bullets made no more sound when they hit him than fingers going into a glove. Then she turned the gun on me.
God damn!
Moose, Moose.
Val!
It took 4 men to get him onto the stretcher. He died that night. Velma was gone. They wouldn't believe Grail hadn't helped her get away, but money wasn't hiding her at all. Although the way she hid was pretty obvious once it was found out. One night, 3 months later, a Baltimore detective with a camera eye as rare as a pink zebra wandered into a nightclub and listened to the band and looked at a handsome black-haired torture who could sing like she meant it. Something in her face struck a chord, and the cord went on vibrating. He went back to headquarters and got out the wanted file. Then he straightened his straw hat and went back to the nightclub. He had a good eye, but he had over-specialized. He didn't know enough about women. She stood up and grabbed her bag and got her coat from a hanger. She went over to him, holding the coat out so he could help her into it. He stood up and held it for her like a gentleman. She slipped a gun out of her bag and shot him 3 times through the coat. She had 2 bullets left in the gun when they crashed the door. They got halfway across the room before she used them. The second shot must have been pure reflex. They caught her before she hit the floor, but her head was already hanging by a rag.
The dick lived until the next day. That's how we have the dope. I can't understand him being so careless unless he was thinking of letting her talk him into a deal. That would clutter up his mind. But I don't like to think that, of course.
I suppose you wouldn't.
You know something else? She was stupid to shoot the dick. We'd never have convicted her. Not with her looks and money and the persecution story these lawyers would have built up. Poor little girl from a dive, claims to be wife of rich man, and the vultures that used to know her won't let her alone. Oh, she did a smart thing to run off on her own and leave Grail out of it. But it would have been smarter to have come home when she was caught.
Oh, you believe now she left Grail out of it?
Yeah.
Do you think she had any particular reason for that?
I'll go for it. Whatever it is.
Oh, she was a killer, but so is Malloy. And he was a long way from being all rat. Maybe that Baltimore dick wasn't as pure as the record shows. Maybe she saw a chance. Not to get away. She was tired of dodging by that time. But to give a break to the only man who had ever really given her one.
Hell, she didn't have to shoot a cop to do that.
No, I'm not saying she was a saint. But what she did and the way she did it kept her from coming back here for trial.
Huh?
Think that over. Who would that trial hurt most? Who would be least able to bear it? And who, win, lose, or draw, would pay the biggest price for the show?
Grail.
Aye. An old man who loved not wisely, but too well.
Ah, that's just sentimental.
Sure. It sounded like that when I said it. I said goodbye to him. I had a date with Ann Reardon. I rode down to the street floor and went out onto the steps of City Hall. It was a cool day and very clear. You could see a long way, but not as far as Velma had gone.
Ed Bishop was Philip Marlowe in Farewell, My Lovely by Raymond Chandler. Dramatized for radio by Bill Morrison. Moose Malloy was played by Clive Mantle. The bouncer and the hotel clerk, Doyle Richmond. Lieutenant Nulty, Blaine Fairman. Jessie Florian, Helen Horton. Anne Reardon, Susanna Fellows. Helen Grail, Elizabeth Bell. Red, Don Fellows. Detective Lieutenant Randall, Harry Taub. Jules Amthor and Laird Brunette, Peter Craze. Amthor's secretary, Zela Clark. Sergeant Galbraith, John Baddeley. Lieutenant Blaine and Joe, Paul Sir. Lindsay Marriott and Eddie, William Simons. Lewin Grail and John Wax, Alan Dudley. Mrs. Morrison, Diana Olson. Dr. Sonderborg and Second Planting, Anthony Jackson. The play was directed by John Tiedemann.
They all knew he was aboard the yacht when it exploded and sank, and everybody called his death an accident. That is, everybody except the corpse himself. He said it was murder.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Restless Day.
It had been a long, hard Saturday night that topped off a long, rugged week. When I finally got to bed dog-tired at 5 a.m. Sunday morning, I was planning to stay there until I'd caught up on all the sleep I'd lost and gained a running head start on the coming week. And by 3 in the afternoon on the day of rest, I figured that job was only about half done. But whoever it was that started riding my doorbell had a different idea. I held out until the buzzer stopped, but it was only a change of tactics, so I gave up. All right, I know when I'm licked. Just a minute.
Thank heaven you're in, Mr. Marlowe. I don't know what I'd have done otherwise. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Here, read this story on the front page.
What?
No, down here.
Oh, yacht explosion, death label accident, huh?
Yes.
Oh. Mystery blast which destroyed the Rollins yacht at Santa Monica Friday night, and in which Benjamin Rollins, noted cosmetics manufacturer, was killed, was established today by police investigators as accidental.
I'm sorry, I spoke too much.
That's all right. The explosion which shattered and sank the 50-foot pleasure boat was caused by a leaking fuel line. Rollins, known to be a chain smoker, is believed by witnesses to have continued on page 7.
Never mind, Marlowe. I'll tell the rest.
Yeah, think you'll make it?
There are 2 frightening things wrong with that story.
Well, go ahead. Frighten me.
First, the explosion was no accident. That fuel line was repaired a week ago. Second, Ben Rollins was not killed.
You're shaking my faith in the American press. How do you know all this?
Because I am Benjamin Rollins.
Yes, well, look, fella, you better dial 116 on the phone and tell the police all about it, huh?
No, that's exactly what I can't do. Someone's tried to murder me. If they find out I'm still alive, I'll be a target for a second attempt.
Wait a minute. I need 2 things right now. One, a cup of coffee. Would you like some?
Milk, if you please. My doctor insists.
Okay, come on. The other's a good, solid explanation of why everybody thinks you were aboard that yacht.
Well, first, they believe my body was lost in the explosion. You see, I intended to spend the night there because Lucille, my wife, and I quarreled.
Mm-hmm.
But I got a call, and I had to go out of town on business at the last minute. I went out to the boat, but only to pick up some papers. I was in a hurry. I must have left the lights on. I'd lost my hat in the wind on the way back. It was found in the water. Apparently, I didn't secure the dinghy because that was adrift offshore. Mind you, I read all this in the paper when I got back this morning.
Back from where?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Figures.
I came in on the California Limited. You can check on that. Marlowe, I must know who tried to kill me before they know they've failed.
That could be tough. Have you got any ideas?
Yes, I have. It might be any one of 3 people.
3?
For instance, Walter Pittman, my ex-partner, threatened to kill me less than a month ago in New York when I won another court decision from him.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's my business manager, a fellow named Slater. I almost fired him last week, the arrogant fool. It's always when I get cross this comes out.
I see.
And I'm sorry to say it, but Mrs. Rawlins herself would no doubt rather have me dead than alive. That's quite a lineup for a mere cosmetics chemist, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Look, you haven't been running lipstick experiments with somebody else's live equipment, have you, Rollins?
Hmm? Oh, certainly not. I've been working so hard I haven't time for my wife. Say nothing of another woman. Oh, Marlowe, I'm frightened. I must get to the bottom of this. I'll pay you double your usual fee. Will you help me?
Okay, Rollins, it's a deal. If I hurry, I might get in on your funeral. Under the circumstances, that should make somebody due for a very big surprise. Shave and a shower later, and I checked my wheezing client's credentials, settled him down in my apartment with orders to answer the phone, but not the door, and drove out to Santa Monica, where the not-very-late Ben Rawlins had made his home. I had a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers of people close to Rawlins. That is, close enough to kill. And I decided that Arthur Slater, the business manager, was my best bet for an opener. He had been described as soft-spoken, efficient, and somewhat arrogant. And after I found his cottage on Seaview Drive and walked up to the door, I heard someone inside offering a similar description, but with more color.
Mighty routine, Arthur Slater. If you think for 2 minutes you can throw little Angie over any time you feel like it after all the promises you've made, you're wrong.
That's just about enough, Angie.
Not by half, brother. I know which way the wind is blowing, and it's a nice big wind. Nobody kicks me out, and I mean nobody. So think it over, Mr. Big. Oh, get out of my way.
Yes, ma'am. Cute kid. Friend of yours, Slater?
Who are you? Another insurance investigator?
That's right. My name's Marlowe. May I come in?
Yes, certainly. All the others did.
Thanks. Who knows? I may be the last. Slater, I've got 3 reasons for believing that yacht explosion was no accident.
Not an accident? What reasons are you talking about?
For one, Walter Pittman.
Pittman? You mean Rollins' ex-partner?
You know him, huh?
Well, only by name. I never met the man.
All right, then. Let's talk about reason number 2, Lucille Rawlins. How do you feel about her, Slater?
Well, you must be out of your mind, Marlowe. She and Ben fought constantly, yes.
Slater, I asked how you felt about Mrs. Rawlins.
I don't like her. And now, what or who is reason number 3?
You are. You had an argument with Rawlins last week. He practically fired you.
And you think I'd kill him over that?
Could be.
Look, Marlowe, Ben Rawlins drove himself like an overloaded truck. He had a cigarette cough, nervous shakes, and bad dreams. To me, bureau drawer eyelashes and glue-on fingernails simply aren't that important. So we had frequent arguments. Now, do you have any more smart reasons you'd like to discuss, or would you care to leave?
Just one thing more. Why does your girlfriend think you're a little stuck up these days?
You're becoming a bit too personal, Marlowe. Get out. I'm not compelled to answer any of your questions. There's an established legal procedure.
Skip it, Slater. If I need to, I'll be back. And I'm fairly chummy with the boys in blue myself, so I'll get the answers if I want them. Good night, big shot. Arthur Slater was like a billiard ball, hard to rub the wrong way. And if he did have an angle, he was playing cagey. So as long as I was in the neighborhood and the trail was hot, I figured I'd have a talk with the Spitfire, Angie. It wasn't hard to trail her. A corner newsboy had heard her get into a cab. The cabbie swore he'd never forget her. Swore again. So finding her apartment was less trouble than unfolding a $5 bill. When I pulled up across the street from her place, I noticed a big car as big as the average garage and older than last year's college graduate parked in front. It was a black Pierce Arrow and someone with a mouthful of cigar hulked behind the wheel. The cigar was pointed at me as I crossed the street. When I went up the stairs to Angie's door, it was still pointed at me. But I forgot about that when the apartment door opened. Angie was relaxed. There were little glints of gold in her green eyes. And the warm lights behind her shimmered on soft waves of hair, a shade of burnished copper. Maybe she was a Spitfire, but at the moment, her damper was down.
Yeah? Well, Buster, you got your mouth open. You might as well say something.
Angie, who do you think murdered Ben Rawlins?
Murdered? My mistake, chum. Good night.
Just a minute. This is business, honey.
Who are you, anyhow?
Philip Marlowe. You ran over me on your way out of Slater's place a few minutes ago and dented my ego.
Well, sue me. Who are you working for, Shamus?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. But I will tell you this, sweetheart. The explosion on that yacht was no accident. So I'm checking up on wives who'd rather be widows.
Lucille Rawlins? Nuts. She was rolling in dough either way. She hated her job, but she sure didn't have to kill to quit. Get your compass fixed, Marlowe.
Wrong way, huh? Well, suppose Lucille were in love with Pittman, maybe.
Pittman? Who's he?
Shot in the dark. Tell me something, Angie. Your boyfriend Slater has picked up a lot of push lately. How come?
Some big deal they've been working on at the plant. And he makes me sick. Gets the first sniff of a success, and suddenly all his hats are too small.
Especially his old hats, honey. And you can't blame the guy if he's really on his way up now, can you?
Listen, Mac, I'll tell you, him, and the whole world something. Nobody is going to put little Angie on the skids. If there's a heave-ho pulled around here, Mr. Hotshot Slater himself will get it, and right in the neck. So if you happen to be snooping for him, Marlowe, you can putter right back and tell him so. Now beat it.
That's not a bad idea. Oh, by the way, what's Angie stand for?
Angelica? But don't count on it, brother. Don't count on it.
As I went down the front steps, the cigar and the black Pierce arrow lined up on me again and followed me as I crossed the street and got into my car. It was still pointing at me as I drove away, but after all, the street was public property and the guy could smoke a cigar if he wanted to. Well, by the time I knocked on the front door of the Rawlins home, I was braced for a deluge of tears and a session of red-eyed hysteria. So I was caught off balance by the handsome blonde woman of 35 with a wry, crisp waistline who was cool, calm, and well-collected in green slacks. She introduced herself as Lucille Rawlins.
Sit down, Mr. Marlowe. You said you're a friend of Ben's?
That's right, Mrs. Rawlins. I stopped by to offer my condolences. But apparently condolences aren't much in order today. No tears, huh? Not even crocodile tears.
I'm not a hypocrite, Mr. Marlowe, that's why. I'm merely stunned and confused over this terrible accident, and I'm not sure yet how I feel.
Yeah, it was an accident, all right. Especially since that leaky fuel line that caused it was repaired a week ago.
It had been repaired?
Oh, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Who are you, Marlowe?
I'm a private detective, and I know a lot more than that. I know, for instance, that the insurance on the boat alone will keep you in pretty doodads for several years. And that's only a drop in a bucket.
Mr. Marlowe, I think you'd better leave.
And I think you better climb down off that high horse and listen. Because I haven't even started yet. Ben was a hated man by Pittman, by Slater, and maybe by you. And I can prove he didn't die accidentally, baby, so I'd like some nice straight answers, huh? When did you see Pittman last?
I've never seen Walter Pittman. I don't even know what he looks like. Ben and I were married 2 years ago. He broke with Pittman long before that.
But you're pretty chummy with Arthur Slater.
That's a lie. Why, we hardly spoke until a week ago.
You picked a poor time to get friendly, baby.
Listen here, Marlowe. Mr. Slater, I ran into each other purely by accident one afternoon last week. I happened to stop in at a small bar in downtown Los Angeles. Mr. Slater was there at a table talking with some man, a stranger to me. When he saw me, he came over. He seemed upset. So upset.
Wait a
in
minute.
fact, that...
Is there anyone else here now?
Well, no. My maid went out to the movies. What's the matter?
I heard something, a noise. Sounded like it came from the service porch. Come on, let's have a look.
Well, I don't know what any...
Hey!
The lights went off.
Somebody turned them off. You better... Lucille, look out! The bullets, which had been intended for Lucille, had only traveled the width of the kitchen, but miraculously both had missed. Whoever had thrown them moved out fast, because when I got through the service porch and into the backyard, nothing stirred, except the restless ends of a pepper tree. But a second later, a heavy, clanking motor roared on the side street, and I got to the fence just in time to see a boxcar on rubber tires skid around the corner. It was a black Pierce arrow. I went back to the house, found the master switch, and turned on the lights. Lucille, her face strained and bloodless, stood in the kitchen door and watched me. A hole had been punched in the back screen door, and on the floor was a strange object which had been used to unhook the lock. It looked like an oversized bobby pin wearing rubber pants, which didn't mean a thing to me. But to Lucille, who stared at it like it was a centipede she just found in a cream puff, it meant plenty.
Ben.
What?
It's like Ben himself was here. Like he wasn't killed at all.
What are you talking about? What is this thing, anyway?
I don't know. It's part of some new invention he was working on. For the last month, Ben carried 2 or 3 of these things with him everywhere.
Look, Lucille, where's your phone?
Right there.
Oh.
But, Marlowe, you don't suppose... Who are you going to call?
Friend of mine. He'd better be in, too.
Marlowe. What's the matter, Marlowe? Busy?
Yeah, busy. He's either talking to someone or he's gone out after leaving the phone off the hook. And either way, Lucy, that makes my friend very busy.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of the Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, it may have taken a little detective work finding a much-wanted man last week, but an unprecedented number of listeners seem to have turned Philip Marlowe. For Jack Benny's largest audience this season found him here on his opening show on CBS. Tomorrow night, Jack will be back with Mary, Dennis, Phil, Rochester, and Don for more of the fun that's made the Jack Benny Show the #1 comedy in radio. You'll find him right here on CBS every Sunday at 7 Eastern Standard Time. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Restless Day.
When I left Lucille Rawlins, the feminine target for tonight, I headed for Angie Gordon's, where I'd first seen the man with a cigar in his face, who I suddenly figured might be Walter Pittman. And as I drove, I felt like my brains had spent the night playing leapfrog in a squirrel cage. Because any way I call the dice, every one of my clients suspected of murdering him suspected somebody else. And just to keep things from making any sense at all, I suspected my client. I pulled up near Angie's and saw the Pierce Arrow parked, lights and a man with cigar out. When I got close to the bungalow door, I knew that the lady was at home.
Now, look here,
and that she was receiving a gentleman caller, more or less.
Tell me your name is Smith, which incidentally I don't believe. And then you start asking a lot of very personal questions. How cozy.
Now, please, you do not understand. There are certain things about the death of Ben Rawlins that I must know. Things that mean a lot to me.
How much a lot?
Well, $100 maybe.
What? Now, don't tell me that's all you could stuff into that briefcase there in your hand.
Listen, girl, I must know whether that explosion on the boat was an accident or not.
The police let it go as an accident?
Never mind that. You are Slater's girl. You must know something about him as well as the other one who was here. Now, you tell me. Quick.
Stay away from me, you big lug. I don't know anything. Let go of me, let go.
You heard the lady, Pittman. Let go.
How do you know my name?
I read tea leaves. And while we're all asking questions, do you mind telling me why you were throwing bullets at the chinaware on Mrs. Rawlins?
I did no such thing. I don't even know Mrs. Rawlins.
You're a liar, and it's dull as the sauerkraut. The gun in your pocket will prove it.
I have no gun in my pocket. Here, look for yourself.
All right, I will. But if it's all the same to you, I'll start with your briefcase.
Give me that.
Why, so you can get to the gun first?
No, because All right, Mr. Smart Man. Go ahead and look. See for yourself that there's absolutely nothing there that concerns you.
When I get my hands on you, I'll break you in two.
Stand still, Marlowe. And don't look so astonished, friend. It's called a gun.
Why, you little...
Skip it, Marlowe. This isn't my idea of returning a favor, but it is good business. You see, baby, little Angie sells out to the highest bidder. And no matter how I add things up, that isn't you.
So exit Pittman, huh? Briefcase and...
What are you staring at?
That little gadget there. Must have fallen out of Pittman's briefcase.
What is it?
Twin brother of an item I found a little while ago, rubber pants included.
What are you talking about, Marlowe?
Nothing, baby. Just tell me how long I sit here.
As long as you like. Now, you see, Marlowe, I just can't afford to let you get to Pittman ahead of me.
Yeah. That good business you were talking about.
Uh-huh. After all, a gal's got to make a living. One way or another, Marlowe. Doesn't she?
There was room to debate Angie's point, but no time. So I skipped her invitation for a drink. Both promised and threatened to see her again and headed for my car in the only direction left, the residence of the local pivot man, Mr. Arthur Slater. When I got to within a block of the place, I parked and then approached slowly, keeping to the shadows all the way. But the house turned out to be as dark and quiet as the inside of a coffin. I was about to leave when some noise a dozen yards behind me said that I was no longer alone. I turned quietly and got ready for what I figured would be a reunion with my old buddy, Walter Pittman. But I was wrong. Sneaking through a nearby clump of orange trees with all the deftness of an ox with bunion trouble was no one else but my client, Ben Rawlins. When I called his name out loud, he ran toward me, arms and legs flailing the wind like a Kansas scarecrow caught in a tornado.
Marlowe,
Marlowe, I've been looking all over for you.
Rollins, why aren't you back in my apartment where you're supposed to be?
I couldn't wait any longer. I was afraid something had happened to you. When you didn't call, I was sure of it. I thought you might be here at Slater's.
But I did call, and all I got was a busy signal.
Oh, about an hour ago. Why, that was a friend of yours. He wanted to know if you'd play cards with him tonight. Now, do you believe me?
No, for the time being, yes. Incidentally, Rollins, do these mean anything to you, these oversized bobby pins?
Good Lord, the curlers. Where did you get those curlers, Marlowe? They should be in my safe.
Well, I found one at your house and the other in a briefcase that belonged to Walter Pittman.
But Marlowe, these are samples of my newest invention, these hair curlers. They can produce a home permanent wave overnight that'll last for 6 months. It's worth millions to me.
If you live.
Yes. Now, it should be easy to figure out who wanted to kill me.
I'm not so sure. If you didn't even know these were missing, why should someone have to kill you to get hold of them? And second of all, how come the shooting's still going on?
What shooting are you talking about?
Over at your place. Somebody tried to kill your wife there just before I called you. And that brings us right back to your alibi about talking to Ibarra at the time. It's a little too pat, Rollins. Besides, that curler could very easily have dropped out of your pocket.
But why should I shoot at Lucille?
For the best reason in the books, you wanted to kill her. And when that yacht business almost boomeranged on you, you still hadn't changed your mind. And that led to this whole routine with me double-billed as Patsy and star witness both.
Oh, you're out of your mind, Marlowe. I couldn't have set that explosion on the yacht as a trap for Lucille.
Why not?
Because it was on account of me that Lucille wasn't on the yacht herself that night.
What?
After we argued, we decided not to spend any more time under the same roof. Lucille said that suited her fine and she'd sleep on the yacht. And we let it go at that till about noon on Friday.
Then you got small about things and said the yacht was yours, maybe? That you'd sleep on it?
Yes. I was just bickering.
Just
I know.
a minute, Rollins. I've heard enough, and I think I finally understand this whole screwy deal. I'll know for sure just as soon as I can make one single phone call to your house. We'll get back to Slater. Come on. When I got to a telephone and through to the maid at the Rollins place, I was almost positive that in another minute I'd have both a solid answer for my client and a couple of clumsy customers for the law. But when the shaky voice at the other end of the tube told me that Lucille had just left the house in high gear, after mumbling something about a place called Inspiration Point, I stopped being confident and started to worry. And when I tossed the jackpot question at the maid and got the winning answer, that worry became something worse, and it must have showed.
What is it, Marlowe? What did you find out?
Too much to explain now. Where's Inspiration Point, Rollins?
About a mile south of here, straight along the shore.
Good. What kind of a car does your wife drive?
A blue Nash. What's Inspiration Point got to do with Lucille, Marlowe?
Everything. Now, look. You call the cops and tell them to get out there as fast as they can. Do you get me? As fast as they can. Inspiration Point turned out to be an acre of wind-swept rock that overlooked the cold January sea. And after I saw Lucille's empty car, I crept, staggered, and fell down the narrow, winding trail that led from the road to the promontory itself. I was afraid that I was going to be too late to stop what I was sure was a hastily scheduled murder. But a minute later, when I rounded the last crazy turn in the trail, I felt better. Because standing only a couple of yards away from me, her hair slapping wildly against the upturned collar of her coat, and very much alive, was Lucille Rollins. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly I caught the expression in her eyes. I turned to follow the line of her unblinking gaze, and I knew that I hadn't arrived any too soon. Because the lady was being held at the point of a gun held by Arthur Slater. I closed my hand tight around the cold .38 in my pocket and moved closer.
When you called me at the house, you said that my husband was alive and with you. Why did you lie to me?
Because I knew that would bring you running. And I had to be alone with you, Lucille, so I could do what I missed doing last time.
Last time? You mean the yacht? You did that?
Yes. But somehow or other, Ben was out there instead of you. So that accident was a waste of time. But this one, the bereaved wife who jumped or fell to her death from the edge of Inspiration Point, won't be.
But why, Slater? Why do you want to kill me?
There's no time to explain, Lucille.
And we'll take time, Slater.
Marlowe, you!
Yeah, me!
Marlowe! Marlowe, he's going to kill me.
Yes, honey, I know. He had to.
But why, Marlowe? Why?
Because he stole your husband's invention to sell to Walter Pittman. He was going to go into business with him. Now, when the cops get here, he's going first to a hospital and then to jail. A grand larceny and attempted murder.
Attempted murder? What about Ben, Marlowe?
Ben was a near miss, honey, nothing more. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Lucille found out that Ben was still alive, there were a lot of tears and promises to be good from both parties. And it wasn't until an hour had gone by and the police had already booked both Slater and Pittman, who was picked up heading back for L.A., that Mr. and Mrs. Rawlins were in the condition to sit down and talk things over, even with the help of coffee and cigarettes in the Rawlins home.
And the whole scheme, Marlowe, was designed by Slater, who, as my business manager, had access to the new curlers.
That's right. Knowing how Walter Pittman felt about you, Slater secretly contacted him to handle the manufacturing end, you see?
Yes, I see.
Well, a few changes in the design, and the whole thing would have been patented and on the market while you and Slater...
Who pretended that Pittman was a stranger to him.
were still laboring away at last-minute changes.
And when we learned about Pittman's product, Slater would act as surprised as Ben here.
You're so right, Lucille. That was the plan. Oh, but it fell apart. See, it fell apart when you accidentally ran into Slater in that small bar in downtown L.A., do you remember?
Yes.
When he was with Pittman, the man you described to me as the stranger?
Yes, of course.
All right. Well, he realized then that with Pittman's product a success, you would sooner or later see a picture of Pittman, the newly rich inventor, and recognize him as the man you saw with Slater before Pittman's product was on the market.
So that meant that Slater either had to get rid of Lucy or give up his entire plan.
Mm-hmm.
Have you got a match, Mr. No, I'm going to give them up. Well, Marlowe, was Pittman involved in the murder attempt, too?
No. He drew the line at the theft. See, when he found out that you had died mysteriously, he turned up here to check on Slater because he couldn't afford to be mixed up in your murder.
I see. But how did you figure all this, Marlowe?
Well, after I had tangled with everybody, I was no place. Angie Gordon was looking for an angle. You, Lucille, were getting shot at.
Poor darling.
Yeah, and Pittman and Slater were not on the same team. At least as far as the business on the yacht was concerned. Nobody seemed to have a clear-cut motive.
But when I told you that Lucille herself was supposed to stay on the yacht that night, you had the answer.
That was the time. After I called your house and asked the maid the jackpot question, which was, who aside from you, Ben, knew that Lucille was going to sleep on the yacht Friday night?
And she said Slater, didn't she?
Yeah. Said something else, too. She also said that you had left for Inspiration Point in a big hurry.
Yes. Then Slater tried to kill me first on the yacht, second in the house here, and finally out on the point.
Mm-hmm. But in the end, it worked out fine, darling. Because the third time was the charm. For us. Well, by the time I was through tying in all the loose ends for my client and his wife, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was dog-tired all over again. When I got into my car and started away from the place, Ben and Lucille were standing in the doorway waving at me and smiling. So as I drove back toward L.A., I forgot about the sleep I was missing and thought about them. A couple who couldn't get along until one or the other of them had been robbed, dynamited, and shot at. Yeah, I guess it's really so. As the old bromide has it, the path of true love never does run smooth. Smoothly. It's smooth. Oh, well.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorette Philbrandt, Edgar Barrier, Virginia Gregg, John Daner, and Jack Moyles. The special music was by Richard Arunt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
Somewhere in the cold, persistent rain that made the city itself seem a thing of evil, a girl had disappeared, and it was my job to find her. But before I did, I found death and a devil.
The Jack Benny Show's on CBS Sundays at 7 Eastern Standard Time, and comes right in the middle of 90 minutes of wonderful comedy on CBS's new early Sunday evening lineup. Immediately preceding Jack's show, you'll find Spike Jones and a Spotlight Review at 6:30 Eastern Time. And following the Benny Show, Amos and Andy take over with their inspired humor. Listen to Spike Jones and Amos and Andy over most of these same CBS stations tomorrow, flanking Jack Benny. They add up to 90 solid minutes of merry Sunday listening on CBS. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's exciting story, The Iron Coffin.
Dear Sir, I wouldn't touch your proposition with someone else's 10-foot pole. Period. Furthermore, hello?
Would you connect me with Mr. Marlowe, please? Philip Marlowe, the private investigator.
This is Philip Marlow.
Oh, I'm so glad I caught you. Mr. Marlowe, you've been very highly recommended to me by a very dear friend, and I want to employ your services for a case.
All right, who are you?
I'm Catherine Newbold.
Uh-huh.
It's about my daughter, Irene, or more exactly, about her fiancé. I want you to find him for me. He's 26, dark complexioned, about 5 feet 10, and
Just a minute, Mrs. Newbold. It's a little early for descriptions. What's the nature of his disappearance?
Mr. Marlowe,
Yeah.
I'm afraid I just can't explain over the phone. I'm at the boys' place now. Would you come over here? It's 4220.5 Bronze.
4220.5, huh?
You see, Bennett is lost, and Irene's gone to help him, and she may get lost, too.
Well, how do you mean that, Mrs. Newbold? Lost where?
Back somewhere in the 16th century.
After she hung up, I spent a few minutes trying to decide if I should take along my .38 or a butterfly net. But in spite of what I thought she'd said about the 16th century, I was convinced that Mrs. Newbold was a genuinely worried woman. I'd sold myself on that by the time I hit Bronson Avenue. When I finally found number 4220.5, I began to unsell myself fast. Said 4220.5 was a sagging second floor of a weed-ridden tile and stucco heap on the alley, in back of a dead delicatessen. The windows were heavily shuttered behind rusty iron grills, and the heavy door was set at the top of a narrow flight of unreliable wooden stairs.
Mr. Marlowe, I'm Mrs. Newbold.
Hello. The looks of this place on the outside, holy smoke.
It's rather bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah, to say the very least.
These are Bennett Virago's rooms. He's a student.
Of what, alchemy? His place is a museum. Everything in here must date back to the...
Yes, to the 16th century.
That's what you said, yeah.
That's what I meant.
Mr. Marlowe, 2 years ago when my daughter met Bennett, he was a nice, normal boy with a great enthusiasm for history.
Uh-huh.
He's brilliant. I liked him, and Irene, of course, fell madly in love with him. But then
Then what, Mrs. Newbold?
Bennett began to change. He was working awfully hard toward his doctor's degree when suddenly he seemed to hit a snag.
How do you mean?
Well, he became obsessed with a particular period in history, Spanish history.
Well, that's not so unusual. That's how guys become specialists.
Oh, but it's more than that. His interest was much more than scholarly. It became a morbid fascination.
Oh?
Look at these relics, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah.
At first, Bennett only studied them. But in the last year, he began to live with these things exclusively. More and more until he left a month ago. And now, well, I just don't know.
You know, my guess is the boy needs a psychiatrist, not a private detective. Where's he now?
Well, I'm not sure, but this morning a note came from Irene. It was mailed in Santa Barbara 2 days ago, the day she left. She might be with him.
Yeah, but you said you had an idea where they might be.
I do. See this book?
Yeah. It's a castle. Constructed in the year 1540 by Peter the Cruel of Lerma near the present city of Valdemoro. Seized in 1562 after a violent struggle by the Count of Castile. Dominique Virago.
Yes. And look here. I found this old newspaper clipping in that book there.
Uh-huh.
It's about that very castle. It says it was torn down in 1887 by an eccentric millionaire bachelor and rebuilt stone for stone on an isolated part of the California coast known as Point Estero.
Uh-huh.
The man who spent his entire fortune on this single project was Philip Virago.
For Pete's sake.
And that's where they are. They must be.
Well, considering what we started with, that makes sense.
I looked it up, Mr. Marlowe. Point Estero is just above Morro Bay, about 200 miles north of here. Will you go up there and find out what's wrong? I'm awfully worried.
I told her the transplanted castles from Spain were not exactly my cup of tequila. But between the check she handed me and the look in her eyes, I figured a drive along the beach might do me good. Well, I made Santa Barbara by 4, and by 6:30 I was watching the surly Pacific surf hurl itself at the huge granite lump called Morro Rock. Farther north I got, the manner the ocean became. A hulking bank of solid black clouds offshore made a hollow mockery out of daylight savings time. And 20 miles beyond Morro Bay, I had to turn out my lights. By rough calculation, the castle was another 10. But when 11.7 had turned up on the speedometer without so much as a single battlement in view, I decided to turn my lights back on again and stop for some local advice. My first chance was a combination motor court, restaurant, and mobile gas station. Labeled Summit Light, California, L. Chester Poindexter Prop.
Howdy, friend. Bad night to be out on the road, huh? What'll you have?
Yeah, a cup of coffee.
Okay. Driving on up north?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm looking for that old Spanish castle that's along this coast somewhere.
Yeah?
Yeah. Got any idea how I can get there?
You got business here?
Yeah, I might have. Why?
Just wondered. Not a good place, mister. Folks in these parts like to forget it's here.
Oh? What's wrong with it?
Nothing, maybe. Then again, well, it was built 60 years ago by a madman, mister. Brought it over here from Spain, complete, even to the furniture.
So I hear.
They say it belonged to his ancestors, and he brought them, too. Every one of their bodies. Their coffins are down there under that castle right now. 13 of them.
How do you know?
I talked to an old-timer once who helped put that place together. 7 men died on that job. And you know what he told me? One of them coffins is iron, and it's 8 feet long.
You made a great fullback here. Fill it up again, will you?
It ain't funny. They say his name was Peter the Cruel.
Now, look, Chester, you're not lathering yourself up into a ghost story for tourists, are you?
You asked me, and I'm telling you.
All I asked you was how to get there.
You see that light out there? Across the bay and past the breakwater? Wait till she comes around again. There, see it?
Yeah.
That's up on the summit of Point Estero. Well, the castle's just a mile past that. There's not much of a road in, but you can make it.
Okay, thanks.
It's right down next to the water, in a nasty, jagged little cove. Altogether, it's 3 miles from here.
Much obliged.
There's something else you might keep in mind.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't hold with ghosts. But I know for a fact them coffins are sealed in a crypt under that castle. But they don't stay put. They get thrown around. Folks have heard 'em thumping. Good night, friend.
The highway dropped down close to the quiet bay, which was sheltered by the breakwater. At 100 yards out, a white sailboat, its mast pointing straight up at the stars. It made a strange contrast to the pounding surf a mile beyond, where I found the turnoff to the castle. It beat a year's depreciation out of my car in 10 minutes. But finally, at the top of a small rise, I saw it, the Spanish castle. It was a grim, gray mess of crooked walls and twisted towers that crouched on the shore like something that had crawled up from the bottom of the sea. When I pulled to a stop in front of the main gate, I saw there were lights in one of the lower rooms. I started in, and then I saw something else. A girl running down the path toward me.
You there, wait! Please, wait! Oh, you've got to help me. Somebody's going to be killed.
Killed? In there, in the castle?
Yes. Oh, hurry, please.
All right, come on.
Thank heaven I saw your headlights.
I'm glad I found you, Miss Newbold.
How did you know?
I guessed right.
What do you mean?
Well, your mother was pretty sure I'd find you here. I'm a private detective, Philip Marlowe.
Oh.
What's this about somebody being killed?
It's Bennett. He's almost out of his mind, Mr. Marlowe. He's gone down to the crypt under the castle. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. He'll be killed down there, just like the others.
Like what others, Irene?
All the other viragos, all his ancestors. Peter the Cruel will kill him.
Oh, now, just a minute. Come on.
I must sound crazy, too. Maybe I am. This horrible place.
Baby, take it easy. This is the age of rocket planes and bebop, remember?
Not in here. Here it's the 16th century.
Oh, settle down. Tell me what's really going on.
I am. Day before yesterday, I was just as skeptical as you are. That's why I came here. But now, Mr. Marlowe, Bennett Virago was fighting a battle that's been going on for 400 years. A battle with a monster called Peter the Cruel.
The one in the oversized iron coffin downstairs?
Yes.
Come on, baby, show me. What I could see in the light of the 4 candles in the holder I picked up I didn't like. She led me first down a long flight of stairs, then through a maze of ponderous arched pillars that made the catacombs seem cozy by comparison. Finally, we stopped in front of a heavy door with an iron ring in it. I hauled it open and almost fell in. We were at the top of a deep circular room, carved from solid bedrock. Stairs that must have been designed by a reckless mountain goat followed the curving wall down to the bottom. There, in the light of a torch stuck in a bracket, a man was working frantically over a big trap door set in the center of the floor. It was Bennett Virago. I told Irene to go back upstairs and wait, and then I started down.
Who is it?
Philip Marlowe. I'm a friend of Irene. She told me I'd find you down here.
Get out of here. I refuse to be responsible.
I'll be responsible for me, fella. I'm used to it. Hey, you sure you can't use some help? You look pretty tired.
I'm exhausted. And I'm not going to stop until I've settled this business once and for all. And I won't tolerate any interference. Do you understand?
No. Interference in what?
I'm going to spend the night in the crypt under this door. I've got to know the truth. Listen, if you're really Irene's friend, please take her away into town at Poindexter's place. She's not safe here. Nobody is. Every document I found verifies it.
Verifies what?
Mr. Marlowe, I'll show you. On one condition. Give me your word that once I'm in there and this door is closed, you'll leave here and take Irene with you. Well?
Okay, Virago, it's a deal. Show me.
All right. Take that crowbar and help me get this open.
Okay.
Tonight I broke the seals that were put on this door 30 years ago. At that time, the coffins were in 3 straight rows.
And now?
I know what I'm going to find. It's happened before.
Hey, Buster, this thing is heavy. You'll never open it from the inside by yourself.
Servant Ramiro has his orders. Get it up in the morning. Quick. Prop it with your bar.
I got it. Well, Virago.
Stay back. Don't move until I get the torch down there. Now,
Look.
I saw walls slimy with pale moss, a rotten stone floor scarred with deep fissures, and the coffins that had been in 3 neat rows were scattered in crazy confusion. But that wasn't enough. In the middle of it all was the iron one, 8 feet long, standing right straight up on end.
Now maybe you'll believe me.
Virago, listen, wait a minute. Maybe you better think this over.
You gave me your word.
Yeah, but no kid threw those coffins around like that.
Now you're beginning to understand. Get out, Marlowe. Get out fast. Heaven only knows what might happen here tonight.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Iron Coffin.
I kept telling myself that Virago wasn't in any danger, that this was 1950 and spirits from the 16th century didn't stand a ghost of a chance against a determined man. But I couldn't quite believe it. And things didn't get any cozier as I watched the man with the obsession descend into the crypt. A candle in his hand, casting a crazy chorus of shadow dancers against the dripping wet walls. After the trapdoor crashed shut, I kept holding on tight to the 20th century and things that made it tick. And that helped until I was back up to the basement level.
A moment of your time, please, senor.
A tangle of gray, black, shaggy hair fell all around a grisly old face that could have scared a Halloween mask. And the rest of them fit from a build that included almost no shoulders, ape-long, scrawny arms, and an outfit that was medieval.
I did not mean to alarm you, senor.
Yeah, you couldn't miss. It's so dark in here. You're Ramiro?
Si, Ramiro.
Yeah.
I, senor, wait upon the master of this house, even as my father did, and his father before him. Always, senor, Ramiro has been in service in this castle. Always since Peter the Cruel.
You mean you came over here from Spain? You were imported with this castle?
Si, indeed. It had to be that way, senor. None else but Ramiro knows the castle. Every stone, every fixture, every sound in the night. Why, senor, there where you stand, Ramiro stood on that fateful day in the year 1562 when Dominique Virago, the Count of Castile, sentenced Peter the Cruel to his death. Oh, it was an awesome occasion, senor.
I'll bet.
The story of that day lives in my mind as though I had been present. I hear and see it all. Hear and see the fantastic spectacle in this very room. The place lighted by flaming torches. The prisoner was Peter the Cruel. His legs bound in heavy chains and weighted with an iron ball. The crowd surged forward to hear what he had to say.
Dominique Virago, Count of Castile, to this day proclaim the tyrannical rule of the prisoner before me at an end. And I do further proclaim that the prisoner, Peter the Cruel, be hanged, wearing the shackles and weight of a common thief. And when his body is dead, I order it cut down and sealed in an iron coffin, the chains not removed. Only by right of the royal blood of our father do I allow his remains to be placed in the family crypt below this room. Now, Peter the Cruel, you have heard this sentence. How do you speak? I speak, dear righteous ruler, very plainly. This, the day of my execution, is a black day. A black day for you, Dominique Virago, for Castile, for Spain. For in spirit I will not die, not go to the crypt below. In spirit I will not rest until I have had my revenge through all the years that follow this day. This black day! You and your ancestors, beware, Virago! Beware!
Silence! The Count of Castile would reply.
Hang him!
And that, senor, they did. Hanged him and buried him below us. That is why I stopped you here, to warn you.
Yes, well, tell me, Ramiro, your ancestors, whose side were they on? The Count or Peter the Cruel? Well?
The Ramiro served only one man, senor. The master of the house. Even as I today serve only one man. The master of the house. Good night, senor.
He glared at me for a long moment with sickly yellow eyes. Then he stepped back and was gone. Well, a few minutes later, I found Irene Newbold and told her what had happened at the crypt and of Virago's wish that she spend the night at Poindexter's place. When I saw her make one valiant try to keep from going to pieces, I picked up her coat and bag, held her firmly by the arm, and walked her fast outside into my car. It kept her thinking for a while. When we arrived at Poindexter's, I promised to awaken her at dawn for the return trip to the castle. She thanked me and went to her room, and a few minutes later, I went to mine. After 3 hours of cigarette-filled sleeplessness had gone by, I slipped outside and watched the summit light that winked at me every third second. I didn't wink back. And the sight of El Chester Poindexter standing at the cliff's edge ahead, looking toward the bay below and the long, wide wash of the full moon, didn't help any.
How do, Mr. Marlowe? Trouble sleeping?
Yeah, your local ghost made good. He keeps propping my eyelids open.
And you don't feel up to much smart joking either, huh, Mr. Marlowe?
Poindexter, I'm worried about Virago.
And you should be. That Peter the Cruel was certainly a powerful party.
Oh, nuts to Peter the Cruel. There's another answer. There's gotta be.
But you said Virago.
Yeah, and I meant Virago. Virago in his own mind. He won't even look for another answer. He'll keep fighting ghosts until the boys in the white jackets with court orders call for him. And then there's Irene.
Mr. Marlowe, you were saying...
Hey, Poindexter, look out there. See out there, that boat anchored in the bay?
Yeah.
That's the same one I saw from the road before, isn't it? The road I took to the castle?
Sure. Only sailboat around here. Springtide certainly has her dipping for moss tonight, huh?
Certainly has. Her, me, and a lot of other things, including the fact that our boy who's chasing ghosts is going to be killed by something very real if we don't get a move on. Come on, come on. We're all going to the castle in a big hurry.
Marlowe, are you sure you're right? I can't believe the answer's that simple.
Doesn't matter, Irene. Simple or not, it can still kill. Come on, Poindexter, we're going to run for it. Every second counts now. You catch up to us, Irene. We're going ahead. Poindexter followed me as I ran into the castle, and down the stone stairs to the basement and along the passageway that led to the spot above the crypt where I'd first met Marimo. But we both slammed to a stop at the sight of something I couldn't expect to find this side of the Dark Ages. It was Ramiro again. Only this time minus his apron and long winter underwear, and plus a head-to-toe black coat of mail with a shiny steel helmet spike on top, tucked underneath his arm. And in one hand a lantern that swung to and fro with his cackling. In the other a long sword, vintage Lady of the Lake.
Senor, they're fighting down there in the crypt. Virago, the last of the Viragos, and Peter the Cruel. Peter who is to have his revenge.
Get out of the way, Ramiro. Come on, Poindexter, we got to get this door open.
No, stop!
Get lost, I'll fight.
time. Is Bennett all right?
I don't know yet. Watch that jerk in the fancy dress. If he gets up, yell. Come on, Poindexter. We gotta get this door open. Yeah, come on. Let's have it.
It's coming.
Look, the crypt is filled with water just like you said.
Help me.
Oh, Bennett. Bennett, thank heaven you're all right.
Virago, here. Take my hand. Reach for it.
There we are. Couldn't have lasted another minute. The water came through the cracks in the floor. And the coffins. They floated.
That's right. They're bumping against the sides of the crypt as the thumping sound you people have heard.
Yes. And when the water subsides again, the coffins will be scattered all over. Oh, Bennett, darling, you see, it's no angry spirit.
Yes, but why the water, Mr. Marlowe, and why does Peter the Cruel's coffin always stand on end upright? Where does the water come from?
The sea. There's an unusually high tide tonight. Spring tide, they call it. Right, Poindexter?
Right. Happens when the sun and the moon are in either direct conjunction or opposition.
You see, the castle's so close to the ocean and the crypt so deep that the water seeps in as the tide rises.
Oh, I see.
And as for Peter the Cruel, he settles upright because the old boy was buried in his coffin with his bondage chain still wrapped around his feet, according to legend. Ask Ramiro there. I'll be glad to tell you all about it.
Senor, it is more than legend. It is truth, sir, that no
Oh,
can
shut up, Ramiro. Had enough of you and your stories.
Mr. Marlowe, how did you know? I mean,
what got you here in time? How did you think of the spring tide, Mr. Marlowe?
Well, it was a sailboat anchored in the bay, Irene. You know, when I first saw it, its mast pointed straight up at the stars. When I saw it again, hours later, it was dipped forward sharply because the anchor chain had been pulled tight by the rising tide. Well, that gave me the hunch I needed.
The hunch we needed, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks a lot. I'm glad to be out of the 16th century, and you know something?
What?
I think I'll stay out.
Well, it was another hour before we left the strange relic of another day. An hour in which everybody found himself thinking of Peter the Cruel, of vengeful spirits. Oh, well. The tide took care of him.
Marlowe, did you hear that?
No. Yeah, well, as I was saying, that's the beauty of reality. Yeah, you can figure everything out.
Marlowe! There it is again!
Oh, that's nothing. It's probably just the wind.
Look! That figure up on the ramparts!
Figure? Ramparts? Oh. Why, that's Ramiro. Or is it?
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley's Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Irene Tedrow, Lillian Byatt, David Ellis, Jay Novello, Parley Bear, Barney Phillips, and Edgar Barrier. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says,
This time a dying man's last wish led me from a gunman with orders to stop me, past the battered corpse in a crumbling mansion, to a ruthless redhead playing for keeps.
And when it was over, the one in the middle got away with everything, except the dying man's last wish.
This is Bob Stevenson speaking, and this is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road. And those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end. But they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Dark Tunnel.
After being hitched 1 month, Marlowe, 30 days, where am I?
I don't know. Where are you?
Out in the cold, and with enough unpaid bills, Marlowe, to choke an elephant. Fur coat, hats, shoes, dresses, the works. Furthermore, she tells me it's only the beginning, sweetie pie.
Yeah, well, that's tough, Louie. I'll see you, huh?
Hey, hold how about another scotch, Marlowe?
Oh, no.
It's only 10 o'clock. One for the road on me, huh?
Now, listen,
Hey, Mike, Johnny Walker twice. Okay. Unless, of course, I'm bending your ear too much, Phil.
Oh, how could you say a thing like that? Look, Louie, I've had a long day. I want to go home. Fair enough. I'm glad I bumped into you. I'll see.
You drive west, don't you?
Yeah.
Would you mind dropping me off, huh?
No, Louie, it'll be a pleasure.
Swell. Skip the drinks, Mike.
Make up your mind, will you?
Well, like I was saying, Phil, first it's her mother moving in on us, then it's both of them drinking my special stuff like it was water, then these clothes I already mentioned. So I asked myself, what'll it be next, Louie? What do I get for an answer?
All right, Louie, what do you get?
Divorce, my only out. And you get my point, huh, Marlowe?
Yeah, I get you. My car's around here in the alley, Louie.
Check. Well, now, divorce is something a guy wants to think about. Thinking guy, that is. And you know, Marlowe...
Hey, wait a minute. That's a cute little exhibition, huh?
Hey, quite a scrap.
Scrap nothing. It's a few inches short of murder and closing fast. You better break it up, Louie. Hey, Heavy.
Yeah?
Kind of a hot night for this, isn't it?
What do you want, Sonny?
I'd like to hold your coat. Seems to be cramping your style. He's in one piece.
Why, you lousy long nose.
Don't worry, I am. How do we go on, Muscles?
All right, mister. Right now he's all yours, if you can bring him to. So long, hero.
Hey, Marlowe, this kid's pleated all right.
Yeah, come on, give me a hand, Louie. We'll get him out of here.
No. Okay, fella. Come on. Up we go. Up on your feet.
Oh, thanks, mister.
It's all right. Do you live near here?
A couple of blocks away. The DeWitt Arms Hotel on Western near Sunset. Ooh.
Right, take it easy. Put your arm over my shoulder. We'll get you there.
Thanks.
Come on, Louie. Over to my car, huh?
Yeah, sure, Marlowe. But maybe I better skip the lift, huh? I mean, my problem, the discussion we were having, we better postpone it for a while, huh? That is...
Yeah, I know what you mean, Louie. Yeah, it'll keep. All right, kid, come on. Let's go. The DeWitt Arms on Western was one of those cheap stucco and neon sign little hotels where the lobby floor is threadbare carpet and cigarette butts. The furniture is chained in place, and there are always the usual number of John Smiths on the register. By the time we were there and in the dingy, cramped room, number 111, it was no bigger than a cell. I knew that the boy with the swollen face who leaned heavy on my shoulder was 25. Answered to Ira Clausen, and he knew that I was a private detective without a job on my hands. Then I began to learn a little more.
That slick guy in the alley, Mr. Marlowe, his name's Link. Austin Link. He runs the New Blossom Dance Land on North Hoover.
Well, what has he to do with this Julia Thayer?
Well, I'm not sure. It was the last place she worked just before she dropped out of sight a month ago. I don't think I'll need this towel anymore. I feel...
Ooh, take it easy. You better stay on your back, kid.
Oh, yeah. Anyhow, Mr. Marley, I went to the New Blossom Dance Land tonight to see if I could pick up any kind of a lead on Julia. Where she went or why, anything at all.
And you found out what?
In Austin Link's office, in a desk drawer, this newspaper clipping. Mm-hmm. It's a month old, like Julia's disappearance. But otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to me. It was stapled to this picture of Julia. Here. Guess it was used in an ad for the dance hall or something.
Hey, she's a pretty girl, isn't she? That clipping, what's it all about?
Well, I'll read it to you. You mind closing the window first, Mr. Marlowe? I think I'd rather have it hot in here.
Yeah, I know I would. Every jerk thinks he's Valley. All right, go ahead, kid.
The headline is Faye Patillo killed in car wreck, and then mystery surrounds death of famed gangland woman.
Faye Patillo. Hollywood's glamorous first lady of crime in the rackets.
Yeah. Says she was killed late last night when her car plunged from Lookout Mountain Road at a hairpin turn. However, the police are puzzled by the fact that although the 40-year-old redhead was in her own car, she was not found at the wheel, but in the back seat where, according to the condition of the wreck, she could not have been thrown. Furthermore,
no sign of any driver dead, injured, or otherwise was or has been found. I know all about that one. Now, look, is that all you have to go on?
Well, not quite, Mr. Marlowe. There's one thing more.
What?
Just before Link caught me in his office and I ran and hid, as far as the alley where you found me.
Yeah.
I overheard him talking to someone on the phone about Julia. I have no idea who it was, but Link was very respectful, and he was given a private telephone number. A number he was to remember, not write down.
You know what it was?
Yeah. Washington 7017.
7017.
That's it, Mr. Marlowe.
That's not quite, Ira. That's only half of it.
What do you mean?
You and Julia, why you want to find her, what she means to you, why you haven't gone to the police. Well?
I'd rather not say, Mr. Marlowe. If you don't mind.
Okay. Suit yourself. Well, good luck, kid. When you're on your feet again, play it a little neater, huh? You'll stay on your feet a lot longer that way.
Mr. Marlowe, wait. Please. I want you to work for me. I'll tell you everything.
That's better. May help, kid. Anyway, it can't hurt.
No. Not any more than it has already. Began back home, Mr. Marlowe, a couple of years ago.
The story Ira Clausen told me I'd heard before. So had anybody who'd spent more than a weekend in Hollywood. Only the names were different. Julia Thayer had loved Ira loved Julia, all this in Cedarville, Oregon. Then the snapper. Someone says Julia is not only beautiful, but has talent. She's wasting her time in Cedarville. Julia believes this, packs her bag, scrambles for movie land, where she falls flat on her face, which isn't quite as gorgeous in Hollywood as it was in Cedarville. And it's no dough, lots of pride. You got to eat to live, so you get a job. That was where the New Blossom Dance Land came in. And when the letters quit coming on the home front, Ira started to worry. He knew that Julia needed help.
Mr. Marlowe, and followed one lead after another.
Got as far as the alley where I collected you. Okay, kid, I think I've heard enough.
Then you'll help me?
Yeah, I'll try. Call you later.
So, your problem's a phone number, huh, Marlowe? Washington, what was it?
7017. Hey, Callahan, that's a handy book.
Newspapers need handy books, Marlowe. People clam up too much these days. I blame the movies myself.
Uh-huh.
Hey, no such animal.
It could be a new number, or didn't I mention that?
You didn't?
All right.
We'll try the supplements. Get one from the phone company every month like a bill. Let's see. Wallace, Washington, 5,000, 6, 7, 7,000. Yep, here it is. 7017.
Good.
Address 1622 Ramona Boulevard, which would be East L.A. and Industrial. Listings Southern Cities Warehouse.
Ring a bell?
A cannon. Southern Cities Warehouse is just one of the interest of L.A.'s answer to whatever became of the big bootleggers. I mean Joe Stapp, a very smooth, very nasty man.
Yeah, this I've heard. Now tell me, Callahan, does he also happen to own the New Blossom Dance Land over on North Hoover?
He does? Now you tell me, Phil. There's a story I could use here?
Oh, no story.
Uh-huh. You know, Marlowe, it's just like I said.
People clam up.
Too much these days.
Yes, all right. Good night, Callahan. If the good gray reporter hadn't mentioned Stapp's prohibition background, I would have chalked the warehouse off as the kind of 9-to-5 place that couldn't possibly help. But on the hunch that Stapp might live in a lush penthouse atop a stockpile a la Chicago 1929 style, I pointed my car for East L.A. and the Southern Cities Warehouse. 20 minutes later, when I was there and saw a step-down Hudson outside and soft light oozing over the edges of the roof, I didn't regret my move. Not at least until I'd found a flat metal door and had pushed the button attached there, too. Then I began to wonder because Aladdin himself couldn't have gotten a quicker response. Nor could his genie have been any more of a mountain than the item I drew. Out of a nearby shadow, not the door.
Okay, Charlie. Lay it out nice and neat. Who are you and what do you want?
Joe Stapp. Name's Marlowe, occupation private detective, now you.
The handle's Pork. I work for Stapp and... Hey, now wait a minute. What's it to you who I am? Shamus is close enough to cop the stink. And I'll beat it before I start thumping on your boy Wonder and turn you into something vest pocket size.
Steady, Pork. Seems to be the trouble. Who are you, mister?
His name's Marlowe, Mr. Stapp. He's a private...
He'll answer for himself, Pork. Go ahead, Marlowe. What do you want with me? What's it about?
Faye Patilio.
Faye Patilio? Shut up, Pork. Faye Patilio is dead, Marlowe. So is conversation about her. Anything else?
Yeah, something else. Girl who used to work over at the New Blossom Dance Land, Julia Thayer. Know where she is? Why she disappeared?
No. And I don't care. Why should I?
Because you used to go places with her.
I've gone with 100 girls, Marlowe. Julia was no different, except for one thing. She gave me the brush. Well, good night, Marlowe. Sorry I couldn't have been more help. I won't be long,
One
Pork.
more thing, Joe. You mind telling me who Julia dropped you for?
Not at all. A pretty boy, Dean Coty. Julia thought he was better looking than a mink coat.
Oh, where can I find him? Can you throw that in?
Surely. Forest Grove Cemetery, Marlowe.
Oh?
He was burned to death in an accident at some cottage, poor boy. Well, good night, Marlowe. Pork here will walk with you as far as your car.
That's real friendly.
Let's go, Charlie, and no funny business.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Pork. You got height, weight, reach, and artillery on me.
Yeah, and I'll gladly use them all. That your buggy there?
Yeah, that's it. Well, it's been a nice stroll, Porky.
Charming. Just so it stays that way, Charlie, remember to keep away from here, huh? Here, the dance land, and the Silver Lake spot.
The Silver Lake, huh? Yeah, Porky, I'll remember. Every word of it.
City desk. Callahan, go ahead.
Marlowe again, Callahan. Now listen, on Joe Stapp, does the Silver Lake spot mean anything to you?
It does.
Yeah?
It's on the north end of Silver Lake Road, Marlowe, overlooks the reservoir. Stapp built it as a nightclub, mountain lodge style, about, 10 years ago.
Uh-huh.
When it didn't go, he converted it into a private home. Or I should say, a cozy place to take the cuties for that one drink.
I know what you mean. Good night, Callahan. The Silver Lake Reservoir was only a mile off Lower Sunset Boulevard, but the setting could have been a street in Switzerland. The lodge Callahan told me about stood out among the neat little chalets that skirted the water's edge like a Sherman tank in Toyland. Also, it was showing light from a screened-in porch. So when I was out of my car across a shaky rustic bridge that spanned the promise of a creek and moving up close, I didn't have any trouble spotting the girl I saw inside talking earnestly into a telephone as Julia Thayer, by build, size, and color of hair. About the face, I couldn't say. It wore a hat that sported enough veil and mosquito-proof twin beds.
Oh, well, that's different. The tunnel. All right, I'll wait there. Yes, as soon as possible. Goodbye.
Hello, Julia.
Who are you? What do you want?
Quite a bit, honey. But for a starter, let's say that I'm a private detective named Marlowe, working for a guy who's worried sick about you. Ira Clausen.
Ira Clausen? Who's that?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure, but maybe he's the world's greatest sucker. Now, let's level, baby. It's getting late for guessing games, huh?
I'll say it is. Oh, what's the use? What do you want to know, Mr. Marlowe?
Too much to chat about here. The owner's no friend of mine. Come on, we'll take my car.
All right, whatever you say. I'm tired of running. Let's go. Will you take my arm, please? This darn bridge scares me silly.
Oh, sure. Just watch your heels on those loose planks, huh? You okay?
Uh-huh. I think I'm going to be just fine, Mr. Marlowe.
It was all the lead she needed because by the time I'd crawled out of the inch-deep, inch-wide river and was back up on the road, Julia Thayer was in her car away fast as far as Sunset Boulevard. So I went to the phone back in the lodge and got through to my client at DeWitt Arms Hotel and brought him up to date in a hurry, including the latest question mark.
The tunnel? Well, of course I've heard of it, Mr. Marlowe. Matter of fact, I've been there. Why?
Well, it's where Julia's heading right now. Now, what's the location of it, Ira? Ira!
I'm still here, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah. You sound real different. I don't get it. What's up?
Very personal business, Mr. Marlowe. You see, I'm Ira Cody, not Clausen.
Dean Cody's...
Brother, Mr. Marlowe. Brother who's out to get the girl responsible for his burning to death. Julia Thayer, the cheap scum.
So Marlowe played Patsy. Oregon, the boy-girl pitch. You made it all up.
Every bit of it. Mr. Marlowe, before I needed your help. Now I don't anymore. Get lost.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, there will be 4 more amateur songwriters on hand, and one of them will sell his songs for nationwide plugging and distribution when Songs for Sale comes along tonight on most of these same CBS stations. Songs for Sale gives these new songwriters a great chance. Their songs are judged by a panel of experts. Their music is sung by Rosemary Clooney and Richard Hayes. They're made to feel at home under the guidance of the experienced showman Jan Murray. For an hour of fascinating fun behind the scenes of Tin Pan Alley, here's Songs for Sale tonight and every Friday on CBS. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Dark Tunnel.
I stood there for a minute after Ira Cody hung up and tried to figure my next move, while the phone in my hand quietly buzzed sucker. A pair of haywire lives was scheduled for a smash-up, and I'd let myself get mixed up right in the middle. Now my only chance to do something about it was to find out fast what was meant by the tunnel. I started out of the place, but only got as far as the front door.
You going somewheres, cutie?
That rod makes you 6 feet taller, doesn't it, Porky, huh?
I don't like you, Charlie. You played a dirty trick on me.
Trick? What are you talking about?
When I slipped and mentioned Silver Lake, it made Mr. Stapp mad at me, and I don't want Mr. Stapp mad at me.
That I can understand. Now, look, you feel like talking this out?
No.
Oh, listen, you dumb ape. It's for your own good. Something's going to happen tonight that'll make your boss a lot madder than he is now. I'm the only one who...
You're just trying to trick me again, but it won't work. Not this time. First, we lift your gun. Now, get going. We'll take your car.
Porky, you're going to hate yourself for this in the morning when Stapp finds out?
I doubt it. You see, Charlie, it's his idea. Now get going. Over there, Marlowe, the big door.
I don't suppose Stapp would bother to tell you why he wanted to see me, would he, Porky, huh?
No. That's none of my business. Yet.
What do you mean by yet?
Oh, he might want you to tell him something you might not want to. Then it's my business, Charlie. Go on, open it up. That's enough. Inside.
Well. Real genuine warehouse, huh? Chains, tackle, even a hand truck. Well oiled, too. Don't tell me your boss is going legit.
Never mind that junk. Just stand right there. It'll like it. This crazy door lock.
Here, Pork, try something heavier. Like this truck.
Ow! My leg! Why, you...
Now it's your chin. Good night, Charlie. I fished my own gun out of Pork's pocket, tossed his .45 off in a dark corner, and rolled the Hulk himself out of sight behind a stack of crates. Then I went over to an elevator in the corner. On the way into the warehouse, the light I'd seen earlier from the roof was still there, so I decided to try the penthouse. I walked quietly down a thick carpeted hall to the only door. When I knocked, it was with the barrel of my .38.
Come in. Well, hello, Marlowe. I've been waiting for you. A gun? Hey, how come... Pork? Pork!
Save it, Joe.
Oh, that dumb cluck.
Yeah, big wheel like Joe Stapp ought to afford better help. Now, I'm holding the gun, so I'll ask the questions. What and where is the tunnel?
A tunnel is a hole, Marlowe, usually in the ground.
Delivered, Joe. It's got a lot to do with your girlfriend, Julia.
Julia? Oh, that's a hot one. I went to all this trouble to haul you in here for the same reason. Then I'll put down the gun and let's talk. It makes me nervous.
I'm not interested in your nerves. I'm interested in your talk.
All right. Now, you've got a long nose, Marlowe, and poking it around, you might find out enough to get real curious and call in the cops. That I can't afford.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to level with you, tell you what you want to know, just so you'll lay off. Got a deal?
I'll let you know.
All right. You wanted to know about Julia. Yeah. Nothing like Julia Thayer ever happened in my life before. Most beautiful thing I ever saw.
Sweet and soft, made me ashamed of myself.
Somehow I don't hear violins.
Marlowe, I'd have done anything Julia asked me to. And all she ever asked of me was to give her up.
For Dean Cody?
Yeah, Dean Cody. Young physique that wasn't all wasteland like this. A handsome face that of a boiled lobster like mine is. She was crazy about him, fascinated, and I didn't blame her. Until I found out he had the morals of a rattlesnake.
Keep talking.
Cody was rotten, Marlowe. Dirty, clear through. Cheating on Julia every time she turned around. I couldn't stand it. I tried to tell her.
Only made her hate you, huh? Look, Stapp, so far this is no better than a serial and torrid romances. The point!
I'm getting to it, Marlowe. One night I thought I could convince her, because Cody had a date with Faye Patilio. I don't have to tell you, she was the lowest thing in town. They were going to a spot up on Lookout Mountain, so I told Julia. She went up there and waited. They showed, all right. Both loaded. She saw him take that dive off that hairpin turn. When she got down to him, they were both dead.
Wait a minute. You told me Dean Cody was burned in the cottage.
Sure. That's what I'm still telling you. Julia was so far gone over that louse, she pulled his body out of that wreck, hauled it all the way down to that cottage at Malibu, and then set fire to the place.
So the world would never know he's going with a tramp like Faye Patilio, huh?
Yes. How'd you like to have that kind of loyalty on your side, Marlowe, huh? Anyway, after Cody was gone...
Cody's young brother's in town, Stapp. He thinks Julia's responsible for Dean's death, and he's going to kill her.
What?
They're scheduled to meet at that tunnel I asked you about. Now, where is it? Stapp, I asked you.
I heard you. Tunnel's an old abandoned underpass in back of the New Blossom. But we're not going there, Marlowe. We're going to sit tight and let it play as is.
Are you nuts?
Not anymore. Julia was out of her head that night. Something went wrong when she started that fire. She got caught in it herself, Marlowe.
You mean she was burned?
Yeah. Her face. It's bad. She'll never be right again, no matter how much plastic surgery.
Yeah, but there's no reason to let her be murdered.
That's a matter of definition. You see, Julia's still in love with the memory of Dean Cody, Marlowe, so we'll just forget it and let it play itself out.
We'll forget nothing. I got the gun, Stapp.
But you're going to drop it, aren't you? Otherwise, I'll have to drop you.
Oh, fine. I remember you, Austin Link, Knuckles, in an alley.
Drop it. That's right, Nosy. What's the word, Joe?
Get him out of here, Link. Get him out of my sight. I don't care where you go.
Come on, Slick. Let's go.
Just sit on him for a few hours. We'll talk it over then.
Link was a professional. He stayed exactly far enough behind me to be always out of reach, but always close enough to keep me under control. All the way down in the elevator, I watched for a chance that never turned up. And as I rounded a corner and headed for the big door again, I glanced at the stack of crates. Pork had come too. He was on his feet behind them, a heavy steel pulley block in one hand, his face a stupid mask of blind hate. He slammed the block at me with everything he had.
I'll kill you!
I dropped to the floor and heard the thing connect behind me. It had caught Link dead center. He fell like a bag of sand. Before Pork realized what had happened, I charged the stack of crates through my shoulder against it. Made it to the door and out in one dash. My car was sitting where I'd left it. I heaved a sigh of relief and piled in. 10 minutes later, I pulled up at the New Blossom Dance Land. It was just closing. I ran along the side of the building to the back where a yellow light above the rear door cast an out-of-place halo over... Oh, no.
Hey, you! What are you doing back here? This is for employees only.
Yeah, well, I'm employed. Listen, do you know where the tunnel is?
The which?
I can see what you mean. The tunnel. It's an old underpass. There's an entrance to it back here someplace.
Oh, that, sure. See the light over there?
Yeah.
In that little cement house?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Steps lead down inside. But why? Nobody ever uses that anymore.
Well, I tell you, I got a date in there with a couple of screwballs.
Oh, well, you'll be right at home. Good night, dearie.
A baker's dozen steps led down into the thick darkness littered with newspapers, weeds, and wine bottles, all long dead. As I eased down inside, I heard voices, low and tense, amplified by the rolling, hollow echo in the tunnel. At least I'd made it in time. When I got to the bottom, I could see the two of them silhouetted against the dim glow at the far end. I pressed my back against the wall, thought about my empty shoulder holster, and moved toward them.
And you killed him, didn't you?
You're making a mistake, Ira. A terrible mistake.
No, you killed him, all right. You and that beautiful face of yours that he couldn't resist. Why are you hiding it behind a veil? You used to be so proud of it. You killed Dean just the same as if you'd shot him. But you're not getting away with it, Julia. I'm going to square it up for him right now.
Ira!
What? Marlowe, how did you find this place?
I found plenty beside that, Ira. Give me that gun.
No, you're not going to stop me. Even if you shoot, I'll kill her first.
I don't have a gun, Ira, but I got facts. Before you shoot anybody, you better listen. Julia wasn't responsible for Dean's death. He was. Everything she's done since then has been to protect what little good there was left of his crummy reputation.
You're a liar.
I can prove it. Dean went bad, Ira, all bad. He was a low, double-crossing cheat.
You're lying, you're lying!
The night he died, he was two-timing Julia. But in spite of that, she risked everything to move his body from a smashed-up car. So nobody would ever find out what really happened to him.
It's true,
Stop
Ira.
it! Stop it! You're liars, both of you! I won't let you say things like that about my brother. You don't care if he's dead, Julia. You'll do all right. You've got the kind of beauty all the men go for. And you, Marlowe...
Shut up, you crazy punk.
Stay back. Admit you're a liar, Marlowe. Admit it or I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you along with Julia.
You'll be doing me a favor. You haven't seen my face lately, have you, Ira?
I never want to see it.
I think you better, kid.
Got a match, Marlowe?
Sure. Here.
Look, Ira.
You can't be Julia.
I was burned, Ira. It happened to me when I tried to hide the
Kind of rotten trash that Dean had been mixed up with. The only reason she did it was because she loved him, maybe more than you did. Now, come on, kid, let's have that gun. You don't want to kill anybody.
No. I don't want to kill anybody. Julia, I'm sorry.
Ira!
Let him go, Julia. The hard part's over now. He'll be all right. I'll look in on him after a while just to be sure. But, what about you, huh?
What about me? I'll be okay, Marlowe. After I've done some thinking. This shock, I think it's what I needed. Goodbye.
It's a dark tunnel, honey. Think you can find your way out alone?
Yeah? Yeah, I'll find a way out alone. One of these days.
She was gone, and I went back and climbed the stairs, out of the tunnel and into the night again. As I drove slowly home, I thought of Julia, alone in a dark, blind tunnel with no end to it. And then I thought of all the dark, blind tunnels that men stumble into. Tunnels of blind love and blind hate. Of blind submission that lets empty suits of armor conquer cities and men's minds. Tunnels of blind worry and blind greed, of blind ambition, of blind... But then I stopped because I was getting no place. Except into a blind alley.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous characters, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Richard Sanville and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lorene Tuttle, Bob Sweeney, Paul Dubov, David Ellis, Barney Phillips, and Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, greed in a green suede dress, a diehard from Dixie and a cuckoo coin collector, added up to violent death for two, and all over $50 in Confederate money.
Every Friday night, CBS brings you stories taken from the files of parole boards of the 48 states. With only the names changed, these stories give in complete detail the events of a criminal's life up to the time he is up for parole. Then, before you hear the board's decision, you can make up your mind. Is this man ready to be set free? It's been hailed by press and public alike as an outstanding anti-crime show. And you can hear it now by staying tuned, because Up for Parole follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Roy Rowan speaking. This is CBS, where you play Sing It Again every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Most Saturdays at this time, we spend an exciting half hour of adventure and action with America's public hero #1, Hopalong Cassidy. Well, even two-fisted cowboys take summer vacations when they can, and Hoppy is no exception. But Hopalong and Topper will be back with us riding the CBS air trails again 3 weeks from tonight, September 22nd.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, Nether Nether Land.
There are times when life makes no sense at all. When confusion is the keynote and all we do is run in ever-tightening circles. The 1 and 1 is 2 school is closed and nothing comes out even. In the 30 hours just past, I'd wrapped up a case and considerable of my youthful zest along with it. I was bone tired. When I reached my apartment, sank deep into my bed. It wasn't so much to sleep, but to die a little. And I was not long dead. Oh, okay. Oh, where are those slippers? Okay. Who needs more than 15 minutes sleep? Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Marlowe, I've got to see you. It's very important.
Yeah, it better be.
It's awfully late, I know. You're nice to let me in.
Did I let you in?
Yes. Just now. You're not still asleep, are you?
No. No, I don't think so. You see, I always sleep lying down. It's a habit.
You must know I wouldn't bother you this way if it weren't that... Well, someone's following me, Mr. Marlowe.
Oh?
He's been following me for I don't know how long. I'm so frightened.
Oh, come on. How about a cup of coffee, huh?
Oh, really, Mr. Marlowe, I don't think you're listening to me. I can make it worth your while. I wish you'd wake up.
Yeah, well, that's what coffee's for. Come on. You can talk to me while I make it, Now, you were saying someone's following you.
A man.
Naturally. Who is it?
I don't know.
Uh-huh. Well, sit down over there at the kitchen table. This won't take long.
Thank you.
Now, why would anybody be following you? That's the silliest question I've asked in days.
But it isn't silly. I've tried to figure it out myself. I haven't done anything. I don't have anything.
Yes. Well, we'll let that go. Look, maybe I ought to know your name, huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Carolyn Shepherd.
Don't be sorry. I'm glad you're Carolyn Shepherd.
Why?
Well, because it beats the heck out of being George Shepherd.
Dee Dee said she thought you'd help me. That's why I came.
Dee Dee?
My roommate, Dee Dee Reynolds.
No.
She doesn't know you or anything. She just said if she were troubled, like I am, she'd get in touch with you.
Yeah, well, that's nice of Dee Dee. Does she know somebody's been following you?
No, I haven't told anyone.
Oh.
I don't know her very well. We haven't lived together long. I don't know. I didn't want to frighten her, too. So I just told her something that sounded all right. And she said she'd heard about you. Oh, your water's boiling.
Oh, thanks. Does he ever call you?
No, we don't have a phone.
Oh.
The landlady lives right next to us, the next apartment. We use hers. But he never tries to call me, as far as I know.
Well, does he ever come to your door or approach you in any way?
Sometimes he gets very close. That is, almost before I know it, there he is. But then I run, and he's never caught up with me yet.
Well, he could just be watching you then, huh?
Yes, I guess so. But why?
I don't know. Maybe we can find out. Did you see him tonight?
Yes. He was out in front of the apartment house for a while. I don't think he followed me over here, but he may have. Can you see the street from those windows?
Mm-hmm. See anything?
No, nothing. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, what will I do?
Well, right now, honey, you'll have a cup of coffee. I'll take a quick shower and a shave, and then we'll...
He might come.
Oh, the doors are locked. If you hear anything, just bang on the bathroom door.
You won't be long.
No. Sure not. Be back before you know it. It was now 2:30 in the morning. Although I was still gray and half dead inside, my eyes found a new reason for being wide open. Carolyn Shepard was not just an attractive girl. She was slightly sensational. Statuesque would be the term. She was almost shoulder height with ash blonde long hair. Her smoky blue eyes were half wild with fear and searching. But there were promises in them. And her figure was the kind that you didn't mention in polite society. How's the coffee coming, Carolyn? Carolyn? Hey, where'd you go? Oh, come on, the coffee couldn't be that bad. Carolyn! That's the craziest thing I ever heard of. And the door was locked, all right. It's funny, she's gone. Carolyn!
Hello.
Oh, hi, Simon.
You lose something, Mr. Marlowe? Something named Carolyn?
Yeah, it looks like it. You didn't see her out in the hall by any chance?
I don't believe I did, Miss Scott. I've noticed her.
I'm not so sure.
Oh, ran out on you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you dog?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, where'd you go? Oh, there. What's out the window?
Thought she might still be down on the street.
Who?
Carolyn.
Oh, ran out on you.
You said that.
What did you do? Huh?
You'll never believe this.
Oh, come on, now tell me now. What did you do?
I took a shower.
You took a shower? Oh, ran out on you.
Simon was listening badly, but enjoying a good laugh when I left him. Back inside the apartment, I reached for a cigarette and a few conclusions. Her name was Carolyn Shepard. Someone was following her. She'd been here, and she was gone. That's all I knew. I looked at the clock, 2:45. I remember the coffee I'd made, started to the kitchen to get a cup when my foot and eye caught something at the same time. It was a billfold. The driver's license said Carolyn Shepard, and it gave a Yucca address, apartment 3. Physical description didn't do her justice. But it heightened my memory, and I was there in no time.
Yes, what is it?
I'm looking for Carolyn Shepard.
Oh, you were? Well, she isn't here. I don't know her, but I'd like to meet that young woman sometime.
It's a pleasure, believe me. Now, look, I'm sorry.
We're always sorry. Between the freeway by day and the traffic at this door by night, on account of Carolyn Shepard, body can't get any rest or sleep.
I'm really sorry. I know it's late, but
Late?
see...
I can't imagine what kind of a person she is, that men can knock on her door, or any door they think is hers at all hours. I'm not going to stand for it. I'm going to move. And someday I'll meet this young Shepard person, and I'll give her a good thrashing.
You do that, but just tell me one thing.
I'll tell you nothing.
How long have you lived here?
6 weeks. 6 of the most miserable weeks of my life.
Thanks. Very much.
My goodness, what's going on out here?
I guess I have the wrong address. I didn't mean to wake everybody up.
Why, you didn't wake me up. Just Mr. Norton, I guess. I guess it's insomnia. I just practically never sleep nights.
You ought to get together with Mr. Norton. He tells me he has the same kind of trouble.
He isn't a very pleasant old gentleman, is he?
No.
Oh, my. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Hester Hutchison. I'm the manager of the building.
Oh, well, maybe you can help me then. I'm trying to locate Carolyn Shepard. This is the only address I've got for her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
Carolyn did live here, but she moved about 6 weeks ago. And for some reason or other, I never understood really, she didn't want to leave any forwarding address.
I see. Well, thanks, Miss Hutchison.
Oh, not at all, not at all.
I hope I didn't disturb you, really.
Oh, my goodness, no. As I said, I'm sort of given to this insomnia or whatever it is. Well, as a matter of fact, I just baked a coffee cake. Sounds silly, I know. But I get some of my best ideas at night. And tonight it was coffee cake.
Coffee cake, huh?
If you'd care for some, I'd be, you'd just be more than welcome.
Oh, that's nice, Miss Hutchison. But you see, I get some of my best ideas at night, too, and I got one right now. about going home to bed. I could sleep. I knew I could. I could have been sleeping at least an hour if Carolyn Shepard hadn't decided to come into my life and go out again. Well, I didn't know where else to look for her, so I decided to give my little trundle bed another whirl. I'd gotten about 10 out of the usual 40 winks. Oh, no. Yeah?
Mr. Marlowe?
I think so.
I'm Dee Dee Reynolds, Mr. Marlowe.
Well, that's swell. That's swell.
I guess she isn't, but is Carolyn Shepard still there?
No, she is... Who'd you say this was?
I'm her roommate, Dee Dee Reynolds. She hasn't come home, Mr. Marlowe. I'm so worried. I came next door to phone. Has she been gone long?
Yes, she has. Now, look, Dee Dee...
Oh, I was afraid of that. Oh, Mr. Marlowe, something's happened.
Wait a minute. What's happened?
Well, I just know she's been killed.
Easy. Listen to me, will you?
Poor Carol.
Dee Dee. Listen, Dee Dee, where do you live? Dee Dee. Oh, fine.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, James Fassett brings you the second part of his two-program series of Holland Music Festival selections, along with a few colorful words about the music, customs, and people of Holland as he observed them. That's on your invitation to music tomorrow afternoon on most of these same CBS radio stations. Listen to tomorrow for your string serenade featuring Jerry Windsor with his singing strings in Music All America Loves. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, Nether Nether Land.
I was wide awake again and furious. Because somewhere in Los Angeles there was another telephone recently put on its cradle. I didn't know where it was or how to make it ring. Somewhere in Los Angeles, too, were a couple of near-hysterical females, neither of whom had any regard for my sleeping habits. Dee Dee had jumped to a conclusion about Carolyn that I wasn't buying, probably because I didn't want to. Well, it was beginning to turn gray outside, and the jarring thump of the paper grazing my door told me a new dawn was with us.
You still looking for that girl, Mr. Marlowe?
Morning, Simon. You still bouncing off walls?
I am confronted with something of a problem, Marlowe.
So am I.
Someone in the night, mind you, has moved my apartment.
No.
Yes, I've looked all over the neighborhood, and it is gone.
Yeah, well, you just hang on. It'll be back.
No, it has to be. It just has to come home to me. Oh, did you ever find her, Marlowe? Ooh, her.
No, never did.
Well, you were taking a shower then.
Yes.
Oh, Marlowe, you dog.
Fine. You like coffee cake, Simon?
Oh, my dear Marlowe, I not only like it, I respect it. And I'd be proud to join you in some of it. I'd just be proud.
No, not me, Simon. About 3 blocks from here, over on Yucca. Ask for Hester.
I thank you, Marlowe, from my heart of hearts. I thank you.
Hail and farewell, Simon. Oh. Well, let's see what's in the paper. International situation. Corker. Inflation. Holy smoke. Police late last night found an unidentified woman beaten and unconscious in the Beechwood area near the Hollywood Hills. The young woman, tall and blonde, was taken immediately to the police receiving hospital in Hollywood, where her condition is reported as serious.
She fits the description of that Shepherd girl's driver's license all right, Mr. Marlowe. She's pretty banged up, though. Might be tough to identify her.
Yeah, what time did they find her?
About 3 o'clock this morning, I think. We were figuring robbery, since her wallet and most of the stuff in her purse is missing. Oh, here we are.
Oh.
Yeah, she's still out. Pretty doped up, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
She the one?
No. No, she isn't.
You sure?
Yeah, hair is too blonde.
Well, maybe she's had a quick dye job since you saw her last, huh?
Very funny.
Well, we'd like to wrap this thing up, you know. If you could identify her, we'd be part out of the woods.
I'd like to help you out, but she's not Carolyn Shepard. How about it? Will she live?
This one?
This one.
No, hasn't got a chance.
You get that way, I guess, watching the inhuman parade of human stretcher cases into a police hospital. I wouldn't have his job. The sunlight was fresh and warm outside, and the coffee I got at the Three Stool joint next door was neither. But now you're sleeping, now you're not routine, and the night before hadn't exactly made me razor sharp. But by now I was alert enough to study Carolyn's wallet a little more intently. There was $12 in it, and stashed in with the bills a book of check stubs on a Hollywood bank. Don't let anyone tell you that banks don't open till 10 o'clock. If you make like breaking down a glass door, they'll let you in. And if you cause them that much trouble, they'll give you the address you ask for and send you on your way in a hurry. I felt better about this address for Carolyn. Dee Dee Reynolds was listed on the card in the mailbox, too.
Yes?
You must be Dee Dee, and I must be Philip Marlowe.
Oh, yes, Mr. Marlowe. Come in.
Thanks. I'm just supposing that Carolyn made it home all right. You seem to have a better grip on things than you did a few hours ago.
Oh, I have. I don't usually go to pieces that way, but I was terrified, really terrified. She came home shortly after I called you.
Sleeping now?
No. As a matter of fact, she just stepped next door to use Mrs. Landsberg's phone. She'll be right back, I know. Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks, I will.
I had 3 chairs in my house. 1 for solitude, 2 for friendship, 3 for society.
Is that so? Which one am I sitting on now?
Oh, you don't know the quote. It's Thoreau.
Oh, well, I'm impressed.
I shouldn't flaunt my knowledge that way. It's just that I've been nervous lately. I always read Thoreau when I'm nervous.
Well, aside from Thoreau, how much do you know about Carolyn?
Not very much. She doesn't let anyone know very much.
Oh?
I know she's worried. She watches at the window, and she jumps when there's a knock at the door. She acts like someone's after her all the time. I told her to see you.
That's nice.
Society is commonly too cheap. We meet at very short intervals, not having had time to acquire any new value for each other.
You quote a good deal, don't you?
Thoreau reaches me.
How about Frank Laszlo?
Frank Laszlo?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Is he a well-known writer?
I wouldn't know. I thought Carolyn might have mentioned him.
No, not that I know of. Of course, we keep pretty much to ourselves.
Which one of you smokes cigars?
What?
In the ashtray on that table there.
Why, for heaven's sakes, I never even noticed it. That's odd. Of course, I was gone early last evening. Went to the library.
Oh.
Maybe someone was here to see Carolyn.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, hello, Mr. Marlowe. I'm so glad to see you.
Are you?
You don't know how glad. Dee Dee, would you? I promised Mrs. Landsberg I'd water the lawn, fore and aft anyway. It's the nearest thing I can get to Thoreau's Life in the Woods. I love a broad margin to my life.
The swiftest traveler is he that goes afoot.
Mr. Marlowe, you do know Thoreau.
See you later, Dee Dee.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. A real pleasure. She's an amazing girl, isn't she?
So are you. You did a great disappearing act last night.
I know. I felt so strange there. I knew he was around somewhere, and then I saw him down the street in front of your apartment. I had to run. I went out the back, down the fire escape.
But you didn't come home for quite a while.
Well, there's an all-night diner over on Franklin. I stayed there a long time. I was so frightened. I still am. It's got to stop, Mr. Marlowe. Whoever he is, he has to leave me alone.
Who's Frank Laszlo, Carolyn?
Why do you ask?
Well, I looked through the check stubs in your wallet. You made weekly payments of $50 to Frank Laszlo for several months, up until 2 weeks ago.
Well, he's just a family friend, Mr. Marlowe. He loaned me some money, and I've been paying him back.
Yeah, but $50 a week is pretty much and pretty often.
Well, I wanted to clear up the debt as soon as I could.
I thought you had no family.
I haven't. But we've known Mr. Laszlo for years. You see, I inherited a small amount when my father died, just last year. It was tied up for a while, and Mr. Laszlo just help me over the breach, that's all.
Does he live in town?
No, he doesn't. If you're thinking he has anything to do with my trouble, Mr. Marlowe, you're very wrong. I wouldn't want him to know about it at all.
You know, Carolyn, you never described this guy who's been following you. You know, I wouldn't even know what kind of a fellow to look for.
Well, he's short for a man, not quite as tall as I am. And he's muscular looking. I think he's dark, too, although he usually wears a hat and a gray suit.
Does he smoke cigars?
I've never noticed that he does, no.
You don't work anywhere, do you?
How can I hold a job in the state I'm in? Oh, no, I just look and wait.
What is it?
I knew it. He's out there, Mr. Marlowe.
Where?
He just got in that car, the big convertible at the curb.
Okay, honey, come on, let's go.
He must know we're following him the way he's driving.
Yeah, he can lose us with that job, too. Those babies can really take off.
Look, he's moving over into the right lane.
Probably going to turn. Well, we're going with him. Hang on, honey.
We can't lose him. We can't.
We won't. He's pulling into that parking lot.
Well, sir, we made quite a chase of it, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Get out of that car.
I was just about to... You know, you really shouldn't try to keep up with a car like mine. I was just toying with you that time. Now, if you want to make a real race of it...
Now, wait a minute. How tall are you?
Oh, I'm quite tall, really. 6'7" in my stocking feet. How tall are you?
It doesn't matter.
Boy, what's the matter, young lady?
She'll be all right. She's just a little disappointed. Come on.
No. You mustn't take it so seriously, young lady. Your companion here made a good race of it, considering he was up against great odds.
Yeah, thanks. Mr.
Oldfield. Pious Oldfield.
Yeah, well, thanks.
Oh, I don't know how I could have made such a mistake. But he did look like him, Mr. Marlowe. Until he stood up, I really thought...
All right, honey, forget it. You're pretty tired and upset, and you're almost home now, huh?
I don't want to be alone. He'll come.
Don't worry, I'll stick around. Nobody will bother you.
He must. He must. I'm so tired. I'm so afraid.
Take it easy, honey. We can't strike out all the time. Hey, looks like Dee Dee's made a friend watering the yard.
Oh, no.
What?
Mr. Marlowe, this time I'm sure of it. It's him. I know it is.
Cigar and all, huh? Okay, baby, we'll see. Come on.
No, I can't.
Come on, Carolyn. You gotta get with it, girl. Dee Dee, give me a hand, will you?
Carolyn, what's wrong?
She's pretty upset. Take her in the apartment, will you?
Oh, sure, I will.
Who's the guy with the cigar?
Well, he didn't say. He asked for Carolyn.
Okay. Hey, you! Hold it!
I don't think so, buddy.
I said hold it or I'll ram that cigar down your throat.
You don't look so tough.
That's how I fool them.
Mr. Marlowe, are you hurt?
No, go back to Carolyn. Get her in the apartment.
Well, she's in Mrs. Lansbury's. She's not making much sense either, just
Nothing's
crying
making
and
any
mumbling
sense.
things. Oh, he's really out cold.
Yeah, now look, take a look in there. His auto registration. Read it to me.
Oh, let's see. Frank Laszlo, something, Kling Street, Barstow, California.
I thought so.
Did you?
Never mind. Go back with Carolyn now and stay with her. If she says anything, memorize it like you do with Thoreau.
But where are you taking
Where I hope he belongs. I'll be right back.
Hey, you keep dropping in like this, and we'll be old friends, Mr. Marlowe.
Never mind that. What shape's he in?
Looks like a minor concussion. He'll be around in a little while. Who hit him?
A very dear friend of mine. Look, keep him here, will you, and keep an eye on him. I'll be back maybe with another customer for you.
Hey, we'll make you a rate.
And you can save us both some time if you get one of the boys at the station to call Barstow. Find out anything they can about Frank Laszlo and a girl named Carolyn Shepard. You can reach me at the Landsberg phone number I looked up on Cherokee.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, gee, I'm glad you're back.
How's Carolyn?
Come in and listen to her. I'm scared to death.
Yeah.
I used to remember. Mail a check to Barstow. I must remember. After mail the check. Got so much to forget, too. Forget and remember.
It's been going on like that ever since you left.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
I don't know for sure yet.
Steve, you can't be everywhere. Everywhere I look.
You can't be anywhere. You're dead, Steve. Don't you know you're dead?
Take it easy, Carolyn. Easy.
Oh, that's Mrs. Landsberg's phone. I told her I'd answer it while she was out.
Go ahead. It could be for me.
Okay.
Carolyn, you're okay.
Who are you? No. Steve. It can't be you, Steve. You're dead.
I'm not Steve, Carolyn.
Steve, you're dead. Don't you remember, Steve? I killed you. But you won't go away. You won't go away.
As for you, Mr. Marlowe, it's the police.
Yeah, I know. I'll get it.
She's... What's wrong with her, Mr. Marlowe?
She fainted. She'll be okay.
Poor kid.
Yeah. Did you leave Mrs. Landsberg's door open?
Oh, sure. The phone's right there in her living room.
Thanks. Yeah?
Hey, Marlowe, that Barstow call was a rule.
Really?
That dame you mentioned, Shepard, she's wanted for murder.
Who'd she kill?
Her husband, Stephen Shepard, last March.
What about Laszlo?
Well, they're not sure out there. He was questioned at the time, but they couldn't get anything on him. The dame apparently just vanished till now. Last time they had Laszlo in for questioning a couple of weeks back, he said he didn't know where she was.
Must have a real bad memory, huh?
You bringing the dame in?
Yeah. I'll bring her in.
She all beat up too? I can send the wagon.
No. I'll bring her. Just keep a straitjacket handy. Like I said, there are times when confusion is the keynote. Carolyn Shepard, poor sick kid, kept seeing the man she murdered. Saw him so often she believed it. Frank Laszlo must have seen things too. Enough to keep Carolyn paying him blackmail ever since she killed her husband. Did you ever stop to think of all the so-called nice, clean, upstanding citizens who carry a moral cesspool behind shining eyes and a sweet smile? Suddenly they make headlines, like Carolyn. What's the line? For murder, though it hath no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, starring Gerald Moore, was produced and transcribed tonight by Cliff Howell and written for radio by Kathleen Height. Featured in the cast were Lorene Tuttle, Verna Felton, Shirley Mitchell, Howard McNear, Ted Osborne, and Cy Kendall. Gerald Moore may currently be seen in the Santana production Sirocco. The special music for Philip Marlowe is composed by Pierre Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Be sure to listen next week at the same time when Philip Marlowe says...
This time my plans for a fishing trip got caught in the line of a beautiful girl who didn't know upstream from downstream. I was in deep water for a while, but I finally caught my limit by using a special kind of bait.
There's a song that goes with this story, friends. The story is, starting tomorrow evening, you'll be able to laugh again at the adorable antics of America's favorite teenager, Corliss Archer. Her boyfriend Dexter returns from vacation, too. So does her whole family. All of which means more Sunday night fun for your whole family when you meet Corliss Archer Sunday nights on most of these same CBS radio stations. We said a song went with this story, didn't we? Well, here it is.
C.
CBS.
B.
For the best.
S.
Yes, yes, yes. The stars that dress is CBS.
This is Clarence Cassell saying, remember, for the sweetest music this side of heaven, it's Guy Lombardo time, Sunday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Up the coast with 2 murders behind me. Telling all to a nice white-haired old lady when the clock struck 12.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The House That Jacqueline Built.
They say the end of an old year and the start of a new is a good time to take stock. To stand back and give yourself the once-over. Do a reissue on that tired list of resolutions. But for a private detective, that routine only means tallying up the times you've dirtied your hands on someone else's murder or dirtied your brain with their schemes. So you let the hide on your heart grow a little thicker, pull the part of your mind that feels things a little farther back into its shell, and maybe plan on later hunting up a cup of kindness or two someplace. But even that has a price tag on it these days. So there was work to do and a fee to collect before I could pick up the tab on an evening's fun.
Hey, you're a detective?
That's not a fair question. Won't you sit down?
Fantastic. I tell you, I'm going crazy with this horrible trick of fate.
What's the matter? What's going on?
The house, it's gone. It's vanished.
What
And
house?
all the papers with it, years of research, months of grueling work in the jungles, volumes of preciousness, all gone. Whisked away from the very heart of a teeming city, an entire house.
Now, look, if you just sit down and tell me who you
Price
are,
is no object. I must have action. I must locate.
Who are you?
Professor Felix Piper.
What's all this talk about jungles and research?
Botanical research, tropical herbs in South America, years of it all for nothing now because the house has disappeared.
Look, you said that several times. Now, look,
You investigate things. You've had experience. I want to hire you now. I go to where a house should be, a house in which I myself have stood. And what do I find? A vacant lot, a hole in the ground. And all I... my
Professor,
heart.
take it easy.
My heart.
Here, come on over to the couch and lie down. Take it easy, will you?
I will. Thank you. Oh, I'll be all right. It's all been such a shock. Oh, Stuyvesant's sudden death. A long trip to get our papers and then to find the house gone.
Yeah, I know. Now, look, if you just lie there a few minutes until you feel better, we'll start over. A little closer to the beginning.
That's all right.
Oh, Professor, what's the matter? What's happened here?
Well, today the house has disappeared, and the professor's collapsed trying to tell me about it, and Oh. Who are you?
I'm Professor Piper's assistant.
What do you assist him with?
Stephanie, I'm glad you got here. Yes, don't worry. It's nothing. I'll be all right. But let's not waste any more time. You've got to find out what happened to that house.
Please, Professor Piper, don't excite yourself. Let me explain to the detective.
Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
I'm Stephanie Fraser.
Hello.
Please, the house, Stuyvesant, the papers.
All right, Professor, all right.
Yes, all right.
Mr. Marlowe, I presume he got as far as telling you that for over a year we've been in South America, in the interior of Brazil, studying tropical herbs.
Yeah, part of that got in there somewhere, I think.
Yes, of course it did. Tell him about the house, Stephanie.
One step at a time, Felix.
Now, look, Professor, I've got something here that'll do you the world of good.
Ah.
Me, too, I think. Now, try this. Take your time about it.
Yes, I will.
Mr. Marlowe, could I speak to you in the other room for a moment?
Of course.
I'll be right back, Mr. Piper.
Yes, but hurry.
Volatile, isn't he?
Yes, but a brilliant partner. As I was saying, Mr. Marlowe, we've been almost completely out of touch with civilization for over a year.
Really? You'd never know it.
Beauty polish before miracles.
Hmm.
Please, Mr. Marlowe, let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
Professor Piper's collaborator and partner, Maxwell Stuyvesant, caught fever and died 3 weeks ago.
Where was this?
Brazil.
Where the nuts come from? Nothing, huh?
Look, Mr. Marlowe, they had worked together for years, and all their notes and papers were kept stored at Stuyvesant's place here in Los Angeles. We came here to get that material.
And the house was gone.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Certainly is.
We all thought Maxwell Stuyvesant's wife, Catherine, was living in it. She owned it.
In her name?
Yes.
Oh.
Maxwell actually owned nothing. He didn't want to. He was gone all the time.
That didn't sit too well with Catherine, huh?
Right. She wanted Stuyvesant to stay home, and he always promised her that someday he would, and they'd live a happy life together. But, well, she was a young woman, impatient, I guess.
Yeah. Where's she now?
Well, one of the neighbors, an old woman, said she thought she remembered hearing that Catherine went to Nebraska.
Nebraska?
And that's all we know. Professor Piper and I are stumped. We came to you because we want action and want it fast. Will you help us?
Well, the whole year's been screwy. There's no reason why this should bother me. through the metropolitan wilds of Los Angeles didn't sound so tough. So after Stephanie gave me the address 8840 on Orange Drive and told me that she and the professor could be reached at Villa 3 in the Wilshire Gardens, I got in my car and drove out Orange Drive to where a house numbered 8840 should have been. I found that said house had been moved out 6 months ago, and in the middle of the night, too. But where, why, or who had done the job, nobody knew. Until I got around to a Mrs. Elma Lathrop, whose house backed the Stuyvesant place from across the alley. She blocked her front door with a waistline that said she'd never heard of Rye Crisp. Gave me an eye as warm and as sympathetic as an ice cube.
Remember that? Huh. I said up to tell you I remember. Craziest thing I ever saw. Them men working all day and all night, getting that little house up on rollers and out of there. I'd like to know what all the rush was about.
So would I. You wouldn't happen to know where they took it, huh?
No, I wouldn't. That Catherine Stuyvesant wasn't a very sociable type person. But if that's the way she wants to be, it's all right with me.
That's good. Now, look, I don't suppose you'd know who she sold it to.
Nope.
What company did the moving?
Oh, wouldn't I, though? It's the Gilligan Wrecking and Moving Company, and believe you me, the name fits. Them clumsy oxes. In such a rush, they backed a big truck over my pomegranate tree. A beautiful, full-grown tree in the pink of health. Did I make them pay?
I'll bet.
Now, you listen.
Have I a choice?
I tracked that outfit down and made them shell out through the nose for that. Was I burned?
Well, bully for you. Now, look, where is the Gilligan Outfits office, Mrs. Lathrop?
At Adams and Rampart Street. 410 Rampart.
410, huh?
But say, what's going on anyway? Why are you asking me all these questions?
Well, frankly, I'm a pomegranate fancier myself, Mrs. Lathrop. Happy New Year.
Yeah? You want something?
Yeah, this is 410 Rampart, isn't it?
That's correct.
Well, your sign outside says Bloopman's Novelties. Are you one of them?
Ashtrays, paperweights, bronze,
Okay.
and silver baby
Okay,
shoes.
honey, okay. Now, look, yeah, I'm looking for the Gilligan Wrecking and Moving Company. I was told they had this place 6 months ago.
That's right. But they're out of business now. They went broke last September.
Oh.
Boss left town in a hurry.
How do you like that?
Not much. Mr. Gilligan owed everybody wages, including my boyfriend. He used to work for Mr. Gilligan. That's how we met Bat.
Bat?
They were moving out as we moved in. It's a small world, huh?
Getting smaller all the time. Now, look, I'd like to talk to your boyfriend, Miss,
Bessie.
Bessie.
Well, Bat lives real close to here. The Beekman Room.
Oh, thanks, Bessie. What's Bat's last name?
Battenschlag.
Who?
Battenschlag.
Yeah, anybody'd know that.
Well, you better just call him Bat.
All right.
And, tell him to drop around, will you?
I wish I was a tender apple blossom, or sunshine.
I wonder who wrote those lyrics.
I wish it was the sunshine and the rain. Yeah, who is it?
Name's Marlowe. I want some dope on a job the Gilligan Company did, Bat.
All right, just a minute. How did you get to me?
Bessie. By the way, she said for you to drop around.
Oh, yeah? Dumb dame. Don't I every night? Come on in, buddy. Excuse the robe. I was in the shower.
Sure. Now, look, Bat, were you working for Gilligan 6 months ago?
Yeah, why?
You remember moving a house from 8840 Orange Drive?
8840 Orange Drive.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Oh, yeah, that one, too. That was the screwiest deal I ever saw.
Where'd you move it to, do you remember?
All the way to San Pedro. Big hurry-up job. The boss kept saying we were racing the weather. Nobody could figure it.
Racing the weather? Why?
That beats me. We set the house off down at the end of Front Street in the Harbor Salvage Company yard.
Harbor Salvage in San Pedro,
Yeah.
huh? Tell me, Bat, was the house empty?
Well, certainly. You don't think that
No, Bat. I mean the furniture.
Oh. Well, why? What's all the fuss?
Well, some people are interested in locating that house.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's too bad.
How come?
Oh, I got a big hunch it didn't sit very long where we left it, buddy. The Pacific Ocean was only 6 inches from the back door.
I'm beating eyes, mate. What's on your mind?
Well, if you're the head man of Harbor Salvage Company, a house is on my mind.
That's me. But I don't want any more house jobs. I did one this year, and that's plenty.
6 months ago, house delivered by Gilligan?
That's it, mate. And I did a masterpiece, if I do say so myself. Sure wouldn't chance it again, no, too shifty.
Never mind your career. What happened to that house?
What happened? Why, I loaded it on that old woman's barge.
What old woman?
As I was saying, I loaded it on that old woman's barge, battened her down ship-shape in the last 2 days' good sailing weather, and sent her out to sea.
You mean that house left here on a barge?
That it did, mate. Bound for the Golden Gate in the upper arm of San Francisco Bay.
Oh, fine.
Little shrimp fishing town in the backwater there called Wilson. If I remember right, it's on San Pablo Bay, about 15 miles north of Berkeley.
Oh, now do you mind telling me who the old woman was who owned that barge, Nias?
Not a bit. Kindly old soul she was, named Jacqueline Beatty. Went aboard with the house and waved goodbye from the front door she pulled out. All smiles, too. What's the matter, son? You look like a deckhand who's lost his sea legs.
What had started 3 short hours ago as a checkup on an L.A. resident had evolved itself into a chase up the coast after a houseboat, which was a project I distinctly did not want to jump into without first a nod from my client. In fact, I was ready to scuttle the whole business. So I found the phone and called Villa 3 at the Wilshire Gardens.
Yeah, hello. Hello?
That you, Matthews?
Yes.
This is Marlowe.
Oh, hiya, Phil. What can I do for you? But make it snappy, will you? I'm up to my ears. Hey, wait a minute. Phil, look, you called up here expecting someone else to answer, didn't you? Who?
A guy named Felix Piper, maybe.
Nice fit. What's the connection?
Client, what fit?
Ex-client, Marlowe. He's it. Somebody tagged him. Yeah, with a knife. A very fancy knife, like some Indians in Brazil use, the boys tell me.
Oh.
You better drop in here. Where are you now?
San Pedro.
What are you doing down there?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't believe it, Matthews. Really, you wouldn't.
Morning. Yeah, see if we can get all of that bellhop now.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Marlowe.
Hiya, Matthews. Any progress?
Too soon. Anyway, I'm counting on you for that. Come on inside, have a look.
Okay. When did it happen?
A couple hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
What was his dodge, anyway? We found a club membership card lists him as a botanist. True?
Yeah, as far as I know. Spent a lot of time in research in Brazil.
Where the nuts come from?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, there's your client, Phil. Professor Felix Piper, and somebody nailed him right between the shoulders.
Hey, Matthews.
Hmm?
Something's awful haywire.
What do you mean?
That's not the man who hired me.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, one fellow who made a New Year's resolution years ago not to get married certainly saw it blow up with a bang a couple of weeks ago. A fellow by the name of Andy of Amos and Andy opened his mouth at the wrong moment, and there he was, married to the wrong woman. Listen for Amos and Andy's Bride on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The House That Jacqueline Built.
When I told Detective Lieutenant Matthews that the crumpled form at our feet identified as Felix Piper, and the Felix Piper who had hired me were not one and the same, he arched a single eyebrow slowly. When I told him the rest of the story, both eyebrows practically leaped from his forehead. So all in all, it was 30 minutes of steady gab, my solemn word that what I had said was nothing but the truth, and a blunt reminder that a private detective's license is revocable before I was free to go back to my apartment on Franklin, while the police went to work. That made it exactly 4 p.m. when, key in hand, I reached for my front door lock, just as it swung in and away from me.
Come in, Mr. Marlowe.
Wow. The globe-trotting Stephanie. How'd my place ever get on your map, baby?
Please, don't joke. Come in.
Thank you. Lovely apartment you've got here.
Mr. Marlowe, please. This is no time to be funny.
Why not? Everything else plays funny. Your lost L.A. house turns up floating on the outskirts of San Francisco.
What?
A screwball botanist from South America who's maybe also a killer Wants a bunch of
Oh,
hocus-pocus
so a
papers.
killer. Oh, but what do you mean, Mr. Marlowe? Felix Piper didn't kill Corday.
Corday. That's his name, huh? You get around, don't you,
Yes,
kid?
Martin Corday. He was on the floor of my villa when I got back. That's why I came here. The janitor let me, and I
Yeah,
thought I
let's
was
not change the subject. This Corday, who is he? Or was he?
scheming, ruthless man we knew in South America. An importer.
Wait a minute. An importer wants a botanist paper? Come on, baby. Tell me the truth.
Mr. Marlowe, there are no papers.
Oh, that's great. You mean that all this about the house is phony, make-believe?
No, it's true.
But?
But no papers. Only jewels.
Only Oh, no.
Rubies, Mr. Marlowe. In a little pouch. $30,000 worth hidden in the house.
Where in the house?
The fireplace. Behind a brick somewhere on the right-hand side. You see, those rubies belong to Felix and that Maxwell Stuyvesant I mentioned. Now they belong to Felix alone. They were for their old age.
Expression's nest egg.
So they could carry on their work.
Hmm.
You don't believe me?
No, not quite, no. And for two very valid reasons. One, why'd you lie in the first place and say it was papers?
Because we didn't know if we could trust you.
And now with a man dead, you have to, is that it?
No, I don't have to, but I do trust you, Mr. Marlowe.
It may not be mutual, Stephanie.
What do you mean?
Well, if I buy all this, the jewels, Piper and Stuyvesant's unique retirement plan, Corday posing as Piper to some way cut in, there's a new hooker.
Which is what?
Corday's murderer. It should now be you or Felix Piper.
No.
Then who?
Corday's partner. A swarthy-looking little man. I don't know his name. I last saw him with Corday in South America. You see, the original plan was that I come up here ahead of Felix. But he was too anxious. He couldn't wait. He followed almost at once.
So?
So, somehow or other, Corday and this swarthy man found out about our plans and decided that Corday should pose as Felix and as some part of their scheme and...
And what?
Well, there must have been a double cross. Corday probably trying to do away with the swarthy man, but getting done away with himself instead.
Where's Felix Piper now?
In a second-rate hotel on Santa Monica Boulevard.
Phone number there, do you know it?
Phone number? Yes, I have it right here in my purse.
All right.
Crestview 8 something. Yes, here. Crestview 84144.
4144. Okay, here, you talk to him, Stephanie. My nerves won't take the chatter.
What should I tell him? Mr. Felix Piper, please.
Well, tell him for the time being we're going to skip the police. But you and I are going up to San Francisco on the next plane and then out to a place called Wilson to look for a houseboat. No less rubies.
All right, Mr. Marlowe.
Yeah, and also tell him to meet us up there at the Crystal Auto Court. You got that? It's a place I've stayed at a little beyond Berkeley, on the road to San Pablo Bay.
All right, anything else? Stephanie, Felix, one moment.
Yeah. Tell him to stay clear of swarthy men tonight, especially small ones. They're dangerous. It was 2 hours and 30 minutes later when Stephanie and I drove into the quiet fishing village of Wilson on San Pablo Bay that hugged the bend of the sloping shoreline like it was afraid of falling in. Our best bet for information would be the local gas emporium. So I drove my rented car in at a round-shouldered one-pump station. Something freckled and gangling with a shock of flame for hair pulled himself out of a three-legged chair and, arms and legs working independently, wobbled over, braced himself against the car.
Gas or just information, folks. Don't be ashamed. Everybody from out of town gets lost in Wilson. It's so big.
Oh, he made it funny. Look, if that's the case, we'll own up right away, Red. We're looking for a houseboat.
Yes.
Well, then you better try the water.
This boy kills himself, doesn't he? Look, Red, we're in a hurry. This houseboat belonged to a lady named Jacqueline Beatty. No more jokes, huh?
Yeah, don't worry. There's nothing funny about that. Screwy old widow. Believe me, she's sad.
Sad? Why?
Well, about 6 months ago, she took every cent she had, went down to L.A., bought a house, and bought a barge, and put them both together and come back here.
To do what?
To sit. To do nothing. All day and all night long. She never leaves.
You know why?
Nope. Neither does nobody else. Except that her husband was an artist, painted sea pictures, so she liked it around the water. But she's nuts, I tell you. Acts like the place is... Well, acts like it's made of gold.
Gold?
Now, look, Red, tell me, how do I get there? We're reporters from L.A. doing a story on her place.
Oh, newspaper people, huh?
Yeah, reporters usually are, boy.
Well, that's different. Come on, Ellie. It's 1 block straight ahead, then right, and down to the bay.
Thanks, Red. Happy New Year.
Yeah, sure is.
When we'd gone 1 ahead and 3 right and were down to where the town and the bay trickled up to meet one another, we saw it. A white 3-room cottage afloat surrounded by fishing boats and assorted barges. The front door opened at our knock. Not Tugboat Annie, nor the scraggly pioneer woman, rifle cradled in bony arms. Just anybody's grandmother, and under a white lace shawl at that.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Well, yeah, I believe so. You're Mrs. Beatty, huh?
That's right. Mrs. Jacqueline Beatty.
Oh, well, I'm Philip Marlowe. Mrs. Beatty, this is Miss Stephanie Fraser.
How do you do?
We're reporters from L.A.
Reported?
We were going through Wilson here when we heard about your houseboat and how you brought it all the way up from Los Angeles.
You had a particular reason for wanting this house, Mrs. Beatty?
Oh, my, yes.
What was that?
Well, that's a long, long story, my boy.
I see. Well, tell me, Mrs. Beatty, the house is exactly as it was in Los Angeles, huh?
Oh, to a T, Mr. Marlowe. Would you like to see it?
Oh, yes, we'd love to.
Fine. Then, shall we say lunch tomorrow?
Well, Mrs. Beatty, we're on our way back to Los Angeles now tonight.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
But, well, you see, I simply have to tidy up some before company. Well, perhaps another time.
Well, I think lunch tomorrow will be splendid, Mrs. Beatty.
Of course.
Good, good. Then until midday tomorrow, we'll have a buffet for the 3 of us in front of the fireplace. Good night, Miss Fraser.
Good night.
Mr. Marlowe.
Good night, Mrs. Beatty.
Well, is it just a sweet old lady?
I don't know.
But when will we?
Well, only about midday tomorrow. Come on, let's get back to the Crystal Auto Cart and your boss. Felix Piper out and alone is a combination that worries me plenty.
No, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Piper hasn't shown yet, but he should any minute now. He called a half hour ago from someplace in Berkeley and said he was coming out here in a taxi. Well, now, let's see. A single cabin for Miss Fraser here, number 6. And a double, number 11, for you and Mr. Piper. Right, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Crystal.
Okay. Now, Miss Fraser, if you'll come along with me, I'll show you the way. Be back in a minute, Mr. Marlowe.
I'll just tidy up Phil. Then I'll come back here and wait with you for Felix. I'm so worried.
Yeah, I know. Well, he'll be all right once he's with us.
I hope so, Phil.
Oh, Mr. Crystal, can I call L.A. on this phone here?
Oh, sure, Mr. Marlowe. Long distance is 110.
Operator. Yeah, I want to call a Los Angeles person-to-person here. Party I want is Detective Lieutenant... What? DeLay. Oh, yeah, New Year's Eve. Well, look, honey, I'd like to put the call through anyway. Never mind.
Marlowe, over here! You're the big freeze! You got away, Mr. Marlowe. Did he kill her? It was a man.
Get hold of yourself, Crystal. What did he look like? Take it easy, fella. Hold on tight. Did you see him? Was he small, swarthy?
I'm not sure, Mr. Marlowe.
Think, Crystal, think. What did he look like?
Well, he was kind of short. Maybe swarthy. It was all so fast, I couldn't tell.
All right. Come on away from her. We'll go back to your office. Now, listen to me carefully. You phone the police. I'm going to a houseboat on the San Pablo Bay where I think we'll find a small, swarthy man. We'll push a nice old lady around without batting an eye.
But why?
About $30,000 worth of rubies. After I'd met Felix Piper and told him what had happened to Stephanie and brought him up to date on everything else, I slammed my right foot down hard on the accelerator and kept it that way until we were back at San Pablo Bay out of the car and running toward Jacqueline Beatty's houseboat, where I figured the swarthy man who seemed to know every move might show. But there I was wrong, because Jacqueline was all alone, safe and sound and surprised.
Why, Mr. Marlowe, you weren't expected till midday tomorrow. And that girl isn't
But she won't be with us, I'm afraid, Mrs. Beatty.
By the way, we're not reporters, Mrs. Beatty. The lady in question is dead, and so is another man. And all because of 30,000 bucks worth of rubies in a pouch that's behind one of the bricks in that fireplace.
Yes, and I'm going to find them right away. They've got to be here. And this poker should sound them out in a hurry, yes. What's that you?
Mrs. Beatty.
We've been too long.
The news of these rubies doesn't seem to surprise you. Hey,
What is it, Mr. Marlowe?
a hunch, Mrs. Beatty. Get out of the way.
A gun.
Yeah. For a man named Corday.
What is it, Marlowe? What did you say?
Corday. As in Martin Corday, and it looks like I was right.
Yes, but it may not do you any good. My shoulder.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Marlowe, is he going to die?
Not until the state gets its hands on him. You see, Mrs. Beatty, he's killed twice tonight, right, Corday? Come on, if you want an ambulance, talk.
Here, they had it coming, all of them. Stuyvesant was double-crossed by Piper on his deathbed. Stuyvesant wanted the rubies to go to his wife, Catherine.
Hold it, Mrs. Beatty. Go on, Corday. The real Piper was a crook, huh? Decided to get the jewels himself, is that it?
Yes, but he was also dumb. No. Stephanie, his secretary, crossed him for a pretty deal with me. It was all her idea. Going to you for help with me posing as Piper. Oh.
Go on.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Go on, Corday.
Yes, and Stephanie decided to double-cross me.
After you stabbed the real Piper because he got up to L.A. in your villa sooner than expected, huh?
Yes, but she couldn't cross me. I was following her all the time.
She didn't phone you from my place?
No. I was outside your door then, and she was talking to a number she made up. You're lucky you handed her the phone when you did. If you hadn't, she would have shot you. It was all lies. It was lies. The swarthy man included. There isn't one.
Mr. Marlowe, he's...
Just unconscious, Mrs. Beatty. I'll get an ambulance.
Yes, hurry. I'll show you where the phone is.
Yeah. After you tell me about the jewels, huh? The rubies, Mrs. Beatty. Your lack of surprise about them being hidden in the fireplace, I mean. How come?
Well, I found those 6 months ago when I bought this house from Catherine Stuyvesant in Los Angeles. By the way, Mr. Marlowe, how did you know that man was Corday?
Fireplace, honey. He went to the wrong side. It was worth a shot in the dark.
Well, the phone's over there. You know, I noticed the loose brick on the right-hand side of the fireplace the moment I walked in. You see, I built this house with my own hands.
Really? Why'd you move it up here, honey?
Because my husband and I spent our honeymoon in this house. And we found our happiness here at San Pablo.
Oh. You also found the rubies and sent them back to Catherine Stuyvesant?
Yes, Mr. Marlowe. Well, Happy New Year, Mr. Marlowe.
Happy New Year, Jacqueline. By the time I'd said goodbye to Jacqueline and walked outside, the first sun of 1950 was glinting across the waters of the bay. 1950. Another chance for Marlowe and for the world. I hope we both do better with it this year.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lois Corbett, Howard McNear, Georgia Ellis, John Daner, and Parley Bear. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time each carried a torch, and each was burned by it. The heel, the hero worshiper, and the hard-bitten blonde. And all because of a woman already 2 days dead.
we present The Big Sleep by Raymond Chandler, dramatized in 3 parts by Bill Morrison, starring Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe with Robert Beatty as General Sternwood. The Big Sleep, Part 1. California, 1939.
Will you wait a moment, please?
Sure. It was 11 o'clock in the morning in mid-October, with the sun not shining and a look of rain. I was standing in the hallway of the Sternwood place. Over the entrance doors, which would have let in a troop of elephants, there was a stained glass panel showing a knight in dark armor rescuing a lady who was tied to a tree. She had no clothes on, but she had some very long and convenient hair. He was fiddling with her knots and not getting anywhere. If I lived in this house, I would sooner or later have to climb up there and help him. He didn't seem to be really trying. I waited for the butler to come back. I was wearing my powder blue suit with dark blue shirt, tie, and display handkerchief, black brogues, and black wool socks with dark blue clocks on them. I was neat, clean, shaved, and sober. I was everything a well-dressed private detective ought to be. I was calling on $4 million.
My, you are tall, aren't you?
I didn't mean to be.
Handsome, too. And I bet you know it. What's your name?
Riley. Doghouse Riley.
What are you, a prize fighter?
Not exactly. I'm a sleuth.
You're making fun of me.
Uh-huh.
What?
You heard me.
You're just a big tease. You're awfully tall. Nice.
What if I hadn't caught you?
You always would. You're cute. I'm cute, too.
General Sternwood will see you now in the conservatory.
Excuse me.
Anytime. Bye.
Who is that?
The General's younger daughter, Miss Carmen, sir.
You ought to wean her. She looks old enough. I'll lead on.
General, this is Mr. Philip Marlowe.
How do you like your brandy, sir?
Any way at all.
Bring brandy.
Yes, sir.
Sit down. You may take your coat off. It's too hot in here for a man with blood in his veins. You are looking at a very dull survival of a rather gaudy life. A cripple in a chair. There's very little I can eat, and my sleep is so close to waking that it's hardly worth the name. I seem to exist largely on heat, like a newborn spider. And these orchids are an excuse for the heat. You like orchids?
Not particularly.
Huh. You may smoke. I like the smell of tobacco. I have to indulge my vices by proxy.
I'll blow it around.
Orchids are nasty things. Their flesh is too much like the flesh of men. Brandy. I'll watch you drink it.
Thanks.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Marlowe. I suppose I have the right to ask.
Sure. Well, there's not much to tell. I'm 33 years old, went to college once, and can still speak English if there's any demand for it. I worked for the district attorney as an investigator once, which is how you reached me. I'm unmarried because I don't like policemen's wives.
You didn't like working for the district attorney?
I was fired.
Huh.
I test very high on insubordination, General.
I'm glad to hear it. Always did myself. What do you know about my family?
I'm told you are a widower with a couple of daughters still in the dangerous 20s. One was married 3 times, the last to an ex-bootlegger named Rusty Regan. That's all.
Did any of this strike you as peculiar?
I always got along with bootleggers myself.
I'm very fond of Rusty. He was the breath of life to me while he lasted. He used to spend hours here, sweating like a pig, drinking brandy by the quart, telling stories of his time in the Irish Revolution. Ridiculous marriage, of course. He went away a month ago without a word. Meantime, I'm being blackmailed again. I would have been sorry for anyone who tried that while Rusty was around.
You said again?
Yes, about 10 months ago, I paid a man named Joe Brody $5,000 to let my younger daughter, Carmen, alone. Now, look in this envelope. This is the new demand.
Oh, 3 promissory notes for $1,000 each, signed by Carmen, to Arthur Gwynn Geiger. I see he deals in rare books, and he admits they're gambling debts but wants you to honor them. Who is this Geiger?
I haven't the faintest idea.
What does Carmen say?
If I asked her, she'd only suck her thumb.
General, do I have to be polite, or can I just be natural?
I haven't noticed that you suffer from many inhibitions.
Do the 2 girls run around together?
I think not. I think they go their separate and slightly divergent roads to perdition. Carmen is a child who likes to pull the wings off flies. Vivian is smart. Neither has the moral sense of a cat. Nor have I, for that matter. I presume they have all the usual vices. I need not add that a man who indulges in parenthood for the first time at the age of 54 deserves all he gets. Your conclusions?
I'd pay.
Why?
It's a question of a little money against a lot of annoyance.
I have pride, sir.
Well, I can take this Geiger off your back if that's what you want. It may cost a little, and it won't get you anything. There's more behind this. You're on their list.
A moment ago, you said pay. And now you say it won't get me anything.
Do your daughters have money of their own?
No, sir. Carmen is still a minor. I give them generous allowances.
Then this sort of thing will happen again. It might be easier to stand for a certain amount of squeeze.
I'm a rather impatient man, Mr. Marlowe. What are your charges?
I get $25 a day in expenses when I'm lucky.
It seems reasonable enough for removing...
You got a deal with this Geiger if he turns out within hooting distance of being on the level?
The matter is now in your hands.
Well, I'll take him out. He'll think a bridge fell on him.
I'm sure you will. Now, excuse me. I'm tired.
I left him among his orchids, which had stalks like the newly washed fingers of dead men. The butler told me Vivian, Mrs. Rusty Regan, wanted to see me. When I saw her, I wanted to see more of her. She was tall, rangy, black-haired, black-eyed. She was trouble. Her knees were dimpled, not sharp. She laid out the melodic line of her legs on the couch for me to stare at. I stared.
So, you're a private detective. I didn't know they existed outside of cheap books.
I do.
How did you like Dad?
I liked him.
He liked Rusty. I suppose you know who Rusty is.
Uh-huh.
Rusty was Irish. Earthy and vulgar at times, but he was very real. And he was a lot of fun for Dad. Rusty shouldn't have gone off like that. Dad feels very badly about it, although he won't say so. Or did he?
He said something about it.
You're not much of a gusher, are you, Mr. Marlowe? But he wants to find Rusty, doesn't he?
Yes and no.
It's hardly an answer. Do you think you can find him?
Why not try the Missing Persons Bureau?
Dad wouldn't hear of the police being brought in. How will you go about finding him?
How and when did he skip out?
Didn't Dad tell you?
You tell me.
I don't see what there is to be cagey about. And I don't like your manners, Marlowe.
Well, I'm not crazy about yours, Mrs. Regan. I didn't ask to see you. You sent for me. I don't mind you ritzing me or drinking your lunch out of a scotch bottle. I don't mind you showing me your legs. It's a pleasure to make their acquaintance. I don't mind if you don't like my manners. As a matter of fact, I grieve over them during the long winter evenings, but don't waste your time trying to cross-examine me.
People don't talk to me like that. I ought to throw a Buick at you.
Just what exactly is it you're afraid of, Mrs. Regan?
God, I loathe masterful men. I simply loathe them. Dad didn't want you about that, about Rusty going off, did he?
When did Regan go?
A month ago, one afternoon, we just drove away without saying a word. They found the car in a private garage somewhere.
Who's they?
So Dad didn't tell you.
The General told me about Mr. Regan, but that wasn't what he wanted to see me about. Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
I'm sure I don't care what you say.
Then I'll be running along. I have a date with a bookshop.
Don't try to kid me you can read, Marlowe.
I did a little research into rare books in the public library, then walked into Geiger's store, onto a thick blue rug that paved the floor from wall to wall. The blonde behind the desk got up slowly and swayed towards me in a tight black dress that didn't reflect any light. She walked with a certain something I hadn't often seen in bookstores. It was time to act.
Can I help you?
Say, would you happen to have a Ben-Hur of 1860?
A first edition?
Third, the one with the erratum on page 116.
Well, I'm afraid not. Not at the moment.
How about a Chevalier Audubon 1840? The full set, of course. Well, you do deal in rare books.
Well, what do you think is on the shelves? Grapefruit?
Oh, that sort of thing hardly interests me. They're just the usual vulgarity.
Oh, well, Mr. Geiger is not in at the moment.
Might he be in later?
Not till very late.
Oh, too bad. Well, I'll just sit down and wait in one of these charming chairs. I have rather a blank afternoon. Nothing to think about but my trigonometry lesson.
What? Yeah, oh, yes. Can I help you, sir? Yes. Will you wait just a moment, sir, and Carl will attend to you. Carl!
Yes? Oh, I see you want to exchange something, sir. Something more to your satisfaction. Would you like to step into the back room, sir? Not everything we have in stock is on show here.
Is that so?
Are you an established customer, sir?
Well, what do you have to do to get established?
Oh, Agnes can deal with you. Oh, well, just go ahead, sir. In the back here, sir.
When the customer came out of the back room, he had a new parcel. I followed him and took it off him. He didn't object. I opened it. It was just what I expected. Filth. In and out dates stamped in the front. A book rented from a lending library of elaborate smut. It seemed set to rain all day. I bought myself a pint of whiskey just to keep me warm and interested, and sat in my heap and watched the very nice cars stop and the nice-looking people go into Geiger's. They were not all men. A racket like that, out in the open, on the boulevard, seemed to mean plenty of protection. A lady in another bookstore had given me a description of Geiger. It seemed he looked like Charlie Chan with a glass eye. He wasn't too hard to recognize when he came out. He said an affectionate farewell to his boyfriend, Carl, and drove to his home on Laurel Canyon Drive. I followed him and sat, drinking my whiskey and waiting. Pretty soon he had a visitor. It was Carmen Sternwood. She stayed there a long time. It seemed like a nice, quiet neighborhood to have bad habits in. I got to the house as quick as I could, but I wasn't quick enough. Carmen, what happened? What have you been drinking? Ether? What dope is it, Carmen? Laudanum? The modeling session is over. Somebody shot your fag photographer. Mr. Geiger is very dead. Now, let's look at the camera. No plate. That's not a development I like. Carmen, who did it? Carmen! 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 Come on, Carmen. let's be nice. Let's put something on beside your earrings. Let's take a little walk. Carmen, I've seen naked girls before. You all have them in the same place. Now, come on, get up. All I want to do is wrap you in your coat. Don't be cute. I'll take a nice little walk. You're going home. I took her there in her car and left her with her maid. Then I walked back, past lighted windows in big gables, like witch houses in a forest. On a night like that, you could grow a beard waiting for a taxi, and taxi drivers remember. The body was gone. It wasn't the law. They would have still been there. And it wasn't the killer. He had left too fast. But it gave me time to find out if I could tell the story, leaving Carmen out. I found a blue book with a list. I took it home and drank too much trying to crack the code Geiger had used for his rich clients. Yeah?
How's the boy?
I got a hangover, Bernie.
Tut, tut. Done any little jobs for General Sternwood yet?
Oh, why would the DA's chief investigator wish to know that?
Because a big Buick registered to him is washing about in the surf off Lido Fish Pier.
Just the car?
There's a guy inside it.
Is it Rusty Regan?
What would he be doing down there?
Quit stalling, Bernie.
To tell the truth, I don't know, pal. I'm dropping down to Luke C. Do you want to go along?
Yeah.
Then snap it up.
Know him?
It's not Regan.
Why you're interested in him? What made him skip out?
Habit.
When a guy out of the liquor traffic marries a rich and pretty dame, and then waves goodbye to her and 2 million legitimate bucks, that makes even me think.
I'm not looking for Regan.
Well, it looks like this kid was sapped on the side of the head, then somebody pointed the car down the pier. About 10 last night. They can tell by the way the tide moved it. No witnesses? Hardly worth the ride down.
He's Sternwood's chauffeur. Do they know about it?
Not yet.
I'll talk to the older daughter. Leave the old man out of it if you can. He has enough troubles and he's sick.
I'll try. But this will give the paper something. They haven't had a killing for days.
I went back to Geiger's bookshop. The blonde was edgy. The books were being moved out of the back room. I hung around and followed the truck which delivered to an apartment block, apartment 405. Occupier, a Mr. Joseph Brody, recipient those months ago of 5,000 of the General's greenest. I went back to my office. I had a reception room which I always left unlocked in case I had a client and the client cared to sit and wait. I had a client. The client had dimpled knees.
Well, Marlowe, so you do get up. I was beginning to think perhaps you worked in bed like Marcel Proust.
Who's he?
A French writer who was a connoisseur of degenerates.
Oh, I wouldn't know him.
You don't put up much of a front?
You can't make much money at this trade if you're honest. If you have a front, you're making money, or expect to.
Are you honest?
Painfully.
How did you ever get into this slimy business, then?
How did you come to marry a bootlegger?
Let's not start quarreling again. I've been trying to get you on the phone all morning.
About your chauffeur.
So, you know about him?
Did you use the Buick last night?
No, I was playing the tables at Eddie Marr's club at Los Alinders. He had no permission to take the car. Poor kid. He was in love with Carmen. You don't get much of that in our circle.
And she played him along?
Oh, that was long ago.
Anything else about him?
He had a police record. He didn't know the right people. That's all a police record means in this rotten, crime-ridden country. Now, I didn't come to talk about him. Can you tell me yet what my father wanted to see you about?
Not without his permission.
Was it about Carmen?
I can't even say that.
Take a look at this photograph. I got it by messenger this morning.
Carmen looks a little doped.
They want $5,000 for the negative, or they give the stuff to a scandal sheet.
They?
I don't know. Some woman telephoned me after this was delivered.
There's nothing in the scandal sheet angle. The law would protect you. What else?
Does there have to be something else?
Yes.
Well, she said there was a police jam connected. I don't know what kind.
Where's Carmen now?
At home in bed. Her maid says she was sick last night. I was out losing my shirt at a roulette wheel.
What was the chauffeur doing last night with your car?
You think he was involved in this?
I don't rule him out. Can you get the $5,000 in cash right away?
Not unless I tell Dad.
Borrow it back from Eddie Marr's.
I might. How about telling the police?
Well, it's a very good idea, but you won't do it.
Won't I?
You have to protect your father and your little sister. The cops might turn up something they couldn't sit on, though they try in blackmail cases.
Can you do anything?
I think I can, but I can't tell you how.
I like you. You believe in miracles. Would you have a drink in the office?
Sure.
I'll get the $5,000. I've been a good customer of Eddie Marr's. Besides, we have something else in common. The lady Rusty ran off with was Eddie Marr's wife. Doesn't that interest you?
Cheers.
You're the hardest guy to get anything out of. You don't even move your ears.
Well, you've got what you want. A pretty good idea that I'm not looking for your husband.
Rusty was no crook. He always carried $15,000 cash on him. He called it his mad money. He wouldn't need to blackmail. I'll take the photo. She has a beautiful little body, hasn't she?
Uh-huh.
You ought to see mine.
Can it be arranged?
You're as cold-blooded as ever I met, Marlowe. Or can I call you Philip?
Sure.
You can call me Vivian.
Thanks, Mrs. Regan.
Oh, go to hell, Marlowe.
I didn't know just how close I wanted to get to her. Even being the chauffeur had proved terminal. By now, it was late afternoon. None of the early editions of the evening papers mentioned Geiger. I went back to his house. And who should I meet there but Carmen? She stood among all the fag junk and the stink of last night's filth, sucking her thumb. A pretty, spoiled, and not very bright little girl who had gone very, very wrong, and nobody was doing anything about it. To hell with the rich. They made me sick.
Hello.
What are you doing here? How much do you remember last night?
I was sick last night,
Like
at home.
Hell you were. You remember. Before I took you home. You remember spreading yourself on that chair.
Are you the police?
No, I'm a friend of your father's.
Oh, what do you want?
Who killed Geiger? You were here.
Who else knows?
I don't know. Whoever took the body. Joe Brody, maybe.
Joe Brody. Him.
Did Brody kill him?
Kill who?
Christ.
Yes, Joe did it.
Why?
I don't know.
Seen much of him lately?
I hate him.
Are you willing to tell the police it was Joe Brody if I can kill the nude photo angle? The photo's gone, if that's what you came back here for. Probably Brody took it with him.
I hate him.
Carmen, this is a spot for a little old-fashioned simplicity. You're not kidding me about Brody?
No.
Okay. You don't give it another thought. Don't tell a soul you were here, not even Vivian. Just leave it to Riley.
Your name isn't Riley. Vivian told me. I have to go home now.
Shh.
Oh, excuse the casual entrance. Is Geiger around?
No, we don't know just where he is.
Uh-huh. You're, friends of his?
Business acquaintances. We dropped by for a book.
A book, huh?
We'll trot along now.
Any message if Geiger comes back?
We won't bother you.
But you do, soldier. The girl can dust. I'd like to talk to you a little.
I don't think we've anything to talk about.
A kidder. I have 2 boys out in my car that always do just what I want them to. Goodbye, sister.
Oh, yes. Bye.
There's something wrong around here. Look, let's you and me look around. No plate in the camera. I get the picture. What's that?
A rug.
Move it. Blood. A lot of blood.
Does the gun make you feel better?
I think we'll have some law.
It's old blood. Dried blood.
Just, who in the hell are you, soldier?
Marlowe is the name. I'm a sleuth.
Never heard of you. Who was the girl?
A client. Geiger was trying a little blackmail. We came to talk it over. He wasn't here. The door was open.
Convenient.
Why would I have a key? Why do you have a key?
I own this house. Geiger's my tenant.
You know such lovely people.
I take them as they come. I think we'll have some law.
Go ahead. Call your friends downtown. Call the buttons. You'll get a big reaction from it.
I don't get your game here.
Maybe it just isn't your day. I know you. You're Eddie Mars. You run a club at Las Olindas, a flash gambling club for flash people. All through Prohibition, it was a nightclub, and there were 2 uniformed cops in the lobby every night to see that the guests didn't bring their own liquor instead of buying it from the house. Those good old days are gone, but the local law is still in your pocket with a well-greased line right into the city department. Protection. Geiger was in a racket which needed it, too. Maybe you spared him some, seeing he was your tenant.
Geiger was in what racket?
The smut book racket.
I didn't find him at the store today. I came up to see about it. I find blood, you, and the girl. I think that's the story. You got to him.
You missed something. All his rental books were moved out of the store today.
Hey, you get around. I should have thought of that, soldier. All right, talk.
I'm not ready. But whoever moved the books knows what's what, and I have a guess about that.
Who?
That's the part I'm not ready to give out. I have a client to protect. I expected you would know the girl.
No. Now, who got the book, Seamus?
Why should I tell you?
I might make it worth your while.
I can always hear the sound of money.
For doing what?
What did you want done?
Now, listen, soldier. I ask you a question, and you ask me another. Now, we're not getting anywhere. I've got my own reasons for wanting to find Geiger. I don't see any cops here, so either you don't know anything or you aren't telling them. I think you might need a little protection yourself.
You're right. If I knew anything, I'd have to tell the cops. So, I've nothing to sell. So, with your permission, I'll drift.
A kidder.
By the way, how is Mrs. Mars these days?
Beat it. I don't give a damn what you know or where you go or what you do when you get there. Only take a word of advice, soldier. You leave me out of your plans or you'll wish your name was Murphy and you lived in Limerick.
I hear you and she had a pal came from around there, name of Regan.
What?
It's all right. I'm on my way. It was just a question. The fact that there was a connection between Eddie Mars and Rusty Regan was none of my business. Nobody had asked me to look for Regan. I was looking for a lost corpse. And somebody had the plate out of the camera. And somebody had the books. Maybe Joe Brody had the answers.
That was part 1 of The Big Sleep by Raymond Chandler, dramatized for radio by Bill Morrison, with Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. Production for the BBC was by John Tiedemann.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time I took a beating and gave one. The man who lived in the dock was afraid. Someone I never got to meet was murdered, and a knife-wielding crab was destroyed. All because a girl who hated the water took a boat ride in old Mexico.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of mystery, comes his most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy as we present The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's story, Mexican Boat Ride.
It was a rare morning, clear and clean. You know the kind that knocks 10 years off your age and makes you taste the sunshine in your orange juice? It was a day to be spent on an open road to someplace new and exciting. But a phone call I'd received had reduced my open road to Carmelita Avenue and nothing more exciting than Beverly Hills. The house I stopped at was one of those you entered through a tunnel of dank, overhanging foliage on a flagstone path grown green with damp moss. A low, thick-walled affair with tiny barred windows hidden from the sidewalk. I pressed the bell, and a moment later a sallow housekeeper opened the door with what seemed to be a last ounce of strength. She squinted at my card and beckoned me inside.
I followed her down a dusky corridor to a heavy closed door where she signaled me to wait. The air in the house smelled thick and stale. When she came out again, she held the door open for me and motioned me into a room full of darkness that became nearly complete when the door clicked shut behind me. All I could see was the vague form of a man in smoked glasses propped up on a bed across the room.
There's a chair beside you, Marlowe, if you care to sit.
Oh, thanks.
I'm Carl Estabrook, importer. You may have heard of me.
No, I don't think so.
Well, no matter. Marlowe, I have a peculiar problem. I want to know why my wife, Ona, was on a boat day before yesterday off the coast of Mexico. Think you could find out?
Well, if that's all you got to go on, I doubt it.
No, there's a little more.
Huh?
Ona and I planned to take vacation together. But when I was confined with this illness, we decided she should go on alone.
Oh, then your illness is the reason for the midsummer blackout, huh?
Yes. If I expose my eyes to light at any time in the next few weeks, the doctors promised me plenty of pain and virtual blindness.
Oh.
It's temporary, but tedious to mend. That's why I need a capable man with sharp eyes.
To look into what specifically?
The paradox of my wife aboard a boat.
Mm-hmm.
She has a phobia about them. The mere thought of being on a boat makes her panicky. She drove to Ensenada, Mexico earlier this week, but believe me, her plans did not include boat rides.
Well, tell me, how'd you find out she was on one? She right?
No, she hasn't written me at all, but that's not unusual for her. A friend of mine got back yesterday from a fishing trip down there. The day before, his boat passed another with a girl aboard. He got a good look at her. Was so sure that it was Ona that he hailed her. The girl turned and ran inside. It bothered him to the extent that when he got home here, he called me to find out if Ona was in Ensenada.
Is that all?
That's all. He didn't get the name of the boat.
Look, you want me to go all the way down there just to find out if the girl he saw was Mrs. Estabrook?
Right. What is your fee, Marlowe?
$50 a day plus expenses. That's the minimum if I take the job. I don't think I will. When business gets so bad I have to do divorce work, I'll quit and write my memoirs. No, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
No. Sit down, Marlowe. Ona and I have had our share of difficulties, true. She's quite a few years younger than I and used to be a dancer. But generally speaking, we're happy.
Specifically what?
I'm worried about her. Here. There's money in this envelope and a recent photograph of my wife. And there's more of both if the need arises. Incidentally, what kind of a day is it outside?
Gorgeous.
Well, then you can drive. It's only 250 miles.
Yeah. By the way, how has the importing business been lately, legitimately speaking?
You do have a suspicious mind, don't you?
Only when the situation calls for it, and this does. However, I can understand an imagination working overtime here in the dark, Mr. Estabrook. So I'll take your money and go on down to Ensenada and see if anything's wrong. But look, I'm giving you notice beforehand. If it turns out to be family laundry and nothing more, I drop it.
You're a reputable man. Just see that I get my money's worth, Marlowe, and you can keep the change. I'll expect to hear from you.
When my eyes adjusted to the dazzling glare outside, I looked in the envelope and picture of an impish, dark-haired woman and 5 $100 bills. For the first time, I realized what Estabrook had meant by keep the change. But it didn't help my attitude even a little. By 2 o'clock, I was on the road south. A late lunch in La Jolla with an old friend, a routine baggage inspection at the border, and then 70 twisting miles of lonely road brought me to Ensenada, just as the Mexican sun dropped into the sea. I drove past the piers and canneries at the edge of town, and then along the curving shore to the only hotel elegant enough to meet the demands of the woman I figured Ona Estabrook to be. After I'd gotten a room and cleaned up, I went to the desk and asked for her. She was registered, had number 74, and at the moment was out on the patio. All of which sounded ridiculously normal. And I thought again of an imagination at work in a dark room back in L.A. I thanked the clerk in crippled Spanish and turned in time to catch the end of a long, cold stare from a pair of frog-like eyes that bulged out of an otherwise handsome head on a man in a gray gabardine suit. I didn't think my language had been that bad. But when Popeye followed me out onto the patio, I wasn't too sure. There was no mistaking Ona Estabrook. She sat alone at a table in the far corner, a tall, minted gin drink in front of her. So I put on my best tourist-type smile and walked over. Well, Ona Estabrook, this is a pleasure. Enjoying your visit?
Why,
Why, yes, very much, but I don't think I...
Know me? Oh, of course, you wouldn't remember. My name's Marlowe, Philip Marlow.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe, but I
You
don't...
were a dancer, weren't you? Before your marriage, I mean?
Well, yes, I was a dancer, but you'll have to excuse me now. I'm expecting a friend. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, well, just one thing then, Mrs. Estabrook. Would you mind telling me why you were out on a boat day before yesterday?
A boat?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you ask that?
Because you hate boats. You have a phobia about them. And yet you were seen aboard one just 2 days ago. How come?
Well, how clumsy of me. I've spilled the drink all over my skirt. Excuse me. I'll have to change.
That maneuver was as subtle as a bulldozer at work. When she spilled her drink, it was done desperately, and fear sent her running for the exit. I turned to follow her as she left the lighted patio and headed down a dark arcade. But a gray gabardine suit and a pair of pop eyes slid out of a chair and beat me to it. I waited until their footsteps faded, which said they turned a corner. Then I started after them. It was strictly follow the leader, but I didn't realize how many were playing the game until a knife point stung at the skin at the soft part of the back about kidney high.
Stop, senor, and don't cry out. Don't even say ouch.
I turned and saw a mottled red face, ugly on a squat, long-armed body. The ivory-handled knife in his hand could have clipped my spine in one easy thrust.
You got a car here, senor? Come on, I speak English good. You got a car?
Yeah, I got a car. What's it to you?
I am Haiba, the crab. It's lots to me.
What's
Let's
your pitch, Buster? Come on, tell me.
Martinez says for me to keep a sharp eye on things, to be sure something is not wrong. It looks to me like something is wrong with you, senor.
Who's Martinez?
You going to play possum, senor? This one is your car, huh?
All right. Yeah.
Okay. I take first your one. Now, please to get in. You gonna drive.
Believe it or not, you're making a big mistake, Krabby. Besides, what if I don't want to drive?
Oh, you better want to drive, gringo. Or I kill you right here. Go on, drive. Ándale. See, stop here. And now we get out. It's nice and quiet here on the beach, no? Walk over there to that old adobe wall. We're gonna have a talk there.
It's gonna be dull, Buster. We've got nothing in common.
Please, senor, don't make it hard on me. I don't know why you gotta come and mix everything up again when time is running out. Why did you come?
I needed new huaraches.
Look, senor, you think I'm ugly?
You're no beauty, Crab, let's face it.
See, and I can act even uglier. Maybe I could go on the radio and make a big hit, no? Or maybe I make the big hit on your face. Oh! Don't try something, senor, or I kill you with your own gun. Now, the truth. You spoke to the senora about the boat. Why?
I forget.
Oh! Who are you, senor?
Private detective named Marlowe.
Oh, a private detective. Who are you working for? Dolph Bentley?
I never heard of Dolph Bentley. Who's he?
You're lying. The senora knows him. I heard her say Dolph Bentley won't make it tonight.
Yeah, he's lucky.
See, I tell you something else. He better not make it. Martinez is going to do business with one man only tonight. Now, you want to say something? No? Then I'll say it. You take what's going to be left of your face back to Senor Bentley until I get out of Ensenada and don't come back. Understand?
Oh! Hey. Wait a minute.
Come on, wake up, wake up.
Wait,
You're
stop,
okay.
Craig.
Come on.
Who are you?
Wake
Oh,
up,
it's
Sam.
you. I'll kill you.
Wait, hey, take it easy, will you? You're in good hands now, Marlowe. I'm a fellow American.
Oh.
You know, you're pretty lucky, you know that?
Oh, yeah? Oh, sure, yeah. Where'd my pal go?
Oh, him? Oh, I chased him off. You know, it's a wonder he didn't put a knife in you. These
Yeah.
fellows are mean with knives.
This guy was no slouch with a gun butt, either. Hey, where'd you come from, anyway?
Oh, down the beach a ways. I just finished working on my boat, and I was taking a walk, and I heard the commotion, came over to see about it. This guy was beating you up, so I yelled and started for him, but he ran.
Oh, is that right? I'm glad somebody stopped him. Thanks very much, Mr.
Roman.
Oh.
Lou Roman's my name.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm pleased to meet you, Marlowe.
Thanks. You know me?
Well, yes,
I took the liberty of looking in your wallet to see that devil had robbed you. It doesn't seem so, though. Yeah, I guess I got here just in time. You're a private investigator, I see. You working on a case now?
It's debatable. So far, the case is working on me. I'd like to find a guy named Dolph Bentley, though.
Dolph Bentley?
Yeah. Guy who beat me up had the idea that I was hired by Dolph Bentley. Did you ever hear of him?
No, and I come down here every year to fish, too. Know a lot of folks around here, but I never heard of that one before. Why are you after him?
Well, he's tied up in some way to the Crab, who seems to work with another guy named Martinez, who in turn is going to do some business of some kind tonight with somebody other than Dolph Bentley. I don't know. And it's all connected for some screwy reason with a woman who took a boat ride the day before yesterday.
Well, what about that? The woman being on a boat, I mean.
Oh, well, she can't stand boats. She's afraid of... Oh, my head.
Wait. Here.
Thanks.
I better get you some first aid right away.
That's a good idea. Holy smoke, my car.
Now, relax. It's right over there. Come on, let me help you up.
All right.
Easy now, easy. That's it now. I'll drive you. Where are you staying? At the hotel, huh?
Yeah. Thanks,
okay.
Roman. I'm still dizzy.
Easy, I got you.
I got to get back there. I got to find that girl, because she's up to her hairdo in a very nasty mess.
Listen, Marlowe. If I can help in any way, let me know, will you? You know, us Americans have to stick together in a place like this. Right? That's it. Come on, let's go. Easy now.
Lou Roman, the hail fellow, was indeed well met. He found my gun and drove me back to the hotel. A long hour had gone by since Ona Estabrook had run from the patio, followed by the pop-eyed character in the gabardine suit. I tried her room, checked with the desk again, and from there spent 30 minutes peering into corners and balconies and getting nothing but indignant glares from Mexican lovers. So I left the building and started through the grounds. I worked my way from the stables up into a secluded garden deserted by all but a marble statue of Montezuma, who, when I passed him, groaned. In the dark at my feet lay Haiba the Crab, his mottled face twisted into a tortured grin of agony. And sticking straight up just above his belt buckle was the white ivory handle of his own knife. Crab, who was it? Who got you?
Oh, senor, I am sorry what I did.
Never mind that. Who did this? Do you know?
Oh, sí. Dolph Bentley.
I'll get a doctor.
No, yo, senor. Tell Martinez that Dolph Bentley is...
Crab. Yeah.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, when you're 65, if you have worked in business or industry, call any office of the Social Security Administration for information about your old age and survivor's insurance. The account number that appears on the Social Security card identifies your wage account. The amount of retirement and family insurance that may be payable is set by this account. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, we'll return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Mexican Boat Ride.
Even as the life trickled out of the ugly little man called Haiba, and his face, which had been knotted tight in pain, went slowly limp and he was still, I knew that I'd have to get next to Dolph Bentley before the importance of Ona Estabrook aboard a fishing boat off Ensenada would make any sense. Also, I knew that there was a good chance that said Mr. Bentley and the gentleman in gray gabardine, known to me as Popeyes, were one and the same. So I started back for the hotel. But halfway there, I stopped at the sight of a figure ahead scampering toward an all-alone taxi parked near the main entrance. It was Ona Estabrook. I took off after her, when she was in the cab and away before I could get close enough to do any good. I tried the next best thing, which was the sombrero doorman nearby, who I figured might have heard the address she'd given the driver. Yeah, but what I didn't figure was that the doorman might not habla much English.
The Senora Estabrook. Si, senor. Her enters libre a minute ago.
Yeah, that's right. I know that. Now look, where did her go? Which way in the libre?
Libre.
Uh-huh.
Oh, un momento, senor. Libre!
Oh, no.
Ya viene, senor.
No,
Coming
look,
pronto.
amigo, I don't want a taxi. No libre.
No libre.
None whatsoever.
Chico, no quiere.
Now, please, come here. Let's back it up a little, huh? Senora Estabrook in libre, right?
Si, senor.
Okay. Now, where did she go? What direction? ¿Qué dirección?
Oh, ahora comprendo. The señor.
The señora. ¿Qué dirección? ¿Comprendo?
Sí, señor. Senora Estabrook, go to the pier, the fishing pier.
Which one? Which fishing pier? ¿Cuál pier?
The small pier, senor. The little one near the big cannery, the fishes cannery.
That's all I want to know. Gracias, amigo, and... Uh-oh.
Senor, what are you seeing at?
I'm not sure. But even if I were, I wouldn't be able to explain it to you. Buenas noches, pal. Thanks a lot. I had been seeing at the silhouette of a man huddled close to the ground and slinking out from a hotel along a high hedge that led back toward the statue in the body of Aiba, a man who I knew could be the elusive Popeyes. I followed the walk that was close into the hotel until I was on a line with the hedge, and I started after him fast. I still had a good 2 yards to go when he heard me and pivoted, so I swung first!
Oh! Why, you dirty...
Roman, wait a minute. Hold it. Gee, it's me, Marlowe. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Holy smoke, I thought you were someone else.
Oh, Gargantua, well, maybe? Oh, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What'd you hit me with, Marlowe?
Everything I had. I figured you were Dolph Bentley, and as such, Roman, I didn't want you to get away with murder, literally.
Murder? Hey, not that girl you mentioned, Marlowe.
Ona Estabrook? Huh? No. The corpse is that item you sigged away from me over in those ruins. Somebody got to him with his own knife there near the statue.
Then I was right. I did see someone move over near there. Well, yeah, a couple of minutes ago, Marlowe. I was on the balcony outside of my room. It faces the garden here, you see. And when I saw you run for the main entrance, I had a feeling that you might be in trouble again, so I came on down here.
Well, then what happened?
Well, I was about to call out to you when I heard some noise over there near the statue. It was a man. He was running away fast, heading toward those stables. A man wearing gabardine, maybe tan, maybe gray.
Maybe Dolph Bentley. Thanks, Roman. You've been a big help. When you get back to the hotel, tell him about the dead man, will you? I gotta run. Stable was a robust left field as pegged to home plate from where we'd been standing. So by the time I got there, I was out of breath and facing nothing more important than thick darkness, a lot of hay, and a couple of horses who couldn't sleep nights talking things over. Until I moved around a corner past the stalls and close to the half-open door of a shack, marked both cabina telefono and the equivalent in English that showed a single unshaded light. And under that, a man standing alone next to a telephone, writing something on the back of an envelope. He was wearing a gray gabardine suit, and when he lifted his Popeyes from the paper in front of him, I knew the next move had to be mine, 38 in all. Let it go, Buster. Keep your hands close to your sides.
Just as you say, senor. I'd be a fool not to obey you.
You're so right, a dead fool. So keep that in mind while we chat, won't you, Mr. Bentley?
Bentley?
Uh-huh.
How did you find out who I am?
It was easy. All I had to do was listen to a dying man's last two words when I asked him to name his murderer. He said Dolph Bentley. Any comment?
Yes. You know a lot, senor.
Don't resent it, friend. I learned it all the hard way. Don't move, Bentley.
I was only changing my position, senor.
Which will be prone if you try it again. Now, what do you know about this whole mess and an American girl named Ona Estabrook, who I figure is no mobster?
Nothing, senor.
You're a liar, Bentley. Which brings me to the point. One, why the pressure on the girl? And two, what's so important about her taking a ride on a fishing boat? Come on, brother. It's getting late for a murderer. Start talking straight the first time out.
All right. I'll start with a question. Senor, how does all this concern you? You gain a percentage if the smugglers are not interfered with, perhaps?
We were talking about the girl, remember?
Yes, I remember. But you see, senor, I have little to offer on that score.
How little?
A single observation. In your country, senor, people who do not mind their own business are called nosy. Here in Mexico, we have another term, asno.
Which means what?
Jackass, senor, who, unlike the cat, cannot see in the dark.
But can try his best, Bentley.
No gun, senor.
Okay, amigo, no gun, but this. Asno. When Bentley met the floor and went out cold, I sagged to one knee. Stayed that way until the air rushing into my lungs quit sounding like sandpaper over a drumhead. And I got back to my feet and turned on a bracket lamp on the other side of the room. I opened Bentley's jacket, slipped his .32 automatic out of its shoulder holster, emptied the clip, and stopped dead at the shimmer of light dancing on polished silver that I hadn't expected. It was a badge. Below his shoulder holster and pinned to his vest. Republic of Mexico, Department of Customs, Captain. I made a dive for the envelope near the telephone. On the back there was writing in thick pencil, which I finally figured to mean Fishing pier near Cannery, 2 a.m. Inside, nothing. On the front, further proof that I'd never met Mr. Dolph Bentley at all, but instead it tangled hard-like with one Captain Juan Descartos, Intelligence Section, Custom Building, Mexico City, Mexico. While trying to revive Captain Descartos, the truth rammed into my mind. Owner Estabrook had rushed off for the pier near the Cannery that Captain Descartos had noted as a good place to be at 2 o'clock in the morning, which was less than 20 minutes away, and a great time for me to get to my car and the pier.
It won't work, senor.
You're a bright boy, thanks.
Welcome. Do you like the job on the car, senor? I think it shines well for the 8 pesos you owe me.
Nobody asked you to bother, Junior, but I'll see you later. Right now I gotta run, huh?
For 8 pesos, $1 you can ride, senor. I'll replace the distributor cap.
What? Come here, you.
But, senor, it was very dirty all over, inside, too. The steering wheel black as can be. Look, I ruined my best rag cleaning
That's
it.
tough. Now give me that distributor cap, or you'll be the saddest pair of dark eyes between here and the Panama Canal.
Senor,
Oh, never mind. Here.
you pay me the $1?
Yeah. Just put the cap back where it belongs. Quick, will you? I'm in a hurry. Well, come on, let's go. A precious 60 seconds ticked off before I was out of the parking lot and driving fast toward the fishing pier near the Cannery, where I knew I was finally going to get next to Dolph Bentley and, if I made it in time, prevent another murder. When I screeched to a stop away from the pier, piled out of my car, and ran the length of the oil-soaked planking to where a single boat was making ready to cast off, I saw one of the 2 persons aboard the small ketch was owner Estabrook. The other was Lou Roman, hearty American fisherman. When I stepped aboard, our hunch hit me right between the eyes. I pulled my gun and pointed it an inch above his waist.
What are you doing here, Marlowe?
I might ask you the same question, Roman, or do I call you Bentley from here on out?
Marlowe, you know, now he can't kill me. Now I don't have to be afraid of him anymore. Oh, Marlowe, thank goodness you got here in time.
Yeah, hooray. The Marines have landed in the form of a private eye.
Cut it out, Bentley, and don't move. Oh, no, what do you mean about being afraid? What's your connection with this fisherman here?
Well, it was an accident, Marlowe. A mix-up in our baggage. Lou Roman and I both happened to stop for customs inspection at the border at the same time, and our suitcases were switched. I didn't notice it at the time, but when I got to the hotel, I discovered the mistake and went to Roman's room to correct it.
But instead you found Bentley here posing as Roman, right?
Yes. He killed him, Marlowe. He told me he did.
That's a dirty lie. Roman's all right. He's in Chicago.
No, he's not. He's dead. You killed him. Someplace between here and Tijuana, Marlowe. He said I'd get the same treatment if I opened my mouth.
Then he's the one who forced you to go out on that boat yesterday.
Go on,
Stay
listen,
back, Bentley.
Yes. So that people wouldn't be suspicious, he made me appear at the hotel, in the patio there, and at the restaurant.
Well, why didn't you run?
Well, I couldn't. He wasn't around. Another man was. A horrible man with large eyes that never left me.
Yeah. So why don't you drop it, Marlowe?
No sale, Bentley. You see, I know that the horrible man with the large eyes can't be one of your henchmen. His badge says so.
What?
Badge? He's an officer, Marlowe?
Yeah, Captain Owner. Give up, Bentley?
You had better. There are too many men ready to take you.
Descartos. Where'd you come from?
Oh, I have been here quite a while. But your story was so interesting, I just couldn't interrupt.
And when Marlowe took you for Dolph Bentley, Captain Descartos, you played along because you didn't know who he was. Is that it?
Yes, senora, and I did not find out until I heard Bentley call Marlowe a private eye.
You're not mad at me, Captain, huh? Even though I bungled your plan to capture Martinez, and not to mention our little meeting at the stables.
Oh, senor, do not say that you bungled the job of catching Martinez. It was more a matter of priority. Por favor, senora, the tacos.
Of course, here you are.
Gracias. You see, Senor Marlowe, I am certain that one day I will catch Martinez, but not at the cost of letting a murderer kill again. But, Senor Marlowe, there is one thing that puzzles me. The murder of the one known as Jaiba.
Oh, Martinez' henchman. Well, you see, Captain, he knew that a man named Dolph Bentley was mixed up in this because he'd overheard Ona and her keeper, then called Lou Roman, talking about him. He wanted to know more. Also, he couldn't figure who I was.
So he beat you up?
Correct. Bentley, of course, only saved my life because it was an easy way to find out just how much Jaiba did know, after which he got to him. Enough?
Not quite, senor. There is still one thing. How did you know that Lou Roman was actually Bentley?
On a hunch, Captain. And by positive identification from you, Ono, when we were on the boat. But now it's my turn. I got a question for you, honey. Have you had enough vacation?
Uh-huh. As a matter of fact, Marlowe, I wired my husband just before we came in to eat.
Oh.
I said the change did in your world of good. Be home tomorrow to stay. Love always. Well, Captain, will you pass the tacos, please? They're awfully good, really.
It was late the next afternoon, and owner Estabrook was already gone when I checked out of the hotel, said goodbye to Captain Dos Gatos,
Adios, amigo.
and headed north for the border, where 2 hours later I stopped for customs inspection of my baggage. It was dark, and I was only 50 miles from Los Angeles before I realized exactly what that inspection had meant, because it was then, for the first time, that I noticed that the little cowhide suitcase on the seat next to me, which should have been mine, was tagged differently. The name and address of a man who lived in Long Beach, California. When I got there, I kept driving. I knew I could ship it to him and ask for mine in exchange when I got home. Oh, yes. I'd had just about enough for a while.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and crime's most deadly enemy, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Mary Shipp, Harry Bartell, Nestor Paiva, Bill Boucher, Ralph Moody, Bill Shaw, and Jerry Farber. The special music is written by Richard Arant. Be sure and be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started with death on my doorstep and got worse when I lied to a sympathetic bull, was pistol-whipped by a gorilla with dimples, and fought with a kitten on the Keys. And it might have gone on that way all night if I hadn't been helped by the king of the beasts.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present The Lady in the Lake by Raymond Chandler, dramatized in 3 parts by Bill Morrison, starring Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe, with Harry Taub and Toby Robbins. The Lady in the Lake, Part 1. California, 1943.
Hey, step aside, buddy.
What are you doing there?
They built the sidewalks on Olive Street out of rubber blocks, black and white. Look at that pattern. What are we doing? We're ripping them up to give them to the government. There's a war on, buddy. Haven't you heard?
I've heard. This where the Giller Lane Company is?
You like perfume?
Wear it all the time. Giller Lane Regal, the champagne of perfumes. One drop of that in the hollow of your throat and the matched pink pearls start falling on you like summer rain. We should try it.
Yeah, another wise guy. I don't need that kind of excuse to stay out of the army.
Neither do I, buddy.
Yes, this is the Giller Lane Company. Can I help you?
I'm Philip Marlowe, Miss Adrienne Fromset. I'd like to see Mr. DeRace Kingsley.
Have you an appointment?
No appointment, Miss Fromset.
It is very difficult to see Mr. Kingsley without an appointment. What is the nature of your business, Mr. Marlowe?
You mind tell him I'm from Lieutenant McGee.
Mr. Kingsley is in conference.
Miss Fromset, I'm on my way to lunch. Any calls?
Mr. Marlowe is here to see you from Lieutenant McGee.
Never heard of either of them.
Are you Mr. Kingsley?
Who the hell did you think I was? Who's McGee?
They call him Violets on account of he chews little throat pastilles that smell of violets. He's a big man with soft, silvery hair, and when last seen he was wearing a neat blue suit, a Homburg hat, and smoking opium in a short briar pipe.
I don't like your manner.
That's all right. I'm not selling it.
I'll give you exactly 3 minutes. God knows why. Come in. Show me your license, Marlowe.
Well, there it is.
I asked Sheriff Peterson to recommend a reliable private detective. Now, who's this McGee?
He's in the Hollywood substation of the sheriff's office. You can check with him.
I guess you'll do, but don't get flipped with me. When I hire a man, he's my man. He does exactly what I tell him or he goes out fast. Is that clear? Now, what do you charge?
$25 a day in expenses. 8 cents a mile for my car.
Too much. 15 a day flat. I hope I'm not too tough for you.
Just what is it you want done, Mr. Kingsley?
Why should you care? You do all kinds of work, don't you?
Only the fairly honest kinds, and I get $100 down as a retainer from strangers. And as for being too tough, most of my clients start out either by weeping down my shirt or bawling me out to show who's boss. Usually they end up very reasonable, if they're still alive.
Do you lose many?
Not if they treat me right.
You'll do, Marlowe. 25 a day it is. Now, I want you to find my wife.
Okay, I'll find your wife.
She's been gone a month. In May, she went up to a cabin we have in the mountains near Puma Point. It's a private lake 3 miles from the village. I own it with 2 other men. We all build cabins there, little fawn lake. The only people up there all the time are Bill Chess and his wife. He's a disabled war veteran. He looks after the place in return for living rent-free. Crystal was due to come back down to L.A. on the 12th of June for a party, and she never showed up.
What have you done about it?
Nothing.
Why not?
Read this telegraph.
El Paso, June 14. Am crossing to get Mexican divorce. Stop. Will marry Chris. Stop. Good luck and goodbye, Crystal. Who's Chris?
Chris Lavery. She can have him, and he can have her, and to hell with both of them.
And why am I here?
Crystal and I have been washed up for years. We live our own lives. She has $20,000 a year from her family's oil business. She plays around. This Lavery is a professional chaser. I was just surprised that she'd actually marry him. Beyond that, I didn't care. And until the day before yesterday.
What happened?
I met Lavery in the street here. He said he didn't know where Crystal was, hadn't seen her in 2 months, and hadn't gone away with her.
And you believed him?
Oh, I know these tomcats, Marlowe.
She might have got tired of him and tossed him out.
Well, you'll have to prove it. Marlowe, I have a good job here, but a job is all it is. I have no private money. I can't stand a scandal.
What kind of a scandal?
Well, Crystal is wild. She's pretty wild. She drinks too much. She steals things for thrills. She's a sucker for danger and the wrong man.
Well, this wire is a month old. If she got in trouble, you'd have heard.
Oh, you're making me feel better.
Too many other things could have happened to her. I'll start by talking to Lavery. Give me a photograph of your wife.
Well, this is the best I have. It's her and Lavery on the beach.
Oh, give me a note to your man, Bill Chess. I'll go up to the lake next. Don't say who I am. Just tell him to show me around.
One other thing. Now, 2 weeks ago, the Prescott Hotel in San Bernardino got in touch with me and said a Packard was unclaimed in their garage. It was Crystal's car. I sent him a check and told him to hold on to it.
She must have driven down there to catch the train to El Paso. Where does Lavery live?
Somewhere in Bay City. Miss Fromsett will tell you. He worked for the company here at one time.
Mr. Kingsley, are you holding anything back? Anything important?
Marlowe, I just want to know where she is and if she's all right.
I'll find her. Lavery lived at 623 Altair Street. Miss Fromsett told me. I had the impression that Chris Lavery was not a pleasant thought to her. Altair Street was to the north of Bay City, on the edge of the cool blue sweep of bay out to the point at Malibu. It was a short street with only 3 houses. One of them belonged to a Dr. Almore. Across from it was a bungalow, clinging like a vine to the hillside.
You make a hell of a lot of noise.
Mr. Lavery?
So?
I'm working for Mr. DeRace Kingsley.
The hell with both of you.
Don't be childish. You know I'm going to talk to you, and you're going to talk to me.
Hell. Come in, then. I was just on my way to the beach. Make it snappy.
Just tell me where she is, and then we won't be bothering you.
I don't need any private dicks today, or any day.
I'm paid to stay. Tell me about this telegraph.
I didn't go to El Paso with Crystal. I told Kingsley that.
Then why would she send a wire saying she was going to marry you?
I haven't the faintest idea.
You didn't have any idea of marrying her?
She has money, but it would be too tough a way to make it.
Yeah. Kingsley doesn't care if you do run off with his wife. He just wants to feel sure that she isn't in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, this wire has to mean something.
She was always full of tricks. I was supposed to run up there to the lake. I didn't. I was sick of her.
I'd like it better if you did go to El Paso and split up there. Could you tell it that way?
I told you I didn't. Can't you remember that?
I'll remember it when I believe it.
Go climb up your thumb. Take the air. You're wasting my time and your own.
What line of business are you in, Lavery?
I'm expecting a commission in the Navy any day.
You ought to do well at that.
So long, Snooper, and don't bother to come back.
I may have to come back.
You still think I'm lying?
I think you've something on your mind. Thanks for your help. I sat outside of my Chrysler, listening to my new radio, trying to decide whether it was worth hiring somebody to tail Lavery. I decided it wasn't. A thin man in dark glasses got out of a black Cadillac across the street and went up the path to the doctor's house. He carried a doctor's bag. He stopped to stare at me before he went in. Then he came to the window and stared at me, went away, came back, and stared at me again. This was interesting, if at all, only because he was a doctor. Doctors, as a rule, are the least curious of men. They've heard it all. But Dr. Almore was more than interested in me. He was bothered. Next time he came to the window, he was talking into a telephone. Then he sat down, as if waiting. I waited with him. For no reason at all. Doctors look out of their front windows. Doctors frown. Doctors have things on their minds and show the strain. Doctors are just people, born to sorrow, fighting the long, grim fight like the rest of us. It took about 5 minutes.
You just parked here, or are you waiting for somebody?
So that's the answer to the pantomime, huh?
What pantomime?
Nervous Nellie on the telephone, calling the cops.
Let me see your driver's license.
You fellows ever flash a badge, or is acting tough all the identification you need?
If I have to get tough, fella, you'll know it. DeGarmo, Detective Lieutenant.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant. Here's both my licenses.
A peeper. Tell me why you're down here casing Dr. Almore's place.
I never heard of Dr. Almore.
What's your grift, then? We don't like peepers in Bay City.
Is that so?
Talk it up. Did her folks hire you?
No. Never heard of her either.
The last boy that tried it ended up on the road gang.
Tried what?
Tried to put the bite on.
Well, he looks like an easy man to bite.
You want to ride down to headquarters?
I'm not interested in Dr. Almore. I'm here visiting a friend and looking at the view.
Straight goods?
Straight goods.
Hell, Almore's screwy. He ought to see a doctor. Stay off our reservation and you won't make enemies. Go on, beat it.
San Bernardino baked and shimmered in the afternoon heat. I stopped long enough to buy a pint of liquor in case I fainted before I got to the mountains, and started up the long grade to Crestline and Puma Lake, thinking about what Kingsley had told me on the phone about Dr. Almore. He had been Crystal's doctor for a while, and his wife had committed suicide over a year ago. It still didn't give me a reason to be interested. Puma Lake Dam had an armed sentry at each end and one in the middle. Beyond these details, the war didn't seem to have done anything much to it. Canoes and speedboats and fishermen were all over it. The landscape began to be full of girls in gaudy slacks and snoods and peasant handkerchiefs and rat rolls and fat-soled sandals and fat white thighs. A mile from the village, a road curved up into the mountains, signposted to Little Fawn Lake. Beyond the gate was a small oval lake, deep in trees, like a drop of dew caught in a curled leaf. At the near end was a rough concrete dam with a rope handrail along the top. Across the lake, there were 3 large redwood cabins, shut up and quiet. At the far end was what looked like a small jetty and a band pavilion. On my side was a smaller cabin, where I found Bill Chess.
This is Mr. Kingsley's cabin. It's been locked up since his wife was here a few weeks back. Take a look around. He ain't thinking of selling, is he?
Oh, everything's for sale in California.
Hey, ain't that the truth? It's a first-class cabin, you know. Bath, shower, stoves, range in the kitchen, a private reservoir in the hills for water.
How about electric light and telephone?
Oh, light, sure, but no phone. Did he say when Mrs. Kingsley would be back?
Why? Does she go with the cabin?
Hey, Jesus, if that ain't a kick in the pants.
Hey, the bed's comfortable, huh?
How would I know?
I don't know why you wouldn't know.
Look, I can smell you. I can smell a dick when I meet one. Did Kingsley hire you to come up here and see my wearing his pajamas, huh?
You're slipping your clutch.
Listen, I might have a stiff leg, but the women I could get...
I just came up here to see a cabin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marlowe. I was out on the roof last night, and I got a hangover like 7 Swedes. I've been up here alone for a month, and it's got me talking to myself. A thing happened to me.
Anything a drink would help?
You got one?
I got a pint of rye in my pocket. They won't mind if we use their glasses.
Yeah, I don't deserve it, goddammit. I don't. Here we are.
Guess a guy can get the blues up here all alone, huh?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thanks. Oh, man, that's from the right bottle. That sure helps. She left me a month ago. On Friday, the 12th of June. A day I'll remember. You don't want to hear about my troubles.
I'll have another drink. It's none of my business, but I've got the time.
She was one swell kid. It was love at first sight with me and Muriel.
Muriel?
My wife.
Oh.
We got married a year ago. I met her in a bar. Love at first sight. But, well, you know how it is with a marriage. After a while, a guy like me, a common no-good guy like me, he wants to feel a leg.
Yeah, I've heard it happens.
Well, here I am, sitting pretty, no rent to pay, a pension, half my bonus money in war bonds, married to as neat a little blonde as you ever clapped eyes on. And all the time, I'm nuts and I don't even know it. I have to go for a showy little tart that means no more to me than a blade of grass. Right here in my own front yard.
You don't have to tell me.
You'd think I'd pick a change of type, at least. The little round heels here ain't even that. She's blonde, just like Muriel. Same size, same build, same type. But she's walking around where I can see her in peekaboo pajamas so thin I can see her nipples. She offers me a drink, and, well, I like a drink too well. Always been my trouble. The next thing, I'm in the house and the bottle's empty. The beds are comfortable.
Help yourself to this.
Why not? It doesn't matter now. Well, I come back across the dam. I'm as smooth as a new piston head. I'm getting away with something. Like hell I am. Muriel doesn't even raise her voice. She's telling me things about myself I didn't even imagine. I felt too mean to stay even half sober, so I drove over to a place north of here and got good and stinking with a couple of no-goods like myself. Along about 4 a.m., I got back, and Muriel is packed up and gone. Only a note that said, I'm sorry, Bill, but I'd rather be dead than live with you any longer, Muriel.
What happened to Mrs. Kingsley?
She must have packed up and gone down the same night. I ain't heard a word since. I don't have any idea where Muriel's at.
Oh, Mrs. Kingsley didn't go home.
What?
Her husband doesn't know where she is.
Here, you take your whiskey. I was right. You are a sleuth. The first guess is always right. Oh, boy, am I smart.
I didn't ask you to take your heart out and squeeze it for me.
Ah, to hell with you.
The hell with me. Any chance your wife and Mrs. Kingsley went off together?
Well, why should they?
Your wife would need a lift out of here.
Muriel had a car of her own. I have a Ford that's adapted for this stiff leg I got in the war. Is that straight goods, that little round heel's lammed off?
So it seems.
Well, I bet she knew plenty of guys.
Any of them come up here? One named Lavery, for instance?
He was here, but it was quite a while ago. I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Well, you can show me around. What's that jetty and bandstand at the far end of the lake?
Oh, a film company built them a few years ago for a movie. I ain't been down there in a month. I got no reason to.
Movies, huh? Let's take a look. I had no reason to go down there. No reason to be interested. But it's my business to look at everything. We stood on the jetty. All we saw at first was an arm moving in the depths of the dark green water. Then Bill Chess smashed at the submerged planking with rocks until, in the turmoil of water, something loosened and rose slowly with an infinitely careless languor and broke surface. I saw wool, sodden and black, a leather jerkin, a pair of slacks, and something bulging nastily between the cuffs of the slacks and the shoes. I saw a wave of dark blonde hair straighten out of the water. Then a face, swollen, pulpy, without features, with a gold necklace with large green stones. When Bill Chess called out to his Muriel, his voice seemed to come to me from a long way off, over a hill, through a thick, silent growth of trees.
Patton's the name, son. Constable and deputy sheriff. What law we got around these little old mountains, I'm it. Until election time, anyways.
You're going to get a lot of publicity.
Oh, that's so.
If your jurisdiction extends to Little Fawn Lake.
Something bothering over there, son?
There's a dead woman in the lake. Muriel Chess. Looks like suicide. She left a note. Sounded as if she was just going away, but could be a suicide note as well. She's not nice to look at. Been in the water a month.
What's your connection?
Philip Marlowe. I'm up from L.A. to look at the property. Mr. Kingsley sent me.
How's Bill?
Half crazy with shock. He's there alone.
Oh. How much liquor has he got?
Only a drop I left.
Well, the county don't allow me no money for emergency liquor, so I just have to seize a little here and there. This should help him. A month, you said?
Yeah, seems they had a fight. Bill went off to get drunk. When he got back, she was gone.
I never used liquor myself. Can't understand fellas letting themselves get all gummed up with it. Like old Bill. Just put that card up for me, will you, son?
Voters, attention. Keep Jim Patton constable. He is too old to go to work. Back in 20 minutes, maybe.
Let's get on up there, son. We'll bring along the doctor.
When we got back, Bill Chess was sitting naked with his head in his hands and the thing that had been a woman beside him. He dried himself and drank the whiskey and told his story. He was convinced Muriel had drowned herself. The note had said, "I'd rather be dead than live with you." The doctor could say nothing about the time or cause of death. The body had been in the water too long for that. Patton listened. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. He just chewed tobacco. He took Bill Chess back to town and held him for questioning. In the Indian Head Hotel at Puma Point, summer, that lovely season, was in full swing. I gobbled what they call the regular dinner, then drank a brandy to sit on its chest and hold it down. A thin, serious-looking girl came up to my table.
I'm Bertie Keppel. I'm the beautician here daytimes and evenings. I work on the Banner, our local paper.
She put out a firm brown hand, and I shook it. Clamping bobby pins into fat blondes had given her a grip like a pair of Iceman's tongs. I asked her to sit down.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Marlowe. I hear you come from Hollywood, that sinful city.
You hear a lot.
Poor Muriel Chess. You found the body?
No, her husband did. Constable Patton will tell you all about it.
Oh, he's not around. What line of business are you in, Mr. Marlowe?
I'd rather not say.
We have an LA phone directory in our office. I looked you up. I haven't mentioned it to anyone.
What does that cost me?
Nothing. Do you have an interest in Muriel Chess?
Why should I?
About 6 weeks back, a Los Angeles copper named DeSoto came up here. A big roughneck. I didn't like him. Said he was looking for a woman called Mildred Haviland. Now, he had a photograph. It was an enlarged snapshot, not a police photo. It looked a good deal like Muriel Chess. Now, the hair seemed to be red and in a different style, and the eyebrows were plucked, and, well, that changes a woman a great deal. But it was like Muriel.
Well, what did you tell him?
Nobody in our office liked his manner. Anyway, why should we tell him?
Did he show you his badge?
Yeah, I don't recall he did.
Did anybody tell Muriel about this guy?
Well, that's why I want to tell you. I'm afraid I did.
What did she say?
She gave a funny little embarrassed laugh as if I'd made a bad joke and just walked away. Nobody knew her well or what she did before she came here. I kind of hope poor Bill Chess doesn't get in a nasty jam over this.
I don't know any more than you do. Say, when does the music start in this place, huh? DeRace Kingsley, when I phoned him, could tell me nothing new. I drove back up to Little Fawn Lake and, in the moonlight, pussyfooted around to the back of the chess cabin and did a little breaking and entering. Then somebody put the lights on.
I dressed right there, son. What's on your mind?
Well, I had an idea. I guess I can learn to forget it.
I heard your car. Didn't hear you, though. You walk right nice. There's a mess of detectives in the L.A. book, but only one called Marlowe. You didn't bother to tell me that yourself.
I'm sorry it bothered you.
Oh, I don't bother all that easy. I guess you aim to search the cabin.
Yeah.
I already pawed around considerable myself. Who hired you?
DeRace Kingsley, to trace his wife. She started from here, so I did too.
No interest in Bill Chess at all?
None.
Well, then why you want to search the cabin?
Bill Chess is a guy in trouble. If he didn't murder his wife, there might be something here to point that way.
Such as?
Well, if a woman plans to go away, she'll take a lot of personal stuff with her.
Muriel didn't go away.
Then the stuff should still be here.
It ain't.
Well, what about the car? Could he drive it with his stiff leg?
He could. And it ain't here.
That looks bad for Bill. He couldn't burn the car or bury it or abandon it in a town somewhere. So the best bet is that it's hid in the woods no further away than he could walk, with her personal stuff in it. It could still be suicide, though, if she hid it. A revenge suicide?
That don't fit in with my simple idea of human nature. What I like is she did plan to go away, did write the note, but he was drunk. He caught her, saw red, and finished her off.
What kind of a girl was she?
Cute.
Did she look like Mildred Haviland?
Well. I'll be mighty careful to look under the bed before I crawl in tonight, just to make sure you ain't there. Who told you that?
Bertie Keppel.
Oh. You know, DeSoto showed that picture to damn near everybody in town before he showed it to me, and that made me sore. So I made one of my mistakes. I told him I didn't know anybody looked like that. You done right nicely in your figuring, Marlowe. I found the car. Not far away. 2 suitcases, packed kind of hasty, and this.
Well, that's an anklet. A gold chain with a lock. Some women never take them off.
This one's been cut through. I found it here. It has a little gold heart. Engraved.
To Mildred, June 28th, 1938. With all my love, Al.
I guess I owe that cop DeSoto an apology. Say, you look like you got an idea about this, too.
I'll bet you Bill Chess never knew his Muriel was really Mildred Haviland. Somebody out of her past found her. She died just 2 weeks after this DeSoto was looking for her.
Well, it'd have to be somebody who knew the country to hide the car the way they did.
She was persuaded to go away. The note was written. Then she was taken round the throat and put in the lake.
It's not impossible.
If you get tired of it, let me know.
I sure will, son. And maybe then you can tell me who that somebody was.
That was part one of The Lady in the Lake by Raymond Chandler, dramatized for radio by Bill Morrison, with Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. Production for the BBC was by John Tiedemann.
It was hot and still, an August night in the middle of April. But that didn't matter to the striptease dancer in the golden mask, because murder made her blood run cold the night the heat waves struck.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Heat Wave.
Spring was only 3 weeks old, but the sun bore down on Los Angeles with the middle of the summer vengeance. At noon, it was 102 in the shade, and by 3:30, with doors, window, and shirt collar all open as far as they would go, I still sweltered in the kind of heat that wilts both your clothes and your character, as I tried to make sense from the crisp words of a telegram I just received from one Karen Driscoll Jr., no less, of Nob Hill, San Francisco. It told me to go to the Palace Theater, a burlesque house on Main Street, watch the performance of the featured dancer, get backstage, and take a close look at her face. Then meet the 7 o'clock plane from San Francisco and report what I'd seen to Miss Driscoll, Jr. It was a strange request coming from Nob Hill, but the enclosed $50 money order wasn't kidding, so I perspired my way down to the Palace Theater. There, instead of the usual 30 beautiful girls, 30 sign over the marquee, was a 50-foot gold banner that screamed, "The Heat Wave, who is she?" And the showcase cars that led to the box office were all a circle of question marks that centered a woman wearing a strange gold mask and little else. I bought a ticket and went inside in time for the tail end of the matinee. A baggy pants comedian was just winding up a corny south of the border routine as I sat down.
But there was Manuel, my brother, Manuel Labor. he was the laziest man in all Mexico. Yeah, until he got a job shooting bulls for the government. He shot 800 bulls a day. Yeah, that made him the biggest bull shooter in Mexico City.
The comic kicked the crown out of an oversized sombrero in a hybrid hat dance and then galloped off into the wings. After reminding myself that I was here on business, I sat down again as a personality boy in brown flannel and a yellow shirt stepped into the spotlight with his arms raised.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're now privileged to witness one of the most unusual and breathtaking spectacles ever presented on any stage. In a moment, you will see her, the woman of mystery, performing exotic rites to the pagan sun god of the Incas, exactly as they were performed 3,000 years ago in the strange temples of the Andes. But who is she? Who is this woman? And who knows what secrets lie behind her mask of gold? The Palace Theater presents the masked marvelous, the beautiful, the dazzling, the mysterious Heat Wave!
Oh, I had to admit it. This was special. She was the color of alabaster and as supple as a cat, and as she moved across the stage, she got more convolutions out of her 2 arms than a restless octopus could with 8. Her costume from the neck down was about as sheer as a new spider web, and above that, and covering her face completely, was a gold mask, grotesque and glistening. As the dance headed for a climax designed to knock the cash customers right out of their seats, I reminded myself again that I was here on business. So I walked down the side aisle to a door that led backstage and went through it just as the dance ended. And while the audience tore the house down begging for more, the heat wave tossed a couple of kisses through a gold mask and ran to a dressing room. I started after her and was halfway there when a bulging hulk in a sharkskin suit that measured 6'6" in every direction lumbered casually out of the shadows and took a bulldog stance with his back against the dressing room door. I started thinking up fast ad-libs and was hot for a switch on the eager reporter gag when the baggy pants comic slid up beside me.
Hey, chum.
Huh?
You're asking for a load of mayhem if you try to get to the heat wave past Jesse there.
Jesse? He the man mountain in the sharkskin suit?
Yeah, with orders to break bones.
Oh.
Maybe I can help you out.
Good. But how come?
Yeah, let's go around to the side. You're a reporter, right?
Yeah.
Well, Inky Barnes can use a little publicity, too, you know. Hold it here by the door. Now, what does you have to know?
Well, all I want's one look at her face.
Yeah, that's a cinch. I said I'd help you out, and I will. Like this.
Right out there in the alley. And don't come back before midnight, goon. You can see her face then when she takes her mask off.
I should have known better, but all I wanted at the moment was to kick the slack out of a pair of baggy pants. So I bounced back up the steps, jerked the door open, and ran head-on into 3 square yards of sharkskin suit. It was Jesse.
You ain't welcome around here, bum, so stay out. Have you got it?
Okay, Jesse, let's say I've got it.
Yeah. Also, don't drop it as you walk away.
I was glad to remember that I had a client to meet at the airport. So in spite of the fact that the heat wave's face was still a well-kept secret behind a gold mask, I took Jesse's good advice and left.
Flight 11 from San Francisco arriving at Gate 4. Will Dr. Robert Reamer please report to the information desk?
When the plane taxied to a stop at the airline's gate, it was 7 o'clock sharp. And as the passengers unloaded, a tall, sinuous brunette with arched eyebrows, an imperial gesture, and a hat that had kept some imaginative milliner out of the red for several months had to be Miss Karen Driscoll, Jr. I introduced myself, ushered her to the cocktail lounge, and when a Gibson sparkled in front of each of us, she got down to business.
Well, Marlowe, did you see her?
Yes and no.
I have a photograph here. Look, is this the same girl?
It's a headshot. It's pretty, but no help, Miss Driscoll.
You didn't see her face then?
No. Look, Junior, do I refund your money now or start asking questions?
Don't be ridiculous. I must know who that girl is, and I'll tell you why. This picture is of my sister, Midge Driscoll.
Oh? Think your sister's the heat wave?
Yes. Oh, she's doing it to humiliate me, Marlowe. Tomorrow, I'm being married to a man whose family is distinguished in diplomatic circles.
No?
And this burlesque heat wave woman is to be revealed at midnight tonight. If she is my sister, can you imagine what the papers will do with that story tomorrow morning?
Yeah, some wedding present. But your own sister, I don't get it. Why?
Oh, it's an old hate, Marlowe. Midge lost a love affair, and I won it. Years ago. She's never gotten over it.
Oh.
And she's done things before. The day I was elected president of the Metropolitan Club, she faked an elopement with my chauffeur. The night of my engagement party, she rode a horse into the Flamingo Room. A brawl started, and she spent the night in jail.
I see what you mean, but this heat wave's got a lot of talent for burlesque. A lot of experience in her line. In fact, she's a sensation, let's face it. So what makes you think it's Midge, a hunch?
Oh, no. I found the name Tracy Lake in her apartment in San Francisco. He's the manager of the Palace Theater here. I learned that from a newspaper story in which Josh Freeman...
Josh Freeman?
Yes, the big producer.
Oh.
He's supposed to be bargaining with Lake for his heat wave discovery. Oh, she's done a thorough advance publicity job, all right.
What if she turns out to be your sister? What then?
That's my business. I know how to make money talk, Marlowe, and I've more than enough for a polite but firm conversation. Your job is merely to find out for sure, between now and midnight, if my sister actually is this heat wave. I'll take care of everything else.
Karen Driscoll, Jr. gave me her local phone number, then got up, cursed the hot night, bid me hurry, and summoned a taxi. All with a regal wave, one hand. And I was left to my own devices in something less than 5 hours to make them work in, so I drove back to the Palace Theater, which was stalling until midnight by showing a triple feature movie. Paid another admission and slipped backstage again. It was deserted except for 2 electricians tied up in pinochle under the switchboard light. The heat wave's dressing room was locked. Jessie was nowhere in sight, and I was about to leave again when I heard a familiar voice cooing into a dark nook that turned out to be a phone booth. It was Hinky Barnes, the baggy pants comic.
Beauty to the beautiful, you know. Hey, listen, baby. About that other deal, did you talk to her? She won't. You sure? Yeah. Yeah, well, look, I gotta talk to you. How about dinner? You can't? Well, I know you got things on your mind, but... Yeah, honey, I know you're tired. Well, okay. Don't worry, things are gonna be okay. You'll see. Bye-bye, baby.
Hey, Hinky.
Oh, you again.
Yeah, that's right. That brings us up to date, even Steven. Now get this. First, I'm not a reporter. Second, I represent Josh Freeman's office. And third, I haven't got all night.
You mean Josh Freeman, the big producer?
Know any other Josh Freeman? I want to talk to Tracy Lake about the heat wave, but I want to see her before I talk. Is she here?
No. She won't be back until the big midnight show.
Where's Tracy, then?
He's home. The Toppert house out in Wilshire. About 2 blocks down from Arthur Murray's. Hey, but listen, tell me something. Is Josh going to make a star out of her?
With a talent like hers? What do you think, Hinky? I left Hinky with his mouth hanging open and the fire of ambition burning like an alcohol lamp in each eye as I drove out to the Toppert house on Wilshire. Leaning on the bell at Tracy Lake's apartment, I got ready to be a hard-hitting, practical-minded producer's right-hand man.
Yeah, what is it?
Tracy, my name's Marlowe out of Josh Freeman's office. Caught the heat waves act this afternoon. Willing to wrap her up and take her home right now. But not sight unseen. Who is she?
Wait a minute.
Huh?
You say you're from Josh Freeman, Marlowe?
That's right. And I got a blank check right here in my pocket. Authorized to fill it out unless you're completely unreasonable.
I see. Well, now, look, Marlowe, this heat wave thing is going over 1,000% better than any of us expected.
Yeah, I know. But you see...
The price is high already, and the bids have only started to come in. Oh, excuse me. I just opened a bottle of Parmesan over there. Help yourself, Marlowe. I'll be right back.
A perfectly good telephone sat within an arm's reach of Lake. But instead he went down the hall to an extension and closed the door behind him. It was distinctly malpractice, but time was running out on me, so I picked up the phone and listened.
Is Mr. Ridgely the jeweler?
Oh, yes. What is it, Ridgely?
The bracelet you selected is ready now. We can deliver it immediately.
Fine. It goes to Miss Nita LeVar, 44 Edgewood Terrace. Oh, enclose a card. Don't worry, darling. You're my real heat wave. Sign it, Tracy.
Lovely, lovely. And the engagement ring? The sunburst?
Yeah, that's for Miss LeVar, too. But deliver that to the theater at midnight. You got it?
Yes, indeed, sir. Thank you. And congratulations.
Tracy Lake and Nita LeVar. Who might she be?
Sorry, Marlowe, a little personal business. Now, you were saying...
Yeah, I was saying I can hand you a nice fat check if this mass marvelous is really okay. You're building up to quite a surprise, Tracy. You must have something.
Yes, indeed I have, old boy. Plenty.
Yeah?
I can't reveal the lady's name until midnight.
All right. Play coy. What's her background? Has she got class?
Class? Marlowe, you wouldn't believe it.
Not blue book stuff. Society girl in burlesque?
Why, anything's possible, Marlowe.
Sure. She could even be from Nob Hill, huh?
Yeah, like I said.
Anything's possible, sure. Okay, Tracy, that's what I wanted to find out. See you after the unveiling, and you got a great night for it.
Oh, Marlowe, I suppose Big Ed Peters is in on the deal as usual, along with Josh?
Yeah, it's a regular Josh Freeman deal, just as usual. See you later, Tracy.
Hello?
This is Marlowe, Jr. I just wound up an interview with Tracy Lake. When I threw Nob Hill at him, he turned green. But it's not official yet. The odds are high that it's your sister Midge, all right, who's knocking him dead as the heat wave.
I knew it. That horrible, vindictive little tramp. What else, Marlowe? Did you find out where she is?
Yeah. She's going under the name of Nita LeVar and staying at 44 Edgewood Terrace near MacArthur Park. But listen, it's not positive yet, so I'm going there to check right now.
Where are you calling from, Marlowe?
A phone booth at a closed gas station out here on Wilshire. But Oh.
What's the matter? What is it, Marlowe?
I am about to start earning that fee of yours, baby. 300 pounds of muscle in a sharkskin suit just walked up. Goodbye.
Hello, Sonny.
Well, my Piltdown pal.
So the boss was right. You're just a cheap, nosy reporter, after all. It's cramped in there, ain't it? But you're not getting out, Bub.
Now, wait a minute, Jesse. It's a hot night. Let's not work up a sweat, huh?
Don't you worry about that. Mr. Lake pegged you as a phony nosy, and that's bad.
What do you mean, phony?
You said Big Ed Peters was in on a deal with Josh Freeman.
All right, what about it?
Big Ed's been dead for 12 years. And you know what? He's still gonna look better than you are 30 seconds from now. Oh!
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, tomorrow night, in order of their appearance, you'll hear Joseph Cotton, Ozzie and Harriet, Jack Benny and his gang, Amos and Andy, Sam Spade, Lum and Abner, Helen Hayes, Eve Arden, and hold tight now, a special show with Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, Claudette Colbert, and Dinah Shore, over most of these same CBS network stations. And Jack Benny with Mary, Phil, Dennis, Don, and Rochester will be heard over them all. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Heat Wave.
When the little man in big iron boots were kicking at the lining of my temples finally quit, and I dragged myself back up to the vertical, Gargantua was gone. And I was sure of only two things. Tracy Lake did not know that I was anything other than a nosy reporter, and second and more important, it was time for me to head for Edgewood Terrace and the lady known as Nita LaVar. As I started for the front door of number 44, which was an all-alone stucco and a tile L shape that showed a single light, the little men in iron boots went to work again. It reminded me that it might be healthier if I first found out exactly what was waiting behind the mat marked Welcome. So I made a wise circle around to the back, then in closer past a whispering huddle of palms through a flagstone patio that led to a short flight of also flagstone steps. But there, when I was only a few feet from an uncurtained window, I stopped at the sight of something I hadn't expected. It was the body of a woman lying in a twisted heap at the bottom of the stairs. When I moved closer, I saw that the ugly cut on the side of her head that had killed her had come from the jagged edge of the last step. I also saw that the woman was Midge Driscoll. Next to the body, there was an overturned, crushed sprinkling can, which meant that she could have fallen to her death accidentally. Also, it could have meant that if murdered, her killer had overturned and crushed the sprinkling can as well. I was somewhere between the two thoughts when I heard a car brake to a stop in front of the house. Then high heels on a cement walk. I quietly moved around to where I could see something tall and blonde who, in a better light, would have been better looking. Good evening.
What? Who's there?
Name's Philip Marlowe. Mean anything?
Nothing.
Then try this. I'm a friend of Midge Driscoll's.
Midge? I never heard of anyone by that name.
I'll bet. Step up a little closer, honey.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Bright Eyes. Midge!
Yeah, Midge. And Driscoll. Name you never heard of, remember? Now, what do you say? Do we play it straight?
Yeah. I'm Nita LaVar, Mr. Marlowe.
Baby, you're getting in deeper by the minute, and by that I specifically mean that Midge Driscoll here and Nita LaVar are one and the same.
Oh, you're crazy. I know my own name. It is and always has been Nita LaVar. That's Midge Driscoll.
All right, since you've grown so cooperative, maybe you can tell me why she's dead.
Could be that she fell down those stairs.
An hour before her unmasking is the heat wave?
You know an awful lot, mister. How come?
It's strictly business. I'm a private detective with client. We'll talk about that later. Right now it's time to go in and call the police. And don't tell me you can't find your key.
Don't worry, private detective. I won't. Here, catch.
Got it.
Now let's get inside. But let's not call the police, huh?
Why not? Are you afraid that they'll... Oh, I see what you and that pretty little gun mean.
I'm glad. I'd hate to have to shoot you.
Why, want to night your quota?
Don't be funny. I didn't kill Midge.
Then why no police?
For a very good reason. Until tonight, Marlowe, I've been the heat wave. The substitute heat wave for Milady there, who didn't have the time or the talent for the build-up to the great joke she was going to pull on her sister.
You mean you were the one I saw today?
The one everybody saw every day. And liked. Liked so much that business boomed and all the heads in the front row weren't bald.
Which has what to do with me calling the police?
In general, everything. In particular, my career. I tried to get that crazy kid there to back off and let me go on with the act that she'd kill after one performance, but no. Miss Bunny Moneybanks wouldn't hear of it.
Now that she's dead, you're in, is that it?
Solid. And that's also the reason why I don't want to spend the next 2 hours talking to cops. So go on, put the key in the lock, turn it, open the door, and walk in.
What happens then?
Then, Mr. Marlowe, we call Tracy Lake and arrange for a playmate for you.
Playmate named Jessie, maybe.
A playmate named Jessie. And no, maybe.
When we got inside, Nita Laval handled the prisoner with the finesse of a Marine Guard detachment, took my gun, threw it across the room, put me into a faraway straight-back chair, and got through to Tracy Lake without once taking her baby blue eyes off me. Then when she told the man she called Darling all about Midge's death, which could have been for my benefit, she placed a rush order for the monster. After that, she hung up, sat down, lit a cigarette, and waited. But a second later, she was back on her feet. When I said that friend Jessie was fast, she said I should shut up and more.
Listen, Marlowe, you do exactly as I say. Coming! Now stay right where you are and don't so much as open your mouth. Who is it?
It's me, Nita. Hinky.
Oh, good. Come on in, Hinky.
Hello, Nita.
Hi.
I just happened to be going by, and since I knew it was Midge's night, I thought that...
Never mind what you thought. Just come in and listen. It isn't Midge's night, Hinky. It's mine. And don't ask questions now. Here.
Ooh, what's the gun for, Nita? What's the matter?
A private detective, but public nuisance named Marlowe.
Marlowe, a detective?
Mm-hmm.
He told me he was from Josh Freeman's office.
Ah, he was lying. Now get this, Hinky. Midge Driscoll is out and back, dead.
But why?
I don't know why, and I care less. But Marlowe here is crazy for calling the cops, which would leave me at midnight doing my big number for the desk sergeant. Great. So use that gun, see, and hold him here until Jessie shows up, which should be any minute. Now goodbye, and be careful, Hinky. So long, bright boy.
Gentle soul, huh, Barnes?
Never mind, Marlowe. Save the gab for Jesse. He's a great listener.
I doubt if he'll give me the time, considering that I know it's an odds-on bet it'll be a couple of slugs in my belt buckle before he's even in the room.
Jesse, kill you? Why would he do that?
Because he works for Tracy Lake. And Tracy Lake has to kill me, Barnes. I know he's a murderer.
Midge Driscoll was murdered? You sure of that?
Just about. Doesn't figure any other way. Nita herself told me how much this chance means to her and how hard she tried to get Midge to back off.
Yeah, but Tracy, how does he tie in?
2 ways. The money he'll get out of the show continuing indefinitely, and better than that, the fact that he and Nita are going to be married.
Those two get married? You're nuts, Marlowe.
No, it's straight, Barnes. I know because I overheard Tracy talking to a jeweler about the ring he ordered. Now, you mind if I have a cigarette? Hey, Barnes, can I reach for a cigarette?
Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, Marlowe, you sure of this? Everything you just said, I mean, about them getting married and all?
Sure I am. Why, a little disgusted with your buddies?
Yeah, a little. So as of right now, you can do as you want. I'm leaving.
No, you're not, Mr. Barnes.
Jesse, hey, Jesse, don't shoot.
I won't, Mr. Barnes. Unless, of course, you or Buster try to get out of here.
Oh, who, me, Jesse?
Yeah. You were going to let Marlowe go, Mr. Barnes. I don't think Mr. Lake would like that.
I'm sure he wouldn't, Jesse. So why don't you just save everyone a lot of time and start pulling that trigger? While you can still see what you're doing.
Hey, the light!
Get going, Barnes!
You dirty louse. I'll fix you. You'll never get out of here alive. Where are you? Come on, talk. Where are you? Where are you? Answer me, do you hear? Answer me!
With pleasure.
Oh, you stinking slime. I'll tear you apart if I get my hands on you.
Which, Jesse boy, is the trick? And now for our meeting in the phone booth, flowers, you big ape, bars and all. After I got some lights on and found my gun where Nita had tossed it when we first came in, I checked Jesse over once to make sure that he was neither dead nor too alive. Then I started for the door. But there, even as my hand closed over the knob, I stopped. A crazy thought from I don't know where wedging its way into my mind. I turned back toward the room and stared at the flower and vase-strewn form of the ape that covered half the carpet. Then slowly the wedge broke through and there was light, lots of it. The kind in which I could see why Midge Driscoll had been murdered. And more important, why I had to get to the Palace Theater and Nita Laval before murder happened again. I lurched from the curb in front of Nita's at 20 minutes to 12. When I screeched to a stop downtown at the Palace without somehow hitting or being hit along the way, those 20 minutes were gone. And I was worried because midnight meant that Nita would already be on stage for the unmasking. I raced past the general at the door and then across the lobby and into the theater where I figured I could get down a side aisle to the wings. That was figuring wrong. Because fire laws notwithstanding, the place was strictly SRO and packed tighter than the 7th Game World Series. Between the backs of perspiring necks, I could see that Nita, who was across stage from Tracy Lake himself and in the center of a single spotlight that could have opened a supermarket, was still masked. So while I prayed that Lake, who was winding up his spiel, would think of bigger and better adjectives, I ran back to the lobby and around to a flight of stairs that led to the first balcony, where over on one side and near the railing, I found an old man who was daddy to a trio of baby Spots, and the one giant that was on Nita. I shoved him aside just as Lake finished and the maestro took over. And with one hand, I got a good grip on the .38 in my pocket, and with the other, the handle on the big Spot.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hoping I'm wrong, Dad. But if not, hoping the gun I expect doesn't come from the wings, but... Hey, there, in that side balcony near the curtain, see it?
Yeah, it's a gun, all right. Hey, that's Hinky Barnes.
Right. Let's give the funny man a big audience and lots of light. You're on, Barnes!
Watch out, he's gonna shoot at us.
Yeah, and us at him.
You got him! You got him! Music! Music! Play something! Play music! Play some music!
It was 20 minutes of bedlam. Police, music, and 2 quick numbers by Nita LeVar, all of whose shaking was not routine. Before the Palace got back to the quiet business of being a burlesque house, and the show went on. It was another hour and 20 minutes before it was all over and the theater was empty and dark, except for a work light on the stage where Nita, Tracy Lake, and I were sitting in the middle of a papier-mâché Inca civilization.
Well, Marlowe, the police say that Hickey's going to live for a while. Can't figure the guy. Never knew he felt that way about Nita here.
Neither did I. I was always okay to him, and I knew he cared some, but that's as far as it went.
With you, Nita, yeah. But with Hinky, it was something else.
Something strong enough to make him kill Midge Driscoll so that Nita would get her big chance, eh, Marlowe?
Mm-hmm. But when he found out through me that you two were going to be married, he realized that the murder he had committed was for nothing. And now he was going to make one count. So he turned on you, Nita.
How did you find out in time to get to him before he could make a try for Nita?
The way the guy sagged when I said you were going to be married told me all I had to know. But it was cinched by the American beauties draped around Jessie.
American beauties? Flowers?
Yeah. See, I remembered a phone call Hinky made. You, Nita, had been the lady he'd talked to and loved. From there on out, it was a little better than a shot in the dark.
2 shots in the dark, Marlowe. Good ones that are responsible for Nita still being here with us. Thanks, fella.
Yeah, Marla, thanks a lot.
Don't mention it. After all, I was paid for my work, and besides, that dance you do, Nita, belongs to posterity. Good night. It was still hot in the city. I had no enthusiasm for further conversation, and a very sticky feeling from head to foot. So I took care of Karen Driscoll Jr. in a fast telephone call and then pointed my car for my apartment. I couldn't help thinking of poor little Hinky Barnes, who brought laughter to everyone else, but could find no happiness for himself. He was like the man who went to see a doctor one day and said, "Doctor, I can't laugh anymore." And the doctor said, "Go and see Grok, the greatest clown of them all. If he can't make you laugh, there's no help for you." The man smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor. You see, I am Grok."
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Donnelly, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Wilms Herbert, Ed Begley, Elsie Holmes, Barney Phillips, and Byron Kane. The special music is by Richard O'Runt. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started at dawn in a Los Angeles taxi and wound up that night on a cliff in the middle of the Pacific. All because of a Dutchman with $50,000, a corpse in a lily pond, and an Oriental with a chauffeur who wanted a cloak made of nothing but feathers.
In just about an hour from now, $50,000, the biggest jackpot in radio history, will be waiting CBS listeners from coast to coast on the Sing It Again program over most of these same CBS network stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for Gangbusters, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present The Lady in the Lake by Raymond Chandler, dramatized in 3 parts by Bill Morrison, starring Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. The Lady in the Lake, Part 2. California, 1943.
Some wives aren't faithful stay-at-homes. Therese Kingsley's wife, Crystal, had gone up to stay at their cabin on Little Fawn Lake. He didn't much care when he got a telegram saying she'd run off with a fellow called Lavery, until he met Lavery in the street. He hired me to find her. I went up to the lake and found 2 wives missing, Crystal and the caretaker's wife, Muriel. The caretaker claimed they'd both run off because he'd had a fling with Crystal. Then I found the body. It had been in the lake a long time, but he identified the body as his wife, Muriel. Then I was told that a tough cop from L.A. called DeSoto had been up 6 weeks before showing a photograph of Muriel around town. Only he said her name was Mildred Haviland. Nobody liked his manner, so nobody told him where to find her. Now, 1 blonde was dead and 1 was missing. Lavery had met a blonde at a hotel below the lake. Things were not what they seemed. The L.A. police had no record of a cop called DeSoto. Lavery knew more than he was telling, and I thought I might bounce it out of him, so I went back to his house. When I got there, the door was open. Inside was a strange-looking woman wearing too much makeup with brown hair and a purple hat. She also had a gun, pointed at me. I kept looking at the gun and not screaming.
All I wanted was my rent. He was always a good, tidy, careful tenant. I just didn't want him to get too far behind in the rent.
How far behind is he?
3 months, $240. That's very reasonable, you know, for a place like this. He promised me a check this morning over the telephone.
And you are the owner?
Who did you think I was?
I thought you might be the owner.
I'm Mrs. Fallbrook.
How do you do?
Stand still.
Ma'am.
Who are you, if I may inquire?
I just came about the car payment.
Is he behind with those payments, too? Oh, it's easier for you. You can take the car back. It takes time and money to evict a tenant. And I walked over here, too, to save my tires for the government. Oh, will you take this gun, please? It's put oil on my glove.
Thanks. I'll take it.
It's funny. I found it on the stairs. Has it been fired?
Any reason why it should?
People do.
Is Mr. Lavery not home?
No, I don't think that's very nice of him. He promised me a check.
Mrs. Fallbrook, let's not kid around anymore, huh? Not that I don't love it. This gun is empty. It has been fired. You didn't shoot him, did you, on account of the rent?
What a perfectly horrid suggestion.
Did you look around?
I just called out.
Let's look around.
This is my house.
Is it your gun?
I found it on the stairs.
That's your story.
Yeah.
I don't have to get stuck with it.
I'll thank you to leave.
You shouldn't have let me find out the gun was empty.
How dare you?
Up to then, you held all the cards.
How dare you be so insulting?
I'm not even trying.
I won't stay in this house another moment with you.
Something is all wrong with this scene. Lavery! Lavery! Chris Lavery hadn't slept alone. There was a pair of sheer black pajamas flung on the bed, makeup on the dressing table, women's clothes in the closet, including a black and white tailored suit, mostly white. The bathroom door was locked, so I opened it and smelt that pungent smell. There were 2 bullet holes in the plaster by the window, and 1 in the frosted glass, and 2 holes in Lavery where he lay in the bottom of the shower. I touched him. He couldn't have been colder or stiffer. Back in the bedroom, I found a woman's handkerchief under the pillow. It was initialed A.F. Adrienne Fromset? I took it with me. I found nothing else to interest me. Outside, it was quiet and sunny and calm. It's only Marlowe finding another body. Murder-a-day Marlowe, they call him. A nice enough fellow in his ingenious sort of way, with a client to protect. DeRace Kingsley.
Marlowe, over here.
Mr. Kingsley?
Sit down, Marlowe. And keep your voice down. The library in this club is strictly for after-luncheon naps. Now, what's the problem? When I hired you, it was to save me trouble, not to add to what I already had. You made me break an important engagement.
She shot him.
What?
Lavery had a woman with him last night. This morning, she shot him in the bathroom.
My God, why in the bathroom?
Keep your own voice down. Why not?
Look, are you sure it was a woman?
No. You might have shot him.
I'm a civilized man.
Does your wife own a gun?
Why, yes, but... Oh, my God. It's a small automatic.
Is, this it? Sorry, sir.
Well, it's like it. I don't remember the serial number.
I was hoping you wouldn't. It would have worried me very much if you had.
Oh, that bastard Lavery. I suppose he ditched her, and she couldn't stand it.
Well, the motive wasn't enough for you on account of you're a civilized man, but it was enough for her.
Oh, women are more impetuous than men.
I need a better motive.
Marlowe, this gun is registered to Crystal. Now, we can't let the police have it.
The landlady was there, looking for the rent. She may tell them.
Will she?
She found only the gun, not a body. She may just forget the whole thing. She was an odd dame.
We have to take the chance. I'll make it worth your while.
I can't cover up a murder, even for a $5 bonus.
I was thinking of $500.
Just what did you expect to buy with it?
Oh, I can't believe Crystal did this. Is there any other evidence that she was there?
A black and white suit, like the one she was said to be wearing in San Bernardino. Maybe fingerprints. What kind of perfume did she use?
Giller Lane Regal, of course. The champagne of perfumes.
The bedroom reeks of it.
Reeks? We get $30 an ounce for it.
Smelled more like $3 a gallon.
Marlowe, I hired you to protect me and my wife if she needed it.
Judging by the cop I met down there, they'll just pick the first head they see and start swinging their blackjacks. Hers will be the first head.
Oh, God, it's hard to believe she could be so dumb. Leave so much evidence.
Well, you said she was impetuous, reckless, foolish. It's a crime of passion. All I can do is go down there, replace the gun, and call the law. At worst, they proved she killed her. At best, they'll find her a lot quicker than I can and let me use my energies to prove she didn't. Are you game for that?
Prove it, and the $500 is yours.
Okay. How well did your secretary, Miss Fromset, know Lavery?
What's all this to do with her?
You tell me.
Oh, he worked for us. She knew him rather well then, not now.
Are you in love with her?
Oh, I'd marry her tomorrow if I could.
Well, you're honest about it. Gives you a lot of motives.
She knew all those people. Dr. Almore's wife.
I'll have to talk to her. If you hear from the cops, you don't know Lavery is dead. You didn't talk to me. They must think I've just discovered him when I call in. Don't fall into any traps.
You can trust me. I can handle it.
Then we'll go. I can see why they call this place the Athletic Club. Miss Fromset, do you wear the firm's perfume?
Yes. If you want to know, I detest wearing it in the office, but DeRace makes me.
Did he tell you why he hired me?
Yes. If you knew what he has suffered from that wife of his... Perhaps I ought to leave that out. DeRace is a great person.
Do you know the Almores?
I met Mrs. Almore a couple of times.
At Lavery's house?
I don't think that's any of your business.
I think it is.
Yes, at his house. But Mrs. Almore's dead. She committed suicide 18 months ago.
Any doubt about that?
Well, have you any particular reason for asking these questions?
Almore was nervous enough to put a plainclothes cop on me for sitting outside his door. And the cop thought it smart to say that the last fellow who tried to put the bite on ended up on the road gang. If you can tell me why, I'll have a reason.
At that time when I knew Chris, he threw a party, very mixed. Florence Almore was there. She was one of those slinky, glittering females who laugh too much. A man was ribbing her about her husband's practice, how he was one of those doctors who ran around all night with a case of loaded hypodermic needles to keep the local fast set from having pink elephants for breakfast. She said she didn't care how he got his money so long as he got plenty. Then somebody asked her how he got hold of so much dope without underworld contacts. She got mad, made a scene. A few weeks later, Chris, coming home late at night, found her dead in a closed garage with the car engine running. It was hushed up in the papers.
Was it suicide?
She made another scene at Lou Condy's club, so the gossip said.
Condy would be the right connection.
Condy called the doctor. He gave her a needle to quieten her, then went on his rounds. Condy took her home, and she was put to bed by the doctor's nurse. She had to be carried there. But the same night, she got up and walked down to the garage, and then there was a cover-up.
Meaning Almore finished her off? To protect himself?
Her parents hired a private detective, but he got arrested for drunk driving.
And ended up on the road gang. Did Lavery know all this?
I'd like to think blackmail was one of the nasty little tricks that Chris didn't quite run to. I think that's all I can tell you, Mr. Marlowe.
Recognize this handkerchief?
The initials happen to be the same as mine.
I found it in Lavery's bed today.
So you're going to be nasty after all.
Is it yours?
Yes. But I must have dropped it there a long time ago. He probably lent it to another woman. Or several other women.
That's not a nice thing to say about a dead man.
Chris. Chris is dead?
Shot by the woman who spent the night there.
When?
This morning, when he got up.
He always got up late. I was here at 8:30.
I didn't think you shot him.
Women make such ghastly mistakes about men. The poor, selfish, cheap, nasty, handsome, treacherous guy. Dead and cold and dumb. Do the police know? Does Grace know about this handkerchief?
No. Only us. And whoever put it there. You're not the kind of a girl who leaves her hanky under a man's pillow. You have too much dignity.
Nice of you to think so.
You can trust me. Well, I'd better go off now and discover the body.
I'm Captain Weber. This is Lieutenant DeGarmo. So, you're a private eye from L.A., Marlowe. That means everything will be all balled up. You know this Lavery guy? Onto him for something?
Working on him a little.
Who handled the gun?
I did.
All balled up. Didn't you know any better?
When I handled it, I didn't know there was a crime. I found it on the stairs.
He found it? On the stairs? Get this straight, Marlowe. You're from the big town. You think you're tough, wise. Don't worry, we can handle you. There's no political tug of war, not down here, not in Bay City. Don't worry about us.
Look, Chief, Lavery was a chaser. I mean, the whole setup indicates a dame. Private eyes do divorce stuff. Suppose we let him tie into this, instead of trying to scare him.
If I'm scaring him, I don't see any sign of it. Talk to him, DeGarmo. I'll go upstairs and see what the deputy coroner's got.
Am I supposed to tell about our conversation yesterday, DeGarmo? Or was that a private transaction?
Talk about it all you like. I was, protecting a citizen. It's my job.
Dr. Almore.
You said you didn't know him.
That was yesterday. Before I knew the story that was wrapped up and hidden on the back of the shelf. That Lavery found Mrs. Almore and might have been into blackmail, which would be a motive for his murder. Anything in the idea that Almore murdered his wife and had enough pull with someone to get it fixed?
Say that again.
No, you might miss.
Anytime you talk like that to a cop, you know what you got coming. You'll wake up in an alley with a cat's looking at you.
I'll remember that.
Hey, you two. What's going on here?
Nothing.
Just making friends.
Okay. Now, Marlowe, tell me what you found here and why. And don't leave anything out.
The second drink out of the office bottle didn't do me any more good than the first. The third wasn't any improvement. The early neon lights cast a glow over my office. By now, Weber would have seen Kingsley and a general alarm would be out for his wife. All cut and dried. A nasty affair between two rather nasty people. Too much loving, too much drinking, too much proximity, ending in a savage hatred, a murderous impulse, and death. I thought it was too simple. I opened my mail. There was a note from Adrienne Fromset, delivered by hand. If it was any help, she said, here was the address of Florence Almore's parents. I washed my hands and bathed my face in cold water. The flush was gone from the left cheek, but it looked a little swollen. I looked at the gray in my hair. There was getting to be plenty of gray in it. The face under the hair had a sick look. I didn't like the face at all. I went back to the desk and sat very still and listened to the evening grow quiet outside the open windows. And very slowly, I grew quiet with it. Then I went to talk to two old people who thought their daughter had been murdered, but who hadn't been able to find out a thing about it. The cops in Bay City had not exactly been cooperative. They told me a story of a doctor who made his money out of dispensing dope to people living on the raw edge of nervous collapse, not caring what kind of hopeless addicts they might become, so long as he got paid. How he was having an affair with his nurse. How, after his wife died, they hired a private detective called Tally, who was given a doped drink in a bar while he was drinking with a cop, and how a police car was waiting for him as soon as he drove away. Two old people with a wild, dead daughter sitting there poisoning their minds with suspicions and hate and no proof. As I was leaving, I thought to ask them the name of Almore's nurse, the one who had put their daughter to bed the night she died. They told me the nurse's name was Mildred. Mildred Haviland. Good evening, ma'am. Is Mr. Tally in?
Who wants him?
Are you Mrs. Tally?
I can't pay, mister.
I just want to talk to your husband. I got something for him.
That sounds familiar. He had something, too, once.
He can have it again, if he plays his cards right.
If that's what it takes, you can scratch him off right now. He won't be here again. I'm tired. I'm so damn tired. Beat it, mister.
Would a little money help?
Smell it. Come in here, mister. Come in and smell it. Smell the cigar smoke. They've been here 2 hours, asking and waiting. I'm tired. Tired of old cops. Tired.
Mrs. Tally,
I have nothing to tell you. I wouldn't tell you if I had. I live here in Bay City, mister, if you call it living. Anyway, it's the nearest I can get to living. I want a little peace and quiet. Go away, or I'll start yelling my head off now.
All right, Mrs. Tally. Look, I'll leave you a card. Call me if you change your mind, please. I stepped on the gas, but the other car was gaining on me. I was on the wrong side of town, factories and junkyards. I didn't care about getting away. I wanted to get back to houses and people who might see and remember what was going to happen. I didn't make it. They pulled alongside and then cut in.
Okay, mister. Out of that car.
Don't you know a police siren when you hear one? Let me see your driver's license. Marlowe. Seamus. You think of that, Cooney?
Is that all? Guess I won't need this gun. Guess I can handle this with my little flippers. Smell the bastard's breath.
Breathe. Well, he ain't staggering. I got to admit that.
It's a cold night. Buy the boy a drink from this Dodge.
Suppose I don't want a drink.
Then we might think you wanted footprints on your stomach.
Here's the bottle. Have a drink.
Well, you can't work the same gag all the time, boys. You insist I drink this?
Yeah.
Why, you bastard? Hold it, Marlowe. Stay on the ground, Peeper.
Jesus. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. This is my blood. Let me at him.
Now, take it easy, Cooney. We got what we want.
Just give me 1 minute with him. I gotta see more blood. I gotta see his blood.
Leave him. We got enough. You drive his car.
I'll tear every goddamn fender off it.
Get up, Marlowe. You're coming with me. You shouldn't have hit that police officer.
He attacked me. I was defending myself.
Resisting arrest. And HBD.
HBD?
Had been drinking. Plenty got spilled on you.
I thought they cleaned this town up so that a decent man could walk around tonight without wearing a bulletproof vest.
And not too clean. Might scare away a dirty dollar.
Talk like that, you might lose your union card.
You think this is my idea of a good time? And what the hell? I'll be in the army in 2 weeks. Now let's move. We got a new jail here. And you'll like it.
It was new. In the nice new city hall in nice Bay City. It was 9:44. Time to go home and get your slippers on and play over a game of chess with a tall, cool drink. Time to be a human being. A man with nothing to do but rest and rebuild the brain for tomorrow. A cop came along and gave me the hard stare which says, I'm a cop, brother. I'm tough. Watch your step or we'll fix you so you won't crawl out on your hands and knees. Let's go, brother, and let's not forget. We do what we like with punks like you. We're tough.
DeGarmo here has brought me the report on you, Marlowe. Seems you asked for trouble and you got it. Or are my men lying, as usual?
Chief.
Well, Marlowe?
It's going to take a little frank talk to explain, Captain Weber.
I kind of specialize in frank talk.
Your men were waiting for me at George Talley's house. Talley used to be a private eye down here. DeGarmo knows why I wanted to see him, don't you, DeGarmo?
Maybe.
You're a stupid man, DeGarmo. Everything you do is stupid. You had to get tough outside Elmore's house when there was nothing to get tough about. You made me curious.
What has this to do with Elmore?
Talley worked on the Elmore case until he got pinched for HBD and driving.
The Elmore case was before I came here. I don't know who stuck the first knife into Julius Caesar either. Make your point.
DeGarmo knows about the case. I was afraid the same thing might happen to me tonight.
DeGarmo, did you get made chief of police today? You might have let me in on it. Did you put Cooney and Dobbs over there?
That was nothing. We were kidding. I don't see why we have to put up with these snoopers coming into town and stirring up a lot of dead leaves.
I think you need a little air. Would you please take it? Now, Lieutenant?
Captain, you're playing this wrong.
Let me decide. Drift.
Right.
You weren't booked, Marlowe. You're free to go. You want to file charges?
Life's too short for me to be filing charges of assault against the police.
Police business is a hell of a problem. It's a good deal like politics. It asks for the highest type of men and has nothing in it to attract the highest type of men. So we have to work with what we get. And we get things like this.
I've always known that.
I suppose some people think we're just a bunch of crooks. I suppose they think a fella kills his wife and then calls me up and says, "Hi, Cap, I got a little number down here cluttering up the front room and I got $500 that are not working." And I say, "I'll be right down with a hearse." What did you want to see Tally for?
He had a line on Florence Almore's death.
Tally was nothing, a cheap blackmailer. I'll tell you what he had. A slipper. Brand new.
Hey, I'm beginning to get it. The walk from the house to the garage is rough concrete. If a slipper on the body had never been scuffed, then she was carried. Who was in charge of the investigation?
I think you know.
Huh. When DeGarmo got there, was the slipper missing?
Not according to the police report. We only have Tally's word he took it off the body. He could have stolen the slipper from the house. I can't prove anything.
Unless the nurse was involved?
Why the hell would she?
She was having an affair with the doctor.
She'd been gone from around here since then.
Now, that brings me to a real basic coincidence. A woman named Muriel Chess was found drowned in a mountain lake yesterday. Only you wouldn't know her as Muriel Chess, but as Mildred Haviland.
The nurse?
She may have been scared into leaving town. Now, this is the coincidence. She married a guy who looked after a lake property owned by a man, Kingsley, whose wife was intimate with Lavery. And Lavery could have been blackmailing Elmore.
That's one hell of a coincidence.
It's fundamental. Everything else flows from it.
How can you be sure this lady in the lake was the nurse?
A few weeks ago, a tough guy was up there showing a photo around of Mildred Haviland. He said he was an L.A. cop, but his description would fit DeGarmo. Nobody liked his manners, so they didn't tell him anything, but they told the girl, Muriel, and she reacted scared. Also, a gold anklet was hidden in the chest cabin. It had a heart on it, engraved, to Mildred, June 28, 1938, with all my love, Al.
Al DeGarmo.
What?
Al was married to Mildred Haviland. Well, she let him a dance. A lot of what seems bad in him is a result of it.
I'm beginning to see things I didn't know existed.
She had her way with the men. She could make them crawl over her shoes. She divorced DeGarmo, but that didn't end it for him.
Does he know she's dead?
I don't know. But if you think he went up there to hurt her, you're as wet as a bar towel.
I never thought that. Whoever killed her knew the country up there. But it was somebody out of her past.
Marlowe, this is all between us. I'd like you to keep it that way.
Well, I can't promise you. I'm being paid to try to prove that Crystal Kingsley did not shoot Lavery, and that she has disappeared because she was frightened. I think it's legitimate to try.
If you can find proof that'll stand up in court. Till then, I can't help you try to put something on one of my boys.
You can find Crystal Kingsley.
That, you can be sure, we'll try.
That was part 2 of The Lady in the Lake by Raymond Chandler, dramatized for radio by Bill Morrison, with Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. Production for the BBC was by John Tiedemann.
Good evening. Welcome to radio's Adventure Theater. Like fine vintage wine that gets tastier with the years, radio's mystery and adventure stories out of the past are still vibrant and alive. Join us now as we reach into the dusty archives for tonight's exciting drama.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. With Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's gripping story, The Persian Slippers.
One of those thin, chilly fogs had sneaked in from the Pacific and had hung vaguely to the streetlights along the Sunset Strip. It was a kind of a fog that you could see through, but everything was out of focus. Made you start wondering what you were going to do when you were 90 and you were all alone. I'd have liked to have spent the night in a room full of noisy extroverts playing charades. But instead, I had to eat a quick dinner and drive up into the secluded Hollywood Hills to meet a guy. A guy who had nothing but trouble on his mind. When I pushed the buzzer, I had the feeling of wishing I was someplace else. Carl Delaney himself opened the door. He was grim and brusque and to the point.
Marlowe?
That's right.
Come in, Marlowe. I appreciate this. You're coming up here after business hours, I mean. I wouldn't have asked except, well, perhaps I waited too long as it is. Sit down.
Thanks. Waited too long for what, Mr. Delaney?
36 hours ago, my wife disappeared. Marlowe, you've got to find her for me. Find her just as fast as you can.
Wait a minute. Disappeared, you said. Would you mind playing that part back a little slower?
Norma simply walked out that door, got in her car, and drove off to get hold of herself, as she always does when we've quarreled. And always before, she's come back in an hour or so. But this time...
This time she simply didn't come back, is that it? Look, Mr. Delaney, I could...
You'd better let me finish before you do anything. Lately, my wife has been brooding over something serious that she refused to discuss. I've caught her crying several times, and she's not a woman given to tears. Marlowe, I'm sure that unless we move fast, when we do find her, we're going to find her dead.
Suicide?
Yeah.
With his thick, blunt hand, Delaney reached for a color portrait lying face down on the table and gave it to me. I looked and saw the face of a dream. A beautiful dream with strange hazel eyes and soft black hair. I felt Delaney watching me as I glanced up in time to catch the fading end of a very ugly expression on his face. I handed the picture back to him, and he laid it on the table again, face down. Then he took me upstairs to Norma's room. It was a nice, frilly room, typically haunted by elusive, sweet smells. There was only one incongruous note. What was the horoscope doing on her desk? From the looks of a picture, I knew that Norma was attractive enough that she didn't need to look to the stars for a future. A horoscope?
Yeah, you know how women are. Marlowe, will you find her for me?
Well, I'll try. My rate is $25 a day plus expenses. And remember, you hired me to find her, not bring her back.
Fair enough. You just find her. I'll be satisfied.
I'll need a starting point. Were there any phone calls or letters or anything that might be a lead? What about friends?
We have no close friends. Norma always stayed to herself. Wait, there was a phone call yesterday from, Madame Jeanette, I think it was.
Who's that, a dressmaker?
I haven't any idea. She wanted to speak to Mrs. Delaney. I told her Norma was out, and she asked that my wife call her when she got back. That's all there was to it.
Anything else you can tell me?
No. No, it's not much to go on.
I'll see what I can do, Mr. Delaney.
I'll be here all night, Marlowe. Call me if you need anything.
Yeah, I'll do that. Good night. I drove back through the persistent fog to Sunset Boulevard. It was 9:30. I knew it was going to be like tracking a hummingbird through the petrified forest by the bent twigs, but I got a classified directory and I started digging. I checked the hairdressers, the manicurists, and the milliners, and I was just about to start on the interior decorators when I remembered the horoscope on Norma's desk. I quickly turned to the personal consultants. Yeah, there it was. Madame Jeanette. Her establishment, located in a dubious neighborhood south of Olvera Street, turned out to be a tacky cottage set back next to an alley. It was as dark inside as out. I was pounding on the door like a vampire at sunrise when a newsboy came up the path.
Looking for Madame Jeanette?
Yeah, you know her?
Sure, she tells fortunes. Says I've got a great career line. You want to see it?
Not right now, thanks. And I'll say for her that she's a sound sleeper.
Maybe, but not so early as this. About this time, she's always hanging around that bar on the corner. Tonight, she's throwing a farewell party in there.
Farewell party? Who for?
Herself. She's leaving town.
Oh, thanks a lot. Here, kid.
Gee, a buck. My old man'll swear I've been shooting crap again.
What'll it be, mister?
Something just a bit drier than muscatel. Say scotch?
It's on me, mister. It's my party.
Well, this is indeed a pleasure. You're the Madame Jeanette, aren't you?
Yeah, why?
You're all of 20 years younger than what I expected.
Probably the life I lead. Hey, wait a minute. Why should you be expecting anything about me? I don't know you.
Perhaps not, but I know you.
From where?
Oh, you're more famous than you think. Your reputation is spread far beyond Old Vera Street. In fact, it's gone up as far as the Sunset Strip, Madame Jeanette.
No kidding.
How would you kid a fortune teller? Don't you know all, see all, and tell all?
Well,
And judging from that Spanish shawl, your Hungarian skirt, and those embroidered Persian slippers, I'm beginning to think your fame is not only local, but international.
say, you're beginning to make me feel like I shouldn't be giving up this racket after all.
Giving up fortune telling? No.
Yeah. I'm leaving town on the midnight train. Gonna spread my talents all over the East, and I'm not coming back.
Don't tell me your crystal ball has laid a golden egg.
So to speak, yeah. I come into some lettuce. Suddenly.
That's always nice. Well, I guess it means you won't be interested in the few paltry dollars I'd intended to spend with you.
Hey, can I have another beer, Jeanette?
Shut up, Pinky Blow.
Ah, just a...
Traveling lady can always use a little extra moolah. What was it you wanted, Bud?
I'm looking for someone. Norma Delaney.
I'm afraid I don't know anybody by that name.
I'm afraid you do.
Hey, Charlie. Yeah? This bird's crabbing my party. What kind of a joint is this, anyway? Lady can't sit here and have a farewell party without being insulted by every jerk that drops in.
Well, mister,
I haven't finished my drink yet.
you got pockets, ain't you? Just pour a drink into one of them and take it along. You ain't finishing it here.
Charlie reached under the bar for his pick handle, so I left without pursuing the subject further. But I knew Jeanette was lying, right in her purple lipstick about Norma. I walked back to my car, lit a cigarette, and spent a few precious minutes trying to decide whether or not to break into her place and snoop. Then I caught the shadow of a figure slipping up on me from behind. I turned.
Wait, don't swing, Mac. Don't swing. It's only me, Pinky. I was in the bar when you was talking to the madam. That tightwad, Jeanette.
Yeah, I saw you, so?
She did something the minute you left. She made a phone call.
Who to? What'd she say?
Nothing. Just some swear words in Spanish. The line was busy. But I kept my eyes open and I got the number.
All right, let's have it. If you can still remember it.
Oh, I can remember easy. 5 first, huh?
Here.
Thanks. The number was Crenshaw, 1929. But you get it? Like the year of the big crash.
Thanks to the thirst of an underweight lush, I wasn't at the end of my rope yet. I drove as far as the nearest drugstore, dropped a nickel in the slot, and dialed. Crenshaw, the year of the big crash.
Hello?
Hello, let me speak to Norma Delaney, please.
I'm afraid you must have the wrong number.
Look, you, I'm trying to locate Mrs. Delaney. I suggest you help me.
How did you get this number?
From a client, Mr. Carl Delaney.
But that's impossible.
Let's stop sparring. We can save each other a lot of wear and tear if we get together and talk this over.
Maybe you're right. Yes, that sounds sensible. I'm at the Beechwood Apartments, number 4.
Check. I'll be right out. Mr. Pierre Gillum, it says here on the door.
Yes. Are you the man who called?
Uh-huh. Philip Marlowe.
Come in, won't you? You said you were looking for Norma Delaney, Mr. Marlowe. Tell me, what's wrong? Has anything happened to her?
Well, her husband seems to think she might have killed herself, but I have a hunch that you might have something interesting to say.
No, poor kid. Poor Norma. Well, I'll tell you what I can, Marlowe, but it isn't much.
Oh, I'm all ears, and I'll sit, thanks.
I was in love with Norma once, briefly, a long time ago. She was a wonderful girl, but her husband was insanely jealous.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she hadn't loved him for years, he refused to give her up. He even threatened to kill her first.
Oh?
Norma and I realized that serious trouble lay ahead, so we parted. Good friends. And I haven't seen her or heard from her in months.
I buy it all but the last line. You have seen or heard from her, and recently.
I'm not going to argue that. I've told you the truth. You can take it or leave it.
I leave it.
Suppose we both put our cards on the table. You lied to me when you said Carl Delaney gave you my number. I know because Madame Jeanette called me shortly after you did.
Touché. But why did she run to call you at the mention of Norma's name if you two broke up months ago? And incidentally, how did that ersatz oracle Jeanette get mixed up in this in the first place?
That is a long story, Marlowe.
Good, I like long stories. I'll bet it begins just for a lark. Norma and I went down to Olvera Street once to have our palms read.
Yes, that's exactly how it started. Madame Jeanette was an unusual woman, a character, you might say.
Uh-huh.
Well, we became friendly with her. Norma got quite sentimental about her. One day we made a sort of pact. If ever either of us was in trouble and needed the other, we'd go to Madame Jeanette or get a message to her. She would notify the other.
So when I walked in asking for Norma, the madam assumed she was in trouble.
Right. Called me immediately because she herself was leaving town in less than an hour.
I know. Well, Mr. Gillum, it's all very interesting, but it's getting me no place. Thanks. If I need you again...
Oh, no, wait, Marlowe, don't go. I know a lot of details about Norma that I'm sure will be helpful. For instance, she drives a Nash coupe, powder blue.
Powder blue coupe, huh? Thanks, that'll help.
Oh, and she has a fondness for white gloves. Wears them quite often.
I see. Well, I better get moving.
No, wait just a minute, Marlowe.
I've got to go.
Now, listen, Marlowe.
I told you I was in a hurry.
Now, take it easy. Stick around a while.
Get away from that door.
Look, just who do you think you are? Come busting in here, prying, asking questions, you dirty...
Oh! You asked for it, Gillum. Oh! You got a left, too, huh? So have I, brother. I left Gillum sprawled all over his coffee table, as limp as a 5-cent salad. Madame Jeanette's train left in 40 minutes. I ran through $22 worth of red lights, getting down to a cottage because I was sure Gillum's attempted stall was tied in with the departure. But I couldn't figure out why. That is, I couldn't until I switched out my lights and coasted to a stop in front of her place. Then I saw it. Half hidden in the shadows back of the house sat a powder blue coupe. I got up on the porch close to the front door and listened. Jeanette was talking to a woman. I couldn't catch what they were saying, but one thing was certain. The woman was Norma Delaney. All at once I realized the talk had stopped. That was my cue. I shoved open the door and went in. Jeanette sat at a table alone, facing me.
Well, Mr. Marlowe, you've returned. What is it this time?
I'd like my fortune told.
Yeah? Now listen close, Gumshoe. I'll make this a short and snappy reading because I'm catching a train in 15 minutes. There's a woman very close to you. In fact, she's right behind you, sucker!
What? Oh! Again, nothing changed. It took me a long time to figure out that the lights were off and it was dark. I climbed up the table leg hand over hand and switched on a lamp. Jeanette's house was absolutely quiet. I had caught a glimpse of a white glove holding what is known as a blunt instrument just before I dozed off. And that reminded me what I was down here for. I wobbled through the kitchen and out the back door, but the powder blue coupe was gone. It was 12:15. My head and the fog both had gotten a little thicker. So I just stood there, useful like a ping-pong ball in a bowling alley. It was the sound of footsteps that finally moved me, and the newsboy was back.
Well, how you again, mister? Did you ever get a hold of Madame Jeanette before she left?
Yeah, but not tight enough. Say, a blue coupe left here a few minutes ago. Did you see it?
Nope, I didn't. Gee, I'm sure sorry she went away. She gave me $1 tonight, too. Said she was coming into a fortune.
You and your career Say, what's that down there, in those weeds?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of a shoe. Yeah, it is a shoe. Here, see?
What do you know? A Persian slipper. I suddenly got a very creepy feeling. And 20 minutes later, I pulled to a stop at that small but elegant house. The lights were on, and I saw the powder blue coupe in the garage next to Carl's big black sedan. I ran up the steps. The front door was ajar, so I went in. I found Carl Delaney in front of the fireplace, face down on the floor, dead. was a handbag on a chair. I opened it. Compact cigarettes and a key to room 340 in the Bradford Arms Hotel. No identification. That color portrait of Norma was standing up on the table this time. And those searching hazel eyes seemed to follow me all the way to the telephone.
Lieutenant Ibarra speaking.
Phil Marlowe, Ibarra. There's a dead one at 1077 Hollycrest Road. Named Carl Delaney. Murdered.
I'll be right out.
I hung up the phone, and then the hair on my neck crawled as I heard the unmistakable sound of a woman's heels on the floor upstairs. I ducked behind a door as the heels clicked down the steps. And then she entered the room. Norma Delaney was lovely as a picture. She moved calmly and deliberately, put a note on the table, picked up the handbag, and then turned to face the door I was hiding behind.
You can come out now, Mr. Marlowe.
Hello, Mrs. Delaney.
You can call me Norma now. And if you're thinking of using your gun, perhaps you'll be good enough to read this note first. Here.
To whom it may concern. I, Norma Delaney, purposely and with premeditation, shot and killed my husband, Carl. It is beyond me to express how deeply I hated him, and since I must pay for this and cannot endure a public spectacle, I shall take my own life within the next few minutes. Norma, if you'll listen to me,
Stay
just a
back.
minute.
Tonight I made my only friend, Madame Jeanette, happy. And I killed a man who needed killing. Something good, something bad. So I'm quitting, even up.
What do you propose to do with me?
You mustn't try to stop me, Marlowe. See that closet?
Mm-hmm.
Get inside. And careful how you move your hands. Turn around to the wall. That's it. Marlowe, I'm sorry I had to hit you at Jeanette's tonight. Goodbye.
It took 3 shots to smash the lock on that closet door. I heard her driving away just as I got it open. In spite of what she'd said, I couldn't let her kill herself. I ran outside to my car. One glance under the hood was all it took. There was nothing left of the wiring but loose ends. I ran into the street and a miracle happened. The first time in my life, a taxi in Los Angeles when I wanted it.
I'm sorry, fella. I'm going to call.
Skip it. This is an emergency.
Hey, wait a minute. You
Police
can't...
business. A girl is driving up the road in a blue coupe. We got to catch her before she kills herself. Let's go.
Think I saw taillights just then.
Yeah? Can't you go any faster?
Not on these curves, brother. I got a wife and kids.
Okay, fella. We'll be at the top of the hill when we can get around the next bend. We should spot her then.
Yeah, you can see the whole road down the other side. Here we are, mister. This is the top.
But I don't see her. Where is she? Hey, wait a minute. Stop here. Turn off your motor. This is haywire.
I don't get it. We were gaining on her, and now she just disappears. Hey, what's that?
A motor. That side road we passed. That's it.
Hey, look. Look! Holy smoke.
We both saw the awful sight for just an instant. A powder blue coupe with a woman crouched over the wheel. It shot out of that side road, crashed through the guardrail, and fell end over end down into the gorge. By the time we got to the hole in the fence, the wreck was an inferno.
No use trying to get down there. The whole hillside will be on fire in another minute.
I guess she pulled over here into this side road and waited for us to go by. And we did.
Yeah, it's sandy here, too. So wonder she didn't get stuck. What's the matter?
There's something buried here in the sand. One of her tires ran over it.
What is it?
Why, it's plenty, brother. Come on, turn that hack of yours around. Let's get off this mountain. I just found the answer to a lot of questions.
you, Marlowe?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
We found the body and the wife's suicide note. And one of the boys spotted that fire up on the hill. What is it?
Car went off the road.
An accident? Or the suicide?
Just a little of both, Ibarra, but we'll talk later. Right now, we got to go to the Bradford Arms Hotel on the double. And please, no siren. The Bradford Arms was a three-story walk-up. When we got there, Ibarra stationed one man in front, sent another to cover the back, and we started up the stairs. We had reached the second floor when we saw him on the landing above. Gillum. He spotted us at the same time and turned back fast.
There, Marlowe. Who's that?
That's our boy, Ibarra. Here, Gillum, let's go.
There he goes. He's heading for the fire escape.
Take him, Lieutenant. He's all yours. I got business the other way.
Hey, you stop or I shoot!
Room 336, 38, 340. It's all over now. You better drop the gun. Please, it's been neat so far. Don't mess it up. Come on, beautiful. Drop it. That's better.
Well, Marlowe, I got him. I had to wing him to bring him down, but here he is. And the lady must be...
Yes, Lieutenant. The lady is Norma Delaney. The girl who wanted to kill her jealous husband and then commit suicide, but didn't want to die doing it. So she used someone else's body, Madame Jeanette's, which was a logical choice because Jeanette was blackmailing her. Thus, two vultures with one stone, leaving two lovebirds free to fly away together. Right, Norma? Didn't you give Madame Jeanette money so she'd leave town and tell everybody she was going away?
Yes, I did.
That way the body wouldn't be missed, huh?
Yeah. Isn't it pretty?
Oh, lay off, Marlowe, can't you?
Okay, Gillum, okay. Well, Ibarra, I've got a sour taste in my mouth. I think I'll go home and gargle. Anything else you need?
No, I guess not, Phil. I've had all that's necessary. Wait. Just one thing. How'd you get inside this setup? How do you find out it was the dead Madame Jeanette who went over the cliff instead of the very much alive Mrs. Delaney here?
Well, Jeanette had on a pair of Persian slippers, Lieutenant. One fell off down at her cottage where Norma murdered her and put her in the trunk of the car. The other one fell off in the sand of that side road when she took Jeanette out of the trunk and propped her up behind the wheel. It was lucky, Burra. Just dumb luck.
And that's Adventure Theater. Join us each week at this time as we reach into the dusty archives for another thrilling story of mystery and adventure from out of the past.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. They dressed in red, white, and blue and jumped from an ancient biplane at 3,500 feet. Twice a day, every day, and nobody worried. Until $5 million went along just for the laughs, and death went along for the ride.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Birds on the Wing.
It had been the kind of quiet, workless week that speaks well for human beings and their relations with one another, but doesn't do much for a private detective's bank balance. So when at exactly noon, a telephone call had jerked me out of Chandler's new novel, The Little Sister, and a voice edged with anxiety had dangled $100 worth of negotiable bait my way, I had snapped at it. But then I wondered if I'd done the right thing. Because it had been Mus Hattie Pembroke, guardian of the millionaire thrill-seeking screwball Paige Pembroke. And now an hour later I left the sunlight and felt my way into the gloom of the carefully tucked-away Hollywood bar, where she had suggested we meet. When I could see again, I spotted her at a corner table. That the old girl would be the other side of 50 and doing a little too much to disguise it, I had expected. But that she would be drinking her whiskey neat, I hadn't. When I approached her and introduced myself,
Mr. Marlowe,
she started to come right to the point, but didn't quite make it.
Oh, how rude of me. I'm sorry. You're probably dying for a drink. Oh, waiter.
Well, frankly, no, Miss Pembroke. I'm not exactly dying.
Now, I know you men in your early afternoon appetite for a friendly drink. There's no harm in it. Matter of fact, I've already had... I've had a small drink myself.
No fooling.
Oh, waiter, this gentleman's order, please.
Yes, ma'am. What'll be, sir?
Scotch and soda, if the lady will join me.
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Really?
Well, all right. Scotch for me too, waiter. Johnny Walker.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, let's get down to business. Have you ever been to Oxnard, California?
Uh-huh.
Good, because that's where my nephew is. Also, it's where the Calumet Valley County Fair is being held.
Really?
Whatever that may be. Most important, it's where you can probably find out what kind of trouble Paige is in. You see, the poor boy is
down to his last $5 million. No, I'm sorry, Miss Pembroke. I don't think I want the job after all.
Now, one moment. Why not?
Well, frankly, I hope you'll excuse the reference to actual living persons, but your polo-playing, motorboat racing daredevil nephew is a jerk.
I know. Paige Pembroke III is an unmitigated ass, a virile egomaniac, an idiot who's never done an honest day's work in his life. Wait, where is that drink?
Right here, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Now, Mr. Marlowe, sit down and drink your drink. When I referred to my nephew as a poor boy in trouble, I was only trying to avoid saying all this.
Oh.
Your health, sir?
Yes. Well, my health.
Now, your next question. Since I obviously share your sentiments about my nephew, why all this concern over him, correct?
Close.
Right. I want to help Paige Pembroke, Mr. Marlowe, because it's my job. My, shall I say, bread and butter?
All right, say it.
You see, I'm executor of his estate, which my brother, Paige's father, left for him. Well, as such, I get $20,000 a year until Paige is 35, another 6 years. But if Paige should die, disappear, or be committed to any kind of a public institution... Before then, the entire estate goes to charity, and I go find another job.
And specialized jobs like handling $5 million estates are hard to come by these days, huh?
Now, Mr. Marlowe, this letter here's all you have to go on. It was postmarked last night from Oxnard. Read it, read it.
Oh. If you want your precious nephew to keep on being healthy, you better come and get him at once. The three of us had a nice little act going here at the Calumet Valley County Fair before he joined us just for laughs. We intend to have a nice little act going after he's gone. And one way or another, he's going to go. A friend, huh?
Yeah? Well, what do you think?
Oh, it's 5 to 1. It's nothing more than a woman spurned. Very young woman, Miss Pembroke. So you might be wasting $100 sending me up there.
Then you'll go. Good.
Yeah, but only because of my bank account.
Mr. Marlowe, there'll be another $100 for you if and when you get all this straightened out. Now call me at my home, Beverly Hills. Crestview 5412.
4124?
Yes. As soon as you find out what's wrong. And Mr. Marlowe.
Yes, Miss Pembroke.
On your way out, signal the waiter for me, will you please?
The ride to Oxnard was a pleasant but frustrating hour-and-a-half drive along the kind of beckoning, sun-scrubbed Pacific shoreline that always demands to know why you have to work for a living. The ride through Oxnard to the sprawling county fairgrounds located at a semi-retired airport was a fast 10 minutes. So all in all, it was a little better than 3 o'clock, and there was still a measure of boyish bounce in my stride when I started past the prize cows and plain and fancy leghorns and headed for the Midway, looking for the act Paige Pembroke had joined just for laughs. But it was 4 o'clock, and I had checked a half a dozen death-defying numbers before I was standing in front of a banner Columbus could have used for a sail and said I was getting warm. In iridescent orange cloth on black, it read, "The Plunging Comets, Taffy Starr and Midge Maynard on wings of death with fearless Eddie Knapp at the controls. The greatest parachute act in the world, admission free, 5 and 9 p.m., north end of the Midway. Come one, come all." Yeah, this had to be it. At the north end of the Midway, just outside of a sagging, weather-peeled hangar, I found the World War I biplane that went with the Plunging Comets being mothered by a mechanic who didn't have grease on his face. And beyond that, on an inside wall of the hangar, were the parachutes used in the act, each on a separate hook, its owner's name carefully block-lettered on a card tacked above. Taffy, Midge, and Eddie. And then, scrawled in black crayon, the name I wanted most of all to see, Paige.
Lost something, mister?
The voice went with the woman and the woman with the act. At the top, there was what used to be called the boyish bob, sticking out of a white aviator's helmet circa 1918. Then a bright red leather jacket open wide at the throat, black riding breeches, black boots, the color of hair that stuck out and said this one was Taffy.
I asked if you lost something. Have you?
Well, come to think of it, yes. 6'2", eyes are blue, and carries a big, big checkbook. Seen one around?
Maybe. Why? Who are you?
Name's Philip Marlowe, the millionaire's friend. I'm a yacht salesman. Here's my card.
Never mind your card or the very funny jokes. Now, what do you really want?
Paige Pembroke before he breaks his neck in your act, or isn't he in it yet?
I don't remember. Now, your point. What is it?
A letter you could have written? A letter that says Paige is in trouble. Where is he?
Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
Take it easy, Wings. You wouldn't want to hold out on somebody who's only trying to help Brother Paige, would you? I mean, what reason could you possibly have? Other than $5 million you might want for your very own.
Why, you... I said goodbye.
What's the matter, Taffy? You having problems?
Yeah. This Mr. Yacht Salesman is Emmett Kingston, head of the fair's Midway. And you'd be surprised how popular he is with the concessionaries. Now where you going?
What else? Good day, Miss Taffy, Mr. Kingston. You know, sometimes it works. Lead with your chin, ride with a punch, and watch for your opening. And I figured I'd try it just that way. So 10 minutes later, when Emmett Kingston, who was carnival people from checkered vest past ornate watch fob to high-button shoes, and shaped like a bowling pin, left Taffy and started trundling down the Midway, I went after him. When he stopped in front of a lunch wagon, I stopped too. And when he went in, approached a man playing pinball machine who was maybe 5'4", and from where I stood conscious of it, I was still behind him. At the pinball machine, a stranger with a thin face that wore a nervous toothpick was also watching the little man's game.
Oh, boy, Doc, it's peachy.
So when I moved closer to the trio, my face turned away from Kingston. Nobody seemed to mind.
Hershey, jack of many trades, I see.
What? Oh, Mr. Kingston, how are you, sir?
Fine, Hershey, just fine.
800 more is jackpot, Doc. Come on. You wanted to speak to me, Mr. Kingston?
No, Hershey, nothing important except about last night.
Last night, sir?
You were working late for a parachute rigger, weren't you, boy? Or am I wrong to consider 2 o'clock in the morning an odd hour for you to be folding these silks?
Hey, Doc, you're going to shoot it, aren't you? Which?
Of course she is. Go on, I'll shoot for the gentleman.
Yes, sir. Hey, 2,000... 3,000, 4,000. Hey, that's great. Now do that again with your last ball, Doctor. Was there something else, Mr. Kingston?
Yes, Hershey. Why were you near the chutes at that hour? And don't bother denying that you were, because Eddie Knapp saw you there. Well, son?
Well, I was there to double-check the riggings, Mr. Kingston. Hey, look, I'm sick and tired of Midge Maynard complaining about the way I pack her chute. It's a stupid excuse, just trying to cover the fact that she's losing her nerve. Hey, boys, don't ignore me. Reach out for the jackpot.
Shut up, you, and get going. Rosie, get this stumblebum out of here, will you?
Sure, Mr. Kingston, whatever you say.
Oh, and it's social, huh? All right, Doc, I'm going. Of my own free will, too. But I could stay if I wanted to.
Hershey, you were saying?
Well, just this, Mr. Kingston. Midge Maynard and Taffy Starr fighting because of that Pembroke fellow, or because Eddie Knapp is crazy about Taffy is one thing. But bringing me and my work into it is different.
Meaning?
The parachutes Midge and Taffy use are identical. In the act, both girls jump from the plane wing at the same time. But Midge always gets scared and opens her chute sooner than Taffy. So Taffy is on the ground long before Midge. But this has nothing to do with the way I rigged the chutes, and I think
all right, Hershey. Nobody's blaming you. Say, you.
Yeah?
You wouldn't be trying to sell another yacht in here, would you?
Just waiting for the finish of an exciting pinball game. Is that all right, or is it time to call Rosie again?
No, it's quite all right. We're leaving. You try for the jackpot. Come on, Hershey. It's about time for the 5 o'clock show.
Oh, yes, Mr. King.
Only 40,000 to go. Oh, it's the first time I ever hit the jackpot.
Oh, that's pretty good, Mr. Marlowe, considering that it wasn't your nickel you won on.
Oh. Now that you mention it, Mr. Pembroke, it wasn't. Which should take care of the introductions,
Yeah.
huh?
And that leaves very little.
But something.
But definitely. Marlowe, you can tell Aunt Hattie from me that at the moment I don't need a watchdog. And when and if I do, I'll go to the nearest city pound for one, not to a private detective agency.
I told myself it was foolish to slam the door on my way out. So I slammed the door on my way out. I started north down the midway toward the open stands and the 5 o'clock sharp performance of the plunging comets. When I got there, the act was already underway with the silver biplane taking off. Eddie Knapp in white at the controls, Taffy in her red jacket and parachute crouched on one wing, Midge Maynard in blue jacket and chute on the other. Then as they slowly gained altitude, High Button Shoes himself took over the PA. They did it up well, and by the time the plane was at about 3,000 feet, every pair of eyes was riveted skyward, and an expectant hush thicker than winter fog had settled everywhere.
At 3,500 feet, the plunging comets, Taffy Starr and Midge Maynard with fearless Eddie Knapp at the control. They will not open their parachutes until they are within 500 feet of the ground. Now watch. They should be ready. Yes, there they go.
Knees drawn up tight, arms close into their sides, they jumped. Specks in the sky growing bigger as they fell. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet, and then, from Taffy's chute cloth, long and colored, a huge flag rippling in the wind from the end of a long rope. The flag seemed to rise above her as she fell, until the slack was gone, and then suddenly her chute opened, billowing. And then Midge, another flag rippling from the end of a long rope, and then the flag drifting free. Midge's chute not open, Midge plummeting down to the hard ground. The thud slammed home all the way around, kicking hard at every stomach. A minute ago, a girl, very much alive. Now a smashed, still body. Someplace near me, a woman cried. There was a bitter, sick, sweet taste in my mouth as I headed for the hangar where I'd first met Taffy. At the moment, I figured the guy who packed the parachutes was a good man to see. When I got there, the only one present was Emmett Kingston.
Stop right there, boy, and tell me straight and fast just who you are.
Philip Marlowe, Los Angeles private detective, Mr. Kingston.
You can prove that?
Sure. Here's my business card, state license, county permit.
Yeah.
I'm working for Paige Pembroke's aunt. She wants his nibs kept out of trouble.
Which has what to do with your being here now, Marlowe? Here at this hangar, I mean. Close to where the parachutes are kept.
I'm not sure, Kingston. I've only got a hunch. A hunch that Midge Maynard's death was no accident.
Yeah, I got more than that already, Mr. Detective. I've got proof.
Oh?
You see this flag? It's the one that came off Midge's chute. There's a long rope attached to it.
Yeah, I know. I saw the act. Pulls the chute open after the flag's flown a while, right?
Sometimes, but not tonight, Mr. Marlowe. Tonight it couldn't.
Why not? Wasn't it attached to the chute?
It was. One end to the chute release cord, the other to the base of the flag.
What went wrong?
Nothing. Nothing, Mr. Marlowe, except that the long rope on Midge's chute was cut in two by a very sharp knife.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Sunday nights on CBS. The biggest bargain in show business today. Skelton, Bergen, and Benny without spending a penny. Amos and Andy, Eve Arden, Corliss Archer. 4A's, 4-star entertainment. The Family Hour with its Hollywood stars and stirring dramas. The Contented Hour with its musical stars in brilliant form. Horace Heidt with his rising stars. 8 great shows heard on most of these same CBS stations every Sunday night, with the 9th, Jack Benny, being heard on them all. Hear them all this Sunday night. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Birds on the Wing.
When Midge Maynard's grim accident turned out to be grimmer murder, I left Kingston and headed for a phone to call my client. Everywhere the chill of the viciously spectacular death lay like a soggy blanket. At the exposition office, I found a phone and finally got through to Hattie Pembroke. She listened up to the word murder and then, between gasps, insisted on coming out to help me. When I hung up, I turned to see that the pilot, Eddie Knapp, had been standing in the door listening. He looked sick.
What's it to you, mister?
What's what to me?
Midge. The long drop she took out there. And Pembroke. I heard you say Pembroke. What do you got to do with him?
Just a minute, fella. I'm not sure it's any of your business.
It's my business, all right. That kid gave me a big grin up there just before she jumped. And I watched her fall every inch of the way.
So did everybody else. Look, I know how you feel, Eddie.
You don't have any idea how I feel. Don't try to kid me. That mob out there loved it. That's the only reason they come to watch, the hypocritical buzzards. You got a finger in this pie, an angle all your own. I'm going to find out what it is.
Take it easy, Knapp. You're talking yourself into something real silly.
Yeah? Listen, ever since that louse Pembroke showed up here, there's been trouble brewing. Now Midge is dead. She was a friend of mine. Best friend I had.
Aren't you pulling a switch, Buster? What happened to your red-hot passion for Taffy Star?
Oh, you nosy...
Come here, you jerk! Look out my arm! Buzz boy, and unless you want to take off with a busted wing, stand still. Now get this, Eddie. I've got no beef with you yet. In fact, we might even be on the same team because I want Pembroke out of here just as much as you do. So cool off!
Who are you?
Private detective named Marlowe. I got news for you. Midge fell because her chute was fixed. She was murdered.
Murdered?
You heard me.
Where's Hershey? He packed the chutes. Have you talked to him?
No, I can't find him.
You mean he's run away? With that filthy half-pint
now
psycho?
Listen, for your own sake, Eddie, leave Hershey to me and the police. You know where he's staying?
No, I don't. In town someplace.
Well, didn't he ever tell you where? Come on, think, Eddie.
Well, yeah, he told me he had a buddy in town. Some guy who runs a pool hall. I didn't pay much attention.
That's enough for a starter. I'll find him. And keep a lid on your temper, Eddie. I'll see you. As I crossed the grounds to my car, I looked back once at Eddie Knapp standing in the office door, rubbing the shoulder I twisted for him. I hoped he'd stay out of circulation until I got back because the barnstorming flyer was charged up like a high-tension wire. The way he felt there'd be sparks no matter who he touched, Taffy, Pembroke, or Lyle Hershey. But my immediate worry was the location of the lambing parachute packer, so I drove into Oxnard, found a phone booth, and went through the book calling pool parlors. I finally hit pay dirt at a joint called Pindy's.
It's 212 B Street, upstairs in the back.
212 B Street was an apartment, second floor rear over a boarded-up fish market. I went up the stairs to the half-open door with my hand around my .38. But the shooting part was all over. Because Lyle Hershey was crumpled in the bedroom door with the slovenly abandon that violent death always has. And the look of the puddle of blood under him, he'd been that way over an hour. I started backing out, just as someone else started up the stairs. So I flattened myself against the wall beside the kitchen door and waited.
Lyle, it's Taffy.
Come on in. Take a good look, Taffy.
What are you doing in here? Where's Lyle?
It's a great act, baby. Holds water like a duck's back.
What do you mean?
That wherever there's murder, there's also motive, and you've got it, Taffy. Lots of it.
Me? What are you talking about?
Maybe he's dead, and maybe you killed him. Keep him quiet, because maybe he fouled up Midge Maynard's parachute on your orders. Consequently, he had you over a barrel.
On my orders? You're out of your mind.
And maybe you had to get Midge out of the way because you objected to Page Pembroke and his idle millions honing into the act. Objected so strenuously that she was doing something about it, such as sending threats to his Aunt Hattie. Let's face it, baby, it fits.
But not tight enough, Marlowe.
Oh, Paige, darling.
Taffy, I got worried when you didn't come back to the car, so I decided... Don't move, Marlowe, or I'll shoot.
Pembroke, if you got any sense in that gold-plated skull of yours...
Show it, Marlowe. I stood outside and listened to enough of your crackpot theories to know you're nuts. I don't need any advice from you at this point, so keep your long nose out of my business.
Now listen, you harebrained dope.
You just stand there like a good little boy. Taffy and I are leaving, and don't try to follow too fast. Go on, Taffy, outside. I'll follow you. So long, detective.
I let him go. Spent 20 useless minutes searching the almost bare apartment for any kind of an answer, but came up with nothing. Hershey's body at my feet convinced me there was nothing in Oxnard for Marlowe. And the sooner I dumped the whole mess into the laps of local law and order, the better. So I kicked out the 10-cent lock on the flimsy door and went down the stairs. I cut through an alley to the street and started across to where my car was parked, when I was bracketed by a pair of headlights on a sleek Nash convertible.
Hey there, Marlowe! Marlowe, what you doing here, boy?
Nothing. Even that's an exaggeration, Kingston. What about you? I thought you had a show tonight.
I certainly do, but the police don't give a hoot about that, boy.
No.
They insisted that I bring the rest of Midge Maynard's parachute harness in for investigation. Get in, come along, will you, son? Maybe you can help me out.
Okay. I want to see the police myself. Oh, is this Midge's stuff here?
That's it. Don't mind holding it, do you?
No.
You know, this wasted time, boy. All they have to do is pick up Lyle Hershey and they'll get all the answers.
They'll have to pick him up, all right, but he'll give them problems, not answers, Mr. Kingston. Lyle Hershey's dead. He was murdered.
You say Lyle?
Yeah, I just came from his place. Somebody shot him.
Great suffering sardines. Well, that means there's another killer. And still on the loose. I knew I shouldn't let him do it.
Let who do what?
Why, Taffy's going to give an air performance tonight. They pulled me in at the grounds just as I was leaving and told me that Pembroke fella's going up to Midge's place.
You mean those two showed up out there? It doesn't make sense.
Well, Pembroke's got plenty of nerve in his own chute, so I guess...
Shoot?
Yeah, he's...
Wait a minute, Kingston. Stop under that streetlight, will you?
Why, what is it, Marlowe? What are you looking at?
Sure. Red smudges on the inside of these straps. There's something wrong here, Kingston, but I can't quite peg it. Say, Kingston, what time was that performance going to start?
Why, 9 o'clock.
5 minutes and 5 miles to go. Come on, boy, turn the heap around and rump on it. We got a killer to catch. Swing out in front of the hangar, Kingston. Hurry.
It's empty. They're already out on the runway.
Yeah, there's one parachute still on the rack.
Why, that's Eddie Knapp's chute, and he never goes up without it. So who's at the controls of that plane out there?
I don't even have to guess. It's Eddie Knapp, all right, but he figures a suicide doesn't need a chute. Pile out, Kingston. It's as far as you go. I'm taking over from here.
What are you talking
about? Come on, move. Get out. They're turning around now. Yeah, he's going to make us run back this way. So long, Kingston. Here he comes.
What are you doing? Come back!
I waited until there was no possible chance for a miss. And I headed the car straight into the path of the plane, pulled the hand throttle out as far as it would go, and jumped. From there on, it was easy. The plane sort of stumbled over the car, rolled up on its nose, and stayed there. Quick work by the volunteer crash crew took care of that. A box of bandages took care of the collection of minor cuts and bruises all around, and the Oxnard police took care of Eddie Knapp. Everything had come out more or less even, except my client, Hattie Pembroke. She showed up at the finish line slightly on the bias, which no doubt was her normal late evening state. Also, she was as full of questions as an insurance adjuster.
Now, young man, I paid you a substantial sum of money for this day's work, and therefore, as your employer, I'm certainly entitled to a comprehensive report of the entire business. And I insist...
All right, Hattie, whoa. I'll run through it once more, and that's all. Now, look. First, the threatening letter you got was written by Midge Maynard because she was afraid Paige was going to break up the act. You get it? But the real screwball was Eddie Knapp. He was crazy about Taffy's star and insanely jealous when your nephew and his money showed up. Knapp decided if he couldn't have Taffy, nobody else would, because he'd kill her.
And yet Midge Maynard was the one who got killed.
You catch on quick. Knapp killed Hershey because he was afraid Hershey had seen him tampering with the chutes. You get that?
No.
Oh.
On second thought, Marlowe, maybe you better submit a written report tomorrow.
Yeah, with adding machine enclosed. Now, look, Hattie, it's not that...
Hey, Marlowe, Paige and I want to apologize. We treated you pretty badly tonight, and, well, you did save our lives.
Business is business.
Yeah, that's right. He was hired to do a job, dear, and he did it. I'm only interested in one thing, Marlowe. How'd you know it was Eddie Knapp?
Well, nobody had a really good motive for killing both Midge and Hershey, so when I realized the chutes had been switched, I knew Midge's murder was a mistake. And there it was easy.
How'd you find that out, Marlowe?
From red smudges on the inside of the harness shoulder straps. Red that had to come from your leather jacket there, Taffy. The one Midge always wore was blue.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Well, Hattie, write the detective a check so he can go.
That's the best idea you've had to date, Pembroke. And include on it the price of a repair job on Kingston's car, a new tweed suit to replace this one that lost knees and elbow on the runway when I jumped. And also, don't forget the bonus you promised for keeping your job alive, Hattie.
Oh, just a minute, Marlowe.
As for you, Pembroke, the only reason I'm not filing an assault and battery charge against you is that you've got great grounds for a countersuit.
What do you mean?
This!
Bless you, my boy.
Mail me the check. Good night. Well, a few informal cups of coffee at the Oxnard Police Headquarters cut through most of the paperwork. But at that, it was after 2 when I finally picked up my car and drove the inland highway for home, past dark, quiet farms, where down-to-earth people made down-to-earth livings and slept at night. Yeah, the countryside was full of them. So it was with a real sigh of relief that I finally opened the door to my apartment and looked forward to some peace and quiet.
Hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Aren't you Gracie Allen?
Yes.
Well, how'd you get into my apartment?
Well, you see this key?
Yeah.
Well, it didn't fit, so I opened the door and walked in.
Yeah, well, that figures. What can I do for you?
Mr. Marlowe, you're a famous detective, and I think you're just the man to handle a very important case for me.
Oh, really? Well, I'd be very happy to, Gracie. What's your problem?
Well, you see, Mr. Marlowe, our sponsor won't let my husband, Sugarthroat Burns, sing on our program.
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to investigate the possibilities of another radio program George can sing on.
Mm-hmm.
And then our sponsor will realize he's wonderful and let him sing on our show.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, Gracie, and the next time you pass my house, I'll be very grateful.
Oh, thank you. And I'll be looking for you, too. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, and are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lois Corbett, Rita Lynn, Don Randolph, Junius Matthews, Jack Moyles, and Jimmy Eagles. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
It started with a kid hawking papers on Hollywood Boulevard and moved from there to a house full of hate on a quiet street, a blonde liar on ice skates and a corpse in a burned-out shack. And it all wound up right where it began, in the heart of the kid on the corner.
Two music programs that make your Sunday afternoon listening a delight and a pleasure are the Symphonette and the Choraleers. The Choraleers sing popular and semi-classical songs in stirring style. The Symphonette brings you excerpts of great orchestral works. Hear the Symphonette and the Choraleers tomorrow and every Sunday, as well as Sammy Kaye's Sunday Serenade, now heard exclusively on CBS. All of these outstanding music programs are heard on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately on most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present The Lady in the Lake by Raymond Chandler, dramatized in 3 parts by Bill Morrison, starring Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe. The Lady in the Lake, Part 3. California, 1943.
DeRace Kingsley was in deep trouble. He was in love with his secretary, Adrian Fromset, and his wife, Crystal, was missing. Now, she was the prime suspect in the murder of a man called Lavery. I had to find her. But it wasn't a simple murder. It had its roots deep in the past, in the killing of a doctor's wife, a police cover-up, and the drowning of a woman identified as Mildred Haviland, who had once been the wife of a cop called Al DeGarmo. Marlowe.
It's almost midnight. Where the hell have you been?
Kingsley?
Yes. I've been trying to reach you for hours.
Oh, I'm here now. What is it?
I've heard from Crystal.
When?
Can you be at my place in 5 minutes?
I'm on my way.
Where were you?
In jail. Good evening, Miss Fromset.
You look bad, Marlowe. What happened to you?
The Bay City Police gave me a little present.
Well, you'll have to go back there right now. Now, here. Take this $500 to Crystal. She has to get out of that town.
Has her own bank account got locked you off?
Well, she's in trouble. Now, she said she'd meet whoever was bringing the money in the Crystal Lounge on 8th Street.
Well, what else did she say?
I talked to her when she called. DeRace was being interviewed by the police. I asked if he could call her back, but she wouldn't give a number.
I don't want to talk to her or even see her. I guess she must be guilty.
Maybe. I don't like her knowing the cops are after her. Was she listening to the police shortwave just for amusement?
When she called back, she asked for money.
Did she sound scared?
No, completely calm. She had it all worked out. She said she'd come in the lounge every hour and asked who would bring the money. I guess I assumed it would be you, so I described you and said you'd wear this yellow scarf at DeRace's. It's sort of conspicuous.
You've got a hell of a crust, Kingsley. Assuming I'll take a getaway stake to somebody the police are after.
I admit it's a bit thick, but will you do it?
It could make us all accessories to murder.
She may not have done anything.
I'm willing to suppose that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking to you. But if I then decide she has, I'll turn her in.
She won't talk to you.
She will. She wants this money.
There's another thing. She's dyed her hair brown.
Try to help her if you can. You're a pretty level guy, Marlowe.
Tell that to the cops in Bay City. I have to go back there. And you can see this scarf a mile away. Were you blind when you bought it?
May I sit down?
Sure, lady.
Do you have something for me?
Depends who you are.
You know who I am, Mr. Yellow Scarf. How much to bring?
500.
Not nearly enough.
It was all he could raise.
I've been waiting here an eternity. It's after 1 a.m.
You're pretty cool.
Don't waste my time.
Not like I heard about you.
Give me the money.
Talk first.
We don't have to talk.
I'm taking quite a risk.
Why couldn't they do it right?
You have to talk to me or the law.
Who are you?
A private detective.
Isn't my dear husband charming?
It wasn't easy for him to know what to do.
Just give me the money.
No talk, no money.
What do you want to know?
Where you've been, what you expect to do.
Let me work things out for myself.
No talk, no money.
Not here. I'm at the Granada Hotel, room 618. It's 2 blocks north. Give me 2 minutes. Then follow me. Help yourself.
Thanks. You know, I had quite a different impression of you from Kingsley and Lavery, too.
I've dyed my hair.
It makes quite a difference.
You were hired to look for me. You found me. Get on with it.
You sent a wire from El Paso. Did you marry Lavery?
I changed my mind. I sent him away.
What did you do then?
I went to Santa Barbara for a week, then Pasadena, then Hollywood, then here.
Alone?
Yes.
What was the idea?
I had to think things out. My life was in a hopeless tangle.
You spent a month at Little Fawn Lake trying to do that.
I guess I needed more time. Please, won't you give me the money and go away?
Did you come here to see Lavery?
I'm in love with him, and yet I don't want to marry him. I told you, I'm all mixed up.
Yeah. No other reason for leaving the lake? Muriel Chess, for instance?
Huh? Why?
Bill Chess claims you invited him in to help pass the lonely hours.
Oh, that drunk?
And now Muriel has been found drowned in the lake. Probably drowned the night you left.
My God, I'm not too surprised. So it came to that in the end.
What?
Oh, they fought terribly at times. I had nothing to do with it at all.
Doesn't seem to bother you much.
I hardly knew Muriel.
Didn't you know her as Mildred?
Hmm?
Didn't you recognize her as Dr. Almore's nurse? You were his patient.
Only for a while, and he always came to the house.
Muriel Chess was Mildred Haviland, his office nurse.
Was she? What a queer coincidence.
Didn't Lavery recognize her when he was up at the lake?
He never gave any sign that he did. Perhaps she stayed away from him. I hardly spoke to her. Poor Mildred.
Yeah. You know, you did the Mrs. Fallbrook character very well. Looking back, I think it was a shade overdone, but I fell for it. It was when you put the gun in my hand. That convinced me. But why take the risk of going back to Lavery's place in broad daylight?
You think I shot him?
I know you did.
He had all my money. He stripped my purse. It wasn't a risk. I disguised myself a little, went there, took in the milk and papers, all very normal. People lose their heads in these situations, but I don't. I don't see why I should. It's much safer not to.
People have been making a bad mistake about you.
Really?
They've been thinking of you as reckless, with no brains. So, you shot him the night before. I should have thought of that. He would shave at night for his lady friends.
What are you going to do about it?
Turn you over to the police with pleasure.
I gave you an empty gun that day. I could afford to. I have another one. Here.
I never liked this scene. Detective confronts murderer. Murderer produces gun, points same at detective, tells him the whole sad story with the idea of shooting him at the end of it, thus wasting a lot of valuable time. The gods don't like the scene either. They always manage to spoil it.
I've no story to tell you. You don't seem to be afraid.
You'll probably miss me. You missed Lavery 3 times.
I won't. I'm going to be too close to miss. This close. Hold your hands up by your shoulders and then don't move at all.
Are you going to search me? I haven't got a gun. You don't know much about them, do you? What with your bad aim and standing far too close to me, and though I hate to bring it up, you've forgotten to take the safety catch off.
What? Oh, you bastard!
I told you the gods didn't like this scene. Leave the gun on the floor, lady. Let's talk some more. Come on, Marlowe. Where are you? You're in a hotel room. There was a lady with a gun, and somebody hit you from behind. Where did he come from? Man, you stink of gin. They poured gin on you. Oh. In a hotel room. A girl that had been blonde with hair dyed brown. I'm not wearing all my clothes. Or my shoes. Where is she? Oh, Jesus. Marlowe, you have been set up. She is on the bed. She is naked, except for tan stockings, and they make her seem more naked. And she has been strangled. And she has 4 deep scratches on her belly, gouged by 4 bitter fingernails. I gotta get out. Gotta get my coat on. Gotta put on my shoes. What do I have to remember? I must remember the scarf, the yellow scarf, and the money. The money. Where's the envelope of the money? When are they coming to get me? And can I get out first?
Open up! This is the police! Open up or we kick it in! Hold it right there. Well, I'm damned. Marlowe. A sex killer.
DeGarmo, you won't get away with this. Not even if you took me down to City Hall instead of driving me up here into the hills.
I've got nothing to lose. Weber suspended me.
How did you know I was in that hotel room with her?
A call came in. I was hanging around headquarters. Some guy disguised his voice and didn't give a name. I got there first. Hey, you got a real bump on the back of your head.
I was sapped. What do you want, DeGarmo?
Let's hear you talk, Marlowe. Maybe, we can work this out. Smoke?
Thanks. Weber's only one jump behind us.
To hell with Weber. If I can crack this Lavery case, I'll get by with a reprimand. If I don't, I'll be thumbing a ride out of town. Help me. Tell me what you know.
Okay. Kingsley told me he got a call from his wife.
Uh-huh.
She wanted money. He sent me to give it to her.
Money? For a getaway? He knew she was wanted in connection with Lavery's murder. So did you.
I wanted to talk to her. I met her in the Crystal Lounge. Her hair was dyed. I didn't recognize her, but I had only seen a photograph. I said talk or no money. So we went to that hotel. She went first, alone.
Time for her guy to plant himself behind the curtains and wait.
He was behind the curtains, but I'm not sure she knew about it.
No? You, get any kind of a look at him?
No.
Too bad.
Yeah.
I think she knew him.
Maybe. I found this yellow scarf lying among the clothes.
You think the guy dropped it?
I've seen Kingsley wear it.
Kingsley? Well, I'm damned. Now, why would Kingsley kill her?
She was cheating on him, making trouble. She had money, he didn't. He wanted to marry his secretary. And what if Lavery's murder wasn't proved against her, and she got off to make more trouble? Also, there was a chance to set me up as the goat.
Where's Kingsley's place?
Beverly Hills.
He better be there. And he better be able to account for where he's been tonight. Keep that scarf in your pocket till we want to spring it on him.
Whatever you say, Lieutenant.
One moment, please, gentlemen. Whom did you wish to see?
Did he say whom?
Yeah, but don't hit him. There is such a word.
I knew there was. I often wondered where they kept it. We want apartment 716, Miss Fromm said. Any objections?
I most certainly have. We don't announce guests at 23 minutes past 4 in the morning.
That's what I thought, so I wasn't going to bother you. I'm a police lieutenant. Here's the badge.
Oh, very well. I hope there isn't going to be any trouble. I'd better announce you then.
Do that. Marlowe, you think he'll be here?
He wasn't at his home.
Miss Franson, it's the desk. Two gentlemen,
Lieutenant DeGarmo and Mr. Marlowe.
Lieutenant DeGarmo.
Would this dame cover for him?
I don't know.
Oh, very well, Miss Franson. I'll send them up. She will receive you.
Thanks, sweetheart. She must have been awake. At 24 past 4 in the morning.
Doris isn't here. He hasn't been.
Do you know where we might find him?
Isn't that urgent?
Something has happened, Miss Fromset.
What?
She's been murdered.
Murdered?
So just tell us where he is, sister.
I suppose I ought to cry or something, but I don't seem to feel anything at all.
You can understand why Kingsley has to be found?
Why?
Skip the attitudes. Maybe you think we should keep it a secret from him.
Is it just because he has to be told?
He wasn't at his house. This scarf was found in the hotel room where she was murdered. I think you have seen it, haven't you? Just tell me that you have.
You ask for a great deal of confidence, Mr. Marlowe, considering that you haven't been such a smart detective.
I ask you for that confidence. I expect to get it. And how smart I've been is something you don't really know anything about. Is it Kingsley's scarf?
Yes, you know it is.
This is cute. You two make a nice team. All you need is acrobats to follow you.
How was she murdered?
Stripped naked, scratched up, and strangled.
Grace wouldn't have done anything like that.
Sister, nobody ever knows what anybody else will do. Where is he?
He didn't bring me home. I took a taxi about 5 minutes after Mr. Marlowe left.
Well, usually the bim tries to give her boyfriend a bit more alibi than that.
He wanted to bring me home, but we were both tired. He doesn't need an alibi. He couldn't have known where to go, what hotel she was in.
He had the time.
Is this the kind of confidence you ask for?
We're getting nowhere. Let's go.
I'm not finished. If Kingsley had something on his mind, where might he go to be quiet to figure it out?
He wouldn't run away.
But he might want time to himself.
You're getting nowhere. Let's go.
Let me use your phone.
It's there.
Hold it. Tell me who you're calling.
Operator, I want a person-to-person call to Constable Jim Patton at Puma Point. It's urgent.
Who's running this show?
I am. This is Tunbridge 2722. Unless you want the L.A. police to run it. You have no jurisdiction outside Bay City.
Well, what's at Puma Point?
Kingsley has a cabin up there. I'm going to ask Patton to go over there and see if he can spot him. He's no cold killer. I think he might give himself up soon. It would look better for you if you got to him before he did.
Make the call. We'll go up there. You and me. What the hell are we stopping for?
They've got sentries guarding the Puma Lake Dam.
Against what?
Submarines. There's a war on, haven't you heard?
That doesn't bother me just now. I want this case finished, closed, dead.
Close all the windows of your car before proceeding across the dam, please.
Forget it, buddy. Let us through. I'm a police officer.
Close all the windows, please, sir.
Nuts to you, soldier boy.
Look, I didn't write the orders, mister. I just obey them. Up with the windows.
They give kids rifles. They think they're God Almighty. 3 of them sitting along this dam, all linked up by phone. Think they're big shots. That was my girl that drowned up at Little Fawn Lake. I haven't been writing. All I can see is red.
We have to leave the car and walk to the lake from here. Patton will be waiting. He said Kingsley was inside the cabin. What's that?
A .38 Smith & Wesson and a .44 frame?
He's not that kind of tough. It's not a tiger hunt. You won't need the artillery.
Are you carrying a gun, Marlowe?
No.
Good. This is enough gun for both of us.
You are a little crazy, DeGarmo.
What do you mean?
You made enough trouble. It all goes back to Florence Almore. She didn't get up and walk down to that garage to commit suicide. She was carried. Almore gave her an injection which made her sleep, but he didn't murder her. Morphine would be the last thing a doctor like him would use. Somebody else who had access to the stuff gave her another jab. When Almore came back, he got scared and carried her down to breathe in monoxide.
How did you ever manage to live so long, Marlowe?
By not getting too much afraid of professional hard guys. Almore is guilty, but as a practical matter, you know his nurse, Mildred Haviland, killed her. She was playing house with Almore. She wanted the money. She wanted to make it permanent. You know all this because you covered it up.
She came to me. She still needed me.
You covered it up, but you made sure to scare her out of town after it, out of reach, out of danger. You were getting away with it. Why did you come up to Puma Point looking for her?
How did I know where to look?
I think she still wanted money, wanted it badly. She must have been sick of Bill Chess. Did she write to Almore asking for money? Did he send you to scare her again?
That makes no difference now. She's dead. I loved her. I would do the same again.
Yeah. I'm just telling you all this so that you won't hang the murder of the lady in the lake or anything else on Kingsley that doesn't belong to him.
One murder does.
If it does, I'll help you hang it on him. Let's find Patton and get into the cabin.
Mr. Kingsley. Mr. Kingsley. I gotta talk to you a little. Kingsley.
What? Marlowe. Who are these people?
This is Constable Patton.
Yes, I know.
And this is Lieutenant DeGarmo from Bay City. He has to talk to you.
Oh, God, I must have fallen asleep. I got drunk. I've been asleep.
Your wife is dead, Kingsley.
What, dead?
Last night. I don't suppose that's news to you. Show him the yellow scarf, Marlowe. Careless of you to leave that behind you.
Leave it? Leave it where?
In the hotel room where your wife was strangled.
The lieutenant considers this scarf as evidence that you were hidden in the room, knocked me out, and then killed your wife.
We also know you've no alibi for last night.
I came up here.
By way of Bay City?
Marlowe was taking care of all that.
Is the scarf yours?
Yes, but I gave it to Marlowe. He was wearing it so that my wife would recognize it.
I don't get this. I don't get this at all. Is somebody kidding me? Marlowe?
All I ever said was that the scarf was in the room and that it belonged to Kingsley. You didn't seem to want to know anymore.
Jesus. What a sucker I've been. How much are you getting paid to cover up Kingsley's murders, Marlowe?
He's getting paid to prove my wife didn't murder Chris Lavery.
Too bad he can't.
I've already earned my money.
You care to prove all this, son? I've heard a lot of talk, but it don't sound like evidence.
Crystal Kingsley could not have shot Lavery because Crystal Kingsley had been dead for a month, drowned in Little Fawn Lake by Mildred Haviland. She was the woman I met last night, the woman DeGarmo found dead in the hotel.
But don't you think Bill Chess would know his own wife?
The body was in the water a month, had blonde hair, wore his wife's clothes and jewelry. She left a note and her car and clothes were gone.
Yeah, I should have thought of that myself. They were lookalikes.
We had no reason to be suspicious. As far as we knew, Mrs. Kingsley left her car in San Bernardino and went to El Paso. It could have been a year before we even found the body. Muriel could have run off, as the note said. You might have put both in the missing persons file unsolved, except for Lavery.
Why did she kill him?
He was on his way up to the lake to see Crystal, and he bumped into Mildred, wearing Crystal's clothes at the Prescott Hotel. She got him to stay with her, but he had to die.
Well, for God's sake, why did Crystal have to die?
Money. Mildred needed money. She had killed for it before, and the Bay City cop she had been married to was fool enough to cover up for her. She ended up here, but she needed money to get out, so she tried Almore again. But he sent DeGarmo up to look for her, and that scared her, because DeGarmo is the sort of fellow you can never quite be sure of.
The sands are running out against you, Marlowe.
I'll say what I have to say. When Crystal decided she was bored and gave Bill Chess a whirl, it gave Mildred her opportunity. She was a nurse. She could handle a body. She was a good swimmer, too.
Yeah, it could be done. So she hid the car.
It had to be someone who knew the country. Then she ran into her first snag, Lavery. I met her there after she killed him and didn't know. She was quite an actress.
Yeah, but who killed her last night?
She was killed by somebody who thought she needed killing. Somebody who loved her and hated her. Somebody who was a good enough cop to find her. A good enough cop to stand completely still behind a curtain, and too much of a cop to let her get away with murder. But stupid. Stupid enough to look for a fall guy, and stupid enough to look too fast. You've been a little crazy, DeGarmo.
I know you haven't got a gun, Marlowe. Patton has. But I don't think he'll have the swift to reach it. You're a fat old man, Patton. You'd be an easy target.
Not fat, just well covered.
This thing will blow a hole in the wall. You're just making guesses, Marlowe. What's your evidence?
Under your fingernails, she was stripped and raked with scratches, the way a man might do to a woman who made a small private hell for him and wouldn't let him alone.
I want to get out of here. Not very far, maybe, but by myself. Any objections?
Can't be done. You know I can't just let you walk out. It's my duty to take you.
How do you figure to do it?
I don't know, son. I don't want no holes in my belly, but this is my territory.
Let him leave. He can't get out of these mountains. That's why I brought him up here.
Look, I'll tell you what I'll do, Patton. I'll put the scumbag under my arm, and we'll start from scratch.
I'm sitting down, and I ain't as fast as you. All this ain't my trouble, and look at the jam I'm in.
I like you, Patton.
You gave me a break. You shouldn't ever give a man like me a break. I've been a shooter more years than you've been alive, son. The arm ain't too bad, is it now?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. I'll be going now.
Don't do that.
I'm gonna walk out that door. There's only one way to stop me. So long, fatty.
He'll take my car.
Well, he gave me a break. I guess I owe him one. There's only one way out of these mountains, and that's across the dam. There's 3 armed sentries on it. All we need to do is get to a telephone.
He may not go that far.
He won't kill himself. He wants that done for him.
Another of your simple observations about human nature?
Well, you took a lot of risk with him.
A lady had confidence in me.
I don't suppose you'd ever let a lady down, son.
I don't suppose.
Tell you what's going to give me a lot of pleasure. Letting Bill Chess out of jail.
And winning the election on the strength of it.
Now, you know I'm too old to go to work, son.
The way the sergeant of the guard told it, DeGarmo ignored the first sentry, and when the one in the center of the dam tried to stop him, he drove straight at him till he had to jump for his life. By that time, they had signaled to the last sentry. They had their orders. The orders said in a case like this, they were to shoot. The last sentry shot, and DeGarmo saw nothing but red as the car swerved off the top of the dam and went plunging down into the deep green lake. There was a war on, all over the world.
In Bill Morrison's radio adaptation of Raymond Chandler's novel, The Lady in the Lake, Ed Bishop played the part of Philip Marlowe, with Harry Taub as Lieutenant DeGarmo and Toby Robbins as Mildred Haviland. Adrienne Fromset was played by Margaret Robertson, DeRace Kingsley, Don Fellows, Bill Chess, Paul Maxwell, Constable Patton, Ramsey Williams, Captain Weber, William Roberts, Chris Lavery, Peter Marinker, Bertie Keppel, Nicolette McKenzie, Mrs. Talley, Tucker McGuire, Tex and the foreman, Paul Meyer, Dobbs, Bruce Beebe, Cooney, Michael Harbour, and the hotel clerk, Kenneth Shanley. The music consultant was Adrian Edwards. The play was directed by John Tiedemann.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gutter, the prison, or an early grave. There's no other end. They never learn.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Fox's Tales.
Oh, no. There are some times when the phone just never should have been invented. Hello, Marlowe speaking.
This is Orrin Metcalf. You remember me, don't you, Marlowe?
Oh, sure, barrister. What can I do for you?
Meet me here at the Blue Chip Bar at once, Marlowe.
Huh? Look, I can hardly hear you. Speak up, will you, Orrin?
The Blue Chip Bar.
Yeah?
It's a miserable cafe on Melrose near La Brea.
Melrose near La Brea?
Yes, I'm in a booth, the last one on your right as you enter. But be careful, Phil. We can't afford to be seen. And please hurry. I'll pay you handsomely
To do what, Orrin?
to impersonate a dead man.
The Blue Chip was an indelicate assortment of stale smells, surrounding pictures of Lady Godiva, some without horses, and featuring low lights, lower clientele, and the lowest grade of bar whiskey. Against that backdrop, my new client stood out like a Dresden doll in a police lineup. Orrin Metcalf, in spite of the electricity in his voice, was only 5.5 feet tall, couldn't have weighed more than 130 pounds, including the glitter of honorary fraternity pins that dangled from his watch chain. He was maybe 50, bald, wore glasses halfway down a long nose, and at the moment was as nonchalant as a 5-inch firecracker with a sputtering fuse.
Quickly, Phil. Quickly. Sit down. Listen carefully.
It's going to be hard in here, but go ahead.
I am representing a man named Cuvion in a lawsuit. Rudolph Cuvion.
Yeah?
He's a manufacturing chemist. Hungarian born. At present, Phil, in a sanitarium. The nervous system will take just so much, you know.
Yeah, I know. And look, this Rudolph Cuvion is suing or being sued? Which?
He's suing. And nobody less than his former employer, the eminent Justin Shepard.
Justin Shepard. Well, he turns out cosmetics, doesn't he? Makeup, lipstick, that kind of stuff?
Yes, stuff, Marlowe, which includes a new and revolutionary nail polish that's worth a fortune.
Which was invented by your client and stolen from him by Justin Shepard, huh?
Exactly. We're suing for $250,000 in damages, Marlowe. But we'll settle out of court for $150,000 in cash.
Hello.
Not a cent less. Now, the trial, Phil, has, Oh, wait.
What? What's the matter?
What'll it be, Jones?
Oh.
Some brandy, please. Cognac.
Cognac? You're kidding, Pop. Like I said, what'll it be?
All right, Junior. 2 beers. Skip the chatter. We got to catch a train.
Okay. Be antisocial.
Yeah.
Right, couple, sir.
Isn't that awful? You were talking about the trial, Oren?
Oh, yes. Now, the whole point, Phil, is that every witness we had at the outset has so far either been bought off or frightened away by Shepard and his crew, with one exception.
You're racing the hole, huh?
Yes, a man named Max Redman. He worked with Rudolph Cuvion years ago in Chicago, when Cuvion first perfected the lacquer base, which makes the nail polish formula so valuable. Redman's testimony could have swung everything our way, and Justin Shepard found this out.
Wait a minute. What do you mean could have, Oren? Huh?
2 beers is ordered. 30 cents, gents.
Hey, we're even.
Thanks.
Now, Marlowe, the dead man I spoke of, and Max Redman are one and the same.
Shepard murderer?
Worse. He drove Max Redman to suicide, Marlowe. The man shot himself an hour ago.
I don't follow that.
Well, Redman was staying here in L.A. with his wife. Now, I'll tell you the address in a moment. It's nearby. And although neither Shepard nor his cronies ever got to see Redman, they knew where he was and where he came from. With that, they went to work.
Blackmail?
Oh, yes. Years ago, Redman got in a jam. I have no idea what it was, something that he was conscience-stricken about, and Shepard uncovered it, then got through to Redman on the phone. He struck home.
His blackmail price was Redman's silence, huh?
Right you are. Shepard told him to get out of town, but when I talked to Redman an hour ago, he was positive that Shepard would demand more in the future. Redman was nearly hysterical, said he wished he'd never heard of me or Rudolph Cuvion. And then he hung up. Well, when I got to his apartment, I found him dead, shot by his own hand. His pistol at his side. Oh, it was awful.
Yeah. Tell me, Oren, what about Redman's wife?
Well, her name is Louise. She's out of town right now. He was afraid for her and made her go away. At any rate, Phil, you see what I'm getting at, don't you? The reason I want you to work for me?
Yeah, I think so. Shepard and his buddies don't know Redman's killed himself, and if I give the impression by posing as Redman that he's still alive and not leaving town, Shepard will figure that his blackmail angle didn't work, huh? He'll get together with you and settle before tomorrow morning when Redman would have taken the witness stand.
Precisely, Phil. $150,000 settlement as against a court award of $250,000 means a saving of $100,000 to Shepard. He'll pay it, as long as he thinks Redman's still alive and willing to testify. Well, now, will you do it, Marlowe?
Poses Redman, huh?
There's $1,000 in it for him.
I don't know.
$1,000, Phil. And Rudolph Cuvion, helpless in the sanitarium. And Max Redman.
It's an awful lot to turn down, isn't it, Oren, huh?
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Now then, here's the deal.
Oh, wait a minute. How about...
No questions. Every minute counts. Now, I've got Redman's top coat right here. Now, you put it on when you leave. And here are the keys to his apartment. It's the Garden Court Apartments on South Ogden.
South Ogden?
That's right. Now, you sneak inside. Then a minute later, very obviously, go out again. Get into his car. It's a new green Nash. Drive up into the Hollywood Hills along Lookout Road.
Why there?
Well, Redman drove up there a lot. Now, later, return to the apartment. You'll probably be followed as Redman always was. And the man will be big and muscular. And in a black coupe. Now, once they know that Redman... well, that's you, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Doesn't intend to leave town. There may be an attempt on your life. So watch your step. Getting killed as Redman destroys the illusion we're out to create.
That's not all it destroys.
Eh?
May destroy me. played his outline. A minute after I drove Redmond's car out of his garage and conspicuously signaled a left turn with a plaid sleeve, I picked up my escort. His headlights stayed in my rearview mirror all the way along Sunset Boulevard and then up into the hills along Lookout Road. I drove slowly until I cleared a hairpin turn and spotted a flat open lot about 100 yards ahead and to my right. It overlooked the city below and was dotted with cement bags, piles of lumber, and bulldozers that had gone to bed hours ago. I swerved off the road sharply, cut my lights, and parked close to the edge of the cliff. Then I piled out of the car and quickly set up the oldest trick in the book. I took off the plaid coat, tossed it over a shoulder-high board jutting out of a lumber pile, topped it with my hat, and ran for cover behind the bulldozer. I got there just as the black coupe pulled in, cut its lights, and ground to a stop. Then I saw something big and beefy get out and start toward the coat, an ugly, snub-nosed gun in hand. I reached for my .38 and slowly moved through the ankle-deep weeds until I was only a few feet behind him. When he fired at the coat, I was only inches away.
What the...
Does that make it my turn? Don't try it.
You're not Redmond.
And not a lot of people. Drop your gun. Go on.
What are you going to do?
I'll ask the questions. What's your name?
Gaffney. Earl Gaffney.
Working for Justin Shepard?
No. I was just...
You're just a liar! That's nothing compared to what's in store for you.
No, quit. I work for Shepard, all right.
And you were tagging me, thinking I was Redmond, to see if I was going out of town.
Yeah. I had orders to knock you... knock Redmond off if he didn't go straight for the airport. That's all, honest. I don't know anymore.
Get up.
Oh.
Now walk over to that tool bin there. Open it and get in. Go on. Keep moving and keep your hands open. All right. Now I want to have a little chat with Justin Shepard. His home address, what is it?
He ain't got one. He stays at hotels. Right now it's the Beekman Plaza in Beverly Hills. Now quit, will you? That's all I know.
Sure. You see, Earl, I believe you. You've got such an honest face. For a killer. Sweet dreams, Buster.
24 gladiolas and 1 golden iris. Yes. And deliver them here to the desk at the Beekman Plaza Hotel. No, it's not in Santa Monica. It's in Beverly Hills. It has been for years. Goodbye. Stupid people.
Yeah, they're just everywhere, aren't they?
Indeed. Oh, may I help you, sir?
Yes, I was looking for Mr. Justin Shepard. Is he in?
Oh, yes. And, sir, you could almost reach out and touch him.
No, really?
Yes, that's he over there, reading the paper in the Louis XIV chair.
The Louis XIV?
Mm-hmm. You see him? The short, round man to one side of that woman wearing that stunning taffeta.
That what?
Stunning taffeta. You see, it's applicated with those bright red roses.
Oh, yeah, couldn't miss him. Turn right at the stunning taffeta. Goodbye.
You're quite welcome, sir. Welcome indeed. Goodbye.
Mr. Shepard?
That's right.
My name is Philip Marlowe. I'm a private detective.
I know. I've heard of you.
Oh?
What's on your mind, Mr. Marlowe?
A chemist.
What about him? What does he have to do with me?
Earl Gaffney.
Who is Earl Gaffney?
A louse who missed, like the rest of them will. Max Redmond is still alive, and I intend to keep him that way. Good night, Mr. Shepard. See you in court. The effect was great. The fat man's mouth fell open and his chins jellied all over his chest. I let it go at that. The illusion was established. As far as Justin Shepard and company were concerned, Max Redmond was very much alive and kicking up the kind of trouble that they didn't want. But 20 minutes later, when I let myself into the dead man's apartment and walked into his bedroom, I knew the illusion was only an illusion. Max Redmond's body was sprawled at a crazy angle across the bed. I wondered what he could have possibly done to take this easy way out. I stopped wondering when the front door closed. It was a woman with the deepest brown eyes I'd ever seen.
What are you doing here? Who are you?
My name is Max Redmond.
You're lying.
Where is Max? Tell me, where is he?
He's in the bedroom. You a friend of his?
I'm his wife, and I'm going to speak to him. Don't try to stop me.
I won't, Mrs. Redmond. Go ahead.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, Bing Crosby climaxes his season on CBS this Wednesday night with a terrific lineup of top talent. Arthur Godfrey, Bob Hope, Perry Como, and the four Crosby sons, who've attracted nationwide attention as his guests earlier this year. Bing, Arthur Godfrey, Bob Hope, Perry Como, and the youngsters will be heard in a great musical roundup of the season's top tunes. So be listening this Wednesday when on most of these same CBS stations, the Bing Crosby Show comes along with these top guests. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe, and tonight's story, The Fox's Tale.
Louise Redmond's dark, troubled eyes stared at the bedroom door for an instant. And she darted past me and inside. When she saw him, she froze, her eyes on the gun at the dead man's side. One hand trembled toward her mouth. Hang out of yourself, baby.
Oh, Max. Max, why did you do it? Why?
Your husband had proof that a fat buzzard named Justin Shepard swindled a fortune from Rudolph Kuvian, an old friend of his. Max was going to offer that proof tomorrow morning in court.
He wouldn't kill himself because of that.
Well, there must have been something in his past that he couldn't live with any longer.
What?
You know what it was, Louise?
I don't believe any of this. You were in here posing as Max. You're responsible for his death, but you won't get away
Louise,
with it.
give me that gun.
Let me go.
Little fool, let go. I said let go. That's better. You're smart enough to give in fast anyway. Now sit down over there and listen.
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Philip Marlowe, hired by Orrin Metcalf. You know him?
Yes.
He found Max like that. They couldn't let Shepard know that the case against him was dead, so he hired me to keep up the illusion that Max was still alive, that nothing was wrong. Metcalf is sure that Shepard will crack before morning. But we'll need your cooperation, Louise. How about it, huh?
When you took that gun away from me, you smashed my only picture of Max. You couldn't even leave me that intact.
I'm sorry. I know it's going to be tough on you, baby, but... Hey, wait a minute. Louise, did Max write that on the picture there?
Yes. To my Louise. With love.
Louise, listen to me now. This backhand script. Was Max left-handed?
Yes, but what is that?
He was shot in the right temple.
You mean that someone killed him?
That's the general idea, yeah.
Justin Shepard. The man Max intended to testify against.
No, not unless he's a lot slicker than I think. But he has an assistant, a tough one named Gaffney, who was watching this place when I took over. If he did it, then followed me, he wouldn't have had a chance to report to his boss.
I don't understand. Followed you where?
Oh, to that lot on Lookout Road where Max liked to go. I caught Gaffney there and filed him away in a tool bin. I better go and have another chat with that boy right now. You wait here.
Here.
Now, look, baby, we can't quit. You've got to finish the job Max started for his old friend Kuvian, and better than that, maybe we can get Max's killer, too. Are you game?
I'll do as you say.
As I went out to Redmond's car, several things bothered me. And not the least of them were Louise Redmond's dark, deep eyes. When I got in the car, I felt the pistol that had killed Max. It was in my pocket where I dropped it after I'd taken it away from the girl. I pulled it out and looked at it. It was a Belgian Browning 765 automatic. I broke it apart and then, on a hunch, I slipped it back together, got out of the car again, and took the gun up to Louise.
I don't know much about guns, Marlowe.
All you may have to do is point it, Louise. The threat will probably be enough. In case it isn't, that's the safety catch there on the side. I'll be back as soon as I can. When I pulled out onto the vacant hilltop lot, I scented the tool bin in the headlights. I was out of the car and wading through the foot-high foxtail grass before I noticed that the stick I'd shoved through the hasp was now on the ground. I ran the rest of the way and jerked the lid open. Gaffney was gone. I started to close the lid, but stopped at something in the bottom of the bin. I'd have liked a coiled rattlesnake better. It was a glistening, sticky puddle, and it was blood. The scream had come from a hollow beside the lot. I ran toward it. Saw two kids in a parked car, scared stiff and staring into a tangle of brush in front of them.
Mister, there's a man down there. He's hurt. Bad.
Where? Show me.
In that brush. We both saw him. He stood up just a second ago and he started toward us. There was blood all over him. And then he fell down again.
Okay, get your girl out of here. Get back to your car.
Okay, mister. Oh, hey, holy cats. You're Philip Marlowe, the detective.
Yeah.
I've seen your picture lots of times.
All right, be a good fan and stay out of the way. The guy's dangerous. Go on.
Yeah, okay. Come on, buddy.
Gaffney. Who did it, Gaffney?
It's afraid.
Yeah?
I knew I'd spill and...
Who, Gaffney? Who knew? Who? Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Marlowe. Hey, Mr. Marlowe. Did you find him, Mr. Marlowe?
Yeah, I found him, son. He's dead.
Holy cats.
Now, look, do me a favor, will you? Get to a phone, report this to the police.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Tell them I'll get in touch with them as soon as I can.
Okay. Sure, Mr. Marlowe. Yeah, right away.
My next stop had to be Justin Shepard's hotel. And now I had more to go on than a couple of hints from left field. Just as I pulled up in front, I saw Shepard behind 16 cylinders of imported limousine, swinging away from the curb. He seemed in no particular hurry, so I tailed him far enough to realize that he could be heading for Max Redmond's apartment. Then I took off through the side streets, wide open. I got back to the apartment in time to brace Louise for Shepard's visit.
But, Marlowe, what can I do? Maybe I'd better...
Maybe you better let him in. Go ahead.
Yes?
Stand aside, young woman. I'm coming in.
Please do, Shepard.
What? You again.
Nice of you to drop in. What have you got in the bag, lunch?
Don't be facetious. And don't worry, it's all here. I know when I'm beaten. I suppose it would be quite pointless to ask where Redmond himself is.
Completely pointless at this late date.
Very well. Then I assume I'm to leave this with you.
That's right.
It had better be right, my boy. Believe me. Good night.
Just a minute. How come you're running your own errands?
You took care of that yourself earlier tonight. You're a competent man. You should be working for me.
Working for you has its drawbacks, Shepard. But you muffed it. Gaffney didn't die right away.
Gaffney's dead?
Marlowe, be careful.
Yeah, he lived long enough to tell me he was framed, Shepard. By you.
When you can prove that, I'll be at my hotel. But I advise you not to push your luck.
Marlowe, you let him walk out.
Yeah, the guy was right, baby. So far, we've got no proof of any of it. Except this bag and whatever is...
Money. Why, it's filled with bundles of bills.
Big ones. At least $100,000. Holy smoke. Excuse me, will you?
Who are you calling?
Somebody will be very interested in this. You just wait and see.
Metcalf speaking.
Aaron, this is Marlowe. I'm at the Redmond place, and get this. Justin Shepard walked in here, dumped $100,000 on the table, and left again. Not a half minute ago.
At Redmond's?
Yeah.
Why, it's a bribe. We've got him, Phil. We've got him. Don't touch it. I'll be right there.
Now, wait a minute. There's more.
Go on.
Louise Redmond came back.
Louise, in the middle of this mess?
Yeah, she's here now.
Must have been rough on her to find Max.
Worse than you think. Because that's still not all.
What do you mean?
That you can bet your briefcase on the fact that Max didn't kill himself in the first place. He was murdered.
Sit tight, Phil. I'll be right there.
Come on in, Aaron.
The money, Marlowe. Where is it?
In the bag there on the table.
Yes. Excellent. Iron-bound evidence. Best in the world. We'll have this impounded right away, and...
Oh, Mrs. Redmond,
I can't tell you how sorry I am, my dear.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalf. But I'm grateful to you and to Mr. Marlowe here that Max's death wasn't entirely without purpose, at least.
What about that, Phil? Can we prove he was murdered?
Well, the bullet entered his right temple, but he was left-handed. That's about all we got.
Simple as that. And yet it went by me completely.
I doubt we can stick anybody for it.
Why not?
Well, because his killer may be already...
Already what, Phil?
Oh, already dead.
Another killing? Well, what are you talking about, man?
One Earl Gaffney, Shepard's gentle assistant.
What?
I locked him in a tool bin, but somebody found him there and shot him to keep him quiet.
Justin Shepard himself. Surely. Now, look. If we can't get him for Max, we'll nail him for Gaffney.
Don't count on it.
Listen, we've got that fat lizard right where we want him. Now, first
of all, it won't fit, Oren.
Why not?
If Shepard sent Gaffney to get Max, then killed Gaffney, why did he bring all this dough here, to bribe a dead man?
Well, yes, you're making sense, Phil.
I knew you'd see it.
Go on.
Okay, try this for size. Max Redmond never intended to testify in court. He wasn't after a legal settlement, because then the money would go past him to Rudolph Kuvian. This bribe here is all Max was after. But somebody was in it with him.
You're crazy. How dare you say that?
She's right, Marlowe. Now you're talking like a fool.
Am I? Max, no doubt, got into a beef with his partner over the split of the bribe and was shot. That's a guess, Oren, but this isn't. Gaffney got it because Max's killer couldn't figure how much Gaffney had heard and seen in here. He couldn't take a chance, you see? But whoever killed Gaffney had to wade through the same weeds I did in that vacant lot to get to him. And most of the weeds up there are foxtail grass. You know the kind that comes off on your clothes, that sticks in your socks like little darts? That's right, Oren. Take a look. Your argyles are loaded with the stuff.
I don't have to look. You're a bright boy, Phil.
Thanks.
It went just as you outlined it. Up to this point. I'm sorry you got so much of it right, because you can't think of everything.
You might be surprised. Don't reach for your gun, Oren. I'll drop you. It was a filthy scheme. Come on, hand it over. Your gun.
Why, surely. Here you are.
Now you drop it, Marlowe. Go on.
Well, the heartbroken little wife.
With the very same gun you so generously gave me.
That's what I meant, Marlowe. You can't think of everything. Louise and I are going away tonight together, and we're taking that money with us.
Stand still, Marlowe. I know more about guns than I pretended.
Sure you do, sure. I had a hunch about you early tonight, baby. Your homecoming was too pat. And you know what? You didn't bring back so much as an overnight bag. And what's more, when I took that gun away from you, you practically handed it to me. You were acting all the way.
I'm not now. I'll kill you, Marlowe.
Louise, shoot him! Shoot! Shoot!
I can't!
Shoot!
The gun, Oren! It won't fire!
Oh, fooling. I took one of the parts out before I gave it back to you, sweetheart. You couldn't make that go off with a blowtorch.
Oren, help me!
That's right, Oren. Help the lady.
Oren.
Believe me, sister, you'd get the same thing right now, but for one good reason. I'm going to need you intact in that court tomorrow morning. By the time the police showed up, Oren Metcalf, dynamic barrister, and Louise Redmond, beautiful dreamer, were already coming apart at the seams. 2 hours later, when I finally got away from it, they were still screaming hysterical insults at each other. Now, before I went home, I stopped by the sanitarium just long enough to shake hands with Rudolph Kuvian, who turned out to be a nice, quiet, thoughtful old guy. And I assured him of a fair shake that was long overdue. I guess it made him happy. It was hard to tell, because the look on his face said that maybe the real price in things other than money had been much too high. Well, that's the way it is with some characters. They're human.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in tonight's transcribed cast were Howard McNear, Lou Krugman, Rick Vallon, Parley Bear, Georgia Ellis, and Hugh Thomas. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time there was a fish that talked with a lisp, a hot blonde with cold cash on her mind, and a corpse with dirty French cuffs. And I mixed with them all without ever getting out of my own bed.
This Wednesday night on CBS, Dr. Christian will bring you the prize-winning script in this year's nationwide contest. CBS cordially invites you to hear Dr. Christian starring Gene Hersholt every Wednesday on most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. You can save for your future today the United States Savings Bond way. Savings bonds are one of the surest, safest investments you can make because they're backed by Uncle Sam himself. You are sure of getting back $4 for every $3 you invest when the bonds mature in just 10 years. Safe because even if the bonds are lost, destroyed, or stolen, your government will replace them at no charge. And bonds are simple and convenient to buy. Ask your employer to set aside an amount of money from your pay, the amount you decide on. Automatically, systematically, you'll purchase savings bonds. If you're self-employed, have your bank purchase a bond a month for you regularly. Save for your independence. Buy United States savings bonds. This is CBS, where Burns and Allen are heard every Wednesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Professor Jeffrey Richards delves into the case of another radio detective.
We present The Big Sleep by Raymond Chandler, dramatized for radio by Bill Morrison, with Ed Bishop as Philip Marlowe and Robert Beatty as General Sternwood. The Big Sleep.
The term private eye summons immediately to mind two iconic American figures, Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade and Raymond Chandler's Philip Marlowe. Two characters similar enough to have been played by a single legendary actor, Humphrey Bogart. Their creators had certain similarities too. Both had served in the army in World War I. Both were alcoholics, and both learned their craft writing hard-boiled detective fiction for Black Mask magazine. But there were significant differences. Hammett was a poor-born, self-educated Southerner who'd worked as a Pinkerton detective. Chandler, although born in Chicago, was raised in England and educated at Dulwich College before returning to the United States and embarking on a career as an oil company executive, a job he came to hate and from which he was sacked in 1932, taking up writing as a means of earning a living. The critic Philip French considers the English public school background a formative factor in Chandler's creative life.
I think the English background of Chandler was important. Although he was born in Chicago, he came at an early age when his parents' marriage broke up. He was brought by his mother to London. He went to Dulwich College. This was the same school as P.G. Wodehouse and C.S. Forrester. And it's always struck me as really significant that all three writers finished up in American exile, that all of them created different versions of the English gentleman. Bertie Wooster in the case of Wodehouse, Horatio Hornblower for Forrester, and Marlowe, of course, for Chandler. And that all three of these characters sort of took on a life of their own, independent of their creators.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Marlowe. I suppose I have the right to ask.
Sure. Well, there's not much to tell. I'm 33 years old, went to college once, and can still speak English if there's any demand for it. I worked for the district attorney as an investigator once, which is how you reached me. I'm unmarried because I don't like policemen's wives.
You didn't like working for the district attorney?
I was fired. I test very high on insubordination, General.
It is perhaps no coincidence that Chandler's great hero, Philip Marlowe, Marlowe with an E, shares the surname of Christopher Marlowe, one of the great Elizabethan contemporaries of Edward Alleyn, the founder of Dulwich College. Some of Chandler's earliest admirers were British. W.H. Auden called his novels works of art, and Evelyn Waugh said Chandler was the best writer in America. What were Chandler's qualities as a writer? Philip French.
He had a tremendous wit. He had a vivid ability to make sort of buildings come alive, a sense of the architecture of Los Angeles and of the weather.
There was a rough desert wind blowing into Los Angeles that evening. It was one of those hot, dry Santa Anas that come down through the mountain passes and curl your hair, make your nerves jump and your skin itch. On nights like that, every booze party ends up in a fight, and meek little housewives feel the edge of a carving knife and study their husbands' necks. Anything can happen when the Santa Ana blows in from the desert.
Van Heflin as Marlowe in a 1947 dramatization of Chandler's story, Red Wind.
He has a great sense of character, a great sense of simile. He was a man who was trained in an English literary school, but also in the literary world, and he began his life in the literary world of Edwardian England as a writer for literary magazines. So he had a sense of style, but he put that away to create a new style in America, from the demotic. But he was an outsider, a literary outsider looking at the language, creating a new language of sort of some kind of rhetoric. He was able to make the wisecrack work dramatically. But he had also this great sense of character, of observation, of creating people through the language they spoke, and everything, because you have at the centre of it one of the great literary creations, I think, sort of a legendary person in the figure of Philip Marlowe.
What kind of character was Marlowe?
Marlowe was a sort of a modern knight errant, but he was able to sort of to mock this, as Marlowe always mocked himself. But there's a marvellous phrase used by one of the sort of villains in the novels, in The High Window, who mocks Marlowe by calling him a shop-soiled Galahad. And yet that is a title that Marlowe would have accepted honourably. I mean, there were several places where he is defined and self-defined. I mean, at the beginning of his first novel, The Big Sleep, in 1939, Chandler has Marlowe actually describe his own appearance.
It was 11 o'clock in the morning in mid-October, with the sun not shining and a look of rain. I was standing in the hallway of the Sternwood place. Over the entrance doors, which would have let in a troop of elephants, there was a stained glass panel showing a knight in dark armor rescuing a lady who was tied to a tree. She had no clothes on, but she had some very long and convenient hair. He was fiddling with her knots and not getting anywhere. If I lived in this house, I would sooner or later have to climb up there and help him. He didn't seem to be really trying. I waited for the butler to come back. I was wearing my powder blue suit with dark blue shirt, tie and display handkerchief, black brogues, and black wool socks with dark blue clocks on them. I was neat, clean, shaved, and sober. I was everything a well-dressed private detective ought to be. I was calling on $4 million.
Ed Bishop as Marlowe in the 1977 BBC production of The Big Sleep.
He is also characterized philosophically in the essay The Simple Art of Murder by Chandler himself, which introduced into the language the phrase, down these mean streets a man must go, a man of honor. It's a wonderful piece of writing.
In everything that can be called art, there is a quality of redemption. It may be pure tragedy, if it is high tragedy, and it may be pity and irony, and it may be the raucous laughter of the strong man. But down these mean streets a man must go who is not himself mean, who is neither tarnished nor afraid. The detective in this kind of story must be such a man. He is the hero. He is everything. He must be a complete man and a common man, and yet an unusual man. He must be, to use a rather weathered phrase, a man of honor. By instinct, by inevitability, without thought of it, and certainly without saying it. He must be the best man in his world and a good enough man for any world. I do not care much about his private life. He is neither a eunuch nor a satyr. I think he might seduce a duchess, and I am quite sure he would not spoil a virgin. If he is a man of honor in one thing, he is that in all things. He is a relatively poor man, or he would not be a detective at all. He is a common man, or he could not go among common people. He has a sense of character, or he would not know his job. He will take no man's money dishonestly, and no man's insolence without a due and dispassionate revenge. He is a lonely man, and his pride is that you will treat him as a proud man, or be very sorry that you ever saw him. He talks as the man of his age talks, that is, with rude wit, a lively sense of the grotesque, a disgust for sham, and a contempt for pettiness.
Over the years, there have been many Philip Marlowes in the cinema. For Chandler fans, the greatest of them have been Dick Powell and Humphrey Bogart in the 1940s, and Robert Mitchum in the 1970s. The success of the 1940s film versions inspired a popular radio series. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe made its debut on American radio in 1947, with Oscar-winning actor Van Heflin as Marlowe. But between 1948 and 1951, the role was played by B-picture star Gerald Moore.
Van Heflin had to stop appearing on radio because he was under contract to MGM. Nobody could be physically less like Marlowe, and he also had a voice that was probably a little too distinctive for people to put the character Van Heflin out of their minds. Gerald Moore was the actor that was most liked among the broadcasters by Chandler. He wrote in a letter to a friend in 1950, he said, a voice like Gerald Moore's gave you a personality which you could fill out according to your fancy, but television shoves the whole thing right down your throat, and if the actor says one flat, stupid, trashy line, it stands out like a lighthouse in a storm.
Hello, Marlowe. I've been waiting for you too long, kid. Why, I would have baked a little cake if I knew I was going to have this much time.
Where's Ernie Parch, Thurman?
He's under arrest, kid. We found his wife's body. He's under arrest for murder. You know what else, kid?
No, what else, kid?
So are you.
As Lieutenant Thurman moved toward me, he curled the thick fingers of his left hand into a fist. I braced myself, but the blow never came. Instead, he shoved his face up close to mine, and his mouth twisted into a one-sided grin that was as full of fun as a set of thumb screws.
Well, you finally came through for me, didn't you, kid?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been waiting a long, long time for you to pull something in my town, Marlowe, where you can't run back across the line and hide behind the skirts of your cop friends over in L.A.
You're having yourself a pipe dream, Sturman.
Lieutenant Sturman. And don't forget it.
Real sorry, officer. Now, do you mind explaining what this is all about? That's one of my rights as a citizen, you know, even in Bay City.
As far as I'm concerned, killers ain't got any rights. Now tell me you had nothing to do with Grace Parch's murders, so I can tell you why you're a stinking liar, private detective.
I suppose private detectives have no rights either, huh?
None. We found the girl's body in a car parked at a... Somebody overlooked a couple of fingerprints, which I'm going to match up with yours, Marlowe.
How come you're so sure?
Because we pulled Ernie Parch out of the movies 5 minutes after we found his wife. And jailbirds sing in Bay City, Marlowe. We don't horse around with them. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. Boy, you pushed too far on the wrong track. There's an angle here you ought to know about.
There's always an angle with you, ain't there, bright boy?
Yeah, but you're going to like this one. First, in that car you're so proud of, you're going to find prints from one Art Manelli.
The gambler?
That's right. One who stays in operation when everybody else in Bay City is closed up. You better find out whose toes you're stepping on down at City Hall before you...
We got problems in our town, Peeper, but that's not one of them. Now, if you got something intelligent to offer, spill it. Without wisecracks.
Although Chandler did not write any of the radio plays, his contract gave him a script veto, and he was regularly consulted by the writers to ensure Chandlerian authenticity. The result was a series that at its peak drew 10 million listeners a week. But it was the BBC in London who were to produce the definitive radio versions of Chandler's 6 canonical novels. 5 of them were broadcast in 1977-78, followed 10 years later by Farewell My Lovely, the rights to which had previously been unavailable due to the 1975 film version. The producer of all 6 was John Tiedemann. The books were dramatised by Bill Morrison, and Philip Marlowe was played by Ed Bishop. Why did John Tidyman decide to undertake the project?
No, I've always been a great Chandler fan, and the suggestion came from Bill Morrison to do them. I thought, well, I didn't be able to get the rights because a lot of the rights were tied up, film companies and so on, but the rights were available. And then Bill found the right way of doing them, which of course was through the first-person narrator. Thank heaven, you can keep the narrator there because they're told in the first person. So you could retain the Chandler style, just as if you're doing Jane Austen on radio. It's very nice to keep Jane Austen as the narrator, so that you retain that element. And we were very lucky that we were able to do them all as 90-minute plays, and they were widely broadcast in America. 750 stations took them across America. And, I was absolutely horrified when I went to Los Angeles and met up with the head of a station there and said, "Oh, you're John Tidyman from the BBC. Oh, we love your Chandlers." Oh, my goodness, here they are being heard in America because there are quite a lot of English actors in them. And I was a bit worried about the accent. I was a bit worried about the Anglo approach. And she said, no, they're just right because, you see, and I'd not thought this, Chandler really sits in the middle of the Atlantic. So they're not really American.
Chandler's novels were famously complex. The story's told that when Howard Hawks was filming The Big Sleep, neither he nor any of the crew could figure out who killed the chauffeur. They cabled Chandler, and he couldn't remember either. For the record, the chauffeur committed suicide. But given the complexity, how difficult did Bill Morrison find the novels to adapt?
Well, look at the positive things first. The first absolute positive thing is that it's told in the first person, which lends itself to radio immediately. And if you have a first-person narrative, it allows you, given that you have such splendid language anyway, but it does allow you to bridge through things, because Marlowe can tell you the story. He can tell you what is happening as it is happening. This is a real bonus, and also makes it very good radio. It gives it immediacy, it gives it a coherence, which otherwise, with that many characters, you should say, it could be very conflicting for the audience, but they always have a center that you relate to. That's the very positive thing about it. The downside, the real difficulty in it is the plots have got holes all over them, and the complexity of them. Something like The Little Sister, which is the most extraordinarily complicated. You can unravel it, but dear me, it is difficult.
How did Ed Bishop feel about taking on a role associated in the public mind with Humphrey Bogart and Dick Powell?
No hesitation whatsoever. I think you've got to be a little arrogant to be an actor. I think you can't worry about things like that. And I must say, where is it in the Listener? Some prestigious publication said that the Marlowe that the BBC did, me, was better than Bogart in the kind of, or just the sound thing, conveying more of that character. The isolation of the man. I think you can do that with the silences in radio a lot better than something visual, which must always be on the move. I'm now at a 40-year career, and I can count on my fingers, certainly. Maybe I wouldn't even use them all up, I don't know. The jobs that were rewarding and challenging and stimulating, interesting, and you felt you made a contribution, you had a good product to start with, and you made a contribution. And certainly Marlowe, and those 6 90-minute episodes would be certainly in a place of honor there, because I was very proud of the work I did there and my contribution to that work.
The room was full of smoke. It hung in thin lines straight up and down like a curtain of beads. I reached up to feel my throat. My throat was sore, but the fingers feeling it didn't feel a thing. They might as well have been a bunch of bananas. Mail order fingers. I took hold of the sheet and wiped the sweat off my face with the fingers the correspondence school had sent me. Box 2,468,924, Cedar City, Iowa. Nuts. Completely nuts. In a hospital. The world outside the open windows was a black world. Why did the smoke hang motionless if the window was open behind the bars, huh? I got up and started to walk, wobbling like a drunk.
Given that the plays were being done in Britain, how did they succeed in achieving an authentic American atmosphere? Bill Morrison.
Well, you have a brilliant director. then you get some very good actors, of which, fortunately, there are some very good. I mean, Ed Bishop turned out to be an inspired Marlowe, and that was just tremendous. Couldn't credit him enough as far as that goes. Part of the inspiration of that, I mean, this is John Tiedemann we're talking about, who was the director, and John and I had always had a very good relationship anyway, which is really based upon the fact that if I sort of skate over something in a piece of work, and you kind of know yourself that it's a little flaky, you know, and you haven't quite cracked it or whatever, John will say, and you know you're found out. He doesn't have to say anything else. This is a relationship, this works extremely well. But I think the inspired idea was to do them all together. We didn't do all six because of problems over the rights of Farewell My Lovely, but we had our Marlowe. We booked a studio, I think, for a fortnight, and assembled a kind of company of actors who played different roles in different books and so on, and sometimes other actors came in just for one small cameo or whatever. But we basically worked as a group.
The cops would be playing cops one week, and then they'd be Weepy Moyer or Chicago Red Hot the next, you see. So there was this mixing it up. And we had Don Fellows, wonderful American actor. He did all the announcing. Los Angeles, 1947, whatever. So your sound from that point of view was authentic. And it was great fun because you could then develop a rapport with these people because you knew their timing, and we had quite a lot of that going for us in the Marlows. Bill sat down and he adapted the things, and he wrote a lot of dialogue himself. And he was there at every episode. So if we had to have a rewrite, Bill was there, and he would come up with nuggets. There was one, I was calling on this woman, and this guy was a sort of gigolo, and he had to go for, he was going to go for his Roscoe, you see, and Marlowe said, "Don't do it, pal," or something like that. And I said, well, how are we going to convey that he's going to draw a gun? And Bill kicked that around for a minute. He says, okay, this is what you say. And I'm paraphrasing now, but it was so pithy. He says, don't do it, pal. He says, before you have that rod out of your Cesar Romero shirt, I'll drill you. Or something. So that Cesar Romero shirt was a beautiful image for the viewer. And they could just see that, you know, the fluffy shirt, the guy going in for it. Don't do it. You know, wonderful stuff. But he was there for every episode. It was wonderful. Vanier was the Latin lover type. He and Lois Magic lay out by the pool with the scotch bottle and the